200 years after the Great Catastrophe, the entire world is shrouded in a harsh winter and hunger. The land is split into two completely different realms. Inside the city is a place of orderly hope, with relatively stable resources and laws, while outside the city lies a wasteland resembling hell, filled with danger and despair. In this desolation, a child raised by a group of outlaws gradually grows up. He is skilled in despicable methods, such as assassination and poisoning, tools essential for survival in a brutal environment. Yet surprisingly, his heart always yearns for light and justice. Even more strangely, this child bears the bloodline of a demon, which should have led him into darkness. But through a twist of fate, he unexpectedly becomes the sole heir of the Tao sect, shouldering an ancient mission. However, fate is cruel. His adoptive father dies tragically in a conflict, and the opportunity he originally sought for a new life in the city is ruthlessly snatched away. This ignites the flame of vengeance within him, leading him to embark on a bloody journey, slaying hypocritical saints, settling past scores, and slaughtering invading foreign tribes that in this chaotic world where humans devour each other. He does not fight alone, but leads a group of loyal brothers, step by step carving out a territory of his own with resilience and strategy. That he often laments that life for the people of Kou is too harsh, and his brothers have soft hearts, unable to bear seeing their compatriots suffer, which drives them to unite with the vow to change this broken world. Chapter 1. The Boy Whose Opportunity Was Stolen. The story is set in a different world. Year 246 of the new calendar after the Great Catastrophe. A century-long winter has left the earth desolate, with extreme scarcity of resources, and humanity struggles to survive amid the cold and hunger. Outside the Black City, in Xiao village, Xiao Ye's mother, Xiao Zhou, didn't mean to steal your child's token. Kids don't understand. How could he know this thing was so important? In a dimly lit low house, an old man dressed in thick cotton clothes stands in the middle of the room, holding 2 eggs and a wilted bunch of wild vegetables, his murky eyes showing slight impatience. On the bed, a woman with a pale face and cracked lips weakly leans against the wall, helplessly watching the villagers crowding the room. At the foot of the bed squats a boy of about 16 or 17, his head lowered, calm as if all this had nothing to do with him. That token was brought by Xiao Yi. Tears suddenly stream down the woman's face as she looks at the boy at the foot of the bed, her voice hoarse and aggrieved. My husband promised Xiao Ye's family that when he turned 16, he would exchange the token for him to go to the city to study. After the Great Catastrophe, to defend against the transformed beings infected by the blood moon, humanity built sturdy fortress cities. Unfortunately, resources are limited, gradually forming 2 completely different ways of life inside and outside the city. Inside the city are humans, outside are ghosts. Going to the city to study is one of the few opportunities for those outside to change their fate. But this opportunity was stolen by the old man's grandson, Xiao Zhou. When a big shot from the city came looking for the token, he used the token to replace Xiao Yi. This matter is my fault. I won't make excuses. The hint of impatience flashed in the village chief's eyes as he casually threw the eggs and wild vegetables onto the filthy bed and then sat down heavily on the cold ground. It's my failure to raise my grandson. Punish me as you wish, my old bones can take it. Seeing that the mother and son on the bed showed no reaction, the old man seemed to feel a great grievance and suddenly slapped his thigh, standing up to accuse. Do you really want to drive this old man to death before you're satisfied? It's just an opportunity to go to the city. Fine, I'll give you my life. As he spoke, the old man grabbed a hatchet from the corner and held it against his neck. Village chief, don't do anything foolish. Village chief, we can't live without you. The villagers nearby immediately became agitated, rushing up to grab the knife. Xiao Zhou is still a child. The person has already gone to the city. What else do you want? The village chief, supported by people, slumped on the ground, wiping non-existent tears with his sleeve while crying out in despair. His appearance would make anyone think it was he who had lost the opportunity. A strong young man stepped forward aggressively, pointing at the woman on the bed. Xiao Ye's mother, how can you be so heartless? My brother has gone to the city. Do you want to drive my grandfather to death too? This was the village chief's eldest grandson, the head of the village's young men. Only the village chief can invite the awakened to our village. If the transformed beings come again next time, and there are no strong people to hold the fort, the whole village will die. Don't be so selfish. Think about the village. A few women who had benefited from the village chief's family also joined in the uproar. Besides, Xiaoyi isn't your own. He's an outsider, a wild child. How can you expect him to take care of you in your old age? How clever is that kid Xiaozhou? If he becomes an awakened in the future, will he forget the kindness of your family? The villagers at the edge, though sympathetic to the mother and son, only dare to shrink their necks, not daring to speak up. To offend the village chief was to cut off one's means of survival. Your Xiaoyi can't even lift a stick. What future can he have? Xiaozhou is different. Mr. Zhang has said he has the potential to become an awakened. My husband was entrusted to take care of Xiaoyi. You are putting him in an unjust position. The woman trembled with anger, crying hysterically. Your husband is already dead, someone shouted. The crowd exchanged words, spitting as if it were the orphan mother and son who had committed a great crime, not the village chief's grandson who had stolen. The village chief, sitting on the ground, revealed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Everything was going as he had anticipated. When my husband was alive, you weren't like this. The woman murmured, her voice filled with despair. Her husband had been the only awakened in the village, and he had even given up the opportunity to go to the city to protect the village. But after inadvertently revealing the secret of the token to the teacher in the village, just a few days later, he was mysteriously attacked and killed by transformed beings during a patrol. Just as the noise in the room was about to lift the roof, the boy at the foot of the bed, who had remained silent, slowly raised his head. The dim light of the oil lamp outlined his thin face, his skin pale to the point of being sickly, and his black hair was braided into a single plait hanging down his back. What stood out most were his eyes, calm and unruffled, yet harboring an indescribable eeriness. He was Xiaoyi. The village chief, displeased, locked eyes with him, and his heart suddenly shrank, a chill running up his spine. That gaze, he had seen it before, on the outlaws who burned, killed, and looted outside the city. It was an extreme indifference to life. How could it appear on a boy? Xiaoyi's mother, let me speak fairly. The only teacher in the village who had studied for a few days stepped forward, stopping a couple of steps away from the bed with a look of disdain. Xiaozhou has already gone to the city. The boat has sailed. Do you think you can get the token back? In my opinion, the village chief should compensate you with some food. After all, living is more important than anything. The thing was stolen by you, right? Xiaoyi gathered his hands in his sleeves, his eerie eyes fixed on the teacher. Why, Godfather only mentioned the token to you, and only you came to my house the night before last. The teacher's face turned pale instantly. You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. Xiaoyi ignored him and continued in a calm tone. I don't want the token anymore. You can go back. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. The village chief's eyes revealed a hint of glee, not expecting the boy to be so easy to deal with, probably afraid that he wouldn't be able to live in the village in the future, as in this world, one couldn't survive alone outside the city. Ahem, the village chief feigned concern, standing up and waving his hand. Xiaoyi's mother has it tough. We should think of her husband's goodness. Everyone dispersed. He walked to the bedside and shoved the 2 eggs into the woman's hand, saying, This is what our old Zhou family owes you. From now on, I'll give you 10 jin of grain every month. After saying this, he hunched his back and left the room without looking back. As he crossed the threshold, he muttered in a voice only he could hear, with bitterness, If you still don't know what's good for you, I'll just kill you all. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only the bone-chilling cold in the room. Grief and despair completely overwhelmed the woman on the bed. She covered her face and looked at the boy in despair, saying, Child, everyone has their fate. Our family. I'm sorry for you. Just then, the kerosene lamp on the table flickered twice and burned out the last drop of oil. The room instantly fell into a dead silence and darkness. The token can be forgotten, but for my adoptive father's death, someone must pay with their life that I in the darkness. The boy calmly got up and tucked the blanket for the woman. He then turned and pulled out a shovel from under the bed. After eating your family's food for 2 years and calling you mother for 2 years, this kindness must be remembered. A child raised by lazy that will repay kindness and seek revenge without delay. It's cold now. You should sleep early. Don't come out if you hear any noise. Half an hour later, the boy, bare-chested, dug a 2-meter deep pit in the yard. In the pit lay a canvas bag as tall as a person, quietly resting. The boy's eyes glinted coldly in the darkness, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Repaying kindness and seeking revenge must be done clearly. Chapter 2. Revenge. The boy nimbly jumped into the pit and with great effort dragged the bag out. This was the luggage he carried with him before being adopted. Even his adoptive parents were unaware of its existence. 2 years ago, he had crossed the uninhabited region alone and sought refuge with a friend of his family. This couple, unable to have children, took him in as their son and treated him as their own. This made him, who had never experienced a father's love, momentarily regard them as his biological parents. I originally wanted to be a good son and take care of you in your old age. The boy touched the dry tobacco at his waist. That was the last memento left to him by his adoptive father. Ziz. As the canvas bag slowly opened, the boy's aura began to change. Streams of golden light spilled out as the zipper opened, illuminating the small courtyard. If any awakeners saw this scene, they would undoubtedly kill everyone in the village to seize the treasure. Because what was glowing was an artifact. 200 years after the Great Disaster, many humans were infected by the blood moon and transformed into soulless killers, known as converters. But at the same time, some ancient items of special significance also underwent mutations. For example, the swords and blades of famous generals, historical relics. They mutated into artifacts with special effects. Any artifact that emerged would trigger a chaotic battle among awakeners to end this boy's canvas bag. There were surprisingly more than a dozen such treasures. Knives, guns, and clubs filled it to the brim. Among them, the most eye-catching was a completely red chainsaw. I can't use these things yet since I haven't awakened. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought them. The boy frowned and muttered, bending down to rummage through the bag. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Wow! He pulled out a shotgun. A shotgun with a sawed-off barrel. Strange markings were etched on the shotgun. A multicolored skull insignia. The moment he held the shotgun, a warm glint appeared in the boy's eyes. Zizi. Xiao Bao. Have you arrived in the city? In the only 2-story building in the village chief sat in front of a warm Kong, holding the only satellite phone in the village. His wrinkled old face was full of kindness. Oh, we can enter the city tomorrow. Good, truly worthy of being from our Zhou family. Thanks to Grandpa and the teacher. Otherwise, this opportunity would have gone to that fool at the village head. By the way, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? A childish voice came from the phone. Her husband is dead. What can a single mother do? The old man looked at the photo of him and his grandson on the wall with satisfaction and smiled. My clever grandson knows how to use converters. Otherwise, it would be difficult to steal the token. Once you enter the city, make sure to build good relationships with the big shots. Who knows, maybe our old Zhou family will have an awakener in the future. I know. Once I become an awakener, I'll bring you into the city to enjoy life. Bang, bang. Before he could finish speaking, the sturdy door shook violently. The village chief frowned slightly and turned around, displeased. Who is it? No one answered. The knocking continued intermittently, neither fast nor slow. What the hell are you doing knocking at this time of night? Once my grandson becomes an awakener, this old man will never stay in this godforsaken place again. Reluctantly, he took the phone and walked to the door. Living outside the city, crises were ever present, and the old man wisely did not open the door immediately. Instead, he grabbed a stool and looked through the small hole above the door. Outside was pitch black. Thought something's not right. The old man instinctively leaned back. Even if it was dark, there should be some moonlight. Having lived outside the city for so long, his sixth sense was surprisingly effective. The next second, bang, that a gunshot rang out. The bullet shot through the small hole. The pitch-black scene the old man had seen earlier was actually the muzzle of a gun. Fortunately, he had leaned back. The bullet grazed his cheek, and in an instant, blood splattered. What's going on? The boy on the phone shouted in terror upon hearing the gunshot bang. Another gunshot. The door lock shattered. The biting cold wind rushed in. Large flakes of snow swirled into the room. Only then did the old man see the visitor clearly. A slender boy with braided hair, one hand holding a shotgun, the other gripping a pistol. The heavy snow had turned his hair white, and in the freezing weather, he wore a thin coat. The boy's eyes remained calm as ever, as if killing was the most normal thing in the world. It's you. The old man never imagined the boy would dare to come for revenge. Who the hell, damn it, is setting off firecrackers at this hour? Is a converter here? The commotion downstairs disturbed those upstairs, and a sturdy middle-aged man with a face full of flesh came down, cursing while holding a knife. He was slightly taken aback upon seeing the visitor. A little chick dares to come to my house looking for trouble. Do you believe I'll drag you and your mother out of the village and bury you? Banged in words, no warning. The middle-aged man's left hand, which was pointing at the boy, exploded into a spray of blood. The boy on the phone heard his father's scream and instantly panicked. What's happening? Talk to me, what's happening? Outside the village, under the dead tree stump. The boy coldly picked up the old man's satellite phone and spoke flatly. Your shall ye? The voice on the other end recognized the boy's voice and exclaimed, What do you want? Outside the village, under the dead tree stump. I'll bury your whole family there. If you're truly a filial son, take a shovel and dig your grandfather out to put him in a coffin. Xiaoye's voice was terrifyingly calm. No shaking hands, no racing heart. The old man Zhou, who had lived outside the city for a lifetime, instantly realized this boy was definitely not a first-time killer. You dare to kill them? Wait until I become an awakener. You and your adoptive mother won't live. Bang. As if responding to his words, that a large hole appeared in the back of the middle-aged man rolling on the ground, and he stopped moving. Let's talk about that when the day comes. My uncle said if you don't cut the grass at the root, you're all fools. The boy took out the dry tobacco and calmly lit it. You should have killed me the day you caused my adoptive father's death. I've been wandering in the uninhabited area with my uncle since I was 7. Your little tricks. Who can be fooled? I've already caught the attention of the big shots. Do you know what the consequences of provoking them are? I don't know. My uncle said, if you stir up trouble, no one's face matters. No one in the world has a bigger face than his. Xiaoyi casually exhaled a thick plume of smoke, coughed lightly, and looked at old Zhou. Any last words? Xiaoyi, listen to me, I'll pay for you to buy a quota to enter the city, okay? Think about it. My grandson is about to become an awakened one. If he kills us, what will you do? The old man advised while reaching for his back. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Blood splattered all over the boy's face. My uncle said, villains die from talking too much. I'm the righteous side. I don't talk much. The old man, who was once spirited, widened his eyes in unwillingness, unable to close them in death. The boy expressionlessly wiped the blood from his face and shouted up the stairs on the 2nd floor. Come out. I see you. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Really? Really? As expected. Around the corner. The young man who had loudly accused the woman during the day trembled as he walked out. Xiao Yi. Brother Yi. I didn't see you kill anyone. Okay. He was Xiao Zhou's older brother. First, this is outside the city. There are no laws. Second, I was just trying to bluff you. I didn't expect there would actually be a survivor. The boy expressionlessly pulled back the gun's bolt. What do you mean? You're not trustworthy. The young man wanted to run, but the boy's marksmanship was too accurate. Bang! The gun fired. The boy deftly put the gun into his canvas bag. My uncle said, trust is for trading money. After finishing everything, he calmly smiled at the phone. I've killed them. May I ask, are you coming to take revenge on me? Or should I come kill you? Are you sick? Xiao Zhou shouted in frustration. I just stole your token. Is it necessary to kill? Hearing his blood relative being shot dead shattered him completely. Don't think I don't know how your godfather died. Letting you live is irresponsible to my life. Do you know who the big shot that took me away is? Xiao Zhou yelled hysterically. You're waiting to die. The big shot only recognizes tokens, and now I am you. I will ask him to send awakened ones to torture you, then live on in your identity. Xiao Yi showed no emotional fluctuations upon hearing this, casually taking a sip of the blood-stained porridge from the heated Kong. I still have to go kill your grandfathers. Lackeys. Their bodies were thrown in the snow. Come back if you have the guts to collect them. Chapter 3. Little Puppy Heifetching. A new city rising abruptly in the cold winter. Towering walls completely separating 2 worlds. On the city walls, guards stood every 3 steps, with guns and ammunition, their indifferent gazes overlooking everything outside the city. Inside the walls were the faint outlines of skyscrapers and the order of a civilized era. Outside the walls was a lawless, barren, snowy expanse. At 9 in the morning, the heavy steel city gates slowly opened with a harsh alarm. All step back. Anyone who dares to break through will be shot on the spot. Step back. All of you get the hell back. The city gate guards, like herding cattle, roughly pushed away the ragged people crowded at the entrance with their gun stocks and boots. The crowd was filled with pleas and numbness. Those with passes come forward to line up. Temporary ones must leave before dark. If you try to sneak in and get caught, you'll be sent to the no man's land of mine until you die. The captain of the guards, chewing on a cheap cigarette, impatiently sat back in the booth and waved his hand. Next to the exclusive passage, a stark contrast to the crowded chaos here. A handful of people dressed warmly and cleanly, looking composed. They were the permanent residents of the city. Salute! The guards at the passage all stood with their left hands on their chests, looking into the distance. 100 meters away, a convoy of off-road vehicles roared in, kicking up the dirty snow on the ground, splattering the city outsiders, and no one dared to complain as the convoy flew the flag of some big shot inside the city. In the lead expensive off-road vehicle, a clean but faded-clothed boy looked out the window with a furrowed brow. He once was one of those envious gazes. "Xiaoyi, what's wrong?" In the passenger seat, a cute girl turned around, her fair face full of concern. "Qing Jia, I'm fine." The boy's bright eyes dimmed. A perfectly timed tear slid down. "Missing home? Don't worry, when the boss comes back, I'll have him bring your family into the city." The girl smiled innocently, her eyes filled with pity for the boy. It must be said, a good appearance indeed adds points. The boy was handsome. His eyes seemed to always carry an unshakable sadness, easily evoking a protective instinct. Using pre-cataclysm terms, he looked like a little puppy. "No, it's not that." The boy's eyes shifted, a fierce look fleeting. Then he lowered his head, his voice choked. I received news yesterday, my family. Oh, sobi. He bit his lip tightly, fists clenched, looking utterly devastated. They were killed by evil people. What? Qing's expression changed slightly, her brows furrowing in pain. "Didn't they know you were someone the boss was interested in? Who had the audacity?" "It was someone from our village. He knew I had the 1,000 tricks lock, and as long as I offered it to the boss in the city, I could exchange it for a chance to enter the city. So he threatened me again and again, saying if I didn't hand it over, he would kill my whole family that I didn't expect. He really dared to." Sob. The boy cried heart-wrenchingly. His handsome face paired with a sorrowful expression made the naive girl, who had yet to experience the dangers outside the city, feel immense pity. "Sis, you have to help Xiaoyi." While comforting the boy, she pleaded with the cold woman in the driver's seat. The woman in the driver's seat, with a high ponytail and no makeup, exuded a capable aura. She looked through the rearview mirror, quietly observing the boy in the back seat. Her gaze lacking pity, only scrutiny. "What's your name?" She suddenly spoke. The boy's crying paused, and he answered guiltily, Zhou Yi. "I'll investigate." The cold woman replied indifferently, then got out of the car. Her long, straight legs stepped out of the car, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Miss Chun. Seeing her, the guards at the city gate immediately flicked away their cigarette butts and ran over with flattering smiles. "You're back in the city. Take care of his paperwork." The cold woman nodded, pointing at Zhou Yi, who got out of the car. Zhou Yi lowered his head, appearing obedient, but when his gaze swept over the others from outside the city like him, his eyes revealed undisguised disgust and disdain. In his heart, he felt he was no longer of the same species as those bugs. "Come on, little brother, just sign here. Can you write?" The guard switched to a friendly demeanor, handing over the documents and pen. "I can." Zhou Yi nodded respectfully. The moment he stepped into the checkpoint booth, he looked back deeply. The endless snowy plains, the place where he had lived for over a decade, and where his grandfather had exchanged his life to escape. "Xiaoyi, wait. I'll hang you and your stepmother at the village entrance." He withdrew his gaze, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Grandpa, rest in peace. I am finally a person now." Unbeknownst to him, a thin figure had quietly appeared at the back of the convoy. "Just sign here," the guard urged. Zhou Yi's heart was filled with excitement. Once he passed through this door, he would be a person, no longer having to worry about the Transformers' midnight knocks, no longer having to fight for a meal, and no longer having to worry about that person's revenge. Recalling his grandfather's pleas and the merciless gunfire from last night, Zhou Yi shivered, his signing speed quickened. "Make way. Excuse me, make way. Coming through, coming through." A hoarse voice rang out, but no one noticed that the thin figure had squeezed into the crowd. Miss Chun stumbled slightly from a push, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Who dared to cut in front of her? Qing immediately scolded in displeasure. "They're all from outside the city. Why is the difference in quality so big?" She cast a disdainful glance at the boy who had squeezed in front of her, noticing the dried bloodstains on his clothes and his rough demeanor. In contrast, the clean and handsome Zhou Yi beside her created a stark difference. Zhou Yi was trying to suppress the overwhelming joy inside him, trembling as he wrote his name on the document. A brand new life was about to begin. Can I borrow your pen? A teasing voice rang in his ear. Zhou Yi, still immersed in his joy, instinctively handed over the pen. The next second, all the hairs on his body stood on end. That voice. That damn voice. He would never forget it in his life. He turned around sharply. A familiar face came into view. The person sporting a faintly wicked smile, tilting their head with a dirty braid hanging over their shoulder. It was Xiao Yi. I told you yesterday. Xiao Yi laughed like a demon. I would come and find you. Help. Help. Zhou Yi's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed. The cries of his loved ones seemed to echo in his ears. Without a second thought, he turned and tried to run towards the city. But the other party was faster. Poof! The pen Zhou Yi had just signed with was snatched away by Xiao Yi in a flash, piercing straight through his palm and nailing him firmly to the signing table. Blood instantly soaked the brand new entry document. A shrill scream echoed through the city gate. Sorry about that. Xiao Yi, completely disregarding the terrified gazes around, grabbed Zhou Yi's hair, pressed his face down on the table, and leaned in to snicker in his ear. I got carried away yesterday, and I ran out of bullets at SO. You might have to suffer a bit. Chapter 4. The terror in Zhou Yi was beyond measure. He couldn't understand how the other party managed to run dozens of kilometers on the snowy road overnight. It was an extremely cold night. Anyone staying outside for a night would surely freeze to death. Yet the young man in front of him, Xiao Yi, not only seemed fine, but was in high spirits. Ching ching. Sister, save me. Zhou Yi's palm was pinned to the table by a pen, causing him to wince in pain and break into a cold sweat. Ching ching and the aloof woman beside her were also taken aback. The other party's methods were ruthless and sinister. Without saying a word, they resorted to violence upon meeting, more professional than any assassin. With a whoosh, the security personnel and the convoy instantly drew their guns, the dark muzzles pointing straight at Xiao Yi. Let him go. Drop your weapons. The guards of the city reacted quickly, immediately surrounding the two boys. These individuals were esteemed guests of the city's big shots. If something happened under their noses, no one would have an easy time. Xiao Yi, if you kill me, you won't escape either. Zhou Yi trembled in fear, his voice trembling, terrified that the other party might lose their temper and actually kill him. In contrast, Xiao Yi, with dozens of guns pointed at him, showed no fear on his face. Instead, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, laughing in a somewhat sickly manner. I've been playing with guns since I was 7. Do you think you can scare me with this? He glanced around and finally focused on the nearest guard, who was unsteady with his gun. Be careful not to fire accidentally. We might just go together. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yi suddenly lifted his shirt. Blocks of square explosives were neatly wrapped around his waist, and the fuse was held tightly in his hand. The venue fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen ruthless people before, but never someone so bold. This boy looked no more than 15 or 16. Yet his reckless demeanor in handling matters exceeded that of those desperate criminals who licked blood on the edge of a knife. On the city tower, a awakened individual with crossed arms watched this scene with great interest, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thunder kids at work. Xiao Yi growled in a low voice. Although his voice was not loud, it made the seasoned veterans present feel uneasy. Thunder kids, a product of this chaotic era. A group of desperate mercenaries working for money. This term had once been a nightmare for the entire world. That godlike man once led a group of thunder kids, turning the world upside down. Today, I will decide Zhou Xiaobao's fate. Xiao Yi tightened his grip around Zhou Yi's neck with one hand, and with the other, he held the fuse, moving lightly toward the checkpoint. Either I take him away, or I take all of you with me. He was young, but the murderous aura surrounding him made everyone present have no doubt that he really dared to pull the trigger. A family should stay together. Xiao Yi leaned close to Zhou Yi's ear and sneered. I'm going to take you back to the village and personally cut off your head in front of my adoptive father's grave. Ching Ching's sister, save me. He asked the madman who killed my whole family. Zhou Yi pleaded with a sobbing tone, please save me. Xiao Yi ignored his cries, tightening his grip and stepping backward. Everyone stand at attention. He shouted fiercely, if anyone dares to move, I will be the first to take him with me. Life is your own. Think clearly. A person holding a hostage under the threat of hundreds of guns managed to forcefully take someone out of the city gates. This courage and skill made the awakened individual on the tower even more appreciative. Interesting, it's been a long time since I've seen such a daring kid. Sister, you have to act quickly, Ching said anxiously, stamping her feet and pleading with the aloof woman beside her. Look how pitiful Xiao Yi is. If he dies, how will you explain it to the boss? Mentioning the boss finally made the aloof woman move. She flashed and stood in front of Xiao Yi, frowning slightly. Let Zhou Yi go, and I will let you leave. You can't let him go. Zhou Yi's eyes shifted, and he quickly shouted, Gou's sister, kill him. Otherwise, he will definitely come to trouble me again in the future. I'm someone the boss wants. Please kill him. As long as Xiao Yi was dead, no one would know his true identity anymore. If this awakened individual acted, not only could he escape danger, but he could also eliminate future troubles. My name is Zhou Xiaobao. Xiao Yi coldly glanced at the aloof woman. Don't you check the background of your people when you kind of pick them up? You're talking nonsense. My name is Zhou Yi. I'm the adopted son of the awakened Zhou Li, and 2 years ago, I crossed the uninhabited area alone. Zhou Yi was eager to defend himself, but by the end, his voice unconsciously lowered. Xiao Yi knew his information by heart, except for one thing. With his small stature, he looked nothing like someone who could walk out of the uninhabited area alive. The aloof woman, also known as Gou's sister, frowned even deeper. Indeed, compared to the pitiful Zhou Xiaobao in front of her, the angry Xiao Yi seemed more like someone who could fight his way out of a pile of transformers. Seeing Gou's sister's suspicion, Zhou Xiaobao quickly cast a pleading glance at the simple-minded Ching. Ching's sister, I'm not lying. I really am Zhou Yi. The token can prove it. He killed half of our village for the token. My grandfather and my elder brother died at his hands. I have no family left. If you don't believe me, then let me die at this villain's hands. Tears fell just right, combined with his handsome yet sorrowful face, instantly hitting Ching's soft spot. Sister, Zhou Yi looks like a good person, and the token is indeed in his hands. Ching said innocently, the boss wants the token, not a person. The implication was that whoever held the token was Zhou Yi. She even spoke to Xiao Yi with a hint of superiority. Look how polite he is, and then look at you, so unreasonable. If I had to choose, I'd rather believe he is the real one. At this point, Xiao Yi understood. No matter how he explained, Ching was willing to believe Zhou Yi. Gou's sister was not as emotional as Ching. She thought for a moment and calmly said, You two come with me into the city. When the boss returns, there will be a decision. Zhou Xiaobao's expression changed. If the boss took it seriously, he would undoubtedly die. But now his life was in someone else's hands, and he could only harden his head and pretend to be justified. Okay, then let us go see the boss, whether he is a person or a ghost. The boss will know at a glance. Who am I? I don't need others to judge. Xiao Yi stubbornly lifted his head. Are you playing a game of fake and real Monkey King with me? A broken city, I can enter whenever I want. Even a 1,000-mile uninhabited area can't trap me, let alone a wall. Then why did you kill my whole family? Zhou Xiaobao yelled, hitting a sore spot and breaking down. Xiao Yi grinned, and that smile seemed more terrifying than a demon to Zhou Xiaobao. My uncle said that if a person wants to live long, they can't be angry. You stole my things and harmed my adoptive father. If I don't kill you, I might just die from my own anger. This reason left both Gou's sister and the awakened individual on the tower momentarily stunned. It seemed quite reasonable. Ching's sister. It seems I'm not meant to live. As Xiao Yi was about to leave with him as a hostage, Zhou Xiaobao used his last trump card. He looked at Ching with sincerity and said emotionally, I have no family left. You are the first person who has treated me so well. In my heart, you are my biological sister. Thank you for taking care of me all this way. My life is cheap. I have no fortune to be your brother. In the next life, I hope to meet a good sister like you again. This heartfelt performance instantly ignited Ching's protective instincts. You dare! Ching shouted angrily and boldly made her move. On her fair cheeks, faint feline patterns suddenly appeared, and her ears sharply pointed upright. Fine. Pure white fur sprouted on her hands, and her fingernails grew long, reflecting a chilling light like blades. An awakened individual. Chapter 5 Awakener. For an ordinary person to face an awakener, death is inevitable. The two are fundamentally beings of different dimensions. Awakener possesses the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Even the lowest ranked Awakener far surpasses ordinary people. Reinforcement system. Xiao Yi calmly uttered 3 words. Huh. As soon as these words were spoken, the aloof girl and the city defense Awakener on the city tower, who had been watching the drama, both paused. A mud-legged person from outside the city could actually name the classification of Awakener's abilities. It should be known that the knowledge of Awakener requires systematic study to understand. Reinforcement system, elemental system, summoning system, healing system, illusion system, unknown system, mythological system. Each system is further subdivided into hundreds of subclasses. Unless this boy has been taught by an Awakener at home. Reinforcement, catgirl spirit, shattered stone claw. Ching let out a delicate shout, her body light as a feather. Her legs gently touching the ground, she leapt several meters high. Using the city gate for leverage, she transformed into an afterimage and suddenly pounced toward Xiao Yi. The speed was so fast like a ghost. You're dead for sure. Zhou Xiaobao, who survived the disaster, was filled with ecstasy. The unique fragrance of the girl brushed past, wrapped in a chilling, killing intent. The aloof girl frowned slightly. Sis, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Zhou Yi is too pitiful. His whole family was killed by this villain. Ching said with righteous indignation, I don't care who is right or wrong, but killing a whole family can never be a good person. Swish. A solid claw-shaped black light flashed, tearing through the air. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified and lost their composure. But Xiao Yi showed no panic in his eyes. He shrank his head and directly hid behind Zhou Xiaobao. At the same time, he swiftly tore off pieces of rectangular explosive from his waist and smashed them hard on his Zhou Xiaobao's head. Bang! The explosives hit Zhou Xiaobao's head, and what splattered was not flames, but countless stone chips. What the hell? It's a damn brick. A city gate guard couldn't help but curse. The muscles on everyone's faces twitched. This kid actually wrapped bricks in a few pieces of torn cowhide and used a broken fuse to scare over 100 people into a daze. Bang! Ching's second strike followed closely, her sharp cat claws leaving several deep wounds on Xiao Ye's chest, visible to the bone. Blood instantly gushed out. Zhou Xiaobao covered his head, just wanted to crawl away, but the next second, a blood-soaked person pounced on his back. Xiao Yi grinned, revealing a grim smile. My uncle said, either bear with it, or if you make a move, even if it costs your life, you must take your enemy down with you. Bang! Another brick solidly hit the back of his head. White liquid mixed with blood splattered out. Xiao Ye's chest and face were covered in blood, looking like a demon crawling out of hell. He let Ching's sharp claws tear at his back, still smiling, mechanically raising the blood-stained brick in his hand. This is what you get for stealing my stuff. Bang! This is what you get for harming my adoptive father. Bang! This is what you get for angering me. Bang! This is what you get for playing the victim. After a dozen seconds, the crowd was silent. Ching stood frozen, her sharp cat claws still dripping blood. An ordinary person, enduring the attacks of an Awakener, had smashed the target to death right at the city gate. Zhou Xiaobao's entire back of the head was bleeding, and it seemed he wouldn't survive. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi was drenched in blood, his clothes torn into rags, covered in claw marks, a sight too tragic to behold. Is this really a human? I've never seen an ordinary person withstand an Awakener's attack for so long. Is he dead? No. His chest is still rising and falling. The onlookers looked at the boy who was panting heavily while sitting on the corpse with lingering fear. Damn it. Don't mess with me in the next life. Xiao Yi staggered to his feet, swallowing a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with mockery. You dare use my name? Do you even deserve it? Do you know why I'm called Xiao Yi? Because I am wild enough, fierce enough, and ruthless enough. This scene left even the city defense soldiers, who were used to life and death, stunned. This kid is too ruthless. In my decades of life, I've seen many ruthless people. If this kid grows up, he might be the second Nine Lord. The last one this ruthless was the 8th Lord of Chuanfu. Or was it Nine Lord? For a moment, they even forgot to shoot. But there was no need to shoot anymore. The boy was now swaying unsteadily even while standing. Are you just itching to scratch me? Just awaken, right? That strength is much lighter than my uncle beating me. Xiaoyi tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a not-so-strong but scarred body, gunshot wounds, knife wounds, and countless animal claw marks, densely packed. I want you dead. Qingqing's anger erupted completely. Zhou Xiaobao was dead, and the other side still dared to mock her. A sinister red mist rose from her blade-like nails. I'll make you accompany Zhou Yi to the grave. I dare to kill. Xiaoyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling confidently, ensuring his survival. My uncle said, arrange a retreat before killing. And his retreat was right beneath his feet. Just now he had deliberately dragged Zhou Xiaobao a distance outside, just enough to step out of the checkpoint's range. What does that mean? Qingqing was taken aback. What he said is not wrong. The aloof girl, who had been silent, took a deep breath, reaching out to press Qingqing's shoulder. This is an agreement. What agreement? The agreement between inside and outside the city. A figure slowly floated down from the city tower, dressed in a black uniform with a lazy gaze. Just standing there, a terrifying aura suppressed the furious Qingqing. Inside the checkpoint is the city's territory. Outside the checkpoint is the territory outside the city. The man glanced at Qingqing and explained in a deep voice, there are laws in the city, and outside the city, there are rules. This is the agreement between the bosses in the city and the gang of madmen outside. Outside the city is a lawless land, home to countless ruthless people. The most famous is the overlord who once suppressed the 3 houses alone. The city belongs to the big figures, but outside the city, it's the territory of those madmen and outlaws. If this group of madmen gets angry and starts robbing your food supplies every day outside the city, in a few months, the city will be in chaos. Although there are enforcers in the city, those who can survive outside the city are all ruthless. Once the enforcers leave the city, they can be robbed of their pants at gunpoint. In the end, the big bosses on both sides tacitly drew this line. Inside the city, things are handled according to the law. Outside the city, you survive by your ability. Those outside cannot cause trouble in the city, and those inside cannot go out and kill. This is also why Xiao Yi had to drag Zhou Xiaobao out of the checkpoint. So, Zhou Yi died in vain. Qingqing was furious. You can pay to hire someone from outside to kill him, or let your boss negotiate with the big boss outside for his life, but you can't kill him here yourself, at least not now. The man lit a cigarette, appearing indifferent, and reminded the aloof girl, don't cause trouble for your boss. He is currently negotiating business with Lord Gang outside. That lord's temper is something you can't provoke. This is a matter of face. Internal strife among outsiders leads to hundreds or thousands of deaths every day as if it were routine. But city people cannot kill outside without prior notice. The boy's position happened to belong to outside the city. I'm not going to kill him. The aloof girl's cold gaze swept over the boy, contemplating for a moment. But he has to come with me. The boss needs an explanation. The owner of the token, one seriously injured, one nearly killed by a brick. She can't report back without bringing the person back. It's against the rules. The man frowned. I'm not going to kill him. I'm just taking him into the city. If that person outside is not satisfied, I'll personally go outside to explain. But the boss's face cannot be lost. He must come with me. The woman added, if he doesn't enter the city, he won't survive the night. This sentence finally moved the man. Xiaoyi's injuries were untreatable outside the city. If he died out there, who knows what trouble that person outside the city would cause. Without waiting for the young man to resist, the aloof woman gestured with her hand. The wounds on Xiaoyi's body visibly froze, and his body was also encased in ice. They took him away. 2 security guards stepped forward and carried him like a sack as they walked into the city. As they passed by Zhou Xiaobao, who was already lifeless, his fingers strangely moved slightly. The convoy entered the city, and the aloof woman tightened her collar, looking at the gate guard with confusion and asking, why did you help him? I remember last time you fought with that person outside the city. The boundary of the city has expanded by a mile. The implication was that Xiaoyi's position just now actually belonged to the city. If he had been killed inside the city, then the outside couldn't interfere. The man did not explain. He simply raised his chin and pointed to the back of Xiaoyi's neck. There was a faint tattoo. What is that? You're still young. The guard shook his head, a flicker of unease passing through his eyes that even he didn't notice. If possible, it's best to never know about that thing. It's deadly. Chapter 6. The boy's background. Miss Chun, The injured party is no longer in danger. In the private hospital on the top floor of Hifu City, the doctor took off his mask, barely able to contain his excitement. He lowered his voice, leaning close to the aloof woman, and excitedly reported, "This patient, his physical strength is practically indistinguishable from that of an awakened one." "What does that mean?" The aloof woman furrowed her brows, her gaze passing through the one-way glass, landing on the boy on the hospital bed, who was wrapped in bandages. "His wounds are healing on their own." The doctor spoke rapidly. Miss Ching-Ching's attack could tear apart any ordinary person, but this kid was sent to the operating room. And before we even had the chance to operate, his vital signs miraculously stabilized. This is not the kind of recovery a human should have. "Awaken one?" The aloof woman retorted. "No. I confirmed multiple times with the instruments. He shows no signs of awakening energy within him." The doctor rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "If it weren't for the boss wanting him, I would have wanted to dissect him." "Interesting." Waving her hand to dismiss the doctor, the aloof woman pushed open the door to the ward. The smell of disinfectant was strong, but it couldn't mask the faint scent of blood and the unique wildness of the boy. After washing away the mud and blood, his features were distinct, and with his eyes closed, he had a quiet, attractive demeanor. The aloof woman, almost unconsciously, reached out her hand, wanted to lift the gauze on his chest to see that astonishing healing ability for herself. Just as her fingertips touched the edge of the gauze, the boy, who should have been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold scalpel appeared in his hand without her noticing, silently pressed against the aloof woman's fair neck. "Miss, you've developed quite well, but I'm not interested, thanks." The boy grinned, but his gaze was frighteningly clear. The aloof woman stiffened, her face instantly flushing. She then realized that when she leaned over, her ample chest had nearly pressed against him. The two were only inches apart, and she could clearly feel his hot breath. This was the first time someone dared to be so bold with her. But what she cared about more was, where did this scalpel come from? The only explanation is, on the operating table, he never actually lost consciousness. Good awareness. The aloof woman quickly straightened up, regaining her icy demeanor, her tone revealing no trace of emotion. "During the operation, you didn't use anesthetics?" "We did, but it didn't work." The boy shrugged nonchalantly, glancing warily at the door outside before lowering his voice. "My uncle has had me hanging on a fishing rod to catch transformers since I was little. Without a bit of vigilance, I'd be 6 feet under by now. However," the boy's eyes showed admiration, "when I saw your chest just now, I was still distracted." The bold woman realized, to her surprise, that she wasn't angry, because she could sense that there was no lewd thought in his eyes. A boy's nature, a little politeness is not disrespectful. The boy proudly pointed to the slightly bulging part under the blanket. "My uncle said, praising a woman's charm, the body's instinctive response is the most sincere." The woman found herself completely unable to see through this boy. He acted ruthlessly, with meticulous thoughts, yet in some aspects, he seemed like a fool. Who praises women like this? Who are you really? She didn't want to continue the topic, a cold light flashing in her beautiful eyes. The scalpel pressed against her neck began to frost visibly. Then, with 2 slender fingers, she gently flicked it. Crack! The surgical scalpel, made of high-quality steel, shattered like glass, turning into icy powder. "People outside the city can't raise monsters like you." The aloof woman retracted her hand, her tone firm. "Even the rich and powerful in the city couldn't raise a child with such a temperament. Just a bunch of wild kids raised by a group of thunderous people." The boy returned to the hospital bed, lying back as if nothing had happened. "You don't seem to have any malice towards me. You're the person the boss wants, whether you're a counterfeit or not. It has nothing to do with me." The woman pulled a chair over, sitting casually, crossing her legs. A pair of smooth, long legs and black stockings swayed gently in front of the boy. "Do I need to salute you again? I'm very long." The boy seriously stared at those long legs and pointed to a certain part of himself. "Thank you. No need to be polite." The latter, not in a good mood, covered her legs with her long skirt. "What is that tattoo on your back?" "I don't know, my uncle got it for me. He said if I get messed up beyond recognition, he can collect my body." The boy casually touched the tattoo on the back of his neck, a strange tattoo. A crimson demon dragon coiling around a white tiger. It was evident that the tattoo artist was not skilled. The The tiger had been made to look like a kitten. Who is your uncle? She noticed that the boy's every action seemed to follow the teachings of his elders, whether it was for revenge or treating others. From this, it could also be seen that he still had the nature of child. Nine uncle, dog uncle, bone uncle, wind uncle. I have many uncles. The boy was not worried about the other party discovering anything. Don't bother. I don't even know their full names. Since I can remember, I've been wandering with them in the wilderness. When hungry or cold, I would borrow food and clothes from those who venture into the wilderness. Borrow? The aloof woman raised an eyebrow. Robbing without killing is borrowing. Killing someone, burying them, then burning some paper money is buying. The boy seriously explained his twisted reasoning. My uncle said, one must have rules. You can't take other people's things for free. That's enough. The aloof woman rubbed her temples. She didn't want to hear any more. At that moment, she suddenly felt some sympathy for this boy, raised to be this way by a group of desperate people. So what is your purpose in coming to Hifu City? To study? If she had previously doubted whether the boy was the owner of the token, she could now be 100% certain he was the person the boss was looking for. Only she knew that the so-called token was actually the boss's son who lost the family heirloom while training in the wilderness. To retrieve the heirloom, the boss agreed to exchange a spot for entering the city to study. What puzzled her was, how could the boss compromise like this? I want to find my dad. My uncle 1T tell me his news. My dad has too many enemies, and they all seem quite powerful. So I made a bet with my uncle. When I have the ability to protect myself, he'll tell me where my dad is. Upon hearing this, the woman no longer regarded him with such caution. The boy was just another unfortunate soul. I've already applied to the boss. Whether you're the real Xiaoya or not, I'll send you to school first. The boss will return in a month, whether you live or die. Can only depend on yourself. If you want to become stronger, go to school, only by awakening. Do you have a future? The woman slowly stood up, walking towards the door. Once you're healed, go to school. Thank you. The boy nodded earnestly. What is your name? Shin Quebec. I'm Xiaoya. Once I find my dad, I'll know my surname. The boy stretched lazily. As long as I unify the underground world of Longhua and take out all those enemies, I'll be able to see my dad. The Ma family, the Tian family, the Chong family. Chapter 7 Enrollment. Miss Chun, we went to the Xiao family. Inside the luxury car downstairs at the hospital, the atmosphere was oppressive. The burly man's voice trembled as if he had just crawled out of the gates of hell. Chun Kei didn't even lift her eyelids. Her voice cold as she stated the results. The entire village has disappeared. What do you mean? Chun Kei finally frowned. It means literally it's gone. The man swallowed hard and handed over his phone. The photo on the screen sent chills down the spine. The original site of the village was left with a huge, smooth pit, the edges as smooth as a mirror, as if some invisible divine power had forcibly dug a chunk out of the earth. We sensed extremely strong residual energy fluctuations at the original site. Brother Zhang said, to achieve this level, at least a 5 sense awakened one, or even stronger. 5 senses. The classification of awakeners ranges from 1 sense to the strongest 9 senses. It represents the number of awakenings an awakener has undergone, aside from the first awakening. Each promotion grants a minor awakening to enhance their abilities. Some people will strengthen their abilities during this process. There are also exceptionally gifted awakeners who can mutate their abilities. In summary, the more awakenings, the stronger the power. 5 senses already represent a dominant level in Black Mansion City. Across the entire Black Mansion, you can count them on one hand. This kid has an impressive background. Chun Kei looked complexly at the exterior wall of the room where Xiao Yi was. Through the glass, she could vaguely see the boy also standing by the window, looking at her. A week later, Black Mansion Private First High School. As the largest private school in the city, only 2 types of people can study here: the wealthy offspring of powerful families and exceptionally gifted commoners. This is also the only school in the city that teaches martial arts to all students. You should know that the awakening rate is 1%. This means the school can only have a double-digit number of awakened students in a year. Even smaller schools may only have a handful of awakened students each year. Most schools do not teach martial arts before a student awakens. Without the support of abilities and energy, martial arts cannot be effective. Unless it's the offspring of the wealthy, who can learn family martial arts from a young age, because they can afford to waste it. It doesn't matter if they don't awaken in the end. This is where you will study in the future. Inside the luxurious car, Chun Kei expressionlessly pointed out the place where Xiao Yi would stay. The pure white school gate stood over 10 meters high, and the design of the internal teaching buildings was filled with a futuristic feel. Even the security guard standing at the entrance had faint energy fluctuations. He is an awakener. Wow, this is really impressive. After holding back for a long time, Xiao Yi finally found a word to describe it. The driver revealed a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Kid, have your eyes opened? If it weren't for Miss Chun, someone like you would never touch the threshold of this place in your lifetime. TCH, what's this? Xiao Yi disdainfully curled his lips. My uncle said that the most extravagant place in the world is called KTV. He has a lifetime black diamond membership. When he dies, the card will be mine. Cough. Cough. The whole car was choked into silence by his nonsense. Chun Kei rubbed her painful temples, secretly cursing. What kind of chaotic uncle could teach a child like this? Get lost. She waved her hand impatiently. Thanks, Sister Quebec. Xiao Yi, completely oblivious, took a large canvas bag taller than him from the trunk, slung it over one shoulder, and strode towards the school gate. The students passing by were all dressed elegantly, exuding an extraordinary aura, each followed by bodyguards or servants. Only Xiao Yi, wearing old clothes washed to a pale color and cheap cloth shoes, with an incongruous canvas bag slung over his shoulder, looked like a beggar who accidentally wandered into a heavenly palace, instantly becoming the center of attention. Miss Chun, are you really just letting him in like this? Is it really okay? The driver lit a cigarette, somewhat worried. What if he finds out that Zhou Xiaobao is not dead? Zhou Xiaobao, who almost had his head smashed in, was rescued by Qingqing with an expensive high-grade medicine. Mentioning this, a hint of helplessness flashed across Chun Kei's face. Her sister's sympathy was perhaps too excessive. I'm not worried about that. Chun Kei looked at Xiao Ye's back, her expression complicated. What I'm worried about is Qingqing. I hope she doesn't provoke this wild kid at school. A kid who can make the boss compromise and make an entire village disappear quietly. His background is likely deeper than the waters of the entire Black Mansion. At this moment, Xiao Yi was holding his enrollment documents, curiously surveying the campus. It was the first time he saw such a clean and tidy ground. The first time he saw a statue of a hero dozens of meters high, and the first time he walked on a snow-free road. This rich and imposing environment left this wild child who grew up in a wasteland dumbfounded. So beautiful, Xiao Yi sincerely exclaimed. Rude. A few girls passing by looked back in disgust and glared at him. Xiao Yi, however, seriously replied, I'm complimenting the school. You're also really beautiful. What the hell? The girls immediately turned red, cursing as they hurried away. Did I say something wrong? Xiao Yi touched his nose, feeling quite wronged. My uncle said, when complimenting someone, you have to be direct. With your looks, you could be ruined 100 times in one night outside the city. Unbeknownst to him, on the top floor of the teaching building, a group of elegantly dressed young masters and ladies were looking down at him with eyes like they were looking at a dead person. The leader, a boy with dyed blue hair, disdainfully took a photo of Xiao Yi with the latest model of phone. Is it him? King Ye? It's him, A murderer dares to come to our school. Qingqing, small and delicate, squeezed out of the crowd, glaring angrily at Xiao Yi, who was still looking for his way. He almost killed my godbrother, and he dares to mock me. I must take revenge for this grudge. Don't worry, the blue-haired boy sneered, proudly speaking to the young masters and ladies behind him. I'm already tired of messing with the teachers every day. Finally, a newcomer has come. Now we have something to play with. Let this outsider feel what our Prince Party's power is like. Don't kill him in one go. Let him experience what it means to be powerless. The blue-haired boy grinned, causing everyone to burst into laughter. We are the famous Prince Party, with young Master Zhong here. Even the authorities dare not catch us, one of the followers said with a sneer. Just thinking about how this kid will have nowhere to complain and will feel so wrong that he might commit suicide. I just want to laugh. Hee hee, Xiao Fong. This suggestion is good. Let us make a bet. Whoever can bully this country bumpkin to the point of suicide will be rewarded with an imported potential potion. Young Master Zhong is generous. Young Master Zhong is awesome. The potential potion is a good thing that can increase the awakening rate by 5%. The blue-haired boy patted Qingqing's shoulder affectionately and smiled. Those who bully you are my enemies. My enemies are the enemies of the entire Black Mansion. I will avenge you. I want everyone to know the consequences of bullying my sister Zhong. After saying that, the blue-haired boy raised his phone. I'll send this kid's photo to the group. Tell everyone who hangs out with me. Take good care of him. This school is my playground. But it will be as hell, haha. Chapter 8. The Strange Bullying. Hello. Classmate, could you tell me where class 17 of grade 1 is? Xiaoyi was dizzy from wandering around the school. This place was bigger than his village, and the roads were clean enough to use as a mirror. With no other choice, he approached a boy wearing black-rimmed glasses who looked honest and asked for directions. Oh, class 17 is just in that teaching building up ahead. The boy was very polite, raising his hand to point not far away on the 6th floor. Before he could finish his sentence, his companion's expression changed dramatically. The boy quickly covered his mouth and, in panic, dragged him away. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. The person waved his hands, running away as if trying to escape a plague. What is wrong with them? Xiaoyi scratched his head, feeling confused. Were city people really this unfriendly? Back in the no man's land, those city folks who came to train were much friendlier. They not only lent him food and drinks, but also taught him to read and write hand in hand. After walking a few meters, the two students finally dared to stop and talk in a state of shock. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhong Xiao just posted his photo in the campus group. Anyone who talks to him is going against the entire princeling faction. One of them quickly swiped open his phone, and the group chat was already flooded with 2 words. In the blink of an eye, the whole school knew there was a new kid who had provoked the little tyrant who called the shots. Xiaoyi was still in a daze. 2 or 3 boys with crew cuts and unbuttoned school uniforms swaggered over, hands in their pockets, looking nonchalant. Classmate, are you new? Looking for directions? Xiaoyi squinted and nodded calmly. Which class are you in? We'll take you there. Our teacher taught us that classmates should help each other. A few delinquent boys approached with playful grins, one on each side, putting their arms around Xiaoyi's shoulders, their tone leaving no room for refusal. Come on, we'll take you over. What? Not giving face. Hey, don't scare the new student. The leading boy chewed gum and walked ahead, smiling on the surface, but with no warmth in his eyes. Kid, I really want to help out classmates. If you don't give me this face, then I'll have to find a way to get my face back. As soon as he finished speaking, several of them cracked their knuckles, making a crisp sound. Xiaoyi remained silent, subtly reaching for the zipper of his canvas bag behind him. After spending so many years in the no man's land, he could smell the unmasked malice from 3 meters away. Sure enough, when the group led him to the corner of the 2nd floor stairs, the 2 boys holding him suddenly exerted force, clamping him in place like iron pincers. The leading boy's eyes flashed with a glint of triumph as he suddenly stepped aside. Get out of the way. Make way. A large group of muscular boys suddenly rushed down from above the stairs like madmen. They weren't hitting anyone. They were just using their strong bodies to charge directly at Xiaoyi. And Xiaoyi was firmly fixed in place, with a long staircase behind him. If he got knocked down, hitting his head could lead to fractures at best, or worse. He didn't dare to imagine. Move. I'm in a hurry to go to the bathroom. A dozen people crowded together, charging towards Xiaoyi with tremendous force. The leading boy had already pulled out his phone, pointing it at Xiaoyi with an unabashed smirk on his face. Clearly, this had been planned well in advance. Even if Xiaoyi got hurt, they could say it was an accident. Bang! With a dull thud, the combined force of several people sent Xiaoyi's slender body flying. Just as he was about to lose control and roll down the stairs, Xiaoyi surprisingly twisted in midair, his hands shooting out like lightning, grabbing hold of the 2 boys who had just pinned him down, taking them along with him. At the moment he was about to fall down the stairs, he suddenly flipped over, using the 2 boys as a cushion. Bang! The 3 of them tumbled down the stairs like rolling gourds. Damn it! What the hell? The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Xiaoyi got up from the ground. Only his clothes were a bit dirty. He dusted himself off casually and adjusted his canvas bag on his back. You dare to use me as a cushion. The boy who had been used as a cushion grimaced in pain, grabbing Xiaoyi's canvas bag. This matter isn't over. Before he could finish, his face turned pale in an instant, and the hand clutching the bag fell away as if he had been electrocuted. It was unclear whether it was from pain or fear. He could only watch Xiaoyi turn around and leave, not daring to make sound. What's going on? At least try to extort him. Another companion who wasn't hurt asked in confusion. I found a knife in his bag. The boy who was hurt was sweating profusely, his face twisted in agony. Quick, take me to the hospital. I think my ribs are broken. A bunch of useless trash. The leading boy was furious, kicking his companion. I had the camera pointed right at him. If he had broken a few bones, Zhong Xiao would definitely look at us differently. Boss, that kid, he really has a knife on him. Hey, Xiao Yi, who had already reached the third floor, suddenly turned around and shouted at the leading boy, I remember you. In the future, when you walk, it's best to keep an eye on your back. Upon reaching the sixth floor, the corridor was crowded with students watching the excitement. When they saw Xiao Yi approaching, the crowd automatically parted like he was a plague. Everyone wore expressions of mockery and derision, but their eyes revealed a hint of inexplicable fear. Someone is targeting me. Xiao Yi lowered his head, deep in thought. He could clearly sense the hostility radiating from these students, but it was his first day. When had he offended so many people? Just as he was pondering, the moment he pushed open the classroom door, he caught a glimpse of several people inside holding their phones aimed at the doorway. With no time to think, his instincts made him step back involuntarily. Crash! A whole basin of black ink poured down from the doorframe, crashing heavily to the ground. Although it didn't splash on him, the black water still splattered on his pants. Bullying. The word flashed through Xiao Yi's mind in an instant. This was blatant bullying. Oh no, I missed a good show. At the back of the classroom, a boy with white hair had his legs draped over a desk, clapping his hands in mock disappointment. What are you waiting for? Don't you all welcome the new classmate with applause? The classroom erupted into scattered, mocking applause. Xiao Yi shot a meaningful glance at the white-haired boy, knowing without a doubt that everything that had just happened was orchestrated by him. In the past, he would have charged in with a knife in hand. But now, he vaguely felt that there was someone else behind him. He needed to root out the biggest fish. Facing the cold stares of the entire class, Xiao Yi silently walked toward the only empty desk in the classroom. Just as he set down his canvas bag and prepared to sit down, clang, a foot suddenly kicked his chair away. The white-haired boy walked up with a grin, tapping the desk provocatively. In this class, you'll be squatting to listen. Why? All eyes in the class instantly focused on him, most filled with sympathy, while others were gloating. The white-haired boy was momentarily taken aback by this retort. Then, a large group of tall boys stood up behind him. Because, I don't want you to sit. Is that a good enough reason? Although the white-haired boy was slender, he exuded an imposing aura. Do you understand? Our class 17 has a rule. On the first day for newcomers, you must squat during class. The bumpkin from outside the city. This isn't your uncivilized barbarian land. If you can't follow the rules, I have plenty of ways to make you get lost. Just imagine rolling back outside the city, seeing the disappointment in your parents' eyes. That must be really sad, right? The white-haired one has already started to imagine the helpless look on Xiao Ye's face after being kicked out of the city. In his memory, all the honest kids he bullied were afraid of getting their parents into trouble, so they swallowed their anger. Country bumpkin, if you soften up now, I'll let you go after I've had my fun. If you want to provoke me, I have 1,000 ways to make you cry. The white-haired one approached Xiao Yi aggressively, poking his chest with his finger. Aren't you afraid of the teacher? Xiao Yi ignored his threat and curiously asked, Teacher? Ha ha ha. The white-haired one and his group behind him burst into laughter as if they had heard the biggest joke. I got expelled, but my dad can still arrange for me to attend a private school in the capital. The white-haired one laughed arrogantly, but you can't. Once you get expelled, you have to roll out of Heifu City and back to your poor mountain ditch. Think about your parents. Think about how the villagers will poke fun at your family. The height I was born into is the endpoint you will never reach no matter how hard you strive, understand? The more the white-haired one spoke, the more pleased he became. I know you're unconvinced. Remember this, my name is Tan Xiao, and my dad is an executive at Heifu Bank. Killing you 1T even cost me a month as pocket money. I haven't offended you. Xiao Yi asked expressionlessly, voicing his doubts. You haven't offended me, but you've offended my boss. Tan Xiao's smile turned cold. Now I'll ask you one more time, squat or not? In the past, as long as he mentioned his family name, even the toughest bones would have to soften. But I want to sit, is that okay? Xiao Yi didn't say much more, bent down, and slowly opened the zipper of his canvas bag. Steel pipes, long spikes, daggers, and even a sharpened mountain knife. A whole bag of deadly weapons was displayed in front of the whole class. This group of rich kids, who usually only bullied honest students, had never seen such a scene and were instantly intimidated by the murderous aura coming from the no man's land. Clang, clang. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the classroom. Xiao Yi, with a serious expression, rummaged through the bag for a long time before finally picking out the shortest dagger. He gently pressed the cold tip of the knife against the white-haired one's waist. My bones are tough. I can't squat. You have money. I have a worthless life. I just want to know when this knife goes down. Can your money save you from dying? Speak. Xiao Yi suddenly shouted loudly. Chapter 8, Old Jew's Warning with your kind of player who can't survive 10 minutes outside the city. You dare challenge me? Xiao Ye's dagger was terrifyingly steady in his hand, the tip gently pushed forward. Tan Xiao jumped in place, his face pale. No longer the arrogant demeanor he had just moments ago. Remember, I didn't rely on connections to come into the city. I fought my way in with my own blade and gun. If you kill me, your dad pays. If I stab you, I could just run back outside the city. Xiao Ye's gaze swept over every student in the classroom watching the spectacle, his voice not loud, but every word clear. In a sense, I'm an orphan. My life is worthless. If anyone wants to play with death, I'm always ready. The wealthy fear the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care about their lives. The entire classroom was so quiet you could hear heartbeat. He had intended to show off in front of Zhong Xiao, but was intimidated by the aura of someone who had crawled out of a pile of corpses, not daring to utter a word. You only have one chance to block me. Xiao Yi retracted the dagger and lightly tapped Tan Xiao's face with the blade. If I don't die, I will definitely kill you. Alone, he pressured more than a dozen people into silence. This is what it means to grow up in a no man's land. In his worldview, there is no school bullying, only life and death. Smack! Xiao Yi adjusted his chair and sat down calmly. Tan Xiao swallowed, his lips trembling as he wanted to say something tough to regain his dignity. But when he met Xiao Ye's calm and unruffled eyes, he swallowed the words back down. Fortunately, help arrived just in time as the classroom door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with thick glasses walked in and lightly coughed. His appearance was no different from that of any other middle school teacher. Middle-aged, greasy, stiff, and unsmiling. The teacher is here. You're lucky. Tan Xiao seemed to find a lifeline and immediately led his group of followers to scatter. You must be the new student? The teacher merely glanced at the gathered students, clearly used to such occurrences, and reminded them coldly, don't go too far. Don't worry, old Jew. We're just messing around with a new student. Tan Xiao showed no respect for the teacher and turned back to signal to a classmate beside Xiao Yi. That classmate trembled all over, caught between Tan Xiao's threat and Xiao Yi's murderous aura. In the end, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Teacher Zhu, the new student. He has a weapon on him, I'm scared. Yes. Teacher, I saw a knife in his bag, and a steel pipe and a dagger. I think there is also a gun. The whole class chimed in. Xiao Yi, who was already not good with words, instantly became the target of everyone's accusations. Old Jew adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses fixed on Xiao Yi with a hint of scrutiny. The outcome was predictable. The canvas bag was confiscated. Old Jew looked at the bag full of weapons, frowning. This is school, not a Hell's Cape outside the city. What if I get bullied? Xiao Yi retorted. You can tell me, and I will contact their parents. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi laughed, a somewhat mocking laugh. He had thought the city was a place of rules and laws. It now seemed that the city was the real hell, a hell for the lower class. The chaos outside was open and straightforward, done to survive. Those in power in the city used rules as cages and laws as knives, killing without bloodshed. Student, this is not outside the city. Old Jew looked at him meaningfully. If you want to live well, you have to play within the rules. He emphasized within the rules. Class begins. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell rang, the classroom instantly came to life. The boys rushed to the bathroom with their arms around each other, while the girls gathered in small groups, sharing gossip. Only Xiao Ye's seat remained like an island. No one paid attention to him. No one looked at him, and everyone deliberately walked around him. Before leaving, Tan Xiao even shot him a threatening glance. He was isolated. This silent exclusion, for a child of this age, could sometimes be more hurtful than a punch. But Xiao Yi just found it somewhat amusing. In a no man's land, being alone was the norm. He lay on the desk and fell asleep immediately. Didn't he know how long had passed? Knock, knock. Old Zhu tapped his desk. Come with me to the office. Thinking he was going to be reprimanded, he followed old Zhu through a maze of corridors and entered a storage room. On the left were brooms and mops. On the right, a small prep table. The air was filled with the smell of dust and cheap disinfectant. This is the teacher's office? The next scene stunned Xiaoyi. Old Zhu took off his jacket, revealing a white shirt underneath. Beneath the shirt were bulging muscle lines, strong and well-defined. He rolled up his sleeves, exposing hands and knuckles covered with a thick layer of calluses. These weren't from holding a pen. They were from fighting. An awakened one. Xiaoye's heart stirred. This honest-looking, even somewhat timid middle-aged man was actually an awakened one. From outside the city, old Zhu pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and opened the window, his voice a bit hoarse. Xiaoyi looked around the shabby office, not hiding his confusion. You work here? Is that strange? Old Zhu chuckled self-deprecatingly. This is the treatment for people from outside the city. The implication was clear. He was also from outside the city. Crash. The canvas bag was thrown to the ground by old Zhu. Take it home after school. Don't bring it back again. I know people from outside the city often carry something for security, but this is the city. Do you know what the biggest difference between the city and outside is? Seeing Xiaoyi silent, old Zhu took a puff of his cigarette and slowly exhaled. It's the way of doing things. In the city, they use laws as knives and rules as guns. One misstep, and you vanish without a trace. Just being tough won't help. Old Zhu's words were reminiscent of the lectures given by those uncles, making Xiaoyi feel a bit dazed for a moment. Why are you telling me this? Because. Old Zhu sighed bitterly, looking somewhat timid after being battered by society. We all come from outside the city. I know how hard it is for people from outside to survive in the city. Saying this, he undid the buttons on his shirt. On his strong chest were several deep, hideous scars. 2 terrifying scars on his wrists were shocking to behold. I was even more arrogant than you. I thought once I got into the city, I could rise above. But what happened? I offended the wrong people, my tendons were cut, and my abilities were wasted. In the end, I had to bow down, and that important figure only spared me a way to live, letting me be a teacher here, barely surviving. Old Zhu's tone was very calm, as if he were recounting someone else's story. He buttoned up again, putting on a layer of disguise, and stared seriously at Xiaoyi. I hope you don't walk the same wrong path I did. Over the years, I've seen too many geniuses from outside the city, and without exception, they all vanished. You've offended Tan Xiao. His family has some influence. Take my advice and apologize to him. It's not shameful. These kids bully others just for fun. If you give in, they'll get bored and let you go. Don't be tough. They can casually throw out 100,000. And there are plenty of people lining up to take your life. He thought his personal experience would be enough to deter this hot-headed youth. But he didn't know where Xiaoyi came from. After hearing all this, Xiaoyi fell silent for a moment, then deeply bowed to old Zhu. Thank you. Old Zhu thought he understood, nodding with relief. As long as you can understand. No. Xiaoyi straightened up, his gaze terrifyingly clear. I thank you for not harboring malice towards me. As for the rules, he scoffed and said my uncle told him that rules are meant to be broken. If I kneel today, I will never be able to stand up for the rest of my life. Sorry. After saying this, he walked out of the oppressive storage room without looking back. Only old Zhu was left, staring blankly at the scar on his wrist. The cigarette burned down to the end, scalding his hand without him even noticing. He had said these words to too many boys outside the city. Unfortunately, those people all vanished without a trace in the end. Perhaps this boy will be the same. Hopefully, he can break the rules. Chapter 9. Zhong Xiao. The rooftop, like some unspoken rule, inherently belongs to delinquent students at every school. Outside a storage room filled with discarded desks and chairs. Numerous students dressed in various styles squatted on the ground, imitating adults as they puffed out clouds of smoke, the air thick with the smell of cheap tobacco. Tan Xiao, relying on his wealthy background, pulled out several packs of imported cigarettes and distributed them from the stairway to the center of the rooftop, enjoying the chorus of thanks directed at him. Until he reached the far corner of the rooftop, a lazy male voice called out, Xiao Tan. Huh, Zhong. Brother Zhong. The confident Tan Xiao instantly transformed into a timid Xiao Tan, jogging forward with a bow. In the corner, a luxurious leather sofa that looked expensive stood in stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidation. A dozen boys and girls in custom school uniforms expressionlessly made way, revealing the youth sitting on the sofa. He was none other than the school's acknowledged little tyrant, Zhong Xiao. Though the rooftop was large, no students dared to approach this group, as they were all awakened. "Brother Zhong, what brings you here?" Tan Xiao bent over, obsequiously offering a box of freshly opened cigarettes. He, standing next to Zhong Xiao, a sturdy youth like an iron tower, swatted the cigarette box from Tan Xiao's hands, saying, "Brother Zhong, doesn't he smoke this trash?" Zhong Xiao lowered his head, playing with his phone, not even lifting his eyelids, his voice very soft. "I heard you troubled that kid this morning?" Yes. Tan Xiao quickly forced a smile. "That kid was blind to offend you. I definitely won't let him off easily. Don't worry, within 3 days, I'll make him jump off this rooftop himself." Smack! Before he could finish speaking, a flash of white light appeared. Tan Xiao was sent flying by a powerful force, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. He didn't even see who had struck him. Zhong Xiao. I just wanted to help you." Ignoring the burning pain on his cheek, he scrambled to kneel and beg for mercy. And as he spoke, 2 bloody teeth flew out of his mouth. His left cheek swelled visibly. This time, Zhong Xiao slowly put down his phone, his emotionless eyes looking at Tan Xiao as he waved him over. Tan Xiao dared not delay and crawled to him. "I'm glad you want to help me." Zhong Xiao's voice was gentle, even carrying a hint of a smile as a reward. "I can mention your dad's promotion to vice president at the end of the year in front of my old man." The smile on the blue-haired youth's face was faint, clearly promising a huge benefit, yet it made Tan Xiao feel like he had fallen into an icy pit. The upper hand's emotions were inscrutable, and he had mastered the art of manipulation. But in the next moment, his tone turned cold. "You were scared off by that wild kid's broken knife, weren't you? Isn't that a bit of slap in my face? Usually, you act tough under my name, but when it comes to serious matters, you shrink back?" The onlooking youths immediately moved forward, grabbing Tan Xiao by the hair and scolding him. "You're making things difficult for me." The blue-haired youth leaned back against the sofa, looking down at Tan Xiao. "Are you afraid of knives?" "No, not afraid. I was just giving old Zhu face." Tan Xiao shook his head repeatedly, explaining nervously, "Old Zhu. Old Zhu is..." At this age, face was everything. How could he admit to being scared in front of so many people? Clank! A dagger was tossed onto the ground in front of him. It was the very knife that Xiao Yi used to threaten him. The fact that Zhong Xiao could retrieve the confiscated weapon from the teacher showed the Zhong family's influence in this school. "I don't want to hear your explanation. Prove it to me." A flicker of mockery crossed the blue-haired youth's eyes. "I'll give you 2 choices. Either leave now and don't claim to be with me in the future, or prove you're not useless. Don't worry, heir is a healer. She won't let you die." A group of awakened students watched him with amused expressions, their eyes full of playful interest. Tan Xiao dared not hesitate. He knew very well the consequences of offending this group. The prince party beside Zhong Xiao had nearly half of the resources of the black market in their hands. To integrate into them, he either had to act as a dog or match their strength. Once kicked out of their circle, he might not only lose his father's promotion, but also his current position. Thinking of this, Tan Xiao hesitated no longer, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and picked up the dagger. "Zhong Xiao, I'm not afraid. I will always be your brother." Thud! He raised the dagger and stabbed it fiercely into his thigh. Smack! With a light sound, Tan Xiao, who had been prepared to feel excruciating pain, suddenly opened his eyes. A hand, a long, pale hand, held the dagger steadily with just 2 fingers. Zhong Xiao wore a satisfied smile. "Not bad. I was just teasing you. You're my brother. How could I let you harm yourself?" He retracted his hand, patted Tan Xiao's cheek, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "Deal with that kid well. In 3 days, I want to see him jump off here." "Yes." Tan Xiao, having escaped disaster, nodded vigorously. "Let's go." A large group surrounded the blue-haired youth as they walked towards the staircase, and the delinquent students on the rooftop all bowed. "Zhong Xiao, take care." Just as they reached the stairway, the crowd suddenly stopped. A figure was blocking the narrow hallway. Up and down, the gazes of both sides met in the air. From his elevated position, Zhong Xiao slowly broke into a strange smile upon recognizing the newcomer. In the shadows, a boy with braided hair walked up leisurely, holding a rough-looking dry cigarette. Hee. A group of awakened students all revealed playful smiles. What narrow path for enemies. Especially Ching, who, upon seeing Xiao Yi, instantly turned cold and angrily shouted, "Murderer!" "Oh, I thought who it was. Turns out it's the White Lotus Saint." Xiao Yi grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. "You." Ching was so furious she was about to take action, her sharp nails instantly popping out. However, someone was quicker than her. The blue-haired youth reached out to stop her, wearing a teasing smile as he gently said to Ching, "Don't make it difficult for your sister. Her boss isn't easy to talk to." Mentioning the boss, Zhong Xiao's expression grew a bit serious. If he openly killed Xiao Yi, it wouldn't be easy to explain things to the boss. So, suicide was the route he prepared for the other party. Ching, puffed up with anger, retracted her powers. "Excuse me, let me through." Zhong Xiao smiled politely, but his gaze fell on the dry cigarette in Xiao Yi's hand. "Is it good?" "Not bad." Xiao Yi didn't sense any direct killing intent from the other, just felt uncomfortable. His principle was if others didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend others. "Interesting." Zhong Xiao smiled meaningfully, taking out a delicate cigarette from his pocket and offering it to him. "Try mine." This was the first person to actively show goodwill towards him since the school year started. However, Xiao Yi inexplicably felt a chill. "This cigarette is my sister's way of apologizing for her ignorance." "Excuse me." Zhong Xiao stuffed the cigarette into Xiao Yi's hand and, along with his group, politely sidestepped past him. Once the crowd left, Xiao Yi inexplicably shivered. Viper. That was his first reaction. The young master, just now, was like a colorful viper, seemingly harmless. But one bite could take your life. "You wait for me." A figure full of menace rushed in front of Xiao Yi. It was the returning Tan Xiao. He pointed at Xiao Yi's nose, no longer showing the fear from before, but instead filled with madness. "In 3 days, I'll make you jump off this. Want to play with me?" Xiao Yi looked at this greenhouse flower whose temperament had changed with just a few words, unable to feel even a hint of tension. It was as if it dared him to kill him right now. "Blink once, and I am your pet." Tan Xiao seemed to have turned into a different person, aggressively pushing Xiao Yi aside before turning to chase after Zhong Xiao and the others. "Interesting." Xiao Yi did not retort, his mind filled with thoughts of that blue-haired boy. Unconsciously, he walked up to the rooftop, where the originally crowded delinquents seemed to have seen a ghost, quickly dropping their cigarette butts and leaving silently. Isolation was still continuing, and in the corner, in front of a brand-new sofa, his dagger lay quietly there. Chapter 10, The Puppet Master Zhong Xiao's Revenge, came faster than expected. In the next 2 classes, he fixated on Xiao Yi's back, his gaze as if he wanted to swallow him whole. After enduring until lunch break, the revenge officially began. In the cafeteria, it was bustling with people. As the top private school in Heifu, the food standards here were shockingly high. A single meal for students could equal several days' expenses for an average family outside. The array of dishes, wafting enticing aromas, included many that Xiao Yi had never even seen before. Holding his lunchbox, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. In a place like this, being able to eat something warm was a luxury. As he walked into the cafeteria, the previously noisy hall fell eerily silent for a moment. And then the crowd parted like the Red Sea, avoiding him as if he were a plague. Xiao Yi had long become accustomed to this. Expressionless as he walked to the front of the line at the serving window. "Master, I'll have one of those and 5 bowls of rice. Thank you." Chun Kei had topped up his meal card, which made him feel a bit warmer towards the aloof girl. Suddenly, a piercing voice came from the side. "Don't sell to him." It was Tan Xiao. He had changed into a brand new outfit and strode over with a group of tall, burly followers, a provocative look on his face. Not a single grain of rice is allowed to be sold to him. He pulled out his meal card from his pocket, arrogantly tapped it on the card reader, and entered a long string of numbers. "Today, I'm treating everyone to lunch for free. Eat whatever you want." He paused, his mocking gaze sweeping over Xiao Yi. "Except you." All eyes in the cafeteria instantly focused on Xiao Yi. There were sneers, mockery, and schadenfreude. Tan Xiao reveled in this feeling, even casting a smug glance at a certain spot on the second floor. There, a blue-haired boy was holding a drink, keenly watching the drama unfold below. In front of his boss, Tan Xiao had to perform well. He picked up a bowl of freshly served braised pork and walked to Xiao Yi, smiling in a despicable manner. Want some? Ha's classmates. How could I let you go hungry? Come, I'll treat you. With a splash, the entire bowl of steaming braised pork was dumped onto the spotless floor in front of everyone. I heard that people from outside the city would fight like dogs for food when they're starving. Come on, put on a show for everyone. He gestured to the food on the ground. Consider this your dog food. Get down and eat. Ha ha, Tan Xiao is awesome. Wow, that's a brutal move. I love it. Laughter erupted from the small group of princelings on the second floor. Everyone was laughing, except for Xiao Yi, who stood alone, his face devoid of shame or anger, even lacking any excess expression. He stared coldly at Tan Xiao, his eyes eerily calm. What's the matter? Not eating? Tan Xiao leaned in closer, lowering his voice in mockery. If you don't eat, you'll have to starve today. You city outsiders only deserve to eat what we don't want. Oh, look at his expression. Could he be getting angry? One of the lackeys shouted exaggeratedly. He doesn't want to stab us, does he? I'm so scared. Another lackey chimed in sarcastically. Relying on Zhong Xiao's backing, Tan Xiao became even more fearless, puffing out his chest and pointing to his heart. Still the same line. If you have the guts, stab here. As long as you dare to make a move, I guarantee you won't walk out of Hifu's city gates. Louder and sharper laughter erupted from the crowd. Xiao Yi silently glanced at the food on the ground, then looked back at Tan Xiao. Then, he picked up his empty lunchbox, turned without a word, and walked out of the cafeteria. In no more than 2 days, this kid will be crying and begging to drop out, a bodyguard-like boy sneered beside Zhong Xiao. Drop out? Zhong Xiao played with his lighter, his gaze contemptuous. I want to allow it. Who dares to handle his dropout procedures? If I want him to die, he must jump off the rooftop. He confidently pressed the cigarette, but slowly into his plate. Half an hour later. Tan Xiao, that was so cool just now. Of course. Didn't you see the look in Zhong Xiao's eyes on the second floor? Full of admiration. Our boss is about to take off. Once he S in the princeling faction. He'll have to take care of me. After lunch, a triumphant Tan Xiao, surrounded by flattery, headed towards the most remote restroom behind the classroom building with 2 lackeys. At the door, Tan Xiao made a gesture like a big boss. The 2 lackeys understood and stood guard outside. Hee, once this is done, I'll be part of the princeling faction. By then, even my dad will have to recognize me as the dad. Lost in his dreams, Tan Xiao lit a cigarette and comfortably unzipped to relieve himself, not even noticing someone slip past him from behind. Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, keep an eye on the door for me. If the teacher comes, make a noise. Outside, there was no response. He instinctively turned his head to take a look. The moment he did, his blood ran cold. Unbeknownst to him, another person had appeared beside him. That country bumpkin with braided hair was silently standing in front of the urinal next to him. Shit, Tan Xiao was startled, and a moment later, his pants were drenched. In the empty restroom, it was just the 2 of them, and the scene was undeniably terrifying. He could pretend not to be afraid of death, but that didn't mean he truly wasn't afraid of dying. Noticing that the other party was ignoring him, he backed against the wall, inching toward the door. That short distance of just a few meters felt incredibly long at that moment. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. He could already see the scene outside the restroom. The 2 lackeys who were supposed to be keeping watch were now lying limp on the ground, blood streaming from their foreheads, their lives unknown. Next to them, a bloodstained brick with hair was strikingly visible. Save! Before he could finish the word, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his shoulder. A pair of wooden chopsticks, the kind most commonly seen in the cafeteria, had plunged deep into his scapula. The wild kid appeared behind him like a ghost, gripping the chopsticks embedded in his shoulder and yanking them back with force. Shit! Under the intense pain, Tan Xiao was involuntarily dragged into the nearest stall. You! He was about to plead for mercy when a large hand pressed down on the back of his head, forcefully shoving his face into the filthy toilet. Bro. Glug glug. I'm sorry. Glug. Who the hell uses the toilet and doesn't flush? Boo-hoo. After a full 3 minutes, Tan Xiao, covered in filth and reeking, was finally thrown onto the ground like a dead dog, his face ashen and gasping for breath. Xiao Yi leaned against the stall door, leisurely lighting a cigarette and taking a deep puff. Speak. Tell me what to say. Tan Xiao trembled all over, instinctively shrinking back. He was genuinely scared. He could act tough, but the kid in front of him was truly ruthless. How could someone maintain a calm expression while stabbing a person's shoulder with chopsticks? Was this a normal student? Who told you to mess with me? Xiao Yi exhaled a puff of thick smoke, his gaze icy. Didn't he believe that Tan Xiao would target him for no reason? And no one instigated me, I just found you displeasing and wanted to mess with you. Not saying? Xiao Yi smiled, pulling a pair of chopsticks from behind his waist and waving them in front of Tan Xiao. No worries, my uncle said that some people are naturally loyal and tough. I appreciate people with backbone, but I don't know if you're really tough or just pretending. How about this? I'll stab each of these chopsticks into you one by one. If you can hold out until the last one and still talk back, I won't say a word and just walk away. How about it? Xiao Yi was laughing, and that smile looked scarier than a devil to the other person. I give up. Brother, I really give up. I won't dare again in the future. Tan Xiao covered his bleeding shoulder with a mournful face, begging, please, hurry and take me to the hospital. I feel like there's something in my throat. What's going on? Xiao Yi squatted down and tapped his face with a clean chopstick. You city people, don't you all like to beat the young ones and then come for the old ones? I'm afraid you'll take revenge. So, if you're going to make a move, you can't leave yourself any future troubles. Puffed. Another wooden chopstick mercilessly stabbed into the other person's thigh. If I let you go today, will your family let me go? Xiao Ye's tone was eerily calm, as if he had done this countless times. I'm scared to death. I don't want to joke with my life. Kill me. You won't escape either. Tan Xiao curled up into a ball, warm liquid flowing from his pants. Don't worry, my uncle taught me how to dispose of body. I guarantee that the cops in the whole city won't find your body. Xiao Yi similed confidently. My uncle also said, if no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I'll cut off your descendants. In the next life, stay away from me. He stopped talking nonsense, grabbed Tan Xiao's hair, exposing his fragile throat. The chopsticks in his hand aimed unhesitatingly at his windpipe. It's Zhong Xiao. Chapter 11. The Princeling Party. Zhong Xiao? Who is that? Is he really that impressive? Xiao Yi paused his actions, trying hard to recall what had happened today. He had never offended anyone with the surname Zhong. Besides Qingqing and Zhou Xiaobao, he could say he had no enemies. I have always been cautious and careful, treating others kindly. How could I have offended Zhong Xiao? Xiao Yi silently took a puff of his cigarette and asked in confusion. The latter's silence was deafening. Threatening people with a knife upon meeting and poking them with chopsticks. This is called being kind? This is called being cautious? I don't know how you offended Zhong Xiao. But anyway, he has made it clear in the campus group that anyone who walks with you is against the Princeling Party, and your life won't be safe. He can't care less about Zhong Xiao's power now. Once you're dead, where will the glory and wealth come from? The Princeling Party? Zhong Xiao. Xiao Yi tilted his head and gestured for him to continue. Zhong Xiao is one of the 3 young masters of Heifu City and the absolute boss of the school. His family controls the judiciary of Heifu, and all the powerful big shots in the city are guests at his father's table. Offending him could lead to severe consequences, even for something as trivial as spitting in the city. When mentioning Zhong Xiao, Tan Xiao's eyes were filled with dread and fear. Don't be fooled by his father's wealth. In the eyes of true power holders, he is at most just a money bag. The Princeling Party is even more formidable. Their families at least start as counselors. You don't think these rich kids are really here to study, do you? This school is essentially a paradise for them to build connections and form their own cliques. Tan Xiao weakly advised. Most of the well-known awakeners in the school have been taken in by the Princeling Party. I advise you to leave the city while Zhong Xiao hasn't acted yet. He has said he wants you to commit suicide. This is the terror of the powerful. While other students are still striving to stand out, their children have already begun to form their own core circles. Meanwhile, ordinary kids will merely end up as lackeys for them for the rest of their lives. And even so, they still have to fight to get in line. Xiao Yi silently smoked, a complex emotion rising in his half-closed eyes. A kid used to direct confrontations felt a bit lost when faced with such a massive interest group. Why is he targeting me? I don't know. Tan Xiao's face turned pale, shaking his head in fear. They never need a reason to act. Let me give you an example. During the annual awakening ceremony, Zhong Xiao prepares hundreds of thousands in happy money. If newly awakened students refuse to accept his money and become part of the Zhong family's entourage, they simply disappear the next day. Most of the pretty girls in the school have been played by the Princeling Party. Last month, a girl couldn't take it anymore and exposed the school online. The next day, her entire family was sent to the hospital as neurotics. It is said that that girl was killed by other patients in the hospital. They kill without using knives. From beginning to end, there was no trace of Zhong Xiao. Yet, he seemed to be everywhere. This group has transcended the rules. Xiao Yi exhaled a long puff of smoke, revealing nothing about his thoughts. Brother, I've said everything I needed to say. Just back down, Tan Xiao pleaded cautiously. I want to tell anyone about today's events. You can still leave now. The latter remained silent. After finishing his cigarette in silence, he raised his head again, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was already overwhelming. My uncle said that the strong draw their swords against the stronger, no matter why he is targeting me. If he wants me dead, then he must first take his life. Phone. 5 minutes. Xiao Yi satisfactorily took the other's phone. The latter's face turned ashen, trembling all over. Please, Brother Yi, don't let the video we just recorded get out. Otherwise, my whole family will die inexplicably in the city. Xiao Yi admired the video he had just forced the other to record and said, from now on, you'd better pray and worship that I don't die. Otherwise, this video will definitely end up in the hands of the Princeling Party. You should be glad you are still useful. Otherwise, you'd find it hard to survive today. With Xiao Yi's temperament, once he acted, he would never let the other party live. However, after learning about the power of the Princeling Party, he suddenly had a new idea. Tan Xiao might still be useful. Can I go to the hospital? My throat feels sticky, like it's covered in filth, the latter begged, covering his mouth. You know what to say, right? Yes. I'm even more afraid of Zhong Xiao knowing about our conversation. The latter nodded repeatedly, not daring to have any more thoughts of causing trouble. I could take you out of the city. You might as well run. He was genuinely afraid that Xiao Yi would be killed, and if he exposed the video of him insulting Zhong Xiao before dying, he would really have no way to defend himself. The Princeling Party wouldn't listen to his explanations. Run? Heh, if I can't even handle someone my age, how can I fight against that group for my father? I'll start with that Zhong guy. In Chun Kei's office, a cold, high-status woman in formal attire was meticulously handling documents. A video was playing on the tablet in front of her. A man who looked like a bodyguard was sitting in a 7-seater car, reporting in a deep voice. Miss Chen, you guessed it right. Miss Qingqing has taken action against that wild boy through the Princeling Party. Another issue with the Princeling Party. Upon hearing this, she put down her pen and rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. She had told her many times not to get too close to this group. Zhong Xianming was too ostentatious. It was only a matter of time before something went wrong. The bodyguard filtered his evaluation of Zhong Xiao, asking robotically, have you considered transferring the wild boy? No need for transfer. Zhong Xianming seems open-minded and conducts himself like his father, but he is very petty. A far cry from his old man, she replied. Tonight, I'll have a word with Qingqing. The boss specifically instructed that the owner of the token must not come to harm. While it seemed she was fulfilling the boss's task, she was actually more concerned about her sister. During Xiao Yi's week in hospital, she had used all her connections, but still couldn't uncover his background or past. And that tattoo on his back. After some covert investigation, she finally found a clue. This clue made Chun Kei feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. That tattoo was likely related to someone she absolutely could not provoke. A light cough interrupted her thoughts. The bodyguard awkwardly said, latest news, the wild boy has got to find Zhong Xianming. What? The cold beauty stood up abruptly, her face full of confusion. How dare he? He is going alone to provoke the Princeling Party? This kid is too reckless, truly fearless because of ignorance. The bodyguard sighed in disbelief. Not knowing, one might think he has a backer. The previously anxious emotions instantly calmed down. Yes, Chen K's mind began to race. If Xiao Yi wasn't reckless, then the person behind him might really be as she had guessed. Hefu City is about to change. Chapter 12. Martial arts. Xiao Tan did well today, boss. Are you really going to speak up for his father? In the special class of the senior year at the first private high school, specifically set for awakeners. Everyone in this class is an awakener, and they are all under the control of Zhong Xianming. A sturdy boy, resembling a young calf, stood respectfully beside Zhong Xiao, asking with dissatisfaction. Feeling uncomfortable? Looking at the boy studying university courses, he raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling up. Worried that he might threaten your position? I'm not worried at all. He's just a trash who can only boast and flatter. The boy scoffed disdainfully. Xiao Quan, do you know why so many people are willing to follow me? Zhong Xiao put down his textbook and said seriously, Is it because my family has power? No, that's not it. He answered himself. It's because I can give them what they want like you. Everyone has their own desires. If I can't satisfy their desires, no matter how strong the Zhong family is, they won't support me. His words made the surrounding students look over. Indeed, if it weren't for Zhong Xiao's generosity, they wouldn't be willing to follow him. I just think it's unnecessary to waste words on Xiao Tan. He has no value. Not an awakener, destined to be an ordinary person in this life. You don't need to understand the principle of paying a high price for something worthless. Zhong Xiao, with an air of superiority, meaningfully patted the other person's shoulder. While the two were talking, the classroom door was kicked open. Bang! The loud noise instantly attracted everyone's attention. Sitting next to Zhong Xiao, Qingqing recognized the visitor. Her eyes widened as she suddenly stood up. You, looking for death? If I'm looking for death, it wouldn't be your turn to kill me. Sit down. I'm not looking for you today. The visitor stared straight at Zhong Xiao without looking away, his gaze piercing. Without needing the other to speak, dozens of awakeners in the class suddenly stood up. As long as Zhong Xiao gave the order, they would be more than willing to tear the person in front of them apart. Awakeners can kill ordinary people without even needing to pay with their lives. This is the rule of the chaotic world. Those with strong fists can do as they please. Let him come over. Zhong Xiao was initially taken aback, then waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to let him through. Talp, talp, talp. Xiao Yi walked over while rummaging through his pockets. He reached the other party and just happened to pull out the crumpled cigarette from his pocket. It was the one Zhong Xianming had given him on the rooftop. I don't like owing favors. This cigarette is for you. The cigarette accurately landed in the other person's palm. Xiao Yi tossed his braided hair behind him, leaning forward with both hands on the desk. The two locked eyes, and the killing intent gradually spread. One was a talented youth from a prominent family. The other was a nameless rookie who had come from the wilderness. After a few seconds of staring, Xiao Yi slowly spoke. You are Zhong Xiao? Yes, I heard. You want to challenge me? He tilted his head, his eyes glinting like a hungry wolf. Yes, how did you know? The latter asked politely with a gentle smile. Xiao Yi didn't waste time, took out Tan Xiao's phone, and displayed the chat records from the campus group. Seeing that his plan had been exposed, Zhong Xiao wasn't angry. He shrugged casually and laughed. So, you came to admit defeat? You should have crawled in. Your bones are too hard. Xiao Yi glanced at the surrounding awakeners with a sideways look and spoke arrogantly. I've never knelt in my life. That one do. The blue-haired boy chuckled mockingly. I just want to see you kneel. How about we try? To see who kneels first. Xiao Yi's beast-like gaze stunned the other party. Where did he get his confidence? An ordinary person coming to provoke a group of awakeners? Even the outsiders wouldn't act so recklessly. I came here for one thing today. Xiao Yi ignored his puzzled expression and pointed to the cigarette in his palm. I've returned your item. We're even. I don't like being targeted. Since you want to play, then I'll play with you. If you don't kneel, this matter isn't over. Xiao Yi's calm demeanor puzzled even the awakeners from the talented class. Where did he get his confidence? I see you don't want to leave. Xiao Quan, Zhong Xiao's loyal little brother, with bulging muscles, wore a gloomy expression. Who gave you the courage to provoke us? You're the first outsider I've seen so bold. Hee. Our Zhong Xiao specializes in dealing with all kinds of defiance. Which year the first high school hasn't a few outsiders died. The last fool who defied Zhong Xiao is still buried in the back mountain. A room full of awakeners slowly approached Xiao Yi, each cracking their knuckles, eager to rip him apart. Meanwhile, Zhong Xianming appeared indifferent, shrugging, if you want to fight me, you have to live to leave here. The last person who came to challenge me was thrown out of here, his head smashed to pieces. Zhong Xiao, mimicking his father's demeanor, calmly walked to the back of the classroom, teach him how to behave. A fierce battle was inevitable. Surprisingly, Xiao Yi was the first to make a move. With a flick of his sleeve, a short axe appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Xiao Quan's forehead. The attack was fast, precise, and ruthless. Xiao Quan smirka, dislingpudi, not dodging or avoiding, and his head collided directly with Xiao Yi's weapon. Ability, element, steel skin. Bang! Zhong Xiao and Qingqing sat in the last row. wearing disdainful smiles. To contend with an awakener using the strength of an ordinary person? I'm afraid that this headbutt could send the other's short axe flying. Suddenly, Xiao Quan's body emitted a metallic sheen, resembling an Iron Man, and his figure was rapidly expanding. Damn! In the next second, Zhong Xiao's calm face changed drastically. Xiao Quan stepped back a few paces, clutching his abdomen in shock. He indeed broke the other's axe handle with one strike, but what happened next left everyone astonished. Xiao Yi took a step back, steadied his stance, and threw a punch. The fist glowed a faint red. An extremely violent force surged wildly within him. Martial arts, first strike, breaking army. Bang! Everyone was momentarily stunned. Xiao Quan was knocked back several steps by a single punch. The metallic skin on his abdomen began to crack. Awakener? Qingqing immediately denied her own thought. He was an ordinary person. How could he use martial arts? Martial arts were like the skills in martial arts movies. An ordinary person could at most strengthen their body. Only with internal energy could one unleash the full power. In this world, the force that drives abilities in martial arts is called qi. But there was no flow of qi in Xiao Yi at all. This kid really is something else. Qingqing recalled how he had once endured her attack and nearly beat Zhou Xiaobao to death. This physical strength was not inferior to that of an awakener. Generally speaking, the strength and defense of a first awakener exceed those of an ordinary person by more than 10 times. This means that for Xiao Yi to break through Xiao Quan's defense, the power of that punch must be at least 10 times that of an ordinary person. Achieving such strength through cultivation alone is nearly impossible. Zhong Xiao keenly noticed the martial arts technique he used. Advanced martial arts? Where did a country bumpkin from the wilderness get advanced martial arts? Second strike, chain-breaking army. Bang, bang. 2 more loud bangs echoed. The terrifying sounds were actually produced by Xiao Ye's fists rapidly striking. Both punches landed on the same spot of the opponent. Xiao Quan tried to gather his energy to activate his ability, but the intense pain in his abdomen made it difficult for him to concentrate. If it were a one-on-one duel, he was confident he would not lose. However, he had underestimated his opponent. No one expected that he would actually possess advanced martial arts. Chapter 13. The coward's game. The advanced martial artist Xiao Quan clutched his abdomen, his face full of disbelief. Modern martial arts can generally be divided into low-tier, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and supreme levels. Above modern martial arts lies ancient martial arts, which have been passed down since before the Great Catastrophe. Each book is a tremendous opportunity for an awakened to become powerful. Martial arts, supernatural abilities, and ancient artifacts are all indispensable. A single ancient martial arts book is enough to defy fate and change one's destiny. Advanced martial arts are already the pinnacle that medium-sized families and corporations can access. Even the martial arts practiced by someone like young Master Zhong are merely half a volume of advanced martial arts. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned fervent. A common person mastering advanced martial arts is, in the eyes of the awakened, a blatant fat sheep. As expected, young Master Zhong hurriedly stood up and shouted, "Stop! Boss! Give me 5 more minutes. I can take him." Xiao Guan shouta the fianli. Shut up. The latter's breath quickened, and his eyes reddened as he stared at Xiao Yi. "I've changed my mind. Hand over your martial arts, and I'll let you join my side. How about it?" "Not interested." The latter's body bent like a beast, his fists growing increasingly crimson. Rumor has it that some ancient martial arts do not require qi and can be activated at the cost of blood. Qingqing reminded quietly from the side. Modern martial arts are mostly mimicries of beast techniques, derived from the attacks of wild animals and transformed beasts. Ancient martial arts have been inherited for thousands of years, with mysteries beyond description. Could it be he is using ancient martial arts? Young Master Zhong no longer maintained his earlier calm demeanor. Ancient martial arts. Just this term was enough to drive people crazy. The emergence of a new ancient martial arts book would inevitably stir up a storm of bloodshed. The ancient martial arts that have appeared in Dragon Country are all, without exception, exclusive to the noble families. The most famous are the skills of the 4 great families. These 4 families are considered the foremost among the world's noble families. Strong as the Zhong family is, they don't even have the qualification to knock on their doors. The reason they have stood firm for 100 years is due to their mastery of these ancient martial arts. Are you using ancient martial arts? Xiao Quan asked in disbelief. What ancient martial arts? This is a health-preserving fist my uncle asked me to practice. Xiao Yi scoffed. He still hadn't finished his sentence. His uncle said this thing is useless and can't kill anyone. Hand over the ancient martial arts, and I'll let you go, otherwise. Young Master Zhong dropped the pretense. He was determined to obtain this ancient martial arts book. With it, his family patriarch could rise to the top of the Black Mansion. A hint of ferocity appeared on his handsome face. Idare tu come. So I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Yi's killing intent continued to rise. 1,000 miles of no man's land can't trap me. Can you bunch of trash stop me? Break his legs. Young Master Zhong's face turned cold as he disregarded the boss's face. I have plenty of ways to make you spit out the martial arts. Dozens of awakened instantly assumed attacking stances. The elemental awakened began to gather energy, with colorful elements aimed at Xiao Yi. The enhancement type awakened surrounded him completely. Let alone Xiao Yi being an ordinary person. Even an awakened wouldn't be able to deal with so many enemies at once. With no way to retreat in sight. The latter's lips curled into a wicked smile as he lifted his clothes again. At his waist was still wrapped in yellow craft paper, dynamite. Damn it, are you playing with your life? How many lives do you have to play with me? Zizi, the fuse was lit. Ching Ching's face turned dark. Here we go again. The group of awakened exchanged glances, unconsciously looking at young Master Zhong. They were all first-tier awakened. This level was not afraid of small firearms like handguns, but explosives. In such a confined space, unless it was an awakened specialized in defense, others would either die or be seriously injured, with no one daring to step forward. Xiao Yi casually lit a cigarette with the fuse. Metal skin? If I embrace you in death, you'd better hope your insides are also metal. Xiao Yi flashed a grin at Xiao Quan. The latter's expression changed. He actually didn't doubt the other's words. Only Ching Ching coldly sneered, trying to deceive again? Last time you scared the city defense, but you can't scare me now. The same trick wouldn't work a second time. But Xiao Yi remained completely unfazed, quickly standing up and leaping to Ching Ching's side. Smack! Before she and young Master Zhong could react, he grabbed Ching Ching's wrist. This time, her claw was easily caught by Xiao Yi. Do you know why I didn't move against you last time? Because if I did, that ice user and the one on the city wall wouldn't let me leave. Do you really think I can't beat you? I could kill a 1-star transmuter by myself when I was 12. The levels of transmuters range from 1 star to 9 stars, corresponding to the 1st to 9th levels of awakened. To fight against a first-tier awakened, one only needs to train their physical strength to 10 times that of an ordinary person to have self-defense capability. This is difficult for outsiders, but for his crazy uncles. It's very simple. The biggest gap between us is that I don't have supernatural powers. Xiao Yi coldly tossed the dynamite onto the table, sneering. Think it's fake? Then don't move. Let's bet on whether it blows up. Crazy. The latter tried to break free, but found that his first-tier initial strength couldn't shake off the opponent. What are you afraid of? If it explodes, I'll die with you. If it doesn't, you'll kill me. No matter how you calculate it, I have to die. Why are you panicking? Not ready to die. But you're playing with your life? Xiao Yi looked at young Master Zhong with a half-smile. If you have guts, just sit still. With that, he plopped down in front of young Master Zhong, the cigarette in his mouth flickering. The coward's game. It's a gamble on who gives in first. Although they all knew this thing might be fake, young Master Zhong couldn't afford to gamble. Their statuses were different. He could never let himself face such danger. Sweat trickled down his forehead. If he ran now, he couldn't afford to lose face. Not leaving? What if it really blows up? At such close range, as a mid-tier first awakening, he would definitely be injured. The most crucial part was that if Xiao Yi died, the ancient martial arts would be lost. That metallic classmate, come here. Didn't you want to duel me? You sit here. Seeing young Master Zhong, saying nothing. Xiao Yi turned to Xiao Quan and waved. What are you afraid of? Aren't you metal? Today, you're a transformer. I can blow you into pieces. Do you believe me? Come here. Xiao Yi slammed the table. The dozens of people in the classroom shook involuntarily. Desperado. This is the best description of a desperado. One person presses dozens of others to the point where they dare not breathe. The fuse was about to burn out. Xiao Quan swallowed hard. He truly didn't dare to gamble. With your little brothers, once you leave the city, within a day, You'd be robbed until you don't have a pair of pants left. Do you believe that? Xiao Yi casually blew out a smoke ring, squinting and smiling. You're not bad. You didn't tremble. You really aren't afraid of death? Young Master Zhong frowned, his peripheral vision unconsciously glancing at the fuse. You're a rich young master, and you're not afraid. Why should I be afraid? In this world, only those who aren't afraid of death deserve to live. Do you know why I dare to come in alone? Because I look down on you young masters from the bottom of my heart. The glory of your predecessors makes it unnecessary for you to risk your lives, but if you're afraid to risk your lives, what will you use to keep me? I'm just a worthless life. If I die, I don't even need to be buried. I can afford to lose. You can't afford to lose. Xiao Yi smiled ominously today. If you say a word to stop me from leaving, I'll stay here with you. Do you have the guts to say it? Both sides remained at standoff. Young Master Zhong was unwilling to lose face and run. His little brothers, seeing him not running, also dared not flee. 10 seconds. Xiao Yi looked at the fuse, leisurely reminding them. Smack. Saying that, he grabbed the opponent's wrist with one hand and restrained Ching with the other. 9 seconds. With each passing second, the sweat on young Master Zhong's forehead increased. 8 seconds. The fuse has burned out. The uneasy atmosphere in the classroom continues to spread. Some elemental and summoning awakeners have begun to retreat towards the door. Can I leave? Xiaoya crossed her legs, her gaze questioning like that of the Grim Reaper. Just this once, if you step out of this classroom, I will personally accompany you. Zhong Xiao threatened in a low voice, shaking off his hand. He has softened. He lost in momentum. Xiaoya is right. He can't afford to gamble. A jade won't bet its life against a tile. Wanting both face and life. What do you have to fight me? In a month, I will make you kneel to leave the school, Xiaoya sneered, leisurely walking towards the door. Today I came just to say hello. Slap. At the moment he stepped out of the classroom, Zhong Xiao extinguished the fuse with lightning speed. Ching, feeling unjust, wanted to tear the craft paper. Zhong Xiao swatted her claws away and said in an undeniable tone, It's a real bomb. Xiaoya had her hands in her pockets, silent all the way, until she turned the corner and went down the stairs. Suddenly, she held onto the handrail. She couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, you scare me to death. Almost got fooled. It's all Uncle Gio's fault, saying that before the battle, you must go say hello. Almost lost my life, damn it. Chapter 14, Know Yourself and Your Enemy 1, Leaving the Classroom. The young wild horse hurriedly left the school. On the first day of school, he had already gone to battle with the school's top dog. This speed was beyond his own expectations. He couldn't dare to return to class. If he got caught, it would be all over for him. Without a word, he went straight back to the house that Chun Kei had prepared for him. To his surprise, the aloof girl was already waiting for him in the living room. With her legs crossed, her long black stockings were fully visible. Noticing someone entering, she slowly raised her eyes. Quite brave, she dared to declare war on Zhong Xianming as soon as she entered the school. Chun Kei teased with a half-smile. Do you need me to mediate? Sure, the latter nodded repeatedly. If you can help, I have no objections, but I just embarrassed him with a bomb. Are you sure he will listen to you? Chun Kei was slightly taken aback. The scene at the city gate from a few days ago flashed before her eyes. She rolled her eyes in speechlessness. Can't you come up with a different trick? Do you think I want to? If I had real explosives, would I be using them to scare people? The young wild horse was equally speechless. Would you dare to go down with him if you had real explosives? Am I stupid? If I had real explosives, I'd light it and run. Why would I risk my life? The young wild horse's assertive words left Chun Kei momentarily unsure how to counter. Are you saying he is stupid? He knows to run when he loses the explosives. Are you saying he is smart? He knows the explosives are fake, but still tries to bluff others. So what are you going to do next? She looked at the oddly dressed boy in front of her with increasing curiosity. He was completely different from the rich young masters in the city. He dared to risk his life, had means, and was smart. And then there was that peculiar code of conduct, which made him hard to read. If you're willing to lend me hundreds of thousands, I can leave the city right now, hire some thugs, sneak into the Zhong family overnight, and take him out, solving everything at once. The young wild horse replied earnestly. Thugs get paid to do their job. In this world, there's no one they wouldn't dare to kill. This group of unique existences in a chaotic world has always been regarded as representatives of disorder. It has been said that when thugs disappear, it also means that the chaotic era is about to end. Don't even think about it. I can't afford to mess with the Zhong family. Chun Kei rejected without a second thought. The Zhong family has been deeply rooted in the city since the establishment of the Black Court. Their connections are intricate, and even the boss doesn't want to fall out with them. A friendly reminder, in this situation, you can ask the person behind you to step in. With just one word from him, your problem would be nothing. As she spoke, she slyly peered at his reaction. Although she knew that the name of that person was a taboo, she couldn't help but feel curious inside. But surprisingly, the young wild horse looked back in confusion. My back? I have no one behind me. What about your uncle? Oh, my uncle won't care about me. He said they were wanted criminals and wouldn't dare to enter Long Country. The young wild horse shrugged helplessly. Shenka's fortuitously. It was hard to tell whether he really didn't know or was just pretending not to understand. If that person was indeed his uncle, all the big shots in Black Court City would have to kneel. Can I borrow some money? The young wild horse touched his nose and said somewhat shyly. I told you I want to lend you money to hire thugs. The Zhong family is not some small family that can be dealt with by a few thugs. The only ones capable of dealing with the Zhong family are the people from the former Spring Court Wong's group. I don't want to hire thugs. I want to leave the city for a while and bring my stuff in. The young wild horse referred to the wild tools buried in the small courtyard. To fight against awakened ones, he could only rely on wild tools. As for his martial skills, his uncle said they were just health-preserving boxing and were not of much use. The key was, his trump card was still in a canvas bag. 10,000 will do. I'll get it to my godmother. Since that night of revenge until today, he hadn't gone back to see his godmother. That woman treated him as her own. This affection couldn't be lost. Chun Kei hesitated for a long time before finally hardening her resolve to mention the situation of the village's disappearance. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the latter remained calm and only said, "Oh, aren't you worried? If Zhong Xinming seeks revenge, he will definitely massacre the village, but he wouldn't make it disappear." The young wild horse calmly analyzed. You also said it was someone above the five senses who acted. Would he be so bored as to make a village disappear out of thin air? I can't guess the specific reason, but I know my godmother won't be in trouble. Those who are awakened at the five senses level are top-tier figures. Such people wouldn't attack a woman without reason. Sometimes being ordinary is also a form of protection. But my stuff is probably lost too, which is problematic. If the village is gone, where did my wild tools go? Thinking about the upcoming duel with Zhong Xianming, he started to feel a headache. Fortunately, Chun Kei was already prepared. She lightly kicked the coffee table with her high heels. I want to help you deal with the Zhong family. I don't have that capability. Why not hide here? Even the Zhong family wouldn't rashly enter the boss's territory. If you want to avoid battle, I'd rather just concede. In the wasteland, there has never been a concept of avoiding battle. Once war breaks out, one side must die. Chun Kei was unwilling to help. He turned his eyes, a glimmer of cunning flashing. Help me check on someone. Tan Xin. Help me find out which hospital he is in. What do you want to do? Chun Kei frowned, worried that this guy would rush over and kill someone in the hospital. Since we're going to war, we naturally need to know ourselves and our enemy, right? 2 hours later, in a private hospital in Black Court, Tan Xiao lay on the bed, wrapped in bandages, looking rebellious. You guys didn't see it. I was alone with a knife, fighting against over 100 people on the other side. Unfortunately, outnumbered, I was ambushed by a coward. These few chopsticks were inserted by awakened ones at the five senses level. In front of the hospital bed, a group of young nurses looked stunned. 2 naive ones had even started to flirt with him. The flying you mentioned was also done by an awakened one at the five senses level. A middle-aged man sitting on the sofa beside him rolled his eyes unamused. The nurse's admiration instantly evaporated. Dad, the latter's face darkened. It was hard to put on an act, only to be exposed by his own father. I told you long ago not to get involved with those people. You can't handle them. The man adjusted his glasses, his face thin, but his eyes deep, giving off an impression that was hard to read. After the nurses left the room, Tan Xiao unhappily retorted, I just wanted to give you a push. You, as my old man, are not making any progress. I am frustrated. Who can understand my feelings of wanting my father to become a dragon? He sighed helplessly. The dynamic between this father and son made it hard to distinguish who was the father. The money at home is enough for you to lie flat for a lifetime. And you still want to climb up? If you go further, we'll have to take sides and become a money-making machine for the big shots. If something goes wrong, we bear the burden, and they take the lion's share. Do you want me to die? The higher you stand, the harder you fall. The man sternly warned, your mind is not suited for high-level circles. Listen to me. Just be a good playboy. One of them wanted to rise, while the other wanted to lie flat. As the argument continued, the door was suddenly pushed open. The young wild horse appeared in front of the father and son, holding a bag of rotten fruit. Wow! Tan-Xin jumped up in fright. The middle-aged man, curiously, sized up the boy in front of him, with his mismatched, braided hair and dressed in the most ordinary clothes. Hello, uncle. I'm a friend of Tan classmate. The young wild horse was first taken aback, then greeted awkwardly. Oh, since you're a friend, then you guys chat. The middle-aged man smiled politely and stood up to walk out of the room. As the two brushed past each other, a cold light flashed across the lenses of his glasses. He knew his son's nature too well. He was afraid of the strong. The only possibility that could scare him like this was, just as he was about to call the security guard at the door, he suddenly caught sight of the tattoo on the back of the boy's neck. The murderous intent that had been there just a moment ago instantly vanished. Instead, his pupils shrank and his breathing quickened. 9. What? Xiaoyi turned back in confusion. It's okay. You guys have a good chat. I'll go out and buy you some late-night snacks. A brilliant smile suddenly blossomed on the serious face of the middle-aged man as he meaningfully said to Tan-Xin, make sure to take good care of your classmate. Chapter 15, Knowing Yourself and Your Opponent to Know. Bro, are you really chasing to kill? Tan-Xin curled up in the corner, trembling as she reminded me that my dad's bodyguard was also an awakened one. Don't mess around. What are you thinking? Xiaoyi casually sat down, pulled out some rotten fruit he bought cheaply at the market, took a bite, and said, just came to see you. Don't be nervous. Bro, it seems we're not that close, right? Please leave. I beg you. Zhong Xiao will misunderstand. Tan-Xin buried her face in the blanket, speechless. She truly regretted provoking this plague god. Hearing that the other party had gone to find trouble with Zhong Xianming, she was even more terrified, almost losing her mind. How about asking some questions? Xiaoyi didn't care about her attitude and seriously took out a notebook to discuss the configuration on Zhong Xuanming's side. What are you talking about? Do you really want to challenge him? On what basis? Just because you dare to tie up explosives? The news that Zhong Xianming was threatened with a bomb had already spread. Now everyone in the school was paying attention to the movements of both parties. This was the first time someone dared to threaten Zhong Xiao. Then don't worry about it, just talk otherwise. I might send a video to Zhong Xianming. Saying this, he took out the phone he snatched from Tan-Xin and started playing a video. In the video, Tan-Xin was cursing Zhong Xianming while curled up by the toilet. She greeted his ancestors and insulted him from his body parts to his conduct. Stop playing it. Walls have ears. Tan-Xin, feeling guilty, begged for mercy. I just bully my classmates at most. It's not that immoral. Don't act like a vengeful spirit, okay? Just talk about it. The experts on Zhong Xuanming's side and his family situation. Xiaoyi started taking notes seriously, ignoring the pleas. The latter knew that if he didn't spill some useful intel today, it would be difficult to drive this guy away. Finally, after jumping off the bed and locking the door, he whispered, you don't need to worry about his family situation. Zhong Xiao values face and won't easily use outside forces against you. As the boss of a middle school, if he uses his family's power to deal with a student, it would just make him a laughingstock among the young masters of the underworld. But he turned cautious. Zhong Xiao has 9 wolves and 7 leopards under him, all among the strongest in the school. Afraid Xiaoyi wouldn't understand, he added, at least they're all mid-tier awakened. What wolves, what leopards? Shouldn't such impressive nicknames be dragons or tigers? Xiaoyi scoffed. You guys clearly didn't study properly. How could you be so shameless to use such tacky nicknames? Shoo. Tan-Xion's expression changed, and she quickly covered his mouth, whispering angrily, are you trying to get me killed? In this northeastern area, who dares to use dragons and tigers? Do you know Wangba from Chuanfu? Or Jiuyi? No one on the ground dared to use dragon and tiger as nicknames, fearing they would offend the old man. In the entire northeastern region, there was only one dragon and one tiger, the evil dragon Lao Jiu and the evil tiger Lao Ba. Mentioning these two, the usually sycophantic Tan Xiao rarely showed a hint of yearning. Those two are the true gods in the hearts of the men in our northeastern region. Slap. Before he could finish, Xiaoyi smacked him on the head. Can you get to the point? What S with your evil dragon and evil tiger nonsense? Mind your words. Xin made a shushing gesture, feeling guilty. If you have nephritis, go treat it. Damn, I'm not fighting with you. Why are you telling me this? Cough, cough. The idle chatter ended. Xin cleared his throat and seriously introduced. Zhong Xiao can call the shots in school, not only because his family is strong, but also because he really has a group of fierce people under him. Don't think you scared him. That's because his strongest men are all over at the neighboring mansion competing. I heard that Zhong Xiao has already called them back overnight. Xin sat up straight, adopting a posture of a big shot, pointing out the situation, and slapped his thigh to introduce, speaking of Zhong Xiao's strong subordinates. First there's the White Wolf, Jiang Lang, the Black Wolf, Go Bu Xiang, and the Flower Wolf, Dian. There's also the Water Probe Leopard, Ling Tong, and the Night Leopard, Lao Swan. Jiang Lang is recognized as the #1 expert in the school, rumored to be just one step away from the Second Awakening. This guy is brutal. Just from what I know, there are no less than 10 people in the school who have been beaten to a pulp by him. He seems to have received martial arts teachings directly from the old man of the Zhong family. Next is Go Bu Xiang. His ability is in the rare element system. Rare elements are a branch of the element system, and generally, rare abilities are more treacherous than ordinary abilities. You probably wouldn't guess what his ability is. Acid Rain. His acid rain can corrode people into white bones. Then there's the Flower Wolf Dian. She is a bit of a weirdo. I heard she has some special little quirks in that aspect. What quirks? Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, seriously recording in his notebook. Only by understanding the information on the other party's subordinates can they break them down one by one. Unexpectedly, Xin grinned lewdly and said, you know, like little whips and candles. Xiao Yi was dumbfounded, looking up. Light candles? Does her family not pay the electricity bill? Confronted with his question, the latter opened his mouth, but didn't know how to respond. You have to know that in the wasteland, there are no women. Even if there are, they're more dangerous than men. Xiao Yi is still a rookie in some respects. You don't watch those things? Dan Xin Gun meets Devil took out another phone and said, here, let me show you my collection. Mom's friend, saying that, he fiddled with his phone. A minute later, the room was filled with moaning sounds, accompanied by Xiao Ye's exclamations. Wow, what the heck, that position? Damn, it can be like this. I'm learning something new. The two boys even forgot the main topic and unconsciously sat together. Click. Just at that moment, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man, holding a midnight snack, looked at the two on the bed with a bewildered expression. The suggestive sounds and the ambiguous position of the two almost made it impossible for this old father not to think too much. Seeing how focused they were, he quietly exited the room, sat down on a bench, finished a cigarette, and silently called his wife. Honey, tonight, do something. The big one is wasted. What? It seems like your son has become someone else's daughter-in-law. Two grown men watching this kind of thing and sitting so close made it hard for him not to misunderstand. An hour later, I've never admired anyone more in my life than someone who watches without fast-forwarding and finishes watching without going to the bathroom. You are a real talent. Xin clasped his fists like he was constipated. Not bad. It's interesting. I'll remember that position and find a chance to practice it later. Xiao Yi picked up his notebook again and said, let us continue introducing Zhong Xianming. No, bro. You can actually endure this? Did you quit drugs in your last life? Unknowingly, the relationship between the two seemed to have eased a lot. Quick, say it. Cough, cough. Zhong Xiao. Even though he doesn't make a move. I heard my dad say that his strength ranks at least in the top 5 among the younger generation in the Black Mansion City. His ability is Mythical System, Xianming Mirror. I heard it can reflect all attacks. The Mythical System is the most mysterious among ability branches. Its biggest feature is that it is unique, and it's almost impossible for a second person to comprehend the same ability. This makes it hard for enemies to figure out his details and defend against him. Not to mention the Zhong family's inherited martial arts, which is said to be the #1 offensive method in Black Mansion City. Of course, for such a family's young master, how many hidden cards he has up his sleeve, I don't know, and you shouldn't guess. Chapter 16. The counterattack of Zhong Xianming. The situation has become clear. Zhong Xianming truly has an abundance of talent. Not to mention the hundreds of awakened individuals in the school. just as core subordinates alone are not something that Xiaoya can handle by himself. A direct confrontation is not an option. This is his first thought. He may be reckless, but he's not foolish. Going up against hundreds of awakened individuals alone. He wouldn't even know how he died. It's best to give up. Our school is the best in Hifu, and these awakened individuals can be said to be the future elite of Hifu City. Tan Xin said with a hint of sarcasm, "If you beg me now, I might find a way to get you out of the city, as long as you return the video to me. My uncle says that those who share a ticket and study together are good brothers." Xiaoya half-seriously teased, "Brothers should share blessings and bear hardships together. If I die, I'll definitely drag you down with me. So, you better pray that I don't get killed." "I can't believe it." Tan Xin looked deflated. He still underestimated the other party's moral bottom line. This is about completely grasping him with leverage. "I don't know the situation in the city, but you'll help me, right?" Xiaoya clung to Tan Xin like a stubborn adhesive, thinking, "If I'm going to die, I'm definitely going to drag you down with me. How can I help you? I haven't even participated in the awakening ceremony yet." The awakening ceremony starts in the second year of high school. This means they still have at least a year before they could potentially become awakened individuals. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Could it be that Zhong Xianming has no rivals? Xiaoya knew that Hifu City was not dominated solely by the Zhong family. He understood human nature too well. The city's resources are limited. Newcomers want to rise, while the old guard seeks greater benefits. The Zhong family surely has enemies. There are definitely no enemies in the school. Tan Xin thought without hesitation and shook his head. "Then I can only sell you out." Before Xiaoya could speak, Tan Xin covered his mouth with his hand. "Don't say such pessimistic things. There may not be enemies, but there is one person who isn't afraid of him. If he is willing to cover for you, there might be a glimmer of hope." Tan Xin glanced at Xiaoya with disdain. Although he disliked him, the leverage was in someone else's hands. The awakened individuals in the school have all been unified by Zhong Xiao, except for one person. "I've heard Zhong Xiao mention that we should not provoke that person." His tone was slightly cautious. Mentioning this person, Tan Xion's tone became much more animated. A youth who can make the Zhong family in Hifu wary. His background is certainly not simple. Don't be fooled by Tan Xiao's soft demeanor. He plays the game very well. He has managed to help Xiaoya find a way out of a desperate situation. "Who is it?" "His name is Xiaobai." Tan Xion's eyes sparkled with a strange light. "Dog? Come on, no. This kid is quite special, a lone wolf who rarely comes to school. Rumor has it that he is the illegitimate son of a certain big shot." Tan Xion racked his brain to recall information about the other party. "Zhong Xiao doesn't let us get close to him, nor does he allow us to provoke him. Then how we drag him down? No one would offend the Zhong family for no reason. Even Chun K doesn't dare to get involved. How could this Xiaobai possibly go head-to-head with the Zhong family for Xiaoya's sake? I don't know." Tan Xion, fearing he might get caught in this mess, shook his head repeatedly. "This is your business. If I knew him, I wouldn't be just a little brother. However, I can tell you a secret that only I know. My little brother is the one you almost killed with a brick. He lives in the red light district. He often sees Xiaobai staying there overnight, and he has seen this kid being kicked out for not having money to pay. Isn't he the son of a big shot?" Xiaoya was puzzled. The son of a big shot goes to the red light district without money? "That's why I said he's an illegitimate son," Tan Xion said matter-of-factly. "If you want to find him, try your luck in the cheapest red light district in the east of the city. All right, prepare some money for me, and I'll go meet him." "What? Why should I?" "Because I have leverage over you. Xiao Gonfiden Batetan Xin Shai Xiao De. Send me the location of the red light district. I want to understand the situation." Half an hour later, Xiaoya left the hospital, satisfied. Snowflakes were falling from the sky, and the biting cold made him shiver. As he walked out of the hospital, a 7-seater car on the street also started its engine. Is it time to act? Inside the car, a group of young boys, not very old, but with extraordinary demeanor, all turned to look at the boy in the back. The boy slowly opened his eyes, revealing a chilling gaze that did not belong to his age. His hair was dyed gray, and a wicked smile hung on his lips. Despite his young age, the calluses on his hands were no less than those of old Jew. "The boss said we must reclaim our dignity today." The boy yawned, fixating his gaze on Xiaoya's retreating figure, and made a gesture across his neck with his hand. Let him know the consequences of offending the Zhong family. Zhong Xianming lost face due to the bomb threat. The boy, in a fit of anger, didn't even care about the boss's reputation. This group of boys were his core enforcers. They exchanged knowing glances, revealing cruel smiles. Clearly, this was not their first time doing such things. Don't act on the street, the boss said to slowly torture him to death. Whoosh! The driver tossed a black package in front of everyone. Inside were weapons. The young master said to be ruthless. A few short words were enough to show how furious Zhong Xianming was with Xiaoya. He couldn't even wait to act at school. Brother Jiang, let me do it. I'll corrode him into a pile of bones and guarantee no one will find out his identity. The boy in the raincoat sitting in the passenger seat grinned and extended his index finger, a swirl of rainwater shifting and changing shapes at his fingertip. The pungent odor made everyone in the car frown simultaneously. Yeah, Brother Jiang, it's always you who takes action. Give us a chance to show off in front of the boss, too. A group of smelly boys argued over killing someone. In the far corner, a fashionable girl with pink hair curled her lip. You go if you want. This kid isn't handsome, not my type. The boy named Brother Jiang cruelly licked his lips, signaling the driver to follow. He then instructed, Hey Lung, you take Ling Tong and Old Swan with you. Haha, 3 awakened ones attacking an ordinary person. That's showing him some respect. Be quick about it. Don't let anyone think Zhong Xiao is raising a bunch of useless people. Brother Jiang calmly dialed Zhong Xuanming's phone. Young master, we found a person and can act at any time. Be ruthless. Let it be recorded on video. I want to see him kneeling and begging for mercy, watching him die. Got it. Don't worry. It's not the first time. Brother Jiang chuckled lightly. Actually, I could take care of him alone without much fuss. If you punch him to death, what do I get to see? I want to see his despair. Zhong Xianming said in a deep voice, I heard he has a foster mother. You go take care of it. I don't like leaving loose ends. Send them all to reunite. I've arranged a welcome banquet for you at the clubhouse. Come over after you finish. Yes. Thank you, boss. Haha. With Zhong Lauda. We eat and drink well. The boys shook off their fatigue and excitedly stared at Xiaoya, who was getting into a taxi. In the taxi, Xiaoya suddenly opened his eyes. His years of experience in the no man's land gave him a keen sense of danger. He looked back. It was already late at night, and there were only a few cars still driving on the street. His gaze swept across and locked onto the white 7-seater car 30 meters away. Ding! Tan Xian's phone vibrated suddenly. 2 messages. Zhong Xianming sent someone to kill you, Run. Zhong's family is making a move. Be careful. 2 messages were sent almost simultaneously. The first one was from Chin, Quebec. But who wrote the second one? Through the dim glass of the 7 cars, he could sense the killing intent spreading inside. Without thinking, he knew that it must be an assassin sent by Zhong Xianming inside. Glancing at the empty street, Xiao Yi seemed to have made a decision, and the fighting spirit slowly rose in his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't hold back his trump card any longer. He spread his palm. The black and white beast stripes slowly emerged on his arms. His fingers elongated, resembling those of a beast with curved nails. The crimson light flickered in his eyes. Roar! The tiger and dragon tattoo on the back of his neck suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 17. No martial virtue, the wind and snow obscured the view, and the urge to kill arose. Xiaoya lowered his head, silently tapping his fingers on his thigh. The cold wind rushed in through the partially closed car window, and his gaze gradually turned colder. The vehicle started moving. The driver flicked away his cigarette, and initiated a conversation with the young man. Where to? East City. Red light district. Being young is great. You still come out to have fun on such a cold day. Unlike our age, spending 300 to find a girl, and 200 just to chat in bed. The driver looked up sadly. Through the rearview mirror, another vehicle was slowly approaching. Xiaoya silently pulled out a stack of cash to pay for the ride. The driver glanced at the cash, which amounted to over 1,000 yuan. In this chaotic world, an ordinary family earned only 600 or 700 a month. Got any useful tools? I didn't bring a canvas bag, and without a weapon, facing Zhong Xianming's assassins puts me at a disadvantage. Are you going to the red light district without any gear? The driver turned back in confusion, his body stiffening instantly. In the back seat, the young man had a glint of red in his eyes and was chewing on a rubber band. His long, dark braid unfurled, waist-length hair dancing in the wind, and an aura of killing intent emanated from him without being overt. He gave off the feeling of a beast about to hunt. Damn, with you like this, I'm afraid you'll kill the girl. Are you that hungry? Your eyes are red. The driver gulped nervously. How long have you been holding this in? Drive faster. We're catching someone cheating. Xiaoya had no intention of wasting time with him. He opened the map of the red light district while urging him in a low voice. Who knows when the people in the seven-seater would strike? He had to find a suitable battlefield. The terrain was crucial for a beast's hunt. The red light district was remote, with narrow roads and dozens of alleys intertwined, making it the best ambush point. If worse came to worst, he could shake off the enemy. Damn, catching someone cheating? Hold on tight. I'm quick in bed, and I'm quick in the car. There's a wrench in the back seat. Consider it a gift from me. Boom! The taxi suddenly accelerated. The East City Red Light District is located on the outskirts of the slums in the eastern area. What is called a block is actually a whole area of dilapidated old houses. The roads are twisted and tangled, covering an area as large as more than a dozen football fields. Here is a hotbed of crime. Streetwalkers, robberies, selling contraband, fencing stolen goods. More than half of the crimes in East City occur here. This also means that the place is a mixed bag, and even the police are reluctant to enter easily. As the seven-seater sped along, even the driver began to lose confidence. Fortunately, at the last moment, Xiaoya's taxi finally stopped. Just 100 meters ahead is the notorious heaven for men. At the street corner, a guard booth with armed police stands as the last bastion of law. The crimes in the red light district can be ignored by the police, but the ground forces cannot come out to cause trouble. If they do, Brother Jiang coldly smiles and prepares to act. Wait a minute. The young man in the passenger seat, wearing a raincoat, looked surprised as Xiaoya, who got out of the car. He went to the booth. Xiaoya got out and did not enter the red light district, but walked straight to the roadside booth. There were 3 police officers on duty inside, and Xiaoya approached them in a familiar manner and greeted them. What is this kid doing? Did he discover us? Want to report us? The raincoat boy scoffed, thinking he was a tough guy. Sure enough, Xiaoya stood in front of the officers, lit a cigarette, bowed, and finally pointed to their seven-seater. Damn, this kid has no martial virtue. He really reported us. Brother Zhang's expression darkened, and he quickly instructed his companions to watch their attitude and not to get the boss into trouble. Do you think the police can intimidate us? The whole city's police have to give young Master Zhang face. A few companions looked disdainful. They initially thought this kid dared to threaten young Master Zhang with explosives. He must be someone important. Unexpectedly, he actually reported them. This greatly disappointed Brother Jiang. That said, Xiaoya was already striding toward the police officers. Put away your weapons. Don't complicate things, damn it. As the officers approached with their guns, Jiang ordered gruffly. In the meantime, bang bang. The officers reached the front of the car and knocked on the window. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a car full of young men. The young man in the passenger seat leaned out, feigning a smile. What is up, uncle? The officer glanced inside the car, suspiciously took a drag from his cigarette, then turned to Xiaoya and asked, Didn't you say there were people fighting in the car? How could that be? Brother Jiang took out a cigarette and handed it to the officer while smiling. This friend must have misunderstood. No, misunderstanding. Xiaoya nodded seriously. There really are people fighting here. The 3 officers' faces darkened. Standing at the booth in this cold weather was already unpleasant, and this kid dared to mess with them? Where are the fighters? Reporting a false alarm is a crime, you know? The older officer glared at Xiaoya. Do you believe I'll arrest you? Puffed. The boys in the car revealed amused smiles. Xiaoya had just shot himself in the foot. Unexpectedly, the latter said sincerely, There really are people fighting. Where are they? The raincoat boy teased, peeking around. I don't see anyone. Suddenly, no one noticed as Xiaoya flicked his sleeve and a wrench slid into his hand. Before anyone could react, he swung it down onto the raincoat boy's head. Bang! A muffled sound. The wrench bent into a C shape, showing the force of the blow. The raincoat boy, who had been smug just a moment ago, trembled and dazedly reached up to touch his face. Blood, mixed with white fluid, flowed down his hair. The intense pain made his vision go black, and he fainted directly. Before the fight even started, they had already lost a main player. The sudden turn of events left even the officers stunned for a moment. You see, I told you someone was fighting. Xiaoya shrugged and made a face at Jiang and the others in the car. Taking advantage of everyone's confusion, he turned and ran. A few seconds later, Angry shouts from the officers and Brother Jiang echoed behind them. Damn, so arrogant. Hitting someone and calling me to come look. Catch him. Whoosh. The doors of the 7-seater flew open. Brother Jiang and the others rushed out with their weapons. Don't run. You're dead today. Stop and fight me one-on-one. How could this kid run so fast? A car full of awakened individuals and 3 officers sprinted after him, but Xiaoya's speed was incredibly fast. The gap between them couldn't be closed, and they could only watch helplessly as he dashed into the red light district. In the red light district, the crowd surged. The roads on both sides were filled with heavily made-up women soliciting customers, and the patrons and street vendors nearly blocked the road. As Xiaoya plunged into the crowd, he instantly disappeared from view. Damn, this kid is really slippery. Split up and search. Go Buxiang, you take people to. Brother Jiang ordered furiously, instructing everyone to disperse. One companion grimaced and reminded him, Brother Go's skull got smashed. Damn, Brother Jiang, feeling frustrated, kicked a nearby trash can away. Go Buxiang was one of Zhong Xiuming's top subordinates, yet he was knocked out in a single round. If it were a one-on-one fight, losing would just be losing. But this kid first used the police to draw their attention, and then suddenly launched a sneak attack. To commit a crime in front of the police, what guts, what skill. He played too dirty. Chapter 18. No martial virtue too. Hey, come play. Handsome. 36D, come try. Little handsome guy, come on. New girl, 300 for the night. The explicit calls from both sides of the road echoed one after another. In the bustling street, Jianggu and his companions were on tiptoe, not missing any corner. But this street was at least 1,000 meters long, making it as difficult to find someone as searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, there were dark alleys everywhere on both sides of the main street. If the target slipped into an alley, finding them would be a pipe dream. Others, take old go to the hospital first, don't let him die. Ling Tong, Lao Swan, Dots, come to find someone. We must turn this kid inside out and kill him today. Seeing that they couldn't find the person for a while, Jianggu decisively ordered his companions to take Old Go to the hospital. If He Lang died, it would be a huge embarrassment for young Master Zhong. Exploring Water Leopard, Ling Tong, Night Leopard, Lao Swan, Flower Wolf Dots. These 3 were considered the top experts under Zhong Xianming. Jianggu was confident that as long as these 3 weren't ambushed, they would never lose to Xiao Yi. The 4 quickly dispersed into the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was secretly watching them closely. Get lost, disgusting man. I should have worn a mask. Among the 4, only Dots was a woman. With her cute pink hair and wearing a sexy short skirt, paired with her fierce girlfriend-like demeanor, she was too attractive to the old customers. Almost every few steps, she was asked how much for the night. When I find you, I'll definitely break your little thing, damn wild boy. Dots pinched her nose, her face visibly darkening. It was her first time in such a place, making her extremely uncomfortable. Hey, how much? Want to play 2 dragons and a phoenix? A man with a red nose, foul breath, and yellow teeth leered as he approached. In the next second, the man's eyes went wide. A knife, a slender long sword was pressed against his throat. Last warning, I'm not a streetwalker, you disgusting man. The murderous intent in Dot's eyes surged, wishing she could kill all these men. Not far away, Xiao Yi witnessed everything and turned to walk into a nearby shop. The shops on both sides of the street had glass doors, and under the pink, ambiguous lights, women dressed provocatively flaunted their attractive figures. As soon as Xiao Yi entered the shop, he was surrounded by a large group of women. Little brother, want to play? Our sisters are the most beautiful here. Don't be nervous. Is it your first time? You're not still a virgin, right? Sister will give you a 20 discount. Want to play? The women enthusiastically touched him up and down. His face turned red as he dodged their hands, explaining, I'm here to talk business with you. Yes, the business of taking off clothes. The oldest woman chuckled. Want to go to the back room with me to discuss? I guarantee you'll have a great time. Cough, cough. Misunderstanding, I meant my friend. She wants to make some quick money, he said, pointing to Dots, who was surrounded by men in the distance. That's my friend, what do you think? Pretty, right? With such looks, and at this age. She was definitely top-notch on the street. Coupled with her sexy and fashionable outfit, the middle-aged woman's eyes lit up. We are all students. My friend Estad owes a lot of money. So, Xiao Yi lowered his head, looking sympathetically at Dots, her gambling father, her sick mother, and her broken self. My friend, she has it hard. Only one type of person comes to make money in the red light district. The oldest woman instantly understood what Xiaoyi meant. She waved her hand, dispersing the other women, and looked at Dots with satisfaction. Little brother, how do you want to settle this? I don't know. You give me a referral fee, and you negotiate with my classmate. Xiaoyi's awkward demeanor didn't seem like acting. Women who mingled in the red light district believed they could read people well. Xiaoyi looked like it was his first time here. All right, seeing you're so handsome, I'll give you $500 as a referral fee. Let your friend come work at her shop. The woman pretended to be generous, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Dots. This kind of material would definitely be the top seller in her shop. She wouldn't doubt it elsewhere, but which good woman would come to the red light district? Without thinking much, she directly waved $500 in front of Xiaoyi. Go call your friend over. Cough, cough. How about you go get her? Just say Xiaoyi asked her to come with you. I really can't bear to see her fall into debauchery. Actually, I've had a crush on her for a long time. Xiaoyi lowered his head, looking wronged. His appearance of both heartache and helplessness looked like a pure young boy. Fine. The woman smirked, signaling to two big men at the door. The latter understood, glancing hungrily at Dot's long legs, and walked straight over. After a brief exchange, indeed, they saw Dots storming toward the shop with wide eyes. I'll leave first. Give me the money. I don't want her to know I took the referral fee. Xiaoyi reached out nervously. Still saying you have a crush on her. Men, all say they love, but actually, the middle-aged woman chuckled lightly, handed over the money, and watched Xiaoyi head toward the back door. 3 minutes later, a sharp female voice echoed through the red light district. Wild boy, I'm going to kill you. Xiaoyi inexplicably shivered. Bang! The shop's glass shattered. Dot's little face turned red and green, biting her teeth as she stepped on the broken glass and walked out of the shop. Before she could leave, the middle-aged woman who had taken the money rushed out angrily, shouting, your friend took the referral fee and sold you to me, and you still want to run? Don't you want to pay your dad's debt? Don't you want to treat your mom's illness? Dots was stunned, turning back. The woman's words broke her defenses, and she retorted, my dad doesn't gamble, my mom isn't sick. That doesn't matter to me. Your friend took the money, whether you consent or not. You must lie down and make money for me today. Saying this, she picked up the whistle around her neck. Whoosh! A whistle blew. Instantly, dozens of fierce-looking men surged from the street. Ask around on this street. Is my girl so easy to bully? The woman, looking like a shrew, stood with her hands on her hips. Your friend Xiaoyi took the money. You're not going anywhere. Faced with dozens of thugs, Dot's pretty face turned red with anger. She was at a loss for words. Even a fool could tell that Xiaoyi had sold her out. Wild boy, I'm going to tear you to pieces. I don't care if you're Xiaoyi's friend. You must stay today. The woman would never let go of such a good cash cow. Even if it was a misunderstanding, she was determined to keep Dots. I'll fight you. Dots felt a deep sense of humiliation. It was her first time being treated like a streetwalker, especially with the men outside pointing and whispering. It almost made her break down. In an instant, she clashed with the thugs at the door. Although she was an awakened, this street was a complete industrial chain. The woman could run a shop, so naturally, there were people behind her. The street turned into chaos, with more and more people armed joining the fight. Meanwhile, the instigator casually walked into a black shop selling weapons. Boss, got any weapons? I have everything, as long as you can pay. The boss poked his head out, looking at the distant scene of the battle. Why are they fighting again? Xiaoyi innocently replied, pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket. Let us make it 2 loud bangs. Chapter 19. Bloodline of the Demon Lin Tong. Lao Swan. Hurry, come to the street corner. Dian has gotten into a fight with someone. Brother Zhang's urgent voice came through the communicator. What happened? Did you catch the wild kid? The oldest and most composed among the 4, Lao Swan, asked in a deep voice. Damn, that idiot sold Dian to be a streetwalker. Even Brother Zhang was so angry that he cursed, saying it was too unethical. Before both sides could engage, Go Buxiang got his head smashed, and Dian was sold. Playing so dirty? Lao Swan scratched his head foolishly. This area is under the protection of Kuai Zige. Quick, call Zhong Xiao, or we might really not get out of here. In the end, they were just taking a nap. If there were no powerful awakened ones to hold down the fort, this street would have been turned upside down long ago. To control such a large territory, the opposing awakened ones needed to be at least at the third awakening level. Lao Swan helplessly gave up looking for Xiao Yi and cursed under his breath. What kind of mess is this? Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Ye's face suddenly appeared behind him. Long hair draped over his shoulders, exuding a fierce aura. Before he could react, Xiao Yi yanked open his belt and reached into his pants with one hand, gripping the thunder. Tilting his head with a charming smile, he asked, "Are you looking for me?" "You." Lao Swan instantly froze in place. Even a first awakening couldn't defend against the explosion of the thunder in his groin. If it really went off, he would lose the joys of manhood for the rest of his life. "I ask you, are you looking for me?" Xiao Yi Lianit Kulusiv. Reminding him with a half-smile, "I've already pulled the safety pin. Don't move. If it goes off, we'll both be in trouble." "How'd you find me?" Lao Swan was stunned. In such a dense crowd, how did this guy pinpoint every single one of them? "Look around. Besides you, who else is wearing a school uniform?" Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. Lao Swan and the others had just returned from a competition and hadn't had time to change clothes. The blue and white outfit stood out in the crowd, especially since this guy was tall, nearly 2 meters at his age. "What do you want? Call your friends over." Xiao Yi urged with half-closed eyes. "Hurry up. I'm not very patient. I want to betray my friends." A hint of cunning appeared on the honest-looking face of Lao Swan. "Didn't you inquire about my abilities before looking for me?" Tan Xian had introduced the abilities of Jiang Lang, Gobu Xiong, Zhong Xianming, and others. But it seemed that Lao Swan's abilities hadn't been mentioned. The lack of detailed information could be deadly. "You shouldn't have come near me." Lao Swan chuckled slyly. An inexplicable sense of unease surged in his heart. Xiao Yi instinctively wanted to let go of thunder, but found that he couldn't move his fingers at all. "Anyone who touches me will be petrified." A trace of pride appeared on Lao Swan's silly face. Boom! In the next second, Xiao Yi was hit in the face by Lao Swan's heavy punch. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, tumbling over 10 meters. His hand remained in the position of holding the thunder, but his skin was completely petrified. Fortunately, the opponent's ability wasn't high enough to petrify his flesh and blood. "My petrification requires at least an hour for ordinary people to recover." Lao Swan grinned, scratching his head with interest. "Didn't he expect that, did you? You played dirty. And yet I tricked you. I told you being simple-minded has its advantages. My brain isn't great, so I want to waste time with you." "Godi." Lao Swan learned from his companion's lesson and gave Xiao Yi no chance to resist. His body was enveloped in earthy yellow energy, and with his towering physique, he charged at Xiao Yi like a war chariot. The passers-by along the way were knocked away, falling to the ground in rigid poses. In battles between awakened ones, it was normal for ordinary people to get hurt. With a loud bang, Xiao Yi scrambled to his feet. Although his right arm was petrified, his left arm could still move. His left fist, with skin like a burning hot iron, did not dodge or evade but struck out fiercely. "I told you, if you touch me, you will be petrified." Boom! The two overwhelming forces collided. The ground cracked, and the shockwaves sent ordinary people nearby scattering. It was a pure test of strength. The two maintained their attacking postures. Xiao Yi's fist struck Lao Swan's chest. Lao Swan's face turned red as he pulled open his collar, revealing a thick layer of rock covering his chest. "Heh, I can also petrify myself for defense." "Your punch is heavy, but at most, it's just at the first awakening level." Ka-ka-ka. Xiao Yi's left arm was visibly petrifying. More terrifyingly, the petrified rock layer on his left arm completely fused with the rock layer on Lao Swan's chest. This meant that he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. "Haha, you have no abilities, what a pity. Looks like I can go back and report." Lao Swan crossed his arms and raised his fists high above his head. This punch was for avenging Lao Go, making you taste the feeling of having your head smashed. Ability, Stone Hammer. Lao Swan's massive fists were completely petrified, resembling a gigantic stone hammer. If this hit succeeded, Xiao Yi's head would probably be smashed to pieces. Unfortunately, both of his hands were petrified. Seeing the inevitable situation, Xiao Yi's neck tattoo emitted a terrifying roar from the evil tiger. Roar! In an instant, his long hair turned from black to white, silver strands danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes split into two. Double pupils. One side was normal black, while the other was an eerie red. "Transmute her." Lao Swan's face changed dramatically. Xiao Ye's aura had transformed. It morphed into a ruthless, inhumane ferocity, a wild killing intent that was unrestrained. The acrid smell of blood mixed with the stench of rotting flesh. He had felt this countless times on transmuters. However, transmuters lacked reason. They were beasts that only knew how to kill and devour. Xiao Yi had transformed from a human into a transmuter in just an instant. This situation was unheard of. No, this had surpassed human understanding. Not a transmuter, but the bloodline of a demon, silly bird. Xiao Yi grinned, revealing two sharp fangs. When humans are infected by the blood moon, they become transmuters. Animals that are infected are called transmuted beasts. The 9-star transmuters are also known as ancestors, while the 9-star transmuted beasts are revered as demon ancestors. The 4 great demon ancestors in the world are the fox demon, the 2-headed Jiao Jiao, the sword crane, and the turtle ancestor. Each one is a top existence in the world. The bloodline of the demon proves that he has deep ties to one of these 4. Boom! In the next second, the rock layer on Xiao Ye's right arm exploded. Lao Swan's eyes widened in disbelief. The petrification he was proud of had only limited the opponent for a mere 10 seconds. You're talking too much. Iron Man. Xiao Ye's arm muscles bulged, sprouting white fuzz, revealing a cruel smile. Again, 3 strikes continuous. Damn it, petrify. Lao Swan instinctively covered his body with a thick layer of rock. The wild look in Xiao Ye's eyes inexplicably sent chills down his spine. The 2 struck simultaneously. A giant rock fell. Bang, 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 bang. From muffled sounds. One was the sound of Lao Swan's fist crashing down. The other 3 were made by Xiao Yi. Someone S killing. Someone S killing. The crowd instantly erupted in chaos. The onlookers scattered in terror. Lao Swan looked down in disbelief. The rock layer on his chest had shattered into dust. Martial skill. The rock layer on his chest was enough to defend against an attack at the first awakening level. But the opponent's punch unleashed 3 overwhelming forces in succession upon impact. Each one was fiercer than the last. This strike felt like being hit 3 times in a row. Puffed. A mouthful of blood spewed out. How strong! Lao Swan's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground weakly. His chest was pierced by Xiao Yi, blood staining his clothes. In contrast, Xiao Yi took the full force of the opponent's blow to the head and only bled a little before healing. The bloodline of demons is terrifying. He is not an awakened one, yet possesses a physique even more domineering than that of an awakened one. Good martial skills. Old acid is already more inhaling than exhaling. It's just a health-preserving fist. Xiao Yi shrugged, saying, "My uncle said this thing can't kill you. You're just too damn fragile." Chapter 20. The Broken Defense of Young Master Zhong Jiang. How's it going? Has that kid softened up? Zhong's villa. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhong Xianming, dressed in comfortable pajamas, enjoys the night view outside, a slight smile on his lips. The room is filled with intense symphonic music. He relishes the feeling of determining others' fates from thousands of miles away, as if the world exists solely for him. There's been a situation. Jiang Ji's voice is hoarse and filled with helplessness. The noise on the other end continues. What is going on? Zhong Xianming frowns in displeasure. I was about to change clothes and head to the club. Dian Dian has been sold. Jiang Ji's face turns pale, sweat sliding down his forehead. Lao Gu is seriously injured. The doctor said he might become a vegetable. Lao Swan is dead. His chest was pierced by someone. 1 dead, 1 injured, and 1 sold. This record makes Jiang Gu wish he could just find a hole to hide in. Zhong Xianming stares blankly for a while, incredulous as he digs at his ears, doubting he heard correctly. A group of awakened ones chasing after an ordinary person has such heavy casualties? Where's that wild kid? No. We don't know. We couldn't find him. Strictly speaking, Jiang Gu hadn't seen Xiao Ye's shadow since entering this street. Not. Zhong Xianming roughly snuffs out his cigarette, raising his voice a few notches. Is it so hard for so many of you to kill an ordinary person? Usually, you all shout about killing this and that. Aren't you the ones who claim to leave no room for mercy? Do you only kill in school? Zhong Xianming is breaking down, threatened during the day, and at night, his subordinates are either dead or injured. What angers him the most is Jiang Lang. This guy never shows mercy in school fights, and whenever someone dies, It's him who cleans up the mess. Yet outside of school, he's so useless. Jiangge can already imagine Zhong Xuanming's twisted expression and quietly explains, "We are the Academy faction." Academy faction fights are one-on-one, a duel of abilities and martial arts. But Xiaoyi is purely a wild style. He dares to bring a group to confront you. He dares to sell enemies into brothels. As long as he can eliminate the opponent, he dares to do anything, willing to do anything. That's the difference between the two sides. One side is about dueling. The other plays for keeps. I don't care what faction you are. Even the egg yolk faction 1T do. If you can't kill that wild kid, don't bother coming back. Zhong Xianming smashes his phone into pieces. At that moment, the door is pushed open, and a middle-aged man resembling a butler strides in. Upon seeing the visitor, Zhong Xuanming's expression finally eases a bit. The students are useless, but surely this core group of his family 1T have problems, right? As expected, the butler slightly bows and quietly reports, "Young master, we've found that wild kid's foster mother. Their village was destroyed by an unknown force. That woman is frail and hasn't gone far. She's hiding in the neighboring village." Hearing this, a ruthless glint flashes in Zhong Xuanming's eyes. The humiliation he has suffered can finally be vented. Bring her back. I want him to watch his closest kin die before his eyes. I want him to feel what despair is. I not only want to kill him, but also to destroy his heart. He can only blame himself for provoking me. Zhong Xianming, full of wrath, decisively orders, "You personally take people to kidnap her." Unexpectedly, the butler shows a face as if he has eaten something unpleasant, standing in place without speaking. "Why aren't you going?" Zhong Xianming scolds unhappily. "Are you trying to annoy me too?" "No, it's not that." The butler takes a deep breath, and the fear in his eyes flashes away. "Our people from the city have been stopped by Gang Ye's men. Gang Ye, the big shot outside the city. In terms of financial power and industry, he certainly can't compare with the big bosses inside the city. But this is a chaotic era. The outlaws in his hands are numerous. Is Casey Dogan." Zhong Xianming feels as if struck by lightning, stunned for a good 10 seconds before he speaks. It's him, Casey Dogan. He only came to Heifu City 2 years ago, and in such a short time, he gathered a large group of fierce people, overturning the situation outside the city. The previous big shots outside the city had good relations with the bosses inside, paying some tolls to keep things peaceful. But after he came, he killed off more than half of the outside big shots, and the rest basically submitted. He single-handedly ended the era of fragmented forces outside the city. Currently, there are only 2 real big shots left outside, Crazy Dog Gang and another fierce man named Lao Gue. Do we have a grudge against him? Zhong Xianming thinks for a long time, but can't figure out how they suddenly got entangled with the outside big shot. I don't know. Our people were supposed to capture that wild kid's foster mother, but halfway through, they were blocked. Of the dozens we sent out, only 1 came back. Crazed Dog Gang said to bring money to redeem her, 10,000 a life. If you don't have the money, you can pay in installments. He cut the person into pieces and send them to us monthly. Zhong Xuanming's mouth twitches uncontrollably. If someone else said this, he might not believe it. After all, no one would offend the Zhong family for no reason. Only this crazy dog. He acts without discretion or reason. He bites whoever he catches, earning his name as the crazy dog. Damn, he will eventually be wiped out by the higher-ups. Young Master Zhong, furious, kicks a chair away called Kyoto. Report this crazy dog disrupting Heifu. Upon hearing this, the butler remains motionless. Letting the other party vent, he only speaks after Zhong Xianming has smashed half the study. Crazy Dog Gang is with Lord Jiao. Then forget it. The usually fearless Zhong Xianming is instantly extinguished upon hearing Lord Jiao's name. No matter how powerful the Zhong family is in Heifu, as long as that lord returns, the Northeast King belongs to the 8th Master and Lord Jiao of Chunfu. As long as the legendary Old Nine is not dead, the officials wouldn't dare to send troops to eliminate the crazy dog. Why does he have to go against us? Didn't you all make arrangements when you went out of the city? The big bosses inside send people out and always make arrangements. After all, they're going to someone else's territory. It's a matter of etiquette. The butler looks dejected, pondering for a long time before bravely reporting. Crazy Dog Gang said, We from the Zhong family stepped out of the city with our right foot first, and this offended Gang Yi. This reason, Zhong Xinming takes a long time to recover. Even a fool can tell that the other party is deliberately looking for trouble. Could it be that wild kid is one of Gang Ye's people? The butler asks quietly. Currently, this is the only reason that can explain why Gang Yi wants to protect Xiao Ye's foster mother. Impossible. Zhong Xinming shakes his head without thinking. He already knows from Zhou Xiaobao about Xiao Ye's background. Just a wild kid who came back from the no man's land. He has no connection to the big shots outside the city at all. Ding, ding, ding. The landline in the study suddenly rings. He quickly steps forward to answer. Who is it? It's you, you bastard, calling Zhong Xianming? A rough voice comes from the other end of the line. You are. I'm a gang, with a gang in my name. Gangy? The other party falls silent. At this time, the call definitely means he wants him to bring money to redeem someone. Instead, the other party throws out a line. Just to inform you, I calculated today, and Zhang Yaba said that the one with the surname Zhong will kill me. Either your whole family changes their surname, or everyone from the Zhong family who leaves the city, I'll bury one. Just like that. Damn. Chapter 21. The Oddity of the Sleeper Transformator in the Red Light District. Xiaoya stumbled through the dim alley. The side effects of the demon bloodline were immense. Every time he used it, he would be weak for a long time. This was also the reason he ran away after killing Old Swan. Just as he was about to faint from exhaustion, he vaguely saw a two-story building ahead with lights on. This was not the main street. It was sparsely populated. That pink light became his last hope. If he couldn't hide in time, he would undoubtedly die if found by Jianggu and the others. Finally, just before fainting, he rushed into a shop located at the deepest part of the alley. All night stay. After saying his last words, he collapsed directly. Creak, creak. Xiaobai, you're not like yourself today. In the middle of the night, a chill surged in, waking Xiaoya. He opened his eyes to find himself on a small bed reeking of sweat, the room filled with a musty odor and an indescribable mix of male and female scents. The slightly warm bed had no idea how many fierce battles it had endured. A woman was sitting at the door, crossing her legs and playing with her phone. It was clear that this was a brothel. The rooms were only separated by a wooden board, and Xiaoya could even hear the sounds of a battle from the neighboring room. Awake? The woman at the door skillfully lit a cigarette. How about it? Want to do it? If you don't, there's still a charge. No, I don't want to. You do your thing. I'm about to break my bones. The latter weakly shook his head. Once the demon bloodline was activated, his entire body couldn't withstand such immense power and would become extremely painful. At this moment, even breathing hurt. The woman said, "Oh, it's fine if your bones are broken. I can blow." "I'm sick," Xiaoya said, rolling his eyes in annoyance. "Well, it's just as well. No need for an umbrella. I have one too." "Sister, I was wrong. Don't mess with me. If you pour steel bars into me now, I can't even stand up." Xiaoya instantly softened. "TCH. Look at the room next door. They've been at it all night," the woman complained. This statement immediately reminded Xiaoya on the bed. In his days earlier, he seemed to have heard someone calling out the name Xiaobai. What did she just say? Xiaoya pressed his ear against the wooden board and asked in a low voice. Ah. The woman mimicked the sounds from the neighboring room. "No, I meant. Who is next door?" "Xiaobai. He is a regular here. That guy is handsome and strong. He. All the girls here are willing to do business with him," the woman said, resting her chin on her hand. "Unlike you soft-legged shrimp. Finding iron shoes is not a hassle. Getting it all at once is effortless." Xiaoya's spirit jolted. If the one next door really was that guy, then he had to go over and say hello. After all, this was the most crucial step for him to deal with Zhong Xianming. A good man needs 3 helpers. His purpose for entering the city was not simply to go against Zhong Xiao. He had greater ambitions, which required many partners. Just as he focused on eavesdropping on the noises next door, an incongruous voice came through. "Jianggu, there's still a shop here. Damn it. Dare to sell to my lady. I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs." After searching all night, this is the only shop left. Driver Lao Chan was blocking the street, saying that the wild kid hadn't gone out and must be hiding in this shop. It was Jianggu and his 2 companions. They had still found him. Xiaoya's heart sank. This was his weakest moment. If he was discovered by them, he would definitely die without a burial place, especially since the increasingly gritted teeth sounds were getting closer. It's over. Xiaoya's heart trembled and his mind raced. This shop didn't have many rooms. They would soon find him here. Listening to the footsteps getting closer, cold sweat dripped down. Meanwhile, the voices from next door continued. Xiaomei, who bit your shoulder? The man in the neighboring room asked curiously. I got it when I was leaving the city today, the woman shyly replied. Xiaoye, desperate, wanted to knock on the wooden board and asked the neighbors to save him. But he didn't know them and didn't know how to start. If he asked a stranger for help, they probably wouldn't care. Is there a long-haired boy who came into the shop? This is 10,000. Jiang Ji's voice rang out in the lobby. Yes, he's in the second-to-last room. That kid fell asleep as soon as he came in. The shopkeeper immediately sold Xiaoye out upon seeing money. Looks like that kid is injured. See where he runs. Kill him and throw him out to feed the dogs. The hurried footsteps of the three came closer. Xiaoye instinctively looked for a place to hide. Unfortunately, there wasn't even a window in this partition. Damn it, Xiaomei, why is your mouth bleeding? I don't know. The woman's voice from the neighboring room gradually became rough. Just as Xiaoye was in a panic, a loud crash came from the neighboring room. What the hell? Xiaomei, why is your pectoral muscle harder than mine? What the hell? How did you bleed from your 7 orifices? Am I that fierce? Damn, your bones are sticking out. What the hell? You're not infected by the transformator, are you? The man's voice from next door became more urgent. I wasn't bitten. He just scratched me. I didn't turn into a transformator. I still want to make money. A huge, inhuman roar shook the eardrums of everyone in the shop. Just as Xiaoye was in a state of desperation, the wooden board between the two rooms was smashed. A boy wearing only shorts crashed into Xiaoye's room. The two locked eyes, staring at each other. In the dim light, the other's features were extremely handsome, resembling a graceful young man from a TV drama. His hair was slicked back, with 2 strands of long hair flowing in the wind on his forehead, especially those peach blossom eyes, looking at anyone with deep affection. Xiaoye unconsciously swallowed. You are Xiaobai? Brother, you might not believe it. The other, still shaken, casually said to Xiaoye, I think I just got a transformator, isn't that awesome? After saying that, he yelled at the neighboring room, which was about to cry. Now that we've all turned into transformators, there's no need to work, damn it. You scared the hell out of me. Crack, crack, crack. In the neighboring room, the harsh sound of bones rubbing together echoed. The woman stood up stiffly like a zombie. Her upper body twisted and folded. Her originally somewhat attractive face had turned into rotting flesh on one side. Black blood poured from her 7 orifices, and the corners of her mouth split to the roots of her ears. Yeah. Damn it, Xiaoye despaired. Outside were his enemies. Inside was a transformator. This was a dead end. Fortunately, the boy in front of him didn't abandon him and ran away. He pulled Xiaoye up, apologetically explaining, Brother, sorry to interrupt your fun, but we can't stay here. Let us get out together. Just as they took a step out, Xiaoye's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground. At this moment, it was a struggle just to stand up. Are you that weak? How many rounds? If you're this weak, don't even try. Xiaobai rolled his eyes in disbelief, but still picked him up. Damn it, if you die, it's my fault. Damn it, I'll carry you out. Bang! The door was kicked open by Xiaobai. Just as they stepped out of the room, they heard a frantic roar from Jiangge. Wild kid. Who? Xiaobai turned back in confusion. He saw Jiangge holding a short knife, with his companion holding a gleaming katana, glaring fiercely at Xiaoye on Xiaobai's back. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Jiangji's teeth were nearly grinding as he growled. Finally found you. Let us see how you escape this time. Bang! A figure crashed through the wall and appeared between the two sides. The woman, now transformed, scanned distant and Little White with her bloodthirsty gaze, as if contemplating who to eat first. After a brief silence, Little Wild shouted, Hold on, good brother. We need to retreat first. After saying that, he tapped Little White and urged, Let's go. Good brother. The latter glanced gratefully at Jiangge and jumped out of the window at the end of the corridor. Little Wild, Distant wanted to chase after him, but was momentarily distracted. Sensing the murderous intent, the transformed woman turned and engaged in a fight with Jiangge and the others. Little White, carrying Little Wild, ran at full speed while still asking, Were those kind-hearted people your friends? Can they handle it? They're my relatives. Little Wild nodded seriously. Don't worry, they love helping others. Good brother, you really are loyal. Chapter 22 Return Zhong Xiao, the wild kid, was heavily injured, but he was taken away by Xiao Bai. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Lang's voice was somewhat low, mixed with the sound of metal clashing and inhuman howls. Bang! 5 floating short knives were violently knocked away, forcefully embedding themselves into the wall. Jiang Lang let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Bai. Zhong Xuanming's voice suddenly turned cold, the name leaving him in shock for a long time. For a wild kid, he had first inexplicably offended the mad dog gang outside the city, and now even this calamity was involved. Why did he have to meddle in other people's business? Zhong Xianming asked, suppressing his anger. Not clear, but it seems they have voted for the Transformer. I don't care who he voted for, nor do I care why he wants to protect that wild kid. The voice on the phone suddenly rose. Zhong Xianming nearly roared. If you can't kill that kid, all 3 of you don't come back. Jiang Lang listened to the busy tone on the phone, his face growing increasingly grim. Chase. What to chase with? The person has long since disappeared. Bang. Another loud sound. Diandian's entire body crashed against the corridor wall like a kite with a broken string. The sword in her hand, propped against the ground, barely kept her from falling. Brother Jiang, this thing is not right. It doesn't look like a 1-star at all. Ling Tong pressed both hands firmly on the ground, the earthy yellow energy spreading from his palms, the floor tiles instantly turning into quicksand, tightly entangling the Transformer's legs. Earth binding. The Transformer's movement was temporarily restricted, but Jiang Lang felt no relief in his heart. He stared intently at the monster beneath its dark green skin. Countless black veins writhed like living things, with a pair of deformed arms dragging on the ground, longer than its body. The scariest part was the green, pus-filled sores on it. Just now, Diandian accidentally cut one with her blade, and the splattered pus instantly corroded a large chunk of flesh from her arm. This thing is simply impossible to engage in close combat. Withdraw. Jiang Lang gritted his teeth and made a decisive decision. He didn't want to waste time with this monster. As for the casualties it would cause if it broke free, it was none of his business. No. Diandian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes unusually firm. This thing has a problem. Our strength shouldn't be so strained to kill a 1-star Transformer. It is probably a rare body with a latent period of over a day. Ordinary people infected will completely turn into monsters within 10 minutes. Yet, there are always exceptions. Some individuals with extremely strong willpower can forcibly suppress the virus with their own will. The longer they suppress it, the more terrifying the toxins accumulated in their bodies become. Once it erupts, its strength will far exceed that of the same level. This kind of individual is called a super rare transformation body. We can't withdraw. Diandian gritted her teeth and stood up. A super rare body only needs to devour 30 people to advance to 2-star. Then the whole street will be doomed. Don't forget our mission. Jiang Lang's gaze passed over her, landing on the corner where a streetwalker had already collapsed in fear, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. What do you want to do? Diandian instantly sensed his intent and shouted sharply, Jiang Lang, have you forgotten the mission of the Awakened? To protect humanity, resist the Transformers. This was the oath they recited during their awakening ceremony, but Jiang Lang had been forced to a dead end by Zhong Xuanming's orders. He suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the woman's hair, and with her terrified screams, he flung her towards the restrained Transformer. Ah! The woman's hysterical scream in the narrow corridor abruptly stopped, replaced by the chilling sound of bones being chewed. It was spine-chilling. Now's our chance. Let's go. Jiang Lang didn't even look at Diandian's shocked and unfamiliar expression, grabbing her and rushing out of the small building with Ling Tong. On the other side, Xiao Bai was running wildly through the night with Xiao Yi on his back, the neon lights of the red light district gradually fading behind them. Xiao Yi was jolted so much that he felt like his internal organs were about to shift. Big brother. It's safe now. Find a place for me to catch my breath. I'm about to throw up my bile. Almost there. Xiao Bai turned into a dark alley, twisting and turning before stopping in front of a dilapidated 3-story building. My home, absolutely safe. Pushing the door open, a strong smell of instant noodles and smoke rushed in. Inside, apart from a bed and a table, there were only umbrellas scattered all over the floor. Brother, your life is... I almost want to send you away with 3 melons and 2 dates. Xiao Yi was thrown onto the bed, weakly surveying this bare place. All the money is spent on essentials. He was definitely referring to that matter. Xiao Bai lit a cigarette, handed one to Xiao Yi, and then grinned proudly. Brother, am I awesome or what? I should have recorded a video earlier. I estimate I'm the first man in the world to have dealt with a transformer. Xiao Yi took the cigarette, looking at this bizarre guy whose first reaction after escaping was not to film a memento, falling into deep thought. Is this guy really the illegitimate son of that legendary big shot? How can he be so unpredictable? However, Xiao Bai's next action surprised him a bit. He rummaged through drawers and pulled out a long knife, tightly wrapped in red cloth from under the bed. There's leftover food in the cabinet from yesterday. Eat if you're hungry, sleep if you're tired, Xiao Bai said while shouldering the knife. What are you going to do? To save people. Xiao Bai widened his eyes as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Xiao Mei is my best partner. I can't let her turn into a monster and harm others. Besides, half of the girls in this red light district have had sweet past with me. I can't just watch them get into trouble. Doesn't he fit your character? Xiao Yi looked at his righteous expression, somewhat confused. If this guy dies at the hands of a transformer, all his efforts would be in vain. He hadn't even had the chance to drag this guy down with him yet. Moreover, in this chaotic world where everyone was on guard, no one wanted to provoke transformers except for the authorities. This guy suddenly bursting with a sense of justice at this time was quite impressive. My irresponsible old man once said, a person can be a bastard in their lifetime, but they must have a scale in their hearts and know why they are alive. Xiao Bai casually tossed his hair. I live for those little things on the bed. The red light district is half my home. The girls inside have been with me. And if they're gone, I will be very lonely. Before he finished speaking, he pushed the door open and disappeared into the night. When Xiao Bai returned to the red light district again, it had already completely turned into a hell on earth. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and everywhere on the main street were severed limbs and dismembered bodies, countless naked old customers howling as they fled towards the street corner. The scene of thousands fleeing was quite spectacular. Xiao Bai held the knife in one hand, leaped lightly, and gracefully landed on several intersecting power lines. His gaze scanned through the crowd and quickly spotted the target. In the dimly lit street, a monster nearly 3 meters tall was feasting on a corpse. Compared to just now, its size had increased significantly, and behind its waist was even a forked tail covered in slime. So quickly to 2-star. Xiao Bai's eyes narrowed. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Before Xiao Bai could make a move, a cold female voice cut through the night. He abruptly turned his head to see a figure on the roof of a 2-story building across from him. With pink hair tied high, wearing a short skirt and white stockings, holding a long knife, she looked like a character from a comic book. It was Dian. She and T left. Even though she was disgusted by this group of voters, at a critical moment, she still chose to stay. Perhaps this is the obsession of being an awakener. Chapter 23. Zhong Xuanming's manipulation. Dian. Xiao Bai had actually recognized the other person long ago. Being in the same academy, how could he not know this school beauty? At this moment, Dian looked extremely disheveled. The skin on her right arm was almost destroyed, her top soaked in blood, and her heaving bosom rose and fell violently. Her 2 companions had long since disappeared. Dian, I command you to immediately abandon that changer and go after the wild brat. Don't forget, he almost sold you into a brothel. Don't care about the lives of these ordinary people. Zhong Xuanming's voice was hysterical over the phone. After Zhang Lang brought her out of that store, she should have continued to track down Xiao Yi, but she chose to turn back halfway. Zhong Xiao, don't you remember? I became an awakened to avenge my brother. I swore that any changer must die. If you want to kill that wild brat, I can help you, but you must wait until I deal with this monster first. Dian reached out to tear off a corner of her ultra-short skirt, gently wiping the black blood off the blade. On her youthful face, there was now a determination for revenge. And don't speak to me in a commanding tone. I didn't take your money, understand? The voice on the other end abruptly stopped. As you wish. Zhong Xiao coldly hung up the phone. At that moment, the red light district was eerily quiet. As the cold wind blew, Xiao Bai and Dian exchanged a tacit glance, both choosing not to mention Xiao Yi. At least for this moment, their goals were aligned. Together, let's kill her. Dian's voice was icy. Okay. Xiao Bai tightly gripped the long knife that was as tall as he was, the heavy blade sparking against the concrete ground. No unnecessary words were exchanged. He crouched down, twisted his body, and in an instant, all his strength was channeled into his arms. The long knife, carrying an unmatched momentum, slashed directly at the changer's waist and abdomen. Martial skill, mountain-splitting strike. Boom! With a loud crash, the blade struck the changer, producing a metallic clash. And the two-star changer was actually sent flying over 10 meters by a single blow. What the hell? So tough? Xiaobai could hardly believe his eyes. This move had always worked. An ordinary changer would be cut in half in an instant. She's a rare body, you fool. Dian's eyes flashed with cold light, and her figure vanished from the spot. In the next second, she appeared behind the changer like a ghost, her blade transforming into a streak of moonlight, precisely gliding across the changer's neck. Puff! Black blood splattered everywhere. Got it. Dian's lips curled into a slight smile. Get back. But Xiaobai's face changed drastically as he shouted angrily. Sure enough, the changer did not let out the expected cry of pain. Instead, it slowly turned its head, and an extremely strange smile appeared on its twisted, decaying face. Both Xiaobai and Dian were stunned. Wasn't the changer supposed to be a mindless beast? Suddenly, it opened its gaping mouth. Be careful. Dian's pupils contracted sharply. She wanted to retract her knife and retreat, but it was already too late. Roar! Foul-smelling pus erupted from its mouth, raining down green, rancid liquid that was impossible to avoid. Dian rolled aside with all her might, her posture awkward, but her left shoulder was still splashed by the pus. Hiss! Her fair skin instantly turned charred black, and a piercing pain coursed through her body. Her arms were injured, and the long knife fell from her hand. Martial skill, river-severing strike. Xiaobai roared, swinging his broadsword. With a powerful sweep, the terrifying shockwave caused the ground to crack. Knowing that ancient martial arts also involved swordplay, Dian immediately recognized the technique used by the opponent. It was ancient swordsmanship. Bang! The ground was forcefully plowed, creating a crack over 10 meters long, with debris flying everywhere. Even a strong two-star changer was violently sent flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into a nearby store. Wow! The red cloth wrapped around the long knife shattered piece by piece, revealing the blade in its entirety. It was unsharpened. The bronze-colored blade was incredibly heavy, etched with bizarre symbols that ordinary people could not understand, resembling some kind of inscription. This knife weighed at least 100 pounds. Just then, at the end of the street, several black SUVs sped towards them. The leading vehicle was Zhong Xuanming's. Boss! Dian's heart lifted. Reinforcements had arrived. With the Zhong family's guard strength, dealing with a two-star changer would be a piece of cake. However, after the vehicles came to a stop, Jiang Lang and Ling protected Zhong Xianming as they got out, moving in unison and directly ignoring her. She had disobeyed Zhong Xuanming's orders, which made him very disappointed. Brother Bai, long time no see, still as impressive as ever, Zhong Xianming did not even glance at Dian, instead slightly cupping his hands toward Xiaobai, wearing a hypocritical smile. Xiaobai turned his back to the crowd and rolled his eyes. Here to help? Then lend a hand. Let's finish this quickly. I still want to go back to sleep. After battling with Xiao Mei for a while, he could only exert about 50% of his strength now. He felt completely drained, something every man understood. Boss, we can't let her continue the slaughter. If she keeps going, she's going to become a 3-star? Dian urged impatiently. Unexpectedly, Zhong Xianming merely glanced at her, coldly sneering, Don't call me boss. I'm not familiar with you. Petty. It was as if Xiaobai had expected this, muttering under his breath before coldly looking at Zhong Xianming. Are you going to help or not? If not, then get lost and don't get in the way. Ha! Brother Bai is joking. If you ask, I will certainly help, but I heard that you just rescued one of my enemies? Xiao Yi. Xiaobai immediately thought of Xiao Yi. That brat has some grievances with me. If Brother Bai can hand him over to me. Don't say it's just a changer. I will cover all your expenses in the Black House in the future. To be honest, I wanted to be friends with you for a long time. Zhong Xianming was the type to flatter those he deemed important while being extremely indifferent to others. He was cold to Dian, but lowered himself significantly for Xiaobai. However, Xiaobai was not buying into his act at all. My elders taught me that when mixing in this world, You can't betray others, even if it's just a fleeting encounter. Besides, that brat and I have at least been through some things together, and I almost got him killed by a changer. Your grievances are none of my business. But betraying others? Don't even think about it. Xiao Bai's words were not excessive. He wasn't close to Xiao Yi, and he was even less familiar with Zhong Xianming. There was no reason to betray someone he had just met for the Zhong family. Although he seemed unreliable, he was particularly stubborn on certain matters, like insisting on returning to save someone. But this remark fell on Zhong Xuanming's ears, making it sound particularly harsh. Brother Bai's meaning is that you want to protect him? Zhong Xuanming's smile faded. I'm not protecting him, but I also won't betray him. Why? Because I want to. Xiao Bai raised his head, grinning, that rebellious spirit resurfacing. When I, Xiao Bai, do things, I seek only a clear conscience. I couldn't care less about your grievances. But if you think I will betray him for you, not a chance. It seems. Brother Bai doesn't want to be friends with me, Zhong. Zhong Xianming shook his head with a hint of a smile. For me, if not a friend, then it's... He didn't say the words enemy, but the implied threat was already very clear. Damn, are you trying to scare me? Xiao Bai was so angry he laughed. Let me tell you, if you don't provoke me, we can still nod at each other in the future. If you dare to provoke me. My old lady's temper is worse than mine. Others may fear the Zhong family, but I won't indulge your bad habits. If you're not going to help, then get lost. Most young masters have this kind of temper. Especially Xiao Bai. His personality is just like a typical compliant donkey. If you talk to him nicely, he will be more agreeable than anyone else. But if you dare to be tough, he will be tougher than you. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. The smile on Zhong Xuanming's face completely vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. There was also a transmuter incident in the West District, and it's quite significant. Our Black Mansion's special handling department for transmuters is short-staffed, so it might take some time to get there. I see that Brother Bai's Mountain River Blade technique is so powerful. Dealing with a mere 2-star transmuter shouldn't be a problem, right? I still need to find my enemy, so you two take care. Zhong Xianming mockingly cupped his fists, turned, and returned to the car. The moment the car door closed, his smiling face turned dark enough to drip water. Xiao Bai really didn't give me any face. Chapter 24. Mutations arise in the world of aristocratic families. One often encounters others, but rarely confronts them openly. Even if there are hidden rivalries, they usually do not make a scene. However, today, Xiao Bai clearly showed no respect for the Zhong family. If it were any other day, Zhong Xianming would have endured it and let it pass. But now, the situation was dire. His subordinate was dead, another was injured, and one had outright disobeyed him, and the enemy was nowhere to be seen. This left him feeling as resentful as a woman who had been waiting in vain for decades. Boss, I think Xiao Bai clearly doesn't take you seriously, Ling Tong coldly snorted. What do you got to be arrogant about? He's just a down-and-out illegitimate child. When someone is on top, a single word can ignite their anger. Sure enough, his companion's careless remark broke Zhong Xuanming's defenses. How could the heir of the prestigious Zhong family allow an illegitimate child to bully him? I don't see him as a favored scion. Otherwise, how would he have ended up in the red light district? Jiang Lang, equally furious, cursed boss. What does his family even do? Why is Zhong Xianming so wary of him? Ling Tong dared not voice this question. Shanha. The moment Zhong Xianming mentioned this name, the wariness in his eyes deepened. Withdraw. Perhaps the pressure of those two words was too heavy. Zhong Xianming gritted his teeth and ordered, just watch from the sidelines. But Jiang Lang wanted to get out of the car and call Xiao Bai back. But Zhong Xianming interrupted her. She's not my subordinate. Heh, then let us each play our own game. The vehicle started, slowly exiting the red light district. The dark face of Zhong Xiao was reflected in the car window. At the moment they were about to drive out of the red light district, the killing intent in his eyes peaked. You guys, what if Xiao Bai dies at the hands of a transmuter? He chuckled, and with that single sentence, his companions, Ling Tong and Jiang Lang, became excited. In the entire school, Xiao Bai was the only one not under the thumb of the Crown Prince faction, and now he had embarrassed them publicly. Then, who knows, we might even be able to pin the blame on that wild kid, the two companions said excitedly. Anyway, it can't be blamed on us. Roar. The battle continued, and Xiao Bai's massive blade danced with relentless precision. Danda moved around, the katana skillfully harassing the joints of the transmuter. The two worked together seamlessly, managing to suppress the two-star monster. Damn it, Xiaobai gasped, feeling his legs trembling. If it weren't for the fact that he had expended too much energy tonight, he would have chopped you into meat paste long ago. He felt the energy within him rapidly depleting. If this dragged on, he would truly be exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the handle of the knife, his clothes rustling loudly. I'm going all out, get out of the way. Martial skill, crumbling mountain force. The air seemed to be torn apart, a fierce wind sweeping up debris and snow from the ground. The enormous long knife flew from his hands, spinning rapidly in the air, gradually forming a small tornado. Shatter for me. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Black blood sprayed into sky. The seemingly indestructible two-star transmuter was sent flying 100 meters by this strike. The heavy blade buried deep into its abdomen, leaving only a layer of skin still attached. Inside the car, Ling Tong's jaw nearly dropped, and he didn't even notice the cigarette falling onto his pants. What the hell? Is this still human? One strike, and he bisected a two-star monster? Zhong Xuanming's pupils suddenly constricted, fixating on Xiaobai. They were in the same school, and while he knew Xiaobai was strong, he hadn't expected this guy, who spent all his time in the red light district, to be this fierce. One blow to a two-star, and he didn't even use his abilities. Without comparison, there's no harm. He and T used any powers from beginning to end. Jiang Lang's face shifted from pale to green, her previous sense of superiority shattered. He's fighting a two-star, and doesn't he even bother using abilities? This is just, in reality, it wasn't that Xiaobai didn't want to use his abilities. It was that he had already been drained, and the remaining energy could only sustain his martial skills. He had no extra energy for his abilities. The killing intent in Zhong Xuanming's eyes was unprecedentedly intense. He had just torn faces with Xiaobai. If that guy survived, he couldn't be left alive. He picked up the intercom, his voice cold. Since we've torn faces, let us not let him leave alive. Take action. Swish. A nearly inaudible sound of air being sliced through was heard. The transmuter, which had almost been severed, suddenly trembled violently. What the hell? Xiaobai plopped down on the ground, pounding his sore arm. Finally done. This is even more exhausting than 5 rounds of. He was about to get up and retrieve his knife when Dandan suddenly stopped him, her eyes alert as she looked off into the distance. Something's off. Its aura hasn't dissipated. Before she finished speaking, the transmuter that should have died began healing at a visibly rapid pace from the cleaved wound. Clang! The massive blade was squeezed out by the muscle, falling to the ground. Xiaobai's mouth dropped open, wide enough to fit an egg. Roar! The transmuter let out a deafening roar, its bones cracking loudly as its body swelled again. The flesh on its back suddenly tore apart, revealing a pair of butterfly-like wings covered in slime. Evolved. Dandan rubbed her eyes in disbelief. 3-star. Corrosive insect. Xiaobai gasped in shock, his scalp tingling. Run. Without thinking, he turned and fled. Transmuters are different from awakeners. When at 1 or 2 stars, all transmuters almost look the same. But once they reach 3 stars, they evolve into different branches. Some are good at hiding and assassination. Some excel in brute force, and others are adept with poison. Statistically, there are over 100 different branches of 3-star transmuters. And, at 5 stars, they can branch out into thousands of varieties. Among them, the corrosive insect is considered the most challenging 3-star transmuter because it can fly and possesses both venom and terrifying close combat abilities. But as soon as he took a step, Xiaobai felt as if his legs were filled with lead, nearly collapsing. He could only look desperately at Dandan. Sister, can you carry me? My legs are weak. Dandan let out a bitter laugh, her eyes filled with despair and a strange excitement. There's no escaping. My brother died at the hands of a corrosive insect. This creature has a strong sense of vengeance. We carry its scent, and it won't matter if we run to the ends of the earth. In the sky, the newly born 3-star monster slowly flapped its wings, its blood-red eyes locking onto the 2 on the ground. What the hell? Xiaobai cried out to the heavens. Xiaomei, did you forget our vows? We had a moment together. You can't do this to me. You promised to make me feel like I was in heaven. Not like this. Suddenly, Dandan's pupils constricted. pointing at the corrosive insect's chest. Look there. A hollow syringe was still stuck in the monster's chest, clearly indicating that its sudden evolution was related to this thing. Inside the car, Zhong Xianming watched this scene with a sinister smile. The blood essence of a 5-star transmuter. It was originally prepared for that wild kid, but it seems to have been used here. Chapter 25. Xiao Yi saves the day Xiao Bai, despite his weakness. Turned and ran. Mom, why didn't you give me 2 more legs? Damn it. Whoever can save me, I'll call him Dad, every day. At this point, Dian couldn't care too much. He picked up Xiao Bai and turned around, leaping high. It's useless, once a 3-star transmuter has you in their sights. You're definitely dead. Inside the vehicle, Zhong Xianming smiled coldly. The 2 companions closed their eyes in pain, unable to bear watching Dian fall. After all, it was just a dream. Zhong Xiao waved his hand triumphantly, signaling the authorities to enter the scene. At the same time, the corrosive insect let out a deafening roar. All the glass and metal on both sides of the street shattered. Fragments and snowflakes intertwined in the air. We can't escape. Xiao Bai turned back in despair as the transmuter flew toward them. Its ferocious face and bloodthirsty claws were upon them in an instant, the nauseating stench enveloping them. Dian gritted his teeth, a glimmer of unwillingness in his eyes. Boom! The transmuter's shadow flashed by. The 2, leaping high, were caught up by the corrosive insect. Its 5 fingers pierced through their bodies. Before the massive figure of the transmuter, they were like ants. Its claws were larger than Xiao Bai's body. Grinning, it opened its mouth wide, revealing terrifying fangs, slowly reaching toward their heads. Zhong Xianming watched with satisfaction as the 2 were pinned to the ground by the transmuter. The situation was set. Finally, there is something that makes me happy. Damn it. Does this count as dying under the peony flower? Xiao Bai closed his eyes, calmly accepting his fate. Xiao Mei, bite gently. I'm afraid of pain. Dian's exquisite face was filled with sorrow, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. I can't avenge you. Before he could finish, a roar louder than that of the 3-star transmuter echoed through the sky. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the world changed color. The snow stopped, the wind ceased, and time seemed to freeze. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, with purple lightning racing through the clouds. Boom! The sky lit up, and a phantom appeared. A dragon-like phantom flashed between the clouds under the illumination of the lightning. What? Zhong Xianming curiously looked up. That was roar. Another domineering roar echoed, making all things fear, shaking the living beings, and changing the color of the heavens and earth. This was the roar of a tiger. Ling Tong involuntarily shivered. What a terrifying roar. The first roar was a dragon's chant. The second was a tiger's roar, and the third followed. A bird's call? Dian suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the sky in disbelief. Is that a phoenix's cry? Is it a monster? Xiao Bai gasped. What the hell did I provoke today? The ancestor of monsters has actually appeared? What is going on? Are they going to slaughter the city? I was just making a bubble. Did I break some heavenly rule? Boom! The next second, dozens of luxury cars parked on the street were sent flying 100 meters by an inexplicable force. Zhong Xianming's SUV was even smashed into the wall. Everyone looked in shock at the street. A dragon, a crimson demon dragon, a malevolent dragon phantom covered in scales, raced towards them. Wherever it passed, everything shattered. It seemed ready to pierce through the blue star. Even a powerful 3-star transmuter showed fear in its eyes and roared. Is that a wild kid? How is that possible? Wild kid. Damn. TZ, are you that awesome? Xiao Bai and Zhong Xiao exclaimed simultaneously. Under the crimson dragon phantom, a man with waist-length red hair, bare-chested, fingers like hooks and skin like scales appeared. Who else could it be but Xiao Yi? His eyes were blood red, and he let out low growls. Roar. The corrosive insect trembled as if shaken by a sieve. This was the instinct of living beings. Just like herbivores tremble upon hearing a young tiger's roar. This was fear etched deep in their genes, stemming from the terrifying existence's suppression over all things. 100 meters away, Xiao Yi leaped suddenly. Roar. The transmuter flapped its wings, spewing corrosive liquid like a water column toward him. Dodge, that is corrosive fluid. Xiao Bai wanted to warn him. but saw the newcomer charge headfirst into the corrosive insect, covered in the sticky liquid. In a single encounter, Xiao Yi maintained his speed, and his palm, covered in strange runes, pressed against the transmuter's face, launching it hundreds of meters away. It crashed through several houses before stopping. Isn't the corrosive liquid ineffective against you? Xiaobai looked in disbelief at Xiao Yi, who was covered in the sticky substance. This liquid could corrode even steel. You underestimate dragon scales. The latter slowly looked down, his red hair blowing in the wind. His skin appeared scaly, piece by piece. The corrosive liquid fizzled on him, but couldn't harm him at all. You're so awesome. I just ran for nothing. Xiaobai cursed with his last ounce of strength. You almost scare me to death, you know? Is this how you talk to your father? Xiao Yi rolled his eyes, teasing with a smirk. To save you, I paid a huge price. Activating the bloodline of the demon requires at least a week of rest. He activated it twice in a row, and even he didn't know if he could bear the consequences. Before leaving, my uncle gave me a trump card, and I ended up using it on you. I hope you won't let me down in the future. Clang! As he spoke, an empty glass tube fell to the ground, still containing traces of scarlet blood. Aren't you an ordinary person? Dian trembled and asked, feeling the overwhelming pressure from the other party. It's a secret. The latter smiled slightly. I don't have much time. You should leave first. What do you mean? The two asked in confusion. Xiao Yi didn't answer, charging toward the transmuter. Naturally, he couldn't reveal his secret to others. Damn, wasting 10 seconds showing off. The trump card my uncle gave can only last a minute. I hope it's enough time. The battle began. The corrosive insect felt the pressure from the bloodline and soared 100 meters into the air. When it looked down, a hint of surprise appeared on its deformed face. Xiao Yi shot up like a cannonball. The difference was, this guy jumped 100 meters solely relying on his bounce. Is this really a person? Zhong Xianming even doubted he was hallucinating. Can an ordinary person be this awesome? Health-preserving fist, 9 sounds continuous. Boom! Boom! As if to accompany him. 9 thunders rang simultaneously in the sky. They lit up the night and allowed everyone to see a person and a beast in the sky. The powerful 3-star transmuter had no power to fight back against him at all. With one punch, 9 blood holes exploded in the back of the insect. Internal organs and bones were scattered. Killing move, extermination. Taking advantage of the opponent's injury and descent, Xiao Yi stepped on the insect's shoulders, wrapping his arms around its head. Under the trembling gazes of Zhong, Xianming, and Xiaobai, the head of the transmuter, the size of a rice jar, was violently torn off. Black blood splattered across the street. Chapter 26: The Consequences of Impulsiveness. Run. This was Zhong Xuanming's first reaction. He leaped out of the car hanging on the wall and ran wildly towards the distance without looking back. Based on his understanding of the wild kid, this guy would definitely turn around and attack him after killing the transformer. And indeed, that was the case. As soon as Xiao Yi landed, he grabbed a nearby utility pole and smashed it towards Zhong Xuanming's car. Fortunately, the other party had slipped away a step earlier. Otherwise, he would have surely died. Damn it, next time we meet, I'll rip your head off. On the dimly lit street, Zhong Xianming ran for his life, with Xiao Ye's furious curses echoing behind him. Damn, are you that strong? Surviving the ordeal, Xiao Bai excitedly punched Xiao Yi in the chest. Unexpectedly, the next second, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. His skin seemed to have been drained of moisture, instantly shriveling up. Iron Kid, don't scare me. Can't I kill you with just one punch? I didn't even know I was this strong. Xiao Bai was on the verge of tears. He never imagined that a light hit would knock the other down. I don't want to bear the blame for killing my savior. Iron Kid, at least wake up. Stop howling. Xiao Yi, who was almost shaken to pieces, slowly opened his eyes and cursed. This is backlash. If I can't hold on, I'm screwed. The bloodline of the demon requires a robust physique as support. Xiao Ye's current small frame could be drained of essence with just one use, let alone using it twice in a row. Moreover, the second use was obviously many times stronger than the first. Beside them, Don Dian frowned, picked up a glass tube from the ground, and lightly sniffed it. Did you take the potion? Secret, the latter replied with a mysterious smile before fainting again. The next morning, when he opened his eyes again, he was already in the hospital. To make matters worse, The bed next to him was occupied by Tan Xian. One could only say that sometimes the world is quite small. This guy was currently sleeping like a dead pig. The bloodstains on Xiao Bai had dried up, and he didn't even have time to change his clothes, lying on the floor under the bed, snoring away. Hey, hey! The latter struggled to lift his hand, knocking over the water cup on the bedside table, splashing it onto Xiao Bai's face to wake him up. Damn, you're awake? Xiao Bai sprang up like a carp, excitedly laughing. I thought you were dead. Pretty much, Xiao Yi said with a helpless expression. Damn it, I took a huge loss this time, used my trump card, and almost killed myself. If he hadn't used his trump card, Xiao Bai would probably have been done for. It would be a lie to say he wasn't touched. The young man was all about Brotherhood. They had only met once, yet he was willing to use his trump card for him. Xiao Bai took a deep breath and solemnly patted Xiao Yi's shoulder. Iron Kid, I'm not a good person, but you risked your life to save me. From now on, you'll be my best brother. I have no friends, and no one wanted to play with me since I was a kid. You're the first one who dared to risk your life for me. No more words. We'll see what happens in the future. Perhaps this is the spirit of youth. No need for build-up. No need to emphasize the passing of time to build feelings. If someone looks good to you, they're a brother. Going through adversity together makes them closer than blood brothers. They probably didn't even realize that this promise would bind them for a lifetime. I didn't save you for nothing. Xiao Yi grinned. Damn, if you have something to say, just say it. Xiao Bai cheerfully patted his chest. As long as you don't make me give my wife to you, I'll support you in whatever you want to do. I want to take down the Zhong family. Xiao Yi seized the opportunity. He had approached Xiao Bai from the beginning to target the Zhong family. He thought Xiao Bai would hesitate, but to his surprise, Xiao Bai raised an eyebrow and said, that bastard Zhong Xianming almost got me killed. If you don't take him down, I'll find a way to deal with him. They hit it off perfectly. One could only blame Zhong Xianming for having such a narrow vision. He made an enemy out of Xiao Bai over a trivial matter. If he hadn't used the transformer, maybe Xiao Bai wouldn't have agreed so readily. Phew! Xiao Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, he wasn't fighting alone anymore. But why the hell are you so strong? Why not just go take out that bastard Zhong Xianming directly? From yesterday's performance, Xiao Yi could single-handedly take down Zhong Xianming and his group. Unless his father used external power, otherwise, with just Jiang Lang and the others, they posed no threat to Xiao Yi. The latter could only smile bitterly, feeling a pain he couldn't express. Please, see clearly. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. Yesterday, I unlocked the second level of the bloodline seal to save you and almost died from the backlash. Moreover, the second level of the seal requires a trump card for my uncle to unlock. Even with the first level seal, I can only maintain it for 5 minutes. Once it's over, I'll collapse. This also explains why he dared to rush into Zhong Xuanming's classroom alone, but was eager to find his allies. Because in a short-term battle, he wasn't afraid of anyone, but once the time was up, he needed his companions to protect him. The first level lasts 5 minutes. The second level lasts 1 minute. I can still handle the weaklings in school, but if I encounter the real experts of the Zhong family, I'm definitely dead. My uncle said in this world it's all about having more money and more brothers. More money is easy to use, and more brothers are easy to sell. At least you have some self-awareness. Before Xiao Bai could speak, a cold voice came from outside the door. It was Chun Quebec dressed in a black professional outfit. She walked in quickly in high heels, twisting her waist. She was holding a checkup report in her hand. Don't even think about moving against the Zhong family. If I were you, I'd run away right now. Chun K threw the checkup report onto the bed, saying, take a look for yourself. What is this? Xiao Bai glanced at it, and his expression instantly changed. The look he gave Xiao Yi shifted from gratitude to guilt. Body function damaged by 40%. Internal organs can't handle high-low transportation and have already begun to deteriorate. From now on, let alone fighting with the Zhong family, if you can run 2 steps, it would be a medical miracle. For a moment of excitement, he didn't consider how severe the consequences would be. How about we send him Kyoto? Xiao Bai said, feeling ashamed. I'll go ask my grandma to send you to the best hospital in Kyoto for treatment. It's useless. Chun Kei shook her head helplessly, her expression towards Xiao Yi extremely complex. The only thing that can save you now is awakening. Awakening can stimulate the potential of the human body. There have been cases where terminally ill patients recovered after awakening, but the chance of awakening is only 1%. If you can't awaken, Xiao Yi's life is ruined. even if he has the bloodline of a demon. It's useless because without a robust physique to support it, using it will lead to death. Iron Kid, don't worry. If you end up disabled for life, I'll be your blade, Xiaobai said seriously for once. I recognize you as my brother. From now on, your enemies are my enemies. Just wait. I'll go back and ask my grandma. I'll kneel for 3 days and nights if I have to. But I'll make her come out to wipe out the Zhong family. In the no man's land, on the endless snowfield, a middle-aged man with a side parting was holding a cigarette, gazing at the sky with a sigh. The man with instant noodles on his head curiously followed his gaze. What's wrong? Did your plane get jammed? I sensed that kid used my power last night. It's probably going to be a mess, the man said, a smirk appearing on his lips. Awesome. This time he's not crying and calling me. I definitely want to help him solve it. Serves you right, you little bastard. You finally have your day. Ha ha ha. Chapter 27. Zhou Xiaobao's proposal the next day at the Zhong family's villa. Zhong Xianming sat dejectedly on the sofa, having not slept all night. The ashtray in front of him was filled with cigarette butts. Jiang Lang and Ling Tong stood timidly beside him, not daring to speak. The battle last night had nearly shattered the pride that Zhong Xiao had accumulated over the years. He had always held the title of the strongest at First Middle School, and every student in the mansion would give a thumbs up upon hearing his name. Coupled with his impressive family background, he had become a role model for the younger generation. But last night, first, there was Xiao by wielding a long knife, directly confronting a 2-star converter, shattering Zhong Xuanming's pride with his Shanhe sword technique. Then Xiao Yi brutally unleashed the bloodline of the demon, tearing apart the converter and scaring him into a hasty retreat with just one glance. This was the first time he had felt so embarrassed. A sense of helplessness surged within him, as if he had always been first, only to find himself at the bottom after transferring to a top class. Years of hard work and determination shattered in an instant. The key was that these two were not on good terms with him. Just thinking about Xiao Ye's ferocious appearance made him skip school for the day, afraid to show his face. This sense of defeat was unbearable. Fortunately, when the door was pushed open, the visitor brought him a big surprise. Zhou Xiaobao, with his head wrapped in bandages, timidly walked in under Qingqing's lead into the resplendent Zhong family villa. Inside the hall, every ornament was something a person from the lower class, could never afford after a lifetime of struggle. Growing up outside the city, it was his first time experiencing the allure of wealth. Standing before Zhong Xiao, he couldn't calm down for a long time, filled with envy as he surveyed everything in the room. Zhong Xiao took a deep breath, put away his stern expression, and smiled gently at Zhou Xiaobao. You must be Qingqing's brother? Quite the handsome lad. Compared to Zhong Xiao, how can a country bumpkin like me be worthy of the word talent? Zhou Xiaobao was eloquent, far surpassing Xiao Yi in this regard. His one line greatly increased Zhong Xiao's fondness for him. I heard from Qingqing that you have something important to report to me. Zhong Xiao crossed his legs, adopting a lofty demeanor, signaling the two to sit down with his eyes. Zhou Xiaobao carefully sat down, then immediately stood up, meticulously wiping the real leather sofa with his sleeve, afraid of dirtying the other's furniture. This cautious demeanor was both comical and inexplicably endearing, making people like him more. Understanding your place, that's the kind of person that those in power appreciate. Well, Zhou Xiaobao thought for a moment and introduced seriously. I heard that Zhong Xiao wants to find Xiao Ye's adoptive mother. Mentioning this, Zhong Xiao's expression instantly fell. The dozens of people he had sent out were still in the hands of the Mad Dog gang. His elders at home had been quite critical of him for this. This was a blow to the Zhong family's reputation. Moreover, the other side had truly begun to rampantly rob Zhong family's convoy outside the city. Right now, his father was contacting the big shots in the city to prepare for negotiations outside. Maybe I can help. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Zhou Xiaobao's handsome face. Oh, Zhong Xiao lit a cigarette, his eyes brightening. After handing one to Zhou Xiaobao, he gestured for him to continue. Ahem. The latter cleared his throat and clumsily took the cigarette. Xiao Yi is very good to his adoptive parents. A year ago, when his adoptive mother fell ill, he ran for a whole day and night to carry a doctor from dozens of kilometers away to treat her. If we can capture his adoptive mother, I guarantee that wild kid will definitely soften up. Zhong Xiao is a young master in the city. If you go outside to find Xiao Ye's adoptive mother, it might not be suitable. You're a jade, a wealthy young master. How can you let these dirty tasks soil your hands? I'm an outsider. I'm the most suitable for this. Outside the city, revenge. Even gang can't manage it. When the Zhong family goes outside to handle matters, it will be causing trouble in the territory of the big shots. But Zhou Xiaobao was different. Fighting and killing among outsiders was the norm. The big shots couldn't manage it, nor did they want to. To survive, those outside had become accustomed to the survival of the fittest. If you want to find trouble with Xiao Ye's adoptive mother, no one would say anything. Unless that person outside clearly wanted to protect Xiao Yi. I can assure you that there is no connection between Xiao Yi and gang. If there were, his grandfather wouldn't dare harm Xiao Ye's adoptive father. At least for now, it seems that the Mad Dog Gang is likely dissatisfied with them robbing people on his territory. After all, this guy always acts without considering the consequences. It's not surprising what he does. To be honest, my grandfather once had dealings with Ghost Lord outside the city. Zhou Xiaobao cautiously glanced at Zhong Xiao, rubbed his hands together, and said nervously if Zhong Xiao could provide some support. I could ask him to take action, kidnap Xiao Ye's adoptive mother, and then force him out of the city to meet his demise. After saying that, he didn't forget to add, of course, if anything goes wrong, it's all my personal doing. Ghost Lord was another big shot outside the city. In the past 2 years, he had been in constant conflict with the Mad Dog Gang, but neither could do anything to the other. If he was willing to take action, he really wouldn't be afraid of the other side outside. Deal. Zhong Xiao, who had been depressed all night, waved his hand generously without thinking. Just name your price. Zhou Xiaobao trembled as he extended 5 fingers, indicating 50,000. Outside the city, $1,000 could buy a life. 50,000 was enough to hire Ghost Lord's men to do the job. Unexpectedly, Zhong Xiao slammed the table. All right, I'll give you 100,000, as long as you can take care of that wild kid. Once this is done, you can follow me from now on. After saying that, he didn't forget to turn his head and look at Jiang Lang and the others, who were dejected. People from outside are just smarter. They get things done efficiently, much better than those who just talk. For Zhong Xianming, capable and useful people were worth cultivating. Yesterday's battle had left Jiang Lang and the others utterly defeated. You go handle it. The money will be in your account by noon, outside the city, in a town about 100 kilometers from Hefu City. This was the notorious base of the Mad Dog Gang. Although it was a small town, it occupied half the size of a district in Hefu City. The town was filled with shops, casinos, KTVs, hotels, everything one could think of. In the only 5-story building at the center of the town, a 30-something man with a buzz cut sat in front of a floor-to-ceiling window, expressionless, watching the snow outside while holding a cigar. Bro, that kid's adoptive mother has been settled. Why not just bring her directly here? Behind the buzz cut man, a young guy with dirty braids, hands in his pockets and looking half awake, said, "You flattened the whole village. What exactly do you want?" The buzz cut man raised an eyebrow. Isn't it because Jyoga said we can't let that kid know his background? He wants him to taste the bitterness of the world. Damn, isn't that just bullying a child who doesn't understand? Saying this, he spat out a thick phlegm in dissatisfaction. If I could beat him, I would. Definitely curse him out. Ahem, the walls have ears. The young man with braids changed his expression and cautiously reminded. I heard from Doggo that Jyoga has been more irritable lately. His heart is smaller. When has he ever been broad-minded? Just wait. Once my cultivation surpasses his, I'll make him call me Ganga. And then? The young man with braids asked, confused. And then I'd still be his little brother's little brother. What else can I do? The Mad Dog Gang angrily stood up and scolded. Remember to call Jyoga later to wish him well. His birthday is coming up. I don't want to be caught with flaws. If he comes back from the wilderness and beats me up, that wouldn't be worth it. And regarding Xiao Ye's adoptive mother, arrange for a few awakened ones to protect her, but don't make it too obvious. Jyoga said that Hefu is that kid's whetstone. We shouldn't interfere. Chapter 28, The Birth of a Small Team in the Hospital Room. Sister, are you hurt? Huh. I see a long stitch on your chest. Let me blow on it for you. Xiao Yi slowly opened her eyes. Tan Xian, in the adjacent bed, was squinting at the nurse, changing her dressings. The latter hurriedly covered her chest and rolled her eyes. Only by being flirtatious can I prove you have charm. Does the sister have a boyfriend? If so, would you mind cheating? Tan Xian smirked, tossing her white hair thinking she looked cool tonight? I'll take you for a ride in my dad's imported SUV. It's really exciting when that car shakes. That's how I got shaken out of it. Do you mind having more stepmothers? The nurse shot her a blank look. The car is your dad's. What do I have to do with that? How do you know I just reviewed a film about a sexy stepmother yesterday? Tan Xin's eyes sparkled. Xiao Yi, feeling embarrassed, covered her head with the blanket. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open. The nurse looked up just as Xiao Bai entered the room. A quick glance, and the latter's peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons, his affectionate gaze making the nurse's pretty face turn crimson. If one were to attract women, this guy's looks were definitely top-notch. Just a single glance made the nurse blush and quickly lower her head. Is your face so red? Is the nurse sick? The next moment, Xiao Bai stepped forward, concernedly reaching out to touch her forehead. His handsome face leaned in closer, smiling gently. I'm sorry you got sick taking care of my friend. And no, it's fine. I had a night shift yesterday, just a bit tired. The nurse smiled shyly, tying up her hair. Look at you. What are you hurt for? Xiao Bai changed the subject, pointing at Xiao Yi, scolding. You made this beautiful nurse work so hard. The latter looked confused. What does that have to do with me? Oomph. Xiao Bai gently took a room card from his pocket and placed it in the nurse's hand, leaning in to whisper in her ear. I booked a room in the building next door. After your shift, you can go rest there. He wants to do you, sis. Tan Xin reminded with a pitiful expression. That's right, Xiao Bai leaned closer to the nurse, a wicked smile on his lips, and once isn't enough. He wants it for a lifetime. Ah. The nurse's face turned even redder as she hurriedly left. With a bang, the door closed, and Xiao Bai revealed his true self, provocatively saying to Tan Xin, sorry, I just had your goddess. I'll shoot a little video to tease you later. Don't censor it, bro. Tan Xin nodded repeatedly, enviously saying, I'll go buy you a little umbrella. Let me have a bit of involvement. A bunch of animals. Xiao Yi gritted her teeth in frustration. It was hard for her to even get out of bed, while these two were still in the mood to flirt. The next second, Xiao Bai jumped to Xiao Ye's bedside, affectionately calling Dad, sorry, it was just for the plot. Can you act like a person? You'll get used to it. Xiao Bai didn't speak, and a cold female voice came from outside the door. What the hell? Tan Xin sat up, staring wide-eyed at the door. 3 cold-looking women walked into the room, expressionless, staring intently at Xiao Yi in bed. The 3 looked to be about the same age as Xiao Bai, with long hair tied up in high ponytails, their faces icy, and their impressive figures barely hidden by black trench coats. Their mature dressing and figure-belied, slightly youthful faces. However, what shocked Xiao Yi the most was their gaze cold, with no hint of emotion. You're the boss. The leading woman scrutinized Xiao Yi, speaking in a deep voice. It's him, Xiao Bai answered for him. Your task is to protect him well. As long as the money is in place, it doesn't matter who the boss is. We do our jobs for money. The leading woman showed no change in emotion, nodding at Xiao Yi. I'm Hua San. This is my sister, Hua Si and Hua Wu. Hua Si had her eyes covered with a red cloth, holding what looked like a blind cane. Hua Wu wore a mask, her big eyes blinking. Hua Si is blind. Hua Wu is mute, and I'm deaf. However, I can read lips. Please let me see your face when giving tasks. After introducing herself seriously, Hua San quietly stood aside. What's going on? Xiao Yi was stunned for a while before he reacted. What kind of trick is Xiao Bai pulling? The latter awkwardly scratched his nose and coughed lightly, whispering a forced smile. Didn't I boast yesterday that I'd have my old lady take out the Zhong family? I called her yesterday, but she said she wouldn't intervene in fights among kids. That's our family rule. If peers fight and lose, the family won't intervene, and you'll have to kneel in front of the ancestral hall. However, Xiao Bai grinned, raising his head proudly. I have a trump card. She can't go against me. I arranged for a few thunderbolts, and now I'm sending them to you. He pointed to the 3 icy beauties behind him. Thunderbolts. Xiao Yi was very familiar with them. He was raised by them. But the thunderbolts he remembered were all ragged and fierce, ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Those who could be thunderbolts were usually desperate fugitives, exchanging their lives for money. However, these 3 sisters were completely different from the thunderbolts. Don't doubt it. They are indeed thunderbolts. Don't look at their young age. Their strength is not weak. I've already arranged for their enrollment. They will follow you from now on. Xiao Yi understood that Xiao Bai was doing this because he had nearly been crippled saving him. Now that he couldn't fight back, and Zhong Xianming was watching closely, he arranged for these three. Hello, boss. The three, Hua San, Hua Si, and Hua Wu, deeply bowed as a form of introduction to their boss. But where would the money to hire Thunderbolts come from? Xiao Yi knew the rules of the Thunderbolts well. You pay, they risk their lives. Once they accept the task, it's to the death. The only rule is that you cannot owe them their payment for risking their lives. A day late, and they might retaliate against the boss. Here Xiaobai grinned, pointing to the big fool in the adjacent bed. This guy is paying. Tan Kinsidi no dit, yige. I want to follow you. What? Tan Xin was a subordinate of Zhong Xiao. If he was willing to pay, Xiao Yi might not even have the courage to accept him. Tan Xin scratched his head carelessly. I can't go back to Zhong Xiao's side. I don't have much ability. My dad is into investments, and I inherited some of his good genes. In the past, when you were alone, I certainly wouldn't dare to associate with you, but now. His gaze shifted to Xiao Bai. Bai Gu, your brother's with him. I think we can take a gamble. With Xiao Bai's family background, if they really fought against the Zhong family, they wouldn't be afraid at all. My goal is to follow the big brother. When the big brother eats meat, I drink soup. Since I can't get on Zhong Xiao's boat, I might as well gamble with you guys. Recognizing who the boss is doesn't mean anything. There was one thing he didn't say. His dad had rarely supported him in choosing Xiao Ye's side this time. In the future, if you need to spend money, I'll take care of it. My dad has plenty of money. If it really doesn't work, I'll let him misappropriate some public funds. At worst, I'll just go in and sit for a few years. A great filial son. It's hard to imagine that the infamous team known as the Mountain King was formed under such circumstances. Chapter 29 Conflict 1. A week later, Xiaoya finally awaited his discharge day. At the same time, Xiaobai brought him good news. Xunkei helped him apply for a grade jump, meaning he would go directly from the first year of high school to the second year, allowing him to participate in the awakening ceremony this year. Outside the ward, Tan Xin paced back and forth in the corridor, repeatedly muttering, bless that young Master Zhong doesn't attack me as soon as we meet. Beside him, the three Hua sisters leaned against the wall with expressionless faces, seemingly lost in thought. Xunkei sat on a bench in the corridor, dealing with work with a serious demeanor. Just then, the door to the room slowly opened. Everyone instinctively looked towards the door. Xiaoya stepped out in a brand new tracksuit, with braids in his hair and a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Half a month ago, he had entered the city alone. Now he had Xiao Bai, the three Hua sisters, and Tan Xin by his side. One had connections, one had money, and one had strength. Facing Zhong Xianming, at least he wouldn't be at a disadvantage at school. Boss, the three sisters bowed first. Bro, Tan Xin grinned. Good news. Chun Kei lazily stood up, looking at Xiaoya with a teasing expression. You've struck gold. The Zhong family is negotiating with a mad dog and can't focus on you right now. Yesterday, Qingqing asked me to tell you that young Master Zhong knows you will participate in the awakening ceremony and has agreed to a major score for the trial after the awakening. Oh, will he back down? Xiaoyan naturally didn't believe Zhong Xuanming's words. This guy had a small mindset and would never peaceably reconcile for no reason. Most likely, he was plotting something. However, Chun Kei said with a relaxed expression, that's why I said you're lucky to be on Xiaobai's ship. Her family as elder made it clear that children won't intervene even if they break their heads. But if the Zhong family dares to mobilize their family power, the Xiaobai family will step in immediately. In the end, young Master Zhong isn't afraid of Xiaoya. He fears the power behind the Xiaobai family. Don't be fooled by the fact that he seems to have no one managing him now, as if he has been abandoned. If he were to be killed in the Black Mansion, his family would definitely not ignore it. After all, the two characters Mountain and River carry weight. As for a ceasefire, Xiaoya's lips curled into a strange smile. Zhong Xianming had seen his bloodline's second-level strength. If there was no ceasefire, it was feared that by the next meeting, Xiaoya would have to take action against him. This was a temporary measure. Although he didn't know what Zhong Xianming was plotting against him behind the scenes, at least for now, there wouldn't be any conflict between the two sides. A month later, the awakening ceremony would determine if he was a dragon or a bug. If he failed the awakening, without young Master Zhong taking action, Xiaoya would have to leave the Black Mansion. Even if Xiaobai wanted to protect him, it would be useless. They could only protect for a moment, not for a lifetime. If the awakening was successful, the score between him and Zhong Xianming would be settled in the trial competition. The trial competition was an important way for major schools to select talent after the awakening ceremony, because abilities did not have a level. The same ability could be very powerful in some people, while others might struggle to exert their advantages. Combat was the best way to test students' combat talent. Every year, many geniuses would fall in the competition, and although Zhong Xianming had already awakened, there was no rule saying that awakened students in their third year couldn't participate in the trial competition. Damn, what am I afraid of? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Xiao Bai, with red lip prints all over her face, walked out with a nurse. She exchanged a glance with Xiaoya and arrogantly raised her eyebrows, saying, "Don't be afraid, bro. I've got your back." If he wants to compare family backgrounds, my family's elder has never been intimidated by anyone. If he wants to fight you properly, I'll fight alongside you. From now on, if anyone wants to touch you, they have to ask about my knife first. After saying that, she arrogantly extended her fist. Let us go back to school and tell everyone that young Master Zhong didn't manage to bring you down. Bang! Xiaoya grinned, extending his fist to collide with hers. It was as if their hearts were bound together. I never feared charging into the city alone. Now that I have brothers, why should I fear the Zhong family? Let us take down the Zhong family and make Zhong Xianming kneel. Make Zhong Xianming kneel. The two exchanged a knowing smile and simultaneously looked at the trembling Tan Xian beside them. Such rebellious words he dare not say. Cough, cough, definitely. Victory. Tan Xian timidly extended his fist. Ha ha ha. The three boys exchanged smiles. The spirit of youth. No matter how high the sky, how deep the water, or how difficult the road ahead, I have brothers to support me along the way. A mere black mansion cannot trap a true dragon. At the entrance of the first middle school, it was still a sea of people. Luxury cars were lined up. Students gathered in groups, chatting and joking at the school gate. Buzzing. The harsh roar of an engine broke the tranquility of the school. Tan Xian's father's SUV sped toward the school gate, executing a beautiful drift that left a black mark on the ground before coming to a steady stop. As the car doors slowly opened, the delinquent youths squatting outside, smoking, all widened their eyes. Step! In the passenger seat, Xiao Bai jumped out of the car, carrying a long knife, with an unruly demeanor. Her piercing gaze swept over everyone. Not a single student dared to meet her eyes. Why is he here? Damn, Xiao Bai came to school. They heard he killed a transformed beast a few days ago. The school was about to change. Bang! The next second, the back door opened. An eerie silence fell at the school gate. Confused students rubbed their eyes in disbelief. That wild kid, the one who negotiated with young Master Zhong with explosives. He is not dead. They heard that young Master Zhong sent Jianggu to kill him, and the result. One dead, one injured. He still dared to come to school. What guts? Whispers filled the air. Xiaoya stretched his muscles without looking sideways, completely unafraid. Following that, the three Hua sisters got out of the car expressionlessly. Their stunning beauty immediately attracted the attention of all the boys. But, the next second, the three of them stood behind Xiaoya in unison, with Hua Sen even taking out a coat from the back seat to drape over Xiaoya's shoulders. Full of swagger. Hey, isn't that Tan Xian? Isn't he young Master Zhong, little follower? Why is he hanging out with the wild kid? In comparison, people look down on Tan Xian more. The latter, emboldened by his connections, stood with his hands on his hips beside Xiaoya and shouted, "What are you looking at? I've been convinced by my wild brother, okay? 17 class, come over." As the former class leader, Tan Xian still had some residual authority. With one shout, a dozen boys quickly ran up to him. Tan Xiao, you're out of the hospital? Shut up. The latter's face darkened, and he scolded unhappily from today onwards. Your boss is Xiaoya. What are you looking at? Xiao Bai raised an eyebrow, exuding an aura of intimidation as she called out, Xiaoya, Xiaoya, Xiaoya. At the same time, the school gates suddenly surged with a large crowd. Leading them were Jiang Lang and Ling Tong. This was Zhong Xuanming's awakened army. Over 100 people blocking the school gate. Among them, a small, skinny, ordinary person squeezed into the crowd, sneering as he stared at Xiaoya. The first confrontation upon returning to school was about to begin. Jiang Lang deliberately spoke loudly. Sorry, we need a train here. Could you please enter through the back door? The scene fell silent. Everyone was waiting for Xiaoye's reaction. I have no habit of taking detours. Xiaobai dug in her ear and looked at the other party with a smile that wasn't a smile. Even Zhong Xianming doesn't dare to block my way. You better just stand there and don't move. I'm stepping over you. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoye and Xiaobai stepped forward simultaneously. The three sisters of the Hua family subtly reached for their lower backs. A group of people strode confidently towards the school. Chapter 30 Conflict 2 The spacious school gate has become a battleground for the new and old forces vying for dominance. Over 100 awakened ones stand in 2 rows. The towering gate completely blocked. Dressed in all black, with sharp eyes and high fighting spirit, Jiang Lang stands with his hands behind his back. His gaze fixed fiercely on Xiaoyi. Since that night, he and Ling Tong have been cast into the cold palace by Zhong Xianming. This time, it is his only chance to regain face. On the other side, Xiaoyi stands shoulder to shoulder with Xiaobai. The 3 sisters of the Hua family follow closely behind, and behind them are Tan Xian and his brothers. Neither side shows any intention of backing down. With so many people watching, anyone who takes a step back today will never be able to hold their head high in school again. On the steps, the 2 sides are no more than 2 meters apart. For a moment, the aura of the awakened ones collides with each other. There is no wind. It makes everyone's clothes flap. The atmosphere is oppressive and tense. Finally, Xiaoyi speaks first, making Jiang Lang stare at him defiantly, speaking heavily. Let's have a fight first, then we can talk. Xiaoyi can no longer fight at this moment. Jiang Lang shows no intention of backing down. His palms slightly open, 5 short knives slowly floating in the air, their tips pointing directly at Xiaoye's brow. This means, you think you can block me? Xiaobai tilts his head and mocks. Who gave you the courage? Did you eat too much expired Weigo? Do you think you've toughened up? I want to see, Jiang Lang replies without giving an inch, provocatively looking at the 2, whose knife is more powerful, your mountain river knife or my flying knives. I see you're asking for death. Even Zhong Xianming doesn't dare to stop me. Do you really dare to jump out? Xiaobai steps forward, and the knife energy erupts instantly. The red cloth wrapping the long knife bursts apart. Just as he is about to make a move, Xiaoyi reaches out and holds him back. You have so many people, so you must be impressive, right? Xiaoyi chucked this lightly, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and placing it in his mouth. There are only a few of us. How about I give you a kneel? Tan Xian understandingly steps forward to light it for him. He exhales, the thick smoke slowly billowing out. While everyone is still confused about what is happening, Xiaoyi moves. He takes a step back, playfully looking back at the 3 sisters of the Hua family. Let me see if my money is worth spending. Clang. As soon as the words fall, 3 blades flash. Unlike Xiaobai's overwhelming knife momentum, the 3 sisters' knives are fast to an exaggerated degree. The white light flashes. An oppressive feeling suffocates. Whoosh. At the same time, Jiang Lang's short knife shoots out. Clang. The crowd seems to freeze. The awakened ones behind Jiang Lang hold their breath, not daring to exhale. Drip, drip, drip. Blood drips onto the ground. So fast. Am I seeing things? Jiang Lang has lost. This is the first time I've seen him defeated so completely. Jiang Lang maintains his attacking posture, his fingers pointing at Xiaoyi. But, at the same time, a green dagger is also pressed against his neck. It's Hua-san, with her hair flying and a cold expression devoid of emotion. Not a single person in the crowd can see how she drew her knife. Xiaoyi continues to keep his head down, smoking, while the 5 flying knives hover just an inch from his face. Hua Si and Hua Wu catch the opponent's knife with their bare hands, allowing the blade to cut through their palms while blood flows down their fingers without even a frown. The students exude fighting spirit, but these 3 sisters release pure killing intent. Jiang Lang has no doubt that as long as Xiaoyi gives the order to kill, these 3 women will immediately slit his throat. Boss, there's a breakfast shop at the entrance. Let us eat breakfast. Come back in 10 minutes. And there won't be a single living person here. Hua-san slowly turns her head, speaking lightly, as if she is not killing people, but a flock of chickens and ducks. Don't worry, after we kill, we'll run. The wanted list will only have her 3 names. Hua Si's silver bell-like voice sound like a death knell. Sweat beads slide down Jiang Lang's forehead. In that split second, he truly felt the gaze of death. If it weren't for Xiao Yi not giving the order to kill, he would already be a corpse. Thunder is really effective. The latter smirks, leisurely stepping forward, poking his finger into Jiang Lang's chest. 1,000-mile no man's land can't stop me. A fully armed city defense camp can't stop me. What do you have to stop me? If you want to fight me, Zhong Ximing might barely be able to say that, but you are not qualified. After saying that, he takes a deep breath and blows the cigarette, but straight into Jiang Lang's face. Whoosh! Ling Tong wants to step forward. The next second, a red butterfly knife is pointed at his brow. Huasi looks at him with the same gaze as a dead person, within 3 meters of the boss. The scene is terrifyingly quiet. Jiang Lang and Ling Tong find themselves in a dilemma. Originally thinking to rely on their numbers to give Xiao Yi a warning. After all, even if they are strong, they can't take down more than 100 people. Who would have thought Xiao Yi would disregard martial ethics and actually carry thunder with him? My boss wants to go in. Either let him or die. Huasan doesn't waste words, pushing the dagger forward. The tip pierces Jiang Lang's skin, blood gushes out. Your flying knives take too long to draw. They might work in a match, but in a life-and-death struggle, you don't even have the chance to draw your knife. Xiao Yi exposes the opponent's flaw. This is the difference between thunder and these system-trained awakened ones. One side consists of ruthless people who have lingered on the edge of life and death for years, while the other side consists of awakened ones trained by schools, with decent skills and talent, but far too little experience in life and death struggles. I'll count to 3. Either you step aside, or I let her kill. Xiao Yi scans the crowd. A strange smile rising at the corners of his mouth as he leans close to Jiang Lang's ear and whispers, "Don't pretend to be tough in front of me. If you dare to act tough, I will dare to slap your face. Or, if you have guts, just stand there and bet whether I dare to kill you." 1. Xiao Bai completely disregards the crowd of awakened ones behind Jiang Lang. This is not a ring match. In a life-and-death confrontation, it's all about momentum. If the leader's momentum falters, no matter how many people there are, they're just a flock of lambs. 2. Tan Xen swallows hard, trembling as he picks up a brick from the ground and holds it tightly, shouting loudly, "Think it over. You only have one life. Do you want face or your life?" 3. Xiao Yi shouts Lude. Jiang Lang doesn't move, but Ling Tong does. He grabs his companion's clothes and pulls him aside. If anyone else said this today, he might not believe it. But only Xiao Yi. He doesn't dare to gamble. The memory of Lao Xuan's death is vivid. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Xiao Yi is that kind of reckless person. In his words, he has just a worthless life. And if you want to fight to the death, he'll accompany you to the end. The laws of the city cannot restrain those in high positions, but they also cannot restrain desperate people like Xiao Yi. Moreover, the strength of the 3 sisters of the Hua family completely crushes Jiang Lang. The advantage is completely gone. Afraid of death? Xiao Yi's eyes are full of disappointment. Do you think this is a school competition? You should go outside the city for a walk. Every 10-year-old child is one to be counted. If you dare to stab him, they will dare to pull a gun on you. After saying that, he snatches Huasi's dagger and hands it to Jiang Lang. Hold it well. Aren't you unconvinced? Here's your chance. After saying that, he extends his neck, pointing at the carotid artery. Stab here, if I dodge. I owe you. Do you dare? Do you dare? A low roar. The latter's old face turns bright red. Huasan watches like a hawk. And Xiao Bai's knife has already been raised. As long as he dares to stab, whether Xiao Yi lives or dies is uncertain. But he will definitely die. Jiang Lang is not afraid of killing. He has killed before. But that doesn't mean he isn't afraid of dying. Xiao Yi neither values other people's lives nor his own. You remember, those who are afraid to die have no right to live. This city wall has protected you too well. I've given you the opportunity, but from now on, I'm sorry. You don't even have the qualifications to be my opponent. Chapter 31, The Supreme Power of a New Era. Xiao Bai pushed aside the disheartened Jiang Lang with a single palm. He had not lost to Huasan, but to himself. His Dao heart was damaged. A cruel truth lay before this group of awakened ones. You dare to kill, but do you dare to die? Usually relying on their identity as awakened ones, they strutted around in school, and even during training, teachers provided full protection. They had forgotten that in this chaotic world, it was a survival of the fittest. Outside the city, no one would coddle them. The crowd slowly parted to make way. At this moment, the morale of the awakened army that Zhong Xianming had painstakingly built crumbled completely. Everyone lowered their heads, afraid to meet Xiao Ye's gaze. Treating my people like dogs. Isn't quite right, is it? Just then, at the school gate, several luxury cars flaunted their presence. The car doors slowly opened. Zhong Xianming stepped out in a high-end custom suit, appearing calm and collected. Compared to his previous dejection, he now looked refreshed, showing no signs of the defeat from being driven away by Xiao Yi. This kid actually dares to show up. Isn't he afraid you'll transform and deal with him? Xiao Bai furrowed his brow in suspicion. The awakened ones, upon seeing Zhong Xianming, seemed to have found their backbone. They shouted in unison, "Young Master Zhong! Young Master Zhong!" Xiao Yi sensed something was off. Zhong Xianming was overly confident today, completely unafraid of Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai. His confidence came from the companions behind him. As several luxury cars opened their doors simultaneously, 6 young men of similar age stood neatly beside Zhong Xianming. The rarely intimidated Hua San, who could easily crush Jiang Lang, showed signs of caution. The 3 sisters quietly moved to Xiao Ye's side, gripping their knife handles, vigilantly watching the newcomers. Damn, how we poked the hornet's nest? Tan Xen hid behind Xiao Yi, nervously warning, "Yiga, Bai Ge, don't make a move." The 6 people behind Zhong Xianming exuded an extraordinary aura, their energy concealed yet palpable, showing no signs of weakness against Xiao Bai. The newcomers don't mean well. Xiao Yi curiously assessed the 6. Zhong Xianming approached with a confident smile. "Bai Ge, good to see you again. It's rare to see you come to school. Is your school your family's? Why don't you call it and see if it responds?" Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. The illegitimate son of an old lady. "Haha, quite the attitude. You'd think you're the legitimate heir," one of the young men standing behind Zhong Xianming sneered, immediately revealing Xiao Bai's background. He appeared completely unfazed by the other's influence. "Xiao Tao, don't say that. Be careful not to hit Bai Ge's sore spot," Zhong Xianming coldly chuckled. The young man, named Xiao Tao, held an ancient long sword in both hands, leaning against the car, a faint smirk on his lips. "Others may fear your family's old lady, but I don't." Xiao Yi immediately recognized the long sword in his hand as an archaic tool. Xiao Bai, with his status, hadn't he even acquired one, indicating that the other's background was definitely not weak. He is a disciple of the Kou Immortal, not someone to provoke. Tan Xin recognized the other party and hid her head behind Xiao Yi, whispering, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the disciple of the Kou Immortal. No wonder he is so impressive," Xiao Bai retorted without showing weakness. "You being here to confront me is pointless. How about you let your master visit the 4 provinces? What the hell is the Kou Immortal?" Xiao Yi asked in confusion, having just emerged from the wilderness and completely unaware of the current world. Ahem, Tan Xin naturally took on the role of an explainer. The Kou Immortal is the new generation supreme power. More than 10 years ago, when the Mother River flooded, he parted the waters with a single finger, forcefully redirecting the long river. Since 18 years ago, when the alien coalition attacked the Dragon Kingdom, the white-clad Heavenly King led the Dragon Kingdom's powers to fight against the Divine Kingdom, resulting in almost the complete extinction of our Dragon Kingdom's 8 Awakeners. Since then, 9 Supreme Awakeners have emerged in the Dragon Kingdom, and Kou Immortal is one of them. The Kou I Finger, Shadow Ghost Transformation, the double kings of Xiangfu's loyalty. The Storyteller, the God-slaying Whip, the Blind Man hiding the knife, the Gun King, the Demon Fox, all listen to Mithriya's words. This nursery rhyme records these 9 super strong individuals. Kou I, Shadow Ghost, the double kings of Xiangfu, the Storyteller, the bearer of the God-slaying Whip, the Blind Man, the Gun King, the head of the Ma family, and the Black Mithriya. This Xiao Tao is the closed-door disciple of the Kou Immortal collected last year. He used to be a little beggar, and within just a year, he has reached the peak of his second awakening. Tan Xin looked at him with envy. This kind of fortune is rarer than winning the lottery, yet he encountered it. As Tan Xin recited the nursery rhyme, a proud expression emerged on Xiao Tao's face. And there's another line. Xiao Bai, not to be outdone, deliberately said loudly, "When the demon dragon emerges, all beneath the 9 awakenings are mere ants. What about the others behind him?" Xiao Yi, not understanding, did not care. He was only concerned about the opponents he was about to face. His sharp gaze swept over the other 5. Their cultivation levels were similar, all in the intermediate stage of the second awakening. Awakened ones of this age generally remained at the initial stage of the first awakening. A talent like Zhong Xianming, who was in the intermediate stage of the first awakening, was already rare, and these 6 could be considered geniuses among geniuses. Apart from the younger generation of super families, these individuals could already be regarded as figures of admiration. Experts from the capital, the top 100 in last year's National Awaken trials, shall be dismissed with a shrug. Their cultivation isn't bad, but they're only around the 80th or 90th rank, hardly outstanding. Zhong Xianming called them here. It seems he is determined to take you down in the competition this time. If you fail your awakening, I'll take you back to the 4 provinces. Don't say Zhong's family. Even the Su, immortal wouldn't dare to show his face. At this moment, he was still thinking about him. Hee, these friends are all here to participate in the Black Mansion competition a month from now. I hope you don't break your promise. Zhong Xianming's eyes sparkled with intense, killing intent. Just a friendly reminder. There are always death quotas in the competition every year. If you accidentally die in there, even the old lady 1T have a solution. After saying this, he politely gestured for the 2 to leave. During this time, I 1T trouble you. To be honest, I hope you can awaken. Boss, should we kill him? I'm 50% sure if we strike tonight. Huasan asked expressionlessly in a low voice. I can hear you discussing killing him in front of me. You really don't take the Zhong family seriously. Zhong Xianming's face turned ashen as he reminded. No need. I said I want him to kneel. Xiao Yi confidently looked at Zhong Xianming. Young Master Zhong, you have a month. I'll give you time to gather your people. If you can bring that so-called immortal, it's fine. Do you really think you're worthy of my master's intervention? Xiao Tao pretended to be careless as he drew the archaic tool. An eye-catching red light instantly enveloped the school gate as he provocatively laughed. First, let me ask what this sword in my hand is called. Wenqiu. What is Wenqiu? Xiao Yi looked confusedly at Xiao Bai. The latter chuckled and said, Wenjun, how much sorrow can you have? Just like a group of eunuchs going to a brothel. Oh, so you're a eunuch brother? Then your life is quite tragic. Xiao Yi teasingly reached into his pocket, and then, in front of everyone, tossed a coin to the ground. Don't mention it. He then led everyone away, without looking back, leaving Zhong Xianming and the others dumbfounded as they stared at the money on the ground. What does this mean? He.S. giving money to a beggar? One person asked foolishly. As soon as the words were spoken, a chill suddenly enveloped the group. Xiao Tao gripped the sword hilt, his teeth clenching audibly. This was a blatant mockery, a jab at his past as a beggar. Look, this kid really forgets his roots. It's only been a few days since he got rich, and he doesn't even pick up the money on the ground anymore. A lazy voice from afar said, You're throwing away my game coins. Damn it. Chapter 32, The Abandoned Dog in the Senior Classroom. With the strong support of Zhong Xianming, he walked with a breeze. Especially with the powerful addition of Xiao Tao, the closed-door disciple of the ethereal lady in white, he was filled with confidence for the upcoming trial competition. When a person becomes complacent, they are prone to forget themselves. Zhong Xianming made the same mistake. Jiang Lang, aware that he had messed up at the school gate, returned to the classroom without saying a word, like a child who had done something wrong. Just as he was about to take a seat, bang, with a loud crash, the chair beneath him was kicked away, crashing against the wall a few meters away, shattering into pieces. Jiang Lang was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Looking disheveled, he looked up, his face full of disbelief. In the past, even if he made a big mistake, Zhong Xianming would always put on a demeanor of treating the worthy with respect. But today, what he saw was a completely unfamiliar face. Zhong Xianming looked down at him from a height, his eyes filled with undisguised disdain, questioning word by word, Did I ever tell you? Not to have any conflict with that wild kid. His plan was to take the life of the wild kid in the competition and regain his own glory. But Jiang Lang, instead, went to block the door. Even if he had won, it would have been fine, but he was humiliated by the wild kid, losing all face in front of the experts he had invited. Xiao Tao, holding that ancient long sword, looked at the flushed Jiang Lang with a disdainful smirk. Without the skill of a diamond, Don't take on porcelain work. If you had had the guts to stab him just now, I would have looked at you differently." He glanced around at the awakened ones in the classroom who were silent, as if frozen in fear, sarcastically saying to Zhong Xianming, "Zhong Xiao, it's better to buy some dog food for the stray dogs outside than to spend money raising this group of useless people. At least they can bark at people." Ha ha ha. A few strong supporters erupted into piercing laughter. This was tantamount to pointing at Jiang Lang's nose and calling him a dog. In the past, Zhong Xianming would have been displeased. But this time, he merely sneered and waved his hand at Jiang Lang, as if shooing away a fly. "You disappoint me too much. Go sit in the corner." Jiang Lang's seat was originally on the left side of Zhong Xianming, a place reserved for the most trusted. Now being sent to the corner was undoubtedly a declaration that he, Jiang Lang, had been completely abandoned. Ling Tong looked at the cold, unfamiliar face of the boss and mustered the courage to step forward to mediate. "Boss, Jiang Ge also wants to share your burdens." "Share burdens?" Zhong Xianming seemed to have heard the greatest joke, his voice suddenly rising. "This is sharing burdens? In terms of strategy, you can't be like Xiao Bao. In terms of combat, you can't be like Xiao Tao to sweep away strong enemies. What use do I have for you?" The proud Zhong Xianming was too lazy to pretend to be falsely benevolent. He waved his hand extremely arrogantly. "The Zhong family does not raise idlers. Starting today, all of your treatments are canceled. Also, from now on, all of you will listen to Xiao Tao. His words are my words." In the classroom, all of Zhong Xuanming's old subordinates lowered their heads, their hearts surging with unwillingness and humiliation. Especially Jiang Lang, whose original intention was just to vent his boss's anger. What he received in return was the ridicule of newcomers and the ruthless disdain of his boss. Unconvinced, the newly promoted top horse, Xiao Tao, arrogantly lifted his head, pointing his chin at Jiang Lang, his posture extremely contemptuous. "I'll give you a chance. If you beat me, I'll leave without saying a word." The other strong supporters all wore mocking smiles. Jiang Lang was merely at the peak of his first awakening, while Xiao Tao was a genuine peak of the second awakening. This challenge was essentially a public execution to establish dominance. "Come if you dare." Jiang Lang leaped up from the ground. Zhong Xianming lit a cigarette, crossed his legs, and took on a watching-the-show demeanor. The battle for the first henchman officially began. The center of the classroom was quickly cleared. Xiao Tao crossed his arms, lazily yawning, standing in a crooked posture full of flaws. Jiang Lang, on the other hand, was fully focused, 5 short knives floating in the air, surrounding him, exuding a chilling aura. With Zhong Xuanming's shout of start, Jiang Lang's flying knives shot out like arrows, tearing through the air towards his opponent. Xiao Tao, however, remained motionless until the flying knives were just a meter away from him, and his slightly narrowed eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. One finger break. Boom! With one finger, an overwhelmingly powerful force shot out from his fingertip, shattering all the flying knives along the way, and with unstoppable momentum, instantly pierced through Jiang Lang's shoulder. The 5 flying knives shattered into pieces. One move. Again, the same move. First, Hua San restrained him with a knife. Then Xiao Tao severely injured him with a finger. Jiang Lang clutched his bleeding shoulder, struggling to rise, silent. This time, he admitted defeat wholeheartedly. The intense pain in his shoulder was far less than the coldness in his heart. The disdainful gazes of the supporters, Zhong Xuanming's indifferent stare, and the admiring looks of his former companions toward Xiao Tao, all of this felt like needles piercing into his heart. The large classroom was filled with people, yet he felt like a stray dog casually discarded by its owner. I lost." Jiang Lang took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Xiao Tao. "We'll move to the corner." "Wait." Xiao Tao suddenly called out to him, saying with interest, "The fight isn't over yet." Jiang Lang's face changed drastically. If this continued, Jiang Ge has already admitted defeat. Ling Tong couldn't bear it and rushed forward to argue. He and Jiang Lang had awakened and trained together as brothers. He couldn't just watch his brother be humiliated like this. However, deep brotherhood only brought more ruthless mockery. Xiao Tao beckoned at Ling Tong with his finger. "So, you're going to fight for him? Bring it on." Ling Tong shouted angrily, throwing a punch. Jiang Lang, not willing to be outdone, dragged his injured body and charged again. 1 minute later, the two of them lay on the ground like dead dogs, shoulders, abdomen, and thighs all full of deep wounds visible to the bone. Zhong Xianming watched coldly throughout, showing no intention of stopping. Xiao Tao walked up to the two and kicked Jiang Lang's face with his toe, smiling as he said, "You guys are lucky. If you weren't Zhong Xiao's people, today, you wouldn't think of leaving here alive." With the establishment of dominance complete, Xiao Tao contentedly walked to Jiang Lang's original seat and sat down with a flourish. The gazes of everyone looking at him shifted from simple admiration to a mix of fear and awe. This feeling, after having suffered disdain on the streets since childhood, was particularly satisfying for him. The ethereal finger truly lived up to its reputation. Zhong Xianming gave a thumbs up in appreciation. What is this? Xiao Tao, forgetting himself in pride, lifted his head. "My master can pierce through 5 mountains with 1 finger. What shadows, what double kings of Xiangfu, what 4 houses old ladies. None of them can withstand a blow in front of my master." This was a gross exaggeration, but at this moment, no one dared to refute it. "Sorry, Zhong Xiao." Xiao Tao arrogantly glanced at the two on the ground. "Your top horse is too weak. No wonder you had to spend a lot to invite us here." Having suffered oppression since childhood, after gaining power, he would mercilessly oppress those weaker than him to fill the distortion in his heart. It's no big deal, just a bunch of useless people." Zhong Xianming lightly laughed in agreement, pulling out a few bills from his pocket and tossing them lightly beside Jiang Lang's pool of blood. "Take it, go to the hospital, and don't embarrass yourself here." It really lived up to the saying, "A new generation replaces the old. With a sharper knife, the old one naturally becomes unimportant." Jiang Lang silently glanced at the money on the ground, his expression completely cold as he struggled to get up. "Brother Tao is really impressive." Zhou Xiaobao seized the opportunity and flattering approached, lighting a cigarette for Xiao Tao. That earlier gesture probably made even strong fighters with 5 senses want to avoid the spotlight. Right? Ha ha ha. It's not that exaggerated. Xiao Tao arrogantly exhaled a puff of smoke, but below the 3rd level. "I am invincible. With your help. This competition will be that wild kid's funeral." Zhong Xianming nodded in satisfaction. Then a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "However, we still need to prepare for both scenarios. Xiaobao, get ready to leave the city and control the people for me first." "Yes." Zhou Xiaobao respectfully bowed. And at that moment, an uncontrollable greed and ferocity appeared on his face. Chapter 33. Jiang Lang's choice that night. The wind and snow whipped through the streets like knives. Jiang Lang and Ling Tong supported each other, moving back to the apartment that symbolized their identity and glory. Like 2 wild dogs whose legs had been broken by their master, stumbling along unevenly. This was the city center of the Black Mansion, the home they once took pride in. It was rented specifically for them by Zhong Xianming. But when the elevator doors opened, the scene at the end of the corridor was colder than the wind and snow, piercing to the bone. Their clothes, bedding, and all personal belongings were discarded like a pile of trash at the apartment door. The most eye-catching was the black and white memorial photo of Jiang Lang's mother. The glass frame was shattered, and a dirty shoe print was clearly stamped on the photo. At that moment, the blood vessels in Jiang Lang's eyes burst. This was his only memory. Bang! Jiang Lang kicked the cold metal door in a frenzy, and the door panel let out a dull thud, causing the entire corridor to vibrate. Who the hell did this? His voice was hoarse, filled with beast-like rage. Burglars? Ling Tong's mind went blank as he instinctively reached for the keys. The key wouldn't go in. The lock had been changed. Click! The door opened from the inside. A familiar face peeked out. It was Zhou Xiaobao. He wore a mocking and disdainful expression, as if looking at 2 pitiful creatures. "Oh, Jianggu, Tonggu, you're back?" Zhou Xiaobao greeted lazily, but his body blocked the doorway like a wall. Jiang Lang's anger cooled the moment he saw him. He understood everything. What does this mean? Jiang Lang's voice was terrifyingly calm. "Oh." Zhou Xiaobao raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly, the mockery in his eyes nearly overflowing. "Didn't Zhong Xiao notify you? Tao Ge has his eyes on this place." Zhong Xiao said that from now on, this apartment belongs to Tao Ge. "So, I'm afraid you'll have to find a new nest." Dogs relying on human power. These 4 words had never been so vivid. Zhou Xiaobao pointed at the mess on the ground. Grinning, Tao ordered to throw away all this garbage. But I thought it's so cold. You two don't have a single piece of clothing to keep warm. So I specially left it for you. You bastard. Ling Tong could no longer hold back and grabbed Zhou Xiaobao by the collar. Hey, hey, hey. Zhou Xiaobao immediately yelped, raising his hands in mock surrender, laughing fearlessly. Don't get physical, you two. I'm currently following Zhong Xiao's orders. If you touch me, it's like slapping Zhong Xiao's face. Think it through. He meaningfully gestured toward the inside of the apartment. Tao Gu is still listening inside. Don't make it difficult for me. Zhang Lang's heart sank completely. Without Zhong Xuanming's approval, would Zhou Xiaobao dare to be so arrogant? Enough. Jiang Lang patted Ling Tong's arm, signaling him to let go. He silently bent down, carefully picked up the trampled memorial photo, and wiped away the dirt on it with his sleeve. Then he turned and left. The wind in the corridor rushed in, lifting the corners of his clothes, and his back looked so lonely under the bright lights. It's cold outside. Aren't you going to take some clothes? Zhou Xiaobao called out playfully from behind. The two did not look back and walked straight into the elevator, until the elevator doors slowly closed, cutting off the sight of that smug face. Zhou Xiaobao's expression darkened as he spat a thick phlegm at the discarded clothes. What a piece of work. Can't see the situation. On the street, the cold wind howled. The two walked aimlessly in the snow, the wounds on their bodies aching painfully in the low temperature, blood soaking their clothes and then freezing. They were like two children who couldn't find their way home, looking around in confusion, the vast world offering no refuge. They didn't know how long they walked, but when their energy was finally exhausted, they curled up outside the most familiar school security room and fell into a deep sleep. When they opened their eyes again, there was no biting cold wind, only warm air. A thick blanket covered them, and the bright lights were a bit blinding. A rich, meaty aroma filled their nostrils, so real, yet so unreal. Jiang Lang propped himself up and pushed open the bedroom door. The scene outside froze him in place. In the not-so-spacious living room, a huge copper pot was steaming with hot vapor. 3 men and 3 women were gathered around it, eagerly fighting for the hot pot. Xiao Ye, Xiao Bai, Dan Xin, and those 3 fierce-looking women. Don't you dare take my tripe. Huasi, are you blind? Did you just grab meat from my bowl? If anyone takes my meatballs again, I swear I'll pee in the pot. Believe it? Outside, snow fell in flurries, while inside, heat rose in waves. Jiang Lang couldn't believe that it was this group of people who had saved him. Hey, Jianggu, you're awake? Tan Xin, with her mouth full of meat, grinned with a muffled voice. Want some? Why? Did you save me? Jiang Lang looked down and found that the wounds on his body had been treated and bandaged. If it weren't for them, he and Ling Tong would have frozen to death last night. But how could someone like Xiao Yi save him? He instinctively reacted, "Don't even think about persuading me. I won't betray." The words boss caught in his throat, unable to be spoken. What boss did he have left? He couldn't flatter himself anymore. Don't flatter yourself, Xiao Bai said without looking up, impatiently scolding. You're bleeding like a period. What tough guy are you trying to be? Xiao Yi finally glanced at him, her expression calm, devoid of sympathy or hatred, as if looking at a stranger. It was Tan Xin who wanted to save you. I and Xiao Bai didn't have the time to care for you. This attitude, instead, made Jiang Lang feel a bit more comfortable. The more down and out a person is, the less they can stand others' pity. Jianggu, sit. Tan Xin was the most enthusiastic, grinning as she pulled him to the table and handed him a pair of chopsticks. Why? Jiang Lang couldn't help but ask. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Tan Xin scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. Xiao Yi and Baigu aren't afraid of Zhong Xiao, but I'm scared. I just got on the boat. I don't want to capsize. I thought the steadier our boat is, the better, so... She wanted to pull Jiang Lang onto the boat. Not interested. Jiang Lang interrupted her directly, shaking his head. I'm not on the same side as you. Still want to go back and be his dog? Xiao Bai sneered. He is ungrateful. I cannot be unjust. Jiang Lang did not retort, but smiled self-deprecatingly. If I betray him today, what difference is there between him and me? He raised his head, meeting the gazes of everyone. My strength isn't enough, but my character is decent. If you want to kill me, you can do it now. Otherwise, just let me go. Slap. The 3 sisters of the Hua family almost simultaneously put down their chopsticks, 3 gleaming daggers silently appearing in their hands. The killing intent instantly filled the air. Facing death, Jiang Lang felt completely at ease. He stretched out his chopsticks, lightning fast, snatched the last piece of fatty meat from Xiao Ye's bowl, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. If I die, I'll at least die full, he mumbled. Don't think you're the only ones who VE suffered. My parents died early. Zhong Xianming gave me my first full meal. Without him, I would have starved to death on the streets. I have to acknowledge this favor. From now on, I will no longer do anything for him. But I will never help you deal with him. After saying that, he stopped speaking and buried his head in the food. Xiao Yi watched him with interest, lighting a cigarette, her eyes filled with an indescribable appreciation. At least when it came to loyalty, Jiang Lang was still decent. Tomorrow, leave the Black Mansion. Xiao Ye's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable determination. If I see you again, I will definitely kill you. After saying this, he put down his bowl and chopsticks, stretched lazily, and walked alone toward the bedroom. Thank you. Jiang Lang raised his head gratefully. At that moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. On the square table in the corner of the living room, a photo of his mother, which he cherished as his life, was neatly placed. The footprints on the frame had been wiped clean. In front of the photo, 3 already burnt-out cigarettes were inserted. Jiang Lang stared at the photo, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to move for a moment. Brother Yi said, "The grudge is with you, not your mother," Tan Xian explained nonchalantly. Death is a big deal. Death is a big deal. These 4 words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last line of defense in Jiang Lang's heart. As a 7-foot man, his eyes turned red in an instant. Wait! Just as Xiao Yi was about to step into the room, Jiang Lang suddenly stood up. His voice deep, Zhou Xiaobao. He has taken people out of the city. He is going to kill your godmother. Chapter 34, Kidnapping outside the city. In a small, unknown village. The village is not large, home to hundreds of households. The residents lead a difficult and simple life. During the day, they hunt and scavenge for edible things in the snow. At night, they rob solitary passers-by and occasionally band together to raid unawakened caravans. Such villages are numerous outside the city, so it doesn't even have a proper name. However, tonight, this inconspicuous village welcomes a group of uninvited guests. In the courtyard of the village chief's house, the warm glow of the fire dispels the cold. On the heated kong, a frail woman with white hair at the temples, dry skin, and a waxy face is sewing clothes under the oil lamp. And Zhou, don't busy yourself. Eat something. The village chief's wife carefully places a sticky, unidentifiable food in front of the woman. The men didn't go out hunting today. Just make do with this. Thank you. Were you sewing? The village chief's wife curiously observes the woman in front of her. Since her husband brought the woman back some time ago, she has been taking special care of her. The village chief has kept her origins a secret. I'm making clothes for my son. He has gone out on business, and I don't know if he's cold or hungry. The woman puts down her needle and thread with worry. A mother worries for her child. She looks as if she is just like any mother in the world, speaking of her son with a mix of happiness and concern on her face. What's your child's name? Did he go to the city? My son works as a waiter in a big hotel in the city. I can ask him to inquire for you. The village chief's wife says cheerfully. Speaking of her son fills her with pride. Being able to work in the city is a blessing earned from the last life. His name is Xiao Yi. The woman, who had just opened her mouth, closed it again. Her husband had instructed her that Xiao Yi carried a great secret and could not be mentioned in front of outsiders. Seeing that the other party was not interested in chatting, the village chief's wife smiled awkwardly and left after exchanging a few pleasantries. Wild cub, perhaps thinking of Xiao Yi, the woman picks up the needle and thread again, mumbling with worry, "You little rascal, going out without a warm coat. If one day I'm gone, what will you do? Then you can go accompany him? To hell, Bang! The wooden, drafty door was kicked open. The village chief's wife slowly retreated into the room, her back turned to the woman, her face filled with fear. A rough, large hand tightly gripped her neck. "Annie, long time no see. I've come to see you." In the dim light, a familiar yet hideous face appeared before the woman. It was Zhou Xiaobao, his originally handsome face twisted with anger. Dozens of men dressed in black, wearing masks, rushed into the room with sharp blades. Through the crowd, outside in the snow, the village chief's body lay on the ground. What do you want? The village chief's wife asked in terror. Zhou Xiaobao disdainfully glanced at the woman and gritted his teeth, saying, "Your son killed my whole family and slaughtered half the village. What do you think I'm here for? Annie, my family has treated you well, right? After my uncle died, my grandfather handled the funeral. Why should Xiao Yi repay kindness with enmity?" Zhou Xiaobao became more agitated, taking off his hat to reveal a bald spot on the back of his head. "Not only did he kill my grandfather, but he also wants to come to the city to kill me. If it weren't for my good fortune, the Zhou family would have ended. I've already been valued by the young master in the city. If Xiao Yi doesn't kill my whole family, I would find a way to compensate you. Why are you so ruthless?" He was completely unaware of his own mistakes. He jumped up, leaping onto the heated Kong, and grabbed the woman's neck. His face twisted with murderous intent. The frail woman was no match for the young man, and in moments her face turned pale. If it weren't for the men accompanying him pulling them apart, the woman would have been lost. "I want Xiao Yi to experience the pain of losing loved ones too." Zhou Xiaobao glared at the woman like a hungry wolf, threatening her through gritted teeth. "Don't you want to know where Xiao Yi is? Soon I'll let you two mother and son reunite." The seemingly weak woman let out a cold laugh, not making a sound throughout. Taking advantage of the other party's cursing, she grabbed the scissors on the table, aiming for her neck. A nearby man reacted quickly, slapping the scissors away. "Do you want to die? I haven't let you die yet. Isn't your son dutiful? I want to see if he dares to come save you. I've dug a pit at the original site of the village. My grandfather died such a tragic death, and you will suffer 100 times worse than him. Take her away." Zhou Xiaobao, looking like a madman, commanded the men beside him. The latter stepped forward without a word, lifting the woman and heading outside. At this moment in the snow, several off-road vehicles were running without turning off their engines. As soon as people got in the cars, they immediately started and left. The movements were clean and neat, clearly not the first time they had done such a kidnapping. On the rugged snowy road, dozens of cars sped along, the driver flooring the gas pedal. Zhou Xiaobao sat in the passenger seat, immersed in excitement and unable to calm down for a long time. "Xiao Yi, I want to chop off your dry mother's head in front of you. I want you to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I will use your blood to pay homage to my grandfather." He could already imagine Xiao Ye's terrified expression upon learning that his surrogate mother had been kidnapped, just like the despair he experienced that night, until the driver's intercom crackled. "Gigi, wolf brother, there's a tail following us from behind the village." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaobao's body trembled. He quickly leaned out to look back. 5 extremely fast figures were rapidly closing in, moving even faster than the off-road vehicles. Awakened ones. In an instant, the arrogance he had just displayed vanished like a frostbitten eggplant. Encountering awakened ones outside the city meant being killed without anyone caring. Beneath this snowfield, digging a few shovels could easily unearth corpses. "It should be Gang's people." The anxious voice of a subordinate came through the intercom. "This area is under Gang's control. If we get blocked, there is no chance of living." The name Mad Dog Gang was not to be trifled with. The driver of the lead car calmly glanced at the rearview mirror, picked up the intercom, and instructed Car 8, Car 9, intercept them. "The other cars keep moving. Once we cross the Nine-Head River, we'll enter our turf. Remember, if you die, the Ghost Lord will provide a funeral fee. If you get caught, just think of your families." The driver's voice was extremely cold, the threat unmistakable. This situation was all too familiar for these desperate outlaws who danced on the edge of death. If they were fortunate enough to return alive, the rewards would be plentiful. If they were unfortunate and died, they could only blame themselves. Wolf brother. Why would Gang send people to guard the village? Zhou Xiaobao didn't understand why the Mad Dog Gang cared so much about this woman. Scared? The driver casually gripped the steering wheel with one hand, lit a cigarette, and chuckled. Kidnapping someone's mother, to put it bluntly, is heinous. They deserve to be struck by lightning and die. We're destined for hell anyway. Living one more day counts as a gain. So why fear the trivial? Zhou Xiaobao could no longer hear the driver's words, trembling as he took out his phone. "Zhong Xiao, help!" Boom! En explosion érupted. The sky-high flames illuminated the snowfield. The rear had already engaged in combat. The awakened ones from Cars 8 and 9 got out and directly clashed with the Mad Dog Gang's men. Chapter 35. The chaos outside the city. One bro, damn it. Don't sleep. Get the hell up. Stop dawdling. Feng Dog Gang was just pulled out of bed. The two women sleeping beside him lazily opened their eyes and complained. What's going on? I just slept for a few minutes. Can't a person live? Bro, something happened. The middle-aged man with dreadlocks was sweating profusely. It's bad, that woman was kidnapped. What the hell? Without caring about anything else, Phone Dog Gang jumped out of bed naked, grabbed a pair of long pants, and shouted as he put them on, Gather up. Everyone grab your weapons. Get in the car. Damn it, they've messed with me. With that command, the entire town erupted. Lights came on in every household. Countless armed men surged into the streets. I hope that kid can hold on. Don't you dare call Brother Gio crying, damn it. Longzi shivered at the thought. Just imagining the scene when that master returns made him feel cold. If Brother Gio came back, even the dogs that barked at that kid would die. Phone Dog Gang was furious, brandishing a big knife as he pushed the door open. The cold wind on the street at night made his body start to freeze after standing for a while. Even so, the long street was still crowded with fierce-looking men. Damn it, bullying my nephew. The Zhong family is really going to turn the world upside down. Phone Dog Gang waved his hand. Bring everyone here. A few minutes later, dozens of Zhong family members were brought to the crowd, kneeling on the ground, trembling. Longzi then dialed the Zhong family head S number. Hello. A deep voice came from Zhong Xianming. Didn't you say we were negotiating the day after tomorrow? Negotiate my ass. From today on, I'm not doing anything, just going after you. You can start gathering people now. I'm giving you time to call for help. Old Payan, your time is up. Are you crazy? The old man from the Zhong family was confused. Being attacked out of nowhere at night. Who wouldn't he be unhappy? Crazy? Is this your first day knowing? Don't rush. Someone crazier will come to find you soon. The Chuanfu lineage has just been silenced. And they're not dead yet. Why don't you ask the head of the Black House if he dares to touch our kid? Move! With a furious roar. Dozens of Zhong family followers had their heads severed. Damn it, Zhong, war has started, just wait. After hanging up, Phone Dog Gang was still fuming, coldly instructing Longzi beside him. Call 7th Master. Just tell him his nephew has been taken. On the snowy plains, the number of vehicles in Zhou Xiaobao's convoy was decreasing. Although Phone Dog Gang's followers were few, like him, they were all fierce and refused to let go of the convoy. In less than half an hour, only 4 vehicles were left. In contrast, the pursuing enemies behind were not numerous, but their killing intent was overwhelming. One of them even holding his severed arm like a vengeful spirit. Damn it, all of them are the same. The driver cursed under his breath, took off his mask, and asked in a low voice, Can you drive? And no, I can't. Zhou Xiaobao pleaded with a mournful face, T, run away. Run? What the hell? Coming out to do this work means either killing someone or being killed. If you don't have that awareness, what are you doing out here? Brother Wolf scolded disdainfully, then said in a serious tone, Wait, I'll go stop them. You take the people away, understand? I can't. At that moment, Zhou Xiaobao was truly scared. The pursuers were not ordinary people. They were real desperados. What good does being scared do? Do you think this is just a ticket for a woman? If you can't take her with you, then stay behind and die together. Boom! Just as those words fell, sparks erupted from the car hood. Shrapnel cut Zhou Xiaobao's cheek. More pursuers? Brother Wolf frowned and looked ahead in confusion. How did they get in front of us? Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The tire exploded, and after sliding several dozen meters in the snow, they were forced to stop. In the center of the road ahead, 6 people stood in a row. The strong light made it impossible to see their faces. The 6 were spaced a meter apart, lined up neatly. All were wearing raincoats, their faces hidden under the hoods. The person in the middle held a shotgun, the cigarette, but in his mouth flickering. Damn it. If there's something going on, come at me. Don't touch my mom. As soon as that person spoke, Zhou Xiaobao felt like he was struck by lightning. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he suddenly felt pain at the back of his head. It was Xiao Yi. Click! Xiao Yi pulled back the gun's bolt and decisively opened fire. The windshield shattered. The woman in the back seat looked at the familiar figure, and her previously expressionless face instantly broke into tears. She hadn't spoken when Zhou Xiaobao threatened her, nor when she was kidnapped. But at that moment, seeing her beloved son, she finally spoke. Son? Mom. A heart-wrenching wail erupted. Xiao Yi, in a frenzy, charged towards Zhou Xiaobao's car with the gun. Block him, switch cars. Brother Wolf, being an old gangster, immediately arranged for his men to switch vehicles after climbing out. Woo woo woo. Two off-road vehicles with anti-skid chains sped out, hurtling straight toward Xiao Yi. At that moment, he was still in a semi-disabled state, unable to use the bloodline of the demon, and even running a few steps left him gasping. Run him over. Zhou Xiaobao clenched his fists, continuously praying, run him over. Run him over. Bang! At the critical moment, someone jumped out from behind Xiao Yi. A massive knife swept through the swirling snow, striking from below. The sturdy off-road vehicle was instantly split in half. Xiaobai pulled off his raincoat hood, revealing his handsome but roguelike face, and shouted playfully, "Damn it. Did you buy your driver's license? Don't you know to yield to pedestrians? Yiga, save the person. We'll handle these guys. Don't scare Annie." Tan Exon, trembling in his legs, stepped forward with an exquisitely crafted gun, saying, "I'll cover you." This was his first time participating in such a life-and-death battle. The first time seeing someone split open by a knife. The first time experiencing life and death. Without an awakening, he could have stayed back, but he still came. Zhou Xiaobao, "I damn it, come out." Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Yi, losing his mind, ruthlessly fired the shotgun, causing sparks to fly off the car body. "Take this." Tan Xin refused to back down, pulled the bolt, aimed, and fired in one go. Bang! The double-barrel shotgun slipped from his hands, the tremendous recoil sending him crashing to the ground. But the bullet just happened to hit Zhou Xiaobao's leg, who was trying to escape. "Stop phone dog gang S people. I'll handle these kids. Call home for help. Hurry." Brother Wolf threw down his gloves onto the ground, took a deep drag of his cigarette, flicking the butt away. The aura of his awakening spread out. As his energy continued to expand, the snow on the ground visibly melted. Peak of the third awakening. Xiaobai frowned, realizing it was going to be tough. Chapter 36. The mantis stalks the cicada. "Get up, you little bastard." Zhong Xianming, lost in a beautiful dream, was suddenly yanked out of bed by his hair. Before he could even see who it was, he heard two sharp slaps. The blows jolted him awake. "Father, what? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Zhong Xianming covered his swollen face and looked at the furious old man in pajamas. He was the favorite son of the Zhong family patriarch, born in old age. He had never been scolded, let alone hit, in his life. The unexpected slaps left him stunned. "Did you send someone out of the city?" The old man of the Zhong family questioned hysterically, spitting everywhere with rage. Zhong Xianming still hadn't understood what he had done wrong. "Father, are you really afraid of that mad dog? What is the worst that could happen if we don't leave the city? Would he dare to attack the city?" Slap. Another blow sent Zhong Xianming flying off the bed. "Don't you check the background of the person you're dealing with before you act?" The old man shouted in anger. "He is one of Lao Jio's people. One of Lao Jio's people. Why did you provoke that madman? If he comes back, everyone with the surname Zhong in the city will go down with you." Zhong Xianming covered his face and retorted defiantly. An SS-level wanted criminal from the Dragon Kingdom. Do you think he would dare to come back? He still hadn't realized the kind of existence he had provoked. To a young man of his age, that name felt too distant, so distant that it had lost its deterrent power. But to the older generation, that name represented death. How many SSS-level wanted criminals does the Dragon Kingdom even have? The old man of the Zhong family paced back and forth anxiously. He wasn't afraid of the mad dog, but he feared the man behind the mad dog. "I never blame you for causing trouble, nor do I ever interfere with how you handle things, but you must have some respect, understand? There is nothing Lao Jio wouldn't dare to do. Do you think he is hiding from the authorities? Go ask those big shots at the Capital Security Bureau if they would dare to send someone to catch Lao Jio. Ask the head of the Black House Police if he would dare to capture Lao Jio." The old man seemed drained of energy. He sat heavily in a chair, gasping for breath. In that moment, he looked 10 years older, his eyes filled with regret. "I checked. Xiao Yi really has nothing to do with the mad dog," Zhong Xianming said stubbornly in a low voice. "Besides, the person handling the matter is Ghost Yi from outside the city, and the one hiring him is the enemy of the wild kid. We could just deny everything if it comes to that." Sigh. The incident had already happened. The old man couldn't beat his son to death. With a helpless sigh, he stared intently at Zhong Xianming, ultimately unable to resist the bond of family. He reached out to hold his son's hand and softly advised, "Ming'er, remember, You are the future leader of the entire Zhong family. Always think twice before you act. This time I can help you clean up the mess, but what about 100 years from now? You can't leave any traces when you act. That kid who went out of the city can't be left alive. Zhou Xiaobao was still unaware that he had already been sentenced to death by the Zhong father and son. The incident had escalated too much. Someone had to take the blame. After the old man left the room, a dazed Zhong Xianming touched his face, feeling as if he had forgotten something important. Outside the city, a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. Wolf Brother's arms ignited with flames. The ground beneath him exploded, and he shot forward. Using his hand like a knife, he aimed straight for Xiao Yi's neck. Having been in the area for so long, he instantly recognized the kid with the gun among the group. He was the leader. Xiao Yi's eyes turned bloodshot as he pulled the trigger while closing in on Zhou Xiaobao's car. He didn't even glance back at Wolf Brother's attack, as he knew his brother's wound let him get hurt. Sure enough, just as he got close to Xiao Yi, Xiaobai's giant blade arrived simultaneously. Clang! The long knife clashed against an arm. Xiaobai stumbled back several steps from the impact. Just when Wolf Brother thought he was about to succeed, three slender figures leaped from above Xiaobai's head. The three sisters coordinated perfectly, their movements synchronized. Ability, Spirit Flash. Ability, Poison Infusion. The three of them used their abilities at the same time, although their strength was only at the peak of the second awakening. The battle-hardened Wolf Brother felt an inexplicable chill. It was as if he'd been targeted by a venomous snake. Sure enough, the three sisters suddenly vanished when they were 1 meter away from Wolf Brother, even their breath disappearing. Spatial ability? His face changed dramatically, cold sweat instantly pouring out. 3 awakeners with spatial abilities? It's worth noting that spatial and time abilities are extremely rare. Almost every individual who grows up with them becomes a peak powerhouse. The appearance of 3 at once was enough to make him feel pressured. Suspended Bell Shield. Faced with the eerie 3 sisters, Wolf Brother didn't lose his composure. He quickly clasped his hands together and used a martial skill. A golden bell illusion enveloped his body, mimicking the ancient martial art of the Golden Bell Shield. Though its defensive power couldn't compare to ancient martial arts, it was significantly effective in low-level combat. Clang! 3 crisp metallic collision sounds echoed. The 3 swung their daggers simultaneously from 3 different directions. The Golden Bell illusion instantly cracked. No, this isn't right. Wolf Brother's voice sank as he cautiously looked at the sisters' daggers. The knife edges dripped with green liquid, glowing eerily and emitting a pungent odor. In the blink of an eye, the green liquid stained his Golden Bell illusion green. This was something ordinary poison couldn't achieve. The only explanation was they possessed poison-type abilities. But how could you all possibly possess both spatial and poison-type abilities? Dual awakening? Historically, the number of people with dual awakenings could be counted on one hand. But without a doubt, each one of them was a supreme existence among humanity. The sudden appearance of 3 made one's scalp tingle. The 3 didn't answer and swung their blades again. The precarious Golden Bell shattered instantly. At the same time, Wolf Brother took the opportunity to leap out of the sisters' encirclement. As soon as his feet hit the ground, the 3 sisters flashed right in front of him. With palms slightly open, the daggers spun in their hands before being thrown. They drew a circle in the air, shooting at a tricky angle toward him. Wolf Brother knew that he couldn't suppress the 3 in close combat. Ability Blazing Fire. Boom. Wolf Brother's arms sprayed flames as he turned his body, the fire instantly spreading out to a radius of several dozen meters, pushing back the opponents while he spat out a mouthful of old blood. His rough face gradually darkened. He was poisoned. On the other side, Zhou Xiaobao was in despair. Cowering behind the car, he trembled, filled with unwillingness. Almost so close he was about to succeed. Gao Nima, Stuhiding, step out and take the bullets to your chest. Bang, bang. Xiao Yi and Tan Xin fired their guns wildly. Xiao Bai smugly lit a cigarette and scolded Zhou Xiaobao. Damn it. With your 2 moves, you still dare to play tricks? Are you even using your brain? As the situation seemed settled, tap, tap, tap. A dense sound of footsteps echoed. Boss, watch out. Huasen exclaimed. Xiao Yi suddenly turned around. A sword? A completely crimson sword sliced through the night sky and aimed straight for his back. Just as it was about to take Xiao Yi's life, a hand suddenly reached out and pushed him aside. It was Hua Wu, the mute girl. In a moment, she pushed Xiao Yi away. An overwhelmingly strong force shot out from the shadows, directly hitting her chest. Puff! The mask on her face was stained red. In the darkness, Xiao Tao emerged with a smile of triumph. With her taken care of, your 3 abilities sharing will be gone, right? You all thought you were the hardest to deal with, but actually, the scariest one is this mute, right? Xiao Tao, looking confident, pointed to Hua Wu and said, ability sharing. Interesting. The moment Hua Wu fell, a faint red thread connecting the 3 sisters broke. The ability sharing disappeared. Do you know what it means when a mantis catches the cicada and the yellow sparrow is behind? With a wave of his hand in the darkness, a group of masked men armed with sharp blades emerged. They were from the Zhong family. Kid, in terms of brute force, you're this. Xiao Tao thumbed down and mocked, playing mind games. You're also this. At the same time, Zhou Xiaobao held a piece of broken glass against Xiao Yi's mother's neck and threatened, Xiao Yi, you lost. Put down the gun and kneel. Chapter 37. Surrounded and outnumbered on the vast snowy plain, Xiao Tao, dressed in pure white down jacket, seemed like a god controlling life and death. Smugly retreating behind a crowd, he sat down on the hood of his car, showing no intention of continuing to fight. Or rather, he believed that Xiao Yi and the others were no longer worth his effort. He easily saw through the abilities of the Hua family's 3 sisters, openly ambushing Xiao Yi while secretly severely injuring the key player, Hua Wu. This completely broke the trio's alliance. One had to admit that the people trained by Kou Island were impressive in both vision and strength. Despicable. Hua Si helped Hua Wu up, looking darkly at the opponent. Hua Wu's ability was to share powers, and losing her meant a significant reduction in the combat strength of the 3 sisters. Hee, you can say I'm bad, but you can't say I'm weak. Xiao Tao shrugged, unashamed. With a flick of his hand, the sword returned to its sheath. We agreed to wait until the grand competition of fight, so why did you leave the city? In a hurry to reincarnate? Then I'll reluctantly help Zhong Xianming deal with you, and take the money back to Kyoto early. His gaze was filled with disdain. In his eyes, both Xiao Yi and the Hua sisters were merely easy targets. With Kou Island as his backing, he could look down on anyone. Don't say I'm bullying you. I won't make a move, but they. Xiao Tao teased, pointing at the crowd behind him. The members of the Zhong family, already eager, stepped forward in unison. Over 100 people braved the cold wind, wielding sharp weapons, their eyes gleaming with cold light. This display made the few feel pressure. On the other side, Zhou Xiaobao, emboldened by reinforcements, held Xiao Yi's godmother hostage, yelling at him with a twisted expression, kneel down, Xiao Yi. I want you to kneel. Kneel. Puffed. The glass shard pierced the woman's neck. Aren't you tough? Don't you want to kill me? Come on, make your move now. I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel, I'll make you feel what it's like to lose a loved one. With the hostage in hand, Zhou Xiaobao became arrogant. Slowly walking out from behind the SUV, he arrogantly laughed. You can't beat me. To tell you the truth, I was the one who killed your godfather. I pretended to be chased by the transformed ones and led him into their den. Haha, didn't see that coming, did you? Zhou Xiaobao became more excited as he spoke. Watching Xiao Yi's eyes turn red with anger and his forced restraint, he felt inexplicably satisfied. Knowing that he wasn't even an adult yet, he could design to kill an awakened one. This level of cunning was not something an ordinary person could match. When your godfather was severely injured, it was me who pushed him off the cliff. He died because of you. My grandfather spent 100,000 to buy the token, and he actually refused it. Why? A waste like you would only end up dead in the streets if you entered the city. Only someone as clever as me deserves to live. Kneel. Blood trickled down the woman's neck, her body trembling, not from fear, but from anger. The mother and son locked eyes from a distance, and the woman seemed to make a significant decision. Year, kill him, kill him. Knowing the cause of her husband's death, she had lost the motivation to live. 2. Zhou Xiaobao tightly held the struggling woman, shouting anxiously, kneel or not. Fuck, you're done for. This matter today, don't think it'll end well. Xiaobai gritted his teeth, slowly walking behind Xiao Yi. The two stood back to back. The fabric of the bag fell away, revealing a heavy, ancient long knife. Sensing its master's anger, the long knife emitted a low hum. A rare killing intent appeared in Xiaobai's eyes. Bro, leave the bag to us. Tan Xin looked around, debating whether to fight or flee. Experiencing his first battle to the death, he suppressed the fear in his heart. A fleeting look of confusion in his eyes. As if making a crucial decision, he gritted his teeth, pulled the gun bolt, and stepped behind Xiao Yi, ready to face the 100 or so henchmen of the Zhong family. Teasy, Neil. It's not shameful. That's your mother. Xiaobai leaned against Xiao Ye's back, silently taking out a cigarette and slowly lighting it. You want to kneel? No one will laugh at you. If you want to kill, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Saying this, he leveled the long knife. The atmosphere surged. In an instant, snowflakes swirled in the air. He proved with his actions what he had said in the hospital. No matter what the opponent wanted to do, he would unconditionally support Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi stood 30 meters away from Zhou Xiaobao, his head lowered, the red light in his eyes gradually becoming clear. Everyone thought he would lose his composure, but at this critical moment, he became even calmer. Uncle, no one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Yi seemed lost, staring blankly at his toes. If it were you, how would you choose? Every time he hesitated, he couldn't help but think of that man with a 70 to 30 haircut. If it were him, what would he do? At that moment, he seemed to hear that man's bad smile as he said his catchphrase. As long as you have no morals, no one can threaten you. The outcome was obvious. When Zhou Xiaobao urgently shouted 3, click, the gun bolt was pulled. Xiao Yi raised his head. In his eyes, there was no longer an ounce of hesitation, but a deathly calm. He didn't even feel anger. He raised the gun, aiming. Faced with the dark gun muzzle, Zhou Xiaobao panicked. The imagined scene of the other party kneeling and crying did not happen. Xiao Yi tilted his head, resolutely walking towards him. Do you want her to die? Zhou Xiaobao asked in disbelief. Stab. Once you stab her, I'll shoot. She dies, I'll go down with her. You better not think you'll live. Stop. I really will kill her. Zhou Xiaobao was completely flustered. The hostage was losing effectiveness, and he didn't know what to do. Kill. He definitely wouldn't survive. Not killing? Xiao Yi's expression had already said it all. He would rather die with his godmother than let Zhou Xiaobao live. Helpless, he could only seek help for Xiao Tao. The latter rolled his eyes in disdain, impatiently tapping the sword sheath. Clang! The red long sword Wen Shou, with an eerie red hue, sliced through the night sky. Using the same trick again, it headed straight for Xiao Ye's back. This time, the Hua family sisters had one severely injured, and the other two were engaged in a deadly battle with Wolf Brother. Too late to push Xiao Yi away. Block! Just as the opponent's long sword was about to pierce Xiao Yi, a dull sound echoed. Wen Shou spun in the air a few times before steadily embedding itself in the ground. Xiaobai held the knife with one hand, and his entire aura changed. His silver-white eyes, with his slicked-back hair, were filled with a brutal fierceness. How is that possible? Xiao Tao and his strong allies exchanged glances. Wen Shou hitting Xiaobai's knife was actually deflected. TZ, you do your thing. Today, no one can pass. Xiaobai no longer had a playful expression. His face was resolute as he stretched out his hand. The coat was torn apart, revealing his bare upper body. At the chest area, a tattoo made of special materials slowly emerged. Little beggar, I heard you were invincible below the third awakening. Xiaobai provocatively lifted his eyelids. Sneering disdainfully, what a coincidence, the reason I was kicked out was precisely because I killed my own kind at a higher level. His knife. A sturdy blond boy next to Xiao Tao widened his eyes. His knife, isn't right. Chapter 38. Unloyalty, ordinary weapons clash against the relics, shattering into pieces in an instant. Even the most advanced weapons forged by humanity are no match for a relic. Yet, Xiaobai's giant blade not only sent Wen Shou flying, but also left no mark on the blade itself. There is only one possibility. Your sword is also a relic? Xiao Tao questioned in disbelief. Impossible, your sword doesn't have any light, does it? Xiaobai looked at him with the same disdainful gaze that a city noble might give to a country bumpkin, no matter how you dress up a beggar in yellow robes. You can't make him an emperor. It's a common consensus that relics can emit light. This is also why Xiao Tao always tries to show off his sword. Do you know how long my family has existed? Do you know how long the four houses of the mountains and rivers have existed? Can your newly risen Baju compare to 200 years of accumulation? Have you heard of the sword, named Unloyalty, country bumpkin? Xiao Bai's gaze reminded Xiao Dao of his days as a beggar. The bosses who gave him money looked at him with that same disdainful gaze, ignoring him, looking down on him, genuinely scornful. This gaze touched his most sensitive nerves. What unloyalty? I've never heard of it. So you, at best, you're just a nouveau riche. Xiao Bai bit into his fingers, breaking the skin. While smearing the blood on the blade's edge, he introduced Unloyalty, ranked 23rd on the Dragon Kingdom's relic list. Before the Great Cataclysm, it was the treasure of the Yufu Museum. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Bai's expression grew more solemn as he stared intently at Unloyalty, murmuring, I promised the old lady I wouldn't use you. I won't go back on my word. As the blood soaked into the blade, he began to chant, with my essence, forge your fierce spirit. With blood to open the edge, let the master speak. Life and death together. With malice as proof, the blade is me. I am the edge. Awaken. Boom. The pitch-black night sky was illuminated as bright as day by a shining white light. Rays of aurora tore through the night sky. In the wilderness, the cries of ghosts and wolves echoed, as if thousands of evil spirits were awakening. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The giant blade shattered. A slightly curved blade hovered in the air, surrounded by killing intent. Is a real relic hidden within the blade? Xiao Hao looked at Xiao Zhenluo with incredulity, his eyes filled with greed. This was far more impressive than his Wenshou. A blade that couldn't even be shattered by a relic was just the sheath of unloyalty. How powerful must the real unloyalty be? Teasy, you're not the only one with a trump card. I have one too. Xiao Bai did not turn back, his gaze sharp as he stared at Xiao Dao. Find a way to get your mother out of here first. I will handle this. Bang! As the battle commenced, the wolf brother, who was entangled with Hua Si and Hua San, was suddenly knocked away. A man wearing a brown cotton coat, with rough skin and a full beard, charged through the flames to Wolf Brother's side. He wrapped an arm around his waist and slammed him against the door of a nearby off-road vehicle. Run! The man resolutely turned to the others and shouted. One of his arms was severed, and his body was still ablaze. But there was not a hint of fear on his face. Run! Brother Gang will be here soon. Tell him the one robbing people is Old Ghost, and have him take revenge for me. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a complex look at Xiaoya. Don't act like a woman. Have some of your father's spirit. Bang! A gunshot rang out. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Xiaobao was shot. The shooter was not Xiaoya but Tan Xin from a distance. Zhou Xiaobao's wrist was broken, dropping his severed hand as he ran towards Wolf Brothers' men without looking back. Bang, bang. Xiaoya looked up and fired 2 shots. The latter was shot in the back and collapsed in the snow. He wanted to step forward for another shot, but found his mother's neck covered in blood. Before fleeing, Zhou Xiaobao had intentionally slashed her throat. Take your mother and go. Tan Xin shouted loudly, not caring about much else. Nobody gets to leave. Seeing this, Xiao Tao stopped pretending and reached out. Wenshou was in hand, and his figure flashed like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he covered 100 meters. Bang! At the same time, Xiao Bai also moved. A blade and a sword clashed, and the two, who had been at odds, finally engaged in battle. Xiao Bai's swordsmanship shifted from broad strokes to lightning speed. Each swing of his blade created fissures in the ground dozens of meters long. This was the first time he showcased all his strength in front of everyone. With one swing, countless blade energies transformed into crescent-shaped phantoms, raining down upon his opponent. For a moment, Xiao Dao could only struggle to defend himself. Foreign devils, don't let them escape. Stuck in a bind by Xiao Bai, Xiao Dao anxiously shouted to his companions behind him. The blonde youth immediately understood, and 5 experts invited by the Zhong family pounced toward Xiaoya. On the other side, Xiaoya carried the woman, glancing at Xiao Bai with a conflicted expression. Leaving his brothers behind to run alone did not align with the principles instilled in him by his uncle. But now he was basically useless, even less capable than an ordinary person. Staying behind not only wouldn't help, but it would also burden Xiao Bai with the need to protect him. More importantly, his mother was still bleeding. Boss, go first. Not giving him a chance to hesitate, Hua San and Hua Si leaped forward to block the 5 foreign devils. Get them all. We must keep them here. Xiao Hao waved his hand in frustration, and the Zhong family's men rushed towards Xiaoya like madmen. Xiao Wu, take the boss away. Xiaobai suddenly turned to look at Xiaoya. Although they had not known each other for long, their brotherhood was not something that could be measured by time. They were each other's first brothers. Without the need for many words, Xiaobai nodded firmly. Leave this to me. Don't die on me. We haven't finished being brothers yet. Damn. The fortune teller said I could live to 100 years. You go first. Kill. The chaotic battle erupted completely. The last remaining bearded subordinate of the mad dog held onto Wolf Brother tightly, refusing to let go. Only when he saw Xiaoya's figure disappear into the night did he finally let out a relieved smile. Xiaobai and Xiaodao were engaged in a fierce battle. Although the latter was stronger than Xiaobai, he couldn't do anything to him for the time being. Hua San and Hua Si faced off against the other 5 experts, using their rich combat experience to not fall behind. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, carrying his mother, and Tan Xine, carrying Hua Wu, dashed out of the main road and ran toward the endless wilderness. Behind them was over 100 of Zhong's men, frantically pursuing them. Half an hour later, the wind grew stronger. Ahead was still an unending darkness. Xiaoya and the others had lost their way. The pursuing soldiers behind them continued to chase relentlessly. Xiaoya's legs felt as if they were filled with lead, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs and bodily functions were already severely damaged. Now, after running like mad, he had reached his limit. Yei, can't run anymore. Tan Xine's legs trembled as she cried out. What should we do? In a desperate situation. Ahead lay an unknown wilderness. Behind were Zhong's pursuing soldiers. They had no reinforcements, and the 3 of them were injured, with no fighting strength left. Being caught was just a matter of time. Let me down. You run. Run away. Mother, is useless. I can't help you. No. I can't hold you back anymore. The woman's lips were pale, her breathing weak. Feeling the blood from Xiao's mouth drip onto her hand, she pleaded sorrowfully, You've done enough for me. I can die with you, but I can't leave you behind. My uncle said, don't do things that will make you regret it. Fortunately, after briefly losing consciousness, Hua Wu awoke and pointed the way for the group. Following her finger, they could vaguely see the outline of buildings in the distance. Chapter 39, Dead End. After running for 10 minutes, a stone house appeared before several people. To avoid the transmuters outside the city, people would build sturdy shelters in specific locations. This stone house was one of them. Though called a house, it was actually a cave carved into a bare rock mountain. A giant stone served as the door. The stone house was about 10 square meters, enough for a temporary refuge. Xiaoya decisively went inside, while Tanxin could no longer run. He was at his limit. They could only hope that the pursuers wouldn't find them. Go in. Without time to think, Xiao entered the house first. The cramped room was airtight, giving him a slight sense of security. Hua Wu, can you walk? I can't carry you anymore. When they reached the door, Tanxin's legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. Xiaoya kicked him inside. Hua Wu, hurry in, close the door. Xiaoya raised his shotgun and cautiously warned. At that moment, the clouds that had covered the moonlight dispersed. A bright beam of moonlight fell on her face, and an ominous feeling rose in Xiaoya's heart. Hua Wu. She turned back calmly, and the pursuers were almost upon them. Quick, get in. The stone house can hold out for a while. Xiaoya didn't know how to comfort everyone and said in a deep voice, I'll guard the door. Hua Wu opened her mouth and made a low sound, simultaneously signaling him not to move. Then she slowly took off her face mask, revealing her slightly immature face. What the hell do you want to do? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Xiaoya became anxious. Hua Wu did not enter the house. She stood gently in the moonlight at the door, her gaze complex as she looked at the pursuers, then at the immobile Tanxin and Xiaoya. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly smiled. Her smile was beautiful. She was the only one of the 3 sisters with dimples. With that smile, Xiaoya instantly realized what she intended to do. Lazy is paid to risk his life. Hua Wu signed, I took your money. I will ensure you don't die. My sister said, once you become a lazy, you're destined to die for the boss. Lazy, in essence, were a group of mercenaries. Some took money but did nothing, while others took money and killed their bosses. But some adhered to the rules of lazy. Once they took the money, their lives belonged to the boss. Clearly, Hua Wu was one of the latter, despite being a girl. She had the bravery of a man. Get in quickly. I don't need you to risk your life. Xiaoya was anxious and stood up, trying to pull her into the stone house. She waved her hand, and an invisible force knocked him down. Lazy's life is cheap. Thank you for treating us like humans. Thank you for inviting me to eat hot pot. It was really delicious. Your meat. I actually stole it. Her sign language was quick, fast enough to blur Tanxin's vision with tears, fast enough that Xiaoya didn't dare look into her eyes. She was still a naive girl. This damned world had forced her to become a mercenary. There, finally found it. In the distance, countless flashlights lit up. The Zhong family's men were finally here. Each one looked fierce, eager to tear the four apart. Hua Wu decisively turned back, her hands covered in blood as she leaned against the stone. Boss, you're the only one I've ever seen treat us like friends. Thank you. Hua Wu drew a dagger from her waist, deeply bowing to Xiaoya under the moonlight, saying her final farewell. As long as I'm alive, no one can come in. If you survive, please, for my sake, treat my sister well. We are unwanted children. It's not easy for her. Tears glimmered in Hua Wu's eyes. She had been pierced through the chest by Xiaotao's sneak attack, blood staining the snow at the door. As the stone slowly closed, her youthful face gradually disappeared from Xiaoya's view. This was the first time he had watched a friend walk to their death. I'm sorry, boss, I couldn't protect you. Hua Wu pointed to the sky. I will bless you. Bang! The stone door was completely sealed. The pursuers arrived just in time. Hundreds of people surrounded the stone door, and the leading man stared at Hua Wu's beautiful face. What a pretty girl. It would be a shame to kill her, right? Hee, let's kill the people inside first, and we'll take this girl back to the city. Good idea, ha. The men's lewd laughter echoed across the wilderness. Hua Wu, expressionless, leaned against the stone door, trembling as she took out a small mirror from her pocket. Looking at her haggard self in the mirror, she smiled sweetly. Kill. FCK, everyone attack. Shoot. The shouts from outside had been going on for a full half-hour. The Zhong family's lackeys had gone from aggressive to terrified screams. The strong smell of blood wafted through the cracks of the stone door into the stone house. Inside, there was complete silence. The pitch-black space was the best disguise. Xiaoya's eyes were bloodshot, tears falling drop by drop. Just yesterday, they had gathered together eating hot pot. Just yesterday, he had joked about finding a good family for the three sisters. Today, they were facing eternal separation. Click, click. Behind the stone door, Tanxin silently loaded his gun with bullets. Only his occasional sobbing betrayed him. FCK. With trembling hands, bullets scattered all over the ground. Tanxin threw the gun away and silently leaned against the stone door, sobbing. Outside was a deafening battle, while inside was helpless crying. This was the beginning of Tanxin's transformation, changing him from a cowardly rich kid into the foremost sharpshooter of the future. Brother Yi, when we go out? Tanxin trembled as he asked. At that moment, it seemed that death was no longer so terrifying. He would rather be cut down by the people outside than hide here. Go out for what? Tudi? Xiaoya's indifferent voice rang out. Though his clothes were already soaked with tears, he still pretended to be calm and said, to take revenge. You have to live. Remember today's feeling. Keep your life, or Hua Wu's death will be in vain. Then, can we survive? I don't know. Xiaoya took a deep breath, his angry fist striking the stone wall. Today I won't die. I want to hang the corpses of the Zhong family at the city gate. After saying this, it seemed he realized something. He fished out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number he never wanted to call in his life. Ding, ding, ding. Xiaoya's breathing gradually became rapid. After a long time, a lazy middle-aged voice came through. ISNT this my little bait? I got FKed. Xiaoya gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. I might be dead. The middle-aged man on the other end fell silent. All that could be heard on the phone was the sound of Hua Wu fighting. After a long time, the middle-aged man's voice turned cold. Did you steal someone's wife or pull down someone's daughter's pants? Uncle, the ones who killed me are the Zhong family. The conversation between the uncle and nephew was nonsensical, but Xiaoya felt relieved. Zhong family? Sounds like a big family. I'll go collect your body. Then once he chopped me up, right? The man on the other end asked seriously. Uncle, I'm sorry I lost. Xiaoya could only act like a child in front of the man. They're a whole family against you. Losing is nothing to be ashamed of. The man changed the subject. But they have a father, and you don't have an adult? I haven't been back for too long. Some people have already forgotten that I, old Geo, can kill. Chapter 39. The mysterious call on the wasteland. At the lair of a transformer, hundreds of grotesque corpses were piled high, and the stench of blood formed streams. Several big men were sleeping soundly among the piles of bodies, with two of them even cuddling a corpse as they slept peacefully. The man making the call had a stylish haircut with a white fringe, resembling a trendy youth. As he hung up the phone, the playful smile on his face vanished in an instant. At the same time, the men sleeping on the ground opened their eyes one after another. The little brat got taken care of. The man forced a smile and said to his companions, "Deserved it. Damn, I should give the Zhong family a bravery award." Ha! On the surface, the men laughed, but the intense killing intent in the air caused the temperature inside the lair to drop by several degrees. The man with the trendy haircut casually adjusted his pants and went out to relieve himself. As he stepped out of the cave, his expression turned completely grim. He walked to a corner alone and calmly dialed a number. "Hello, this is the Hifu police station. How can I help you?" A sweet, clear female voice asked. "Please help me check the household registration of the Zhong family. The one that's very impressive." The man cleared his throat and politely added, "Thank you." Huh? The operator was clearly taken aback and asked foolishly, "Is there something wrong?" "Nothing much, just afraid of missing someone when I wipe out their whole family. I'll kill according to the household register. No indiscriminate killing of innocents," the man said in the gentlest tone while uttering the most terrifying words. "Wipe out the Zhong family. How many Zhong families are there in the entire Hifu? Such a colossal entity would be wiped out?" "Sir, this joke isn't funny," the operator said discontentedly. "If there's nothing, please hang up. Anyone else would think this was a prank by someone disgruntled with the Zhong family. After all, no one in Hifu dared to touch the Zhong family." Unexpectedly, the man's voice turned cold. "Do you think, Joukung? Ha! Such matters require the consent of the Zhong family. Otherwise, you can leave a name. I'll go consult the person involved." The operator threatened deliberately. If it were a prank, upon hearing the request for a name, the caller would probably back down immediately. He had seen such pranks countless times. Unexpectedly, the caller introduced himself seriously. "My name is Li Huajio." "Okay, Li Hua." The operator's voice suddenly stopped. She glanced at the caller ID and, after checking the identity of the number owner, her entire body trembled. This name, even if it were a prank, she wouldn't dare to ignore it. Because she couldn't afford to take that risk, or rather, the entire Hifu couldn't afford it. Please hold for a moment." After saying that, she quickly got up to ask her superior. 3 minutes later, a man's voice came through in, No. Are you kidding me?" Li Huajio cursed in dissatisfaction, straightening his tongue. "Are you, Master Geo?" "You can call me Little Geo." The old man smiled widely. "I wouldn't dare. How about I transfer you to Old Zhong?" The operator superior said, a look of despair on his face as he glared fiercely at the female operator. It was the middle of the night, and provoking this killing god would likely give him a month of insomnia. "No need. Just tell him, if my people want to take a dump on his neck, he has to smile and catch it with his mouth, understand?" If anyone else said this, it would be considered a threat. But coming from old Geo, it had a different flavor, because this man truly dared to wipe out the Zhong family. Back in the day, he led a massacre of over 100,000 foreign tribesmen on Kou Island in one night. He was currently the record holder for the most kills in Blue Star. Statistically, this man had killed enough people to form a small country. Cough, cough. "Master Geo, is there a misunderstanding?" The man on the other end of the phone asked cautiously. He couldn't afford to offend old Geo, nor did he want to offend the Zhong family. "No misunderstanding. Just tell him, if my people want to ride on his neck and take a dump, he has to smile and catch it with his mouth." After hanging up, old Geo rubbed his clean-shaven face and secretly cursed. "Is it just because of the Zhong family that I'm in this situation? Where's the tiger's genes? Did my sister-in-law cheat?" Cough. A light cough interrupted him. The men who had been sleeping in the lair all emerged from the cave. The man with instant noodles for hair yawned and said, "How about we go back for a bit?" "Go back for what?" "Let those things know that Xiao Yi is our child. He'll die even faster." After saying that, he anxiously looked towards the direction of the dragon country. After pondering for a moment, he added worriedly, "Forget it, Dogsy. You go take a trip. A knife that ISNT sharpened ISNT sharp. This kid Xiao Yi still needs to be honed. Don't kill them all. Once he beats the younger generation, you go and take out those old men one by one. Damn it, I old Geo protect him. Even if he yes, just a dog. They can't provoke him. Cough, cough. Xiao Yi ISNT a dog. A man with a hedgehog hairstyle reminded softly. Oh, even if he yes, just a pig, if I, old Geo, want to support him, he is also the king of Hifu. The next day, morning, the night of slaughter had come to an end. Xiao Yi lowered his head, his expression emotionless. There was no fear of death, nor was there a desire for life. Only the flames of revenge burned within him. Hua Wu was dead. Half an hour ago, he could no longer hear the sound of her dancing with a dagger. Crack. Suddenly, the stone door moved. A force slowly dragged it outward. Damn it, so many brothers died. Get out of the way, I'm going to throw a few grenades inside. So many brothers died. I have to blow him up. Damn, don't blow up the corpses. The young master said to trade heads for money. Outside the door, the Zhong family's lackeys gathered together. The remaining dozen or so men slowly opened the stone door. Tan Xin held a gun, curled up in the back, her body trembling uncontrollably. Death had already arrived. Xiao Y siloni li a cigarette. He glanced resolutely at Tan Xin, and the woman took a deep breath and slowly stood up to walk towards the door. When the stone door was opened a crack, the people outside cautiously peeked inside. Waiting for him was the dark muzzle of a gun. Damn! Bang! With a loud bang, one lackey's head exploded instantly. At the same time, the others outside also aimed their guns at the stone room. Bang, bang, bang. In a round of gunfire, Xiao Yi was shot in the abdomen and fell to the ground. Outside, there was no more movement. No one dared to stick their head out. After all, the power of a shotgun was not to be trifled with. Faintly, they heard someone outside discussing whether to use explosives. That kid ISNT afraid of death. Using his body to block the door crack. No need to play with him to the death. Blow the door open. Zzzzz. The sound of the fuse being lit rang out. Xiao Yi frowned and instinctively raised his gun. The stone door was blown open. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be shaken to death. The sound of the fuse burning was like the countdown of their lives. Tan Xin closed her eyes in terror. Xiao Yi prepared to push the door open, making his last stand. He had no way out. Kid, I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll blow it up. Xiao Yi decisively chambered a bullet, assuming a charging position. If I'm going to die, I'll die in the fight. 3, 2, 1. Ding ding. Just as Xiao Yi was about to charge out, the phone rang on the other side. Get back here now. The furious voice of the Zhong family elder shook their eardrums painfully. Boss, we're about to catch him. Catch your mother. Get back to the city immediately. Don't touch him. Chapter 40 Background Daybreak. The stone door slowly opened. Outside were corpses. Hundreds of the Zhong family's henchmen lay sprawled in the snow. The flower-like woman maintained a reverse grip on her dagger, facing away from everyone. Blood stained the entire snowfield. She appeared like the only red flower on the vast white expanse. Stubbornly, she did not fall even in death. She interpreted what it meant to be a thunderchild with her life. I can't take it anymore. Tan Xin broke down and cried. A man's growth only happens in an instant. Hua Wu used her life to show him the cruelty outside the city, also killing the timid version of himself. Ego. I want revenge. Tan Xin's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and growled. Although he had not known Hua Wu for long, this woman died for them. Zhong family, I want to let you go. Xiao Yi pretended to light a cigarette, wiping away tears at the corners of his eyes. He slowly stepped forward, taking off his jacket and draping it over the already frozen Hua Wu. Your mission is complete. The lifeless Hua Wu seemed to understand. Slowly closing her eyes. Woo-woo, da-da-da. Rapid gunfire rang out from a distance. Tan Xin raised his gun, shouting fearlessly, "Come on, damn it!" In the distance, dozens of vehicles formed a long line, speeding towards them. The cars were filled with ferocious and wild thugs. They leaned out of their windows, crazily shooting into the sky, as if protesting or venting. The vehicles drew closer until he could see the people in the lead car, and Xiao Yi let out a heavy sigh of relief. Xiao Bai, Hua San, and Hua Si, all battered and bruised, leaned out of the car, waving their hands. Reinforcements have arrived. Although they didn't know where the reinforcements came from, at least they were safe. Zzz. The lead car executed a perfect drift, skidding several meters in the snow before crashing into the mountain wall. Bang! The car door swung open. The first to get out was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut. He wore a bathrobe, flip-flops on his feet, and no inner clothing, exposing his solid chest muscles. A cigar hung from his mouth, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost palpable. Behind him, a middle-aged man with dreadlocks got out, expressionless, scanning the battlefield and frowning. Even a seasoned fighter who had seen life and death outside the city was shocked by the grim scene before him. One person killed over 100, and it was a woman. Hua Wu, Hua San, and Hua Si, covered in wounds, had already guessed the outcome. But when they truly saw Hua Wu's corpse, they still broke down. They scrambled towards her body, crying uncontrollably. This is the Gang Yi from outside the city. Xiao Bai took a deep breath and introduced him to Xiao Yi. His arms were covered in sword wounds, and his abdomen was simply bandaged, indicating he was not lightly injured. Fortunately, Gang Ye's people arrived, otherwise we would have been done for. Xiao Bai nudged Xiao Yi with a shoulder, signaling him to greet him. The latter stared at this incongruous middle-aged man, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke lightly. Have we met? I feel like I've seen you before. I don't know you. Gang Yi arrogantly raised an eyebrow. But the Zhong family dares to cause trouble on my turf. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We're on the same side. Xiao Bai was slightly taken aback. The notoriously difficult Mad Dog was so agreeable. This was practically an olive branch. Don't get me wrong. We came here because we heard there were Zhong family members, not to save you. The dreadlocked man explained, as if trying to distance himself. Xiao Yi was still immersed in sorrow, and didn't he notice the concern in their gazes. Kid, what are your plans? The Mad Dog unexpectedly squeezed out a smile, tried to appear amicable. Revenge. Xiao Yi clenched his fists. That night, his adoptive mother was seriously injured, and Hua Wu died in battle. It was the most desperate night since he ventured out of the wilderness. Revenge became his only obsession. Gang Yi, the Zhong family can hire people. We can too. Xiao Bai looked at the Mad Dog with pity and said in a deep voice, will you take the job? We'll hire you to kill. Money is not an issue. 10xin patted his chest and said, name your price. But I want a lion's share. The Mad Dog chuckled inwardly, happy that he finally had a way to help them. The next moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his expression changed dramatically. Turning away, he covered the phone and answered softly, Brother, how's it going? A familiar voice came from the other end. It was Lao Jiao. Xiao Yi's body trembled, and he looked up in disbelief. He never imagined his uncle had contact with the Mad Dog. Moreover, judging by Gang Yi's expression, he seemed particularly respectful towards Lao Jiao. The person is fine, but we lost a Thunderchild. The Mad Dog had not once looked at Hua Wu. It was too normal for someone to die outside the city. But this sentence ignited the person on the other end of the call. The Zhong family is quite impressive, killing my child. Both Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai, along with Hua San, could clearly hear Lao Jiao's voice. His tone was calm, yet it sent chills down their spines. Since the Zhong family thinks they can do as they please, let us play with them. I want to see who the hell dares to touch my people. Make it clear, Xiao Yi is the child of the Overlord's gang. Your people will temporarily support Xiao Yi. The dogs are coming soon. Be ruthless. Don't give face to anyone. The call ended. The entire area fell silent. The conversation between the two did not escape the ears of the awakened ones. Xiao Bai looked at Xiao Yi in confusion. Who is he? So arrogant? My uncle, the latter answered seriously. He could not mishear that voice. Looking at the Mad Dog, his gaze grew hotter, suddenly shouting, You are Kilgong. I saw you in the wilderness when I was 8. In his memory, many uncles would come to visit his uncle every new year, including this one. Back then, his uncle called the Mad Dog Xiao Gang. After being recognized, Gang Yi did not deny it. He smiled meaningfully, tossed away his cigar, and pinched Xiao Ye's cheek. You little brat, your memory is quite good. You heard what your uncle said? It's not that I don't recognize you. Your uncle wants to train you. Gang Zi has wanted to find you for a long time. You are from our Chuanfu lineage. Cough, cough. The dreadlocked, middle-aged man introduced himself casually. I am your Lang Shu. Hello, Lang Sha. Xiao Yi Boit Politili. Although he was not familiar with the other party, he felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. His uncle had said that he could trust every one of his brothers. This made Xiao Yi trust both of them unconditionally. Good boy. Lang Zi stepped forward to hug Xiao Yi, saying solemnly, "Your uncle has spoken. We won't hide anything anymore. From now on, this group of people will be your backing. Even if you want to poke a hole in the sky, your uncle will protect you." "What, Zhong family, Su Isian? We don't owe anyone anything in this world. No one dares to ask your uncle for face." The Mad Dog Gang protectively wrapped his arm around Xiao Yi's shoulders, slowly turning to face his subordinates. Behind them was a crowd of over 1,000 people. They might not be dressed as well as the Zhong family's henchmen, but their murderous aura was overwhelming. The killing intent they exuded could not be developed without taking dozens of lives. "I want to say much more. This kid is my nephew. From today on, he is the prince outside the city. Whoever dares to touch him is my enemy. Call the people." Lang Zi shouted sternly. "Yishao, Yishao, Yishao." The ruthless bandits from outside the city jumped down from their vehicles. Over 1,000 people stood neatly in the snow, bowing deeply to Xiao Yi. A tremendous shout echoed across the snowfield. Chapter 41. The Love and Care of Elders 1 week later. The base of Crazy Dog Gang. The injuries of Xiao Bai and the others have largely healed. With the protection of Crazy Dog Gang, the Zhong family has not caused any more trouble. However, beneath the calm surface, there are undercurrents stirring. Xiaoya, Xiao Bai, Hua San, and Tan Xian are gathered around the campfire. The blazing flames are like the fire of revenge burning in their hearts. "Xiaoya, what is your relationship with the Overlord Gang?" Xiao Bai asked curiously while unwrapping the bandages around his waist. "What Overlord Gang?" Xiaoya looked confused. He had never heard of this name, although Gongzi had recognized him. He never mentioned the past of the older generation. "You don't know the Overlord Gang? Oh, that makes sense. After all, that group has mostly faded into obscurity," Xiao Bai said, glancing cautiously at the door to ensure no one was listening before continuing in a low voice. "The Overlord Gang is the backing of the Spring Mansion. This lord is a red list powerhouse. Once discovered, they can mobilize an entire division to encircle and eliminate. Back in the day, when the Western Federation and Alliance besieged the Dragon Kingdom, the Overlord Gang, with 10,000 men, crossed into Russian territory, invaded the capital of the Federation, and killed hundreds of thousands. Old 8 of the Evil Tiger and Old 9 of the Demon Dragon are both adopted sons of the Overlord. I heard Gongzi say you are a child of the Overlord Gang? Then why fear the Zhong family?" Xiao Bai became more excited as he spoke, spitting as he cursed. "With the Overlord's name, just call Zhong Laotu to come out and commit suicide. So awesome." Tan Xin and Xiaoya exchanged glances, both bewildered, especially Xiaoya, who only knew that his uncle was a wanted criminal. But Old 9 never told him that the Dragon Kingdom had so many backers. Let's put it this way. Casey Dougang. Gongzi is impressive, right? His boss is the third uncle from Heishan Town, and that man has now gone to develop in the Federation. The third uncle was raised by Old 8 and Old 9, who still have to call the Overlord Old Father. The biggest violent gang in the Dragon Kingdom is this group of people. Don't mention the Zhong family. Even the 4 great families are unwilling to provoke the Overlord Gang. Stop. Xiaoya waved his hand in frustration. Don't think about it. I don't even know this old man. I guess my uncle is just bragging. He always says that the face you make from mixing in is given by yourself. Anyway, others don't know my background, just borrowing the Tiger-S power. In his heart, his uncle was just an ordinary wanted criminal. He had been chased by the police for over a decade and didn't dare return to the Dragon Kingdom. If he were really that impressive, would he still be hiding in the wasteland? Then let him rely on Gongzi and these people to fight the Zhong family and study it. Xiaobai didn't dwell on it either. After all, a big shot like the Overlord wouldn't bother participating in such conflicts. The Zhong family, no matter how strong, was just a tyrant in Heifu City. The Overlord back then could suppress 3 cities alone. Revenge needs to be swift. Xiaoya crushed the cigarette, but fiercely. The killing intent started to swell. Someone has to pay for Hua Wu's life. He slowly turned his head and seriously told Hua San, "Your sister died protecting me. I will personally take revenge for you." Xiao Tao, Zhong Xianming. Hua San's knuckles crackled as he clenched his fists. Just then, Longzi pushed the door open and threw a document in front of everyone. I found out that this was instigated by that Zhou family kid. He hired an old ghost. That kid got shot and is now recuperating in the city hospital. The money came from Zhong Xianming. Longzi sat down next to them. picked up a coal from a fire to light his cigarette, and took a deep breath. As for how to strike, you say it. Gongzi has already assembled people. No one associated with this matter can expect to be fine. Xiaoya stared hard at the document and slammed his fist down on Zhou Xiaobao's photo. I'll start killing from him. I'll do it myself. All of this started when he stole the token. All right, Longzi shouted without a second thought. Turning his head to yell, come in. With a bang, the door was pushed open. A group of men, each carrying canvas bags and wearing masks, filed in one after the other. A quick glance revealed about 30 of them. They looked like killing machines, their faces expressionless. Just standing there made the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. Meeting their eyes, Xiaoya involuntarily shivered. Their gaze wasn't sharp, but it was filled with a bloodthirsty ferocity. This kind of aura could only be seen in seasoned veterans who had crawled out from piles of corpses. I'm going to teach that old ghost a lesson outside the city with your Uncle Gongzi. I'm not worried about you going into the city alone. These 30 men are your gifts. Don't be fooled by their appearances. Each one of them has taken hundreds of lives. If anything comes up, let them handle it. This is the love from the elders. Gongzi and Longzi didn't hide their protection of Xiaoya at all. The awakened said they would send gifts. This is the style of the Spring Mansion lineage. As long as you are my child, I will unconditionally protect you. There is also some cash here. Neither your uncle nor I are the type to save money, and the bank doesn't dare handle our business. Don't think it's too little. Longzi took a black bag from his subordinate and tossed it on the table. It's about 1 to 2 million. If it's not enough, call me. And I'll take my brothers to rob a couple of banks to make up for it. Dan sin et mauta dwight. Deep down, she was filled with envy. Where can I find an uncle like this? I want to buy one. This kind of protective attitude was truly heartwarming. They were sending money and gifts. They might as well be sending weapons. Just as she thought this, several men came in carrying a large coffin. This is the secret weapon your Uncle Gongzi sent you. Unless Zhong Laotu personally intervenes, don't open it. The nearly 4-meter-long black coffin was wrapped in chains. Even through the wooden boards, one could hear heavy, beast-like breathing coming from inside. Hua Xin shifted uneasily and said in a low voice, the thing inside is terrifying. Although she didn't know what was inside. Having wandered on the edge of life and death for many years, she could feel that the thing was extremely dangerous. Think about what else you need. I'll prepare everything for you. People in the city may not be good at fighting, but they are quite clever. You all need to be more cautious when you enter the city. If you encounter something, don't try to bear it. If you can't win, get out of the city. With your Uncle Gongzi and me here, the outside is your home. Longzi spoke like an old father, incessantly advising Xiaoya. The latter felt a mix of emotions. He could sense that the other party truly cared for him and treated him like his own child. Oh, and this. Longzi suddenly remembered something and ran out of the room. A few minutes later, he returned with a canvas bag in hand. Seeing this, Xiaoya's eyes instantly lit up. This is my canvas bag. He hadn't had time to bring it when he entered the city. Later, the village was inexplicably flattened, and the bag was lost. He never expected it to be in Crazy Dog Gang's hands. Take these. Whoa, what the hell? You can't show off your wealth like this. Xiao Bai and Tan Xian were stunned into silence by the glow emanating from the canvas bag. The glow of the artifacts was terrifying. The issues in front of these artifacts seemed like toys. Tan Xian was on the verge of tears as she looked at the dozens of artifacts. I look like a beggar in front of Xiaoya. Her father was a bank executive, but to buy an artifact, she would probably have to go bankrupt and owe debts for hundreds of years before she could buy a defective product. This kind of thing couldn't just be bought with money. Xiaoya didn't waste any time. He took out a pair of sunglasses from the bag and tossed them to Tan Xian. Don't you like playing with guns? This thing can see targets over 10,000 meters away and also helps you aim. He stuffed the artifact into her hands. The latter trembled with excitement. Most of the artifacts were weapons. Artifacts like small accessories were rarer than weapons. They were definitely family heirlooms. Bang bang. 3 more artifacts were thrown out. A pair of mother and son short swords, a jade hook knife, and a pair of gloves were given to Hua San, Hua Si, and Xiao Bai respectively. Chapter 42. Visitors from the Wasteland Dam. Are you treating those relics like toys? Tan Xian was so shocked she couldn't speak. She had seen many arrogant people, but it was her first time encountering someone as bold as Xiao Yi. Any one of those relics, if thrown into the Black Mansion, could spark a family war throughout the city. If you were my brother, I really want to kill you and run away with the loot. Bai gently stroked the gloves in his hands, unable to put them down, and said, how about, I'll let you try them tonight. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll want to go back. The gloves were made of golden silk, cool to the touch, and faintly radiated a golden glow. At first glance, they didn't seem remarkable, but once he put them on, Bai didn't want to take them off. This is called thousand silks, it seems. Like an ancient burial item, as precious as that jade robe. Yi introduced their effects with a calm expression. I don't really understand, but my uncle often wears it for heavy work. It gets pretty, dirty. This one you have is called sadness and joy. And he turned to introduce Hua-san. It's a mother-son sword. My uncle says this thing is suitable for women. You can figure out the specific effects yourself. Hua-si's sword is called Black Tooth, which can tear apart souls. Surprisingly, despite the greedy looks in Hua-san and Hua-si's eyes, they didn't reach out to take the relics. Naturally, everyone wanted to possess these treasures, but for the two of them, rules were rules. They were Thunder Girls. They could only work for money. The treasures given by the boss were too valuable to take. Yi noticed their thoughts and seriously handed the relics forward. Hua Wu died for me. Before she died, she asked me to take care of you. This is compensation for you. Going out to be Thunder Girls isn't a long-term plan. Are you interested in following me? Yi stared seriously into their eyes and sincerely said, I am not an awakened one yet, and I don't have as much money as the Zhong family. I can't guarantee that you will live forever, nor can I promise you future wealth and glory. However, as long as I, Yi, have food, I won't let you go hungry. I don't need Thunder Girls. I need partners, companions to rise to the top with me. Partners who won't abandon each other. Are you interested in joining me for a big fight? His gaze was piercing, burning with an exciting flame. Faced with Xiao Ye's fervent gaze, Hua-san hesitated. They were used to taking money for work, finishing the job, and parting ways without further contact. But they could see that the other side truly treated them as friends. If Hua Wu died, he would cry. He would seek revenge for Hua Wu. He would even go so far as to give them priceless relics. I'm in. Xin was the first to speak. I don't want to hide behind a woman anymore. Brother Yi, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Having taken your relics, I can't just leave now. Bai shrugged and said nonchalantly, I don't have any big wishes in life. If you want to make a big scene in the heavens, I'll accompany you. It won't be a wasted trip to this world. What about you? The three of them turned their eager gazes to Hua-san. The latter took a deep breath, her eyes filled with mixed emotions, touch, conflict, and compassion. In this chaotic world, three women, who knows how much they had gone through to reach this point. Finally, when she looked up again, her eyes glistening with tears, she said, thank you for taking me in. I don't want to wander anymore. Welcome aboard. Let's take down the Zhong family, take down the Black Mansion, take down this world. Yi clenched his fists tightly and shouted, I don't know how far I can take you, but if we fail, I will die with you. Let's do it. Let's do it. Xin and Bai raised their fists high. Back to the city. The young men were spirited. The Black Mansion city was destined to be no longer peaceful. Zhong family. Inside the villa courtyard, Zhong Xianming, Xiao Tao, and Qingqing paced anxiously in the living room. Since receiving a call from a certain big shot, the old man Zhong had been busy contacting people outside and hadn't even scolded them. Finally, at dinner time, the weary Zhong Lao returned, dragging his tired body. Dad, where have you been? We haven't seen you for days. Zhong Xianming approached to take the old man's coat. What else could I do? The old man shot a glance at them and said, it's all because of your mess. Damn it, news has already come from outside the city. That wild kid is the nephew of the mad dog and is now fighting with the old ghost outside the city. Hundreds have died these days. Damn. The others in the room couldn't help but shrink their necks. In just a few days, the mad dog's people were like they had taken gunpowder, chasing the old ghost's people everywhere. Outside the city, it had turned into a bloody mess. What worried the old man even more was that phone call. That man's phone call. What if he comes back? Zhong Lao didn't dare to think further. During this period, you all stay indoors and behave. I've contacted a big shot in Kyoto. If he's willing to step in, maybe we can negotiate peace. Zhong Lao, covered in snow and wind, looked slightly haggard. He wasn't happy to have found help. He sighed helplessly. But this time, the Zhong family will have to bleed a bit. Hearing this, Zhong Xianming was unhappy. It's just a mad dog, isn't it? This money is better given to the old ghost. Let him fight the other side outside the city. After all, it's not the Zhong family that will die. The latter shook his head helplessly. That kid is from the Overlord's Denver. The mad dog isn't scary. What's scary is the lineage behind him, the Spring Mansion. These younger generations don't understand the terror of this name and disdainfully sneered. Xiao Tao said straightforwardly, I'll call my master. I want to see what is so great about the Overlord's Den. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he finished speaking, the door was knocked on. The security personnel cautiously approached, opened a crack in the door, and looked outside. Who is it? Suddenly, their bodies stiffened, standing straight at the door without moving. Who? Get your weapons. Let him go. The security at the Zhong family mansion was extremely tight, and soon someone noticed the anomaly at the door. A large group of security personnel quickly surrounded it. The Zhong family members in the living room, along with Xiao Tao, also curiously looked towards the door. They saw the security personnel step back 2 steps and fall straight down, their facial muscles twisted as if they were in great pain yet unable to make sound. Outside, the wind and snow howled. A man wearing a tattered trench coat and with a yellow noodle head hairstyle, smoking a cigarette, slowly walked into the courtyard. Facing a group of 20 or 30 awakened security personnel, he showed no fear. He walked in without changing his expression. Damn it, I rang the doorbell for ages, and nobody opened. Have you done so many bad things that you're afraid of ghosts knocking? If you don't open the door, why do you pretend to have a doorbell? Trying to show off your wealth? The man cursed, hands in his pockets, striding towards Zhong Lao. His fluffy noodle head bobbed up and down, looking relaxed. He didn't hide his cultivation level. A powerful aura pressed down like a mountain, making it hard for everyone present to breathe. Arrogant as Xiao Tao was, his face instantly turned pale. This terrifying sense of oppression made him feel like he couldn't even think of resisting. He had only felt this from his master before. A few diligent security personnel wanted to step forward to block him, but the older captain stopped them. Cautiously, he told his subordinates, It's high go, don't move recklessly. It will get you killed. Put down your weapons. It's not like you guys killed me. If you point a knife at me again, I'll call the police. Saying this, he laughed and took out a cigarette from his pocket. He patted his pocket, cursing silently that his lighter had been stolen again. Hey, that old man, stop staring. It's you, come over and light my cigarette. Haigo arrogantly scanned everyone, his gaze landing on Zhong Lao. The faces of the Zhong family turned dark. To ask the head of the Zhong family to light his cigarette right after entering was too disrespectful. Who the hell are you? Zhong Xianming mustered his courage to ask. Who am I? Oh, sorry, I was just showing off. Let me introduce myself. The man straightened up and grinned mischievously. My name is High Dog, very high, and very dog. After saying that, he gave a meaningful glance at the old man Zhong and smiled. Old man, why don't you come over and light a cigarette for me? Or, I'll come over and light you up. Chapter 43. The arrogant High Dog with a clap under the shocked gaze of Zhong Xianming. The old man Zhong stepped forward with a complex expression, one hand lighting a lighter and the other shielding against the wind. The smoke in the man's mouth flickered, just like the uneasy feelings of everyone present. The security captain recognized the man and was sweating nervously. Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of unease in each other's eyes. They didn't know who High Dog was, but they could feel that this man's strength could absolutely crush everyone in the courtyard. It should be noted that old Zhong was a 5-cents master, a dignified overlord of the Dark House, who appeared as obedient as a child in front of the other party. Dog master. Old Zhong swallowed hard, just about to plead for mercy when a slap from High Dog landed squarely on his face. Damn it, aside from my brother, you're the first one to call me doggy. What? Do you want to pat my head and tease me? After saying that, he really stretched his head toward the other party. Misunderstanding. The latter waved his hands repeatedly. Bang! The lighter in old Zhong's hand suddenly exploded. The small flame turned into a raging fire. Even a strong 5-cents master was frightened and stepped back several paces. Dad! Zhong Xuanming's expression changed, filled with heartache. This was the first time he had seen the old man so subservient. Old Zhong's hands were hidden behind his back, outwardly calm. But Zhong Xianming and the others could see clearly. The old man's hands were engulfed in a bizarre green flame. It was my mistake. Old Zhong gritted his teeth in pain and bowed deeply. Please don't blame me, Dogmaster. High Dog grinned. With such a good attitude, I can't find an excuse to kill you. The other party would rather endure the burning flames than turn against him, enough to show his fear of High Dog. May I ask, what brings you to the Dark House, Dogmaster? Nothing much, just simply want to mess with you. High Dog said with a playful smile. Taking off his gloves leisurely, Brother Gio asked me to ask you if you recognize this. He slowly raised his calloused hand. The other party shook his head in confusion. Smack! Another crisp sound. Old Zhong's head tilted, and a tooth flew out. Dad! Zhong Xianming was furious. He stepped forward, but was stopped by his father. Xiao Tao silently retreated into the living room. Not a single person in the house dared to stand up for Old Zhong. Old Zhong's cheek visibly swelled, swallowing the blood in his throat, and he forced down his anger to ask in a deep voice, "What does Brother Zhu mean?" Nothing much. I heard the Zhong family has been very active lately. High Dog flexed his wrist, his expression shifting between dark and light. Brother Zhu said, "When we meet, I should slap you first to let you reflect on why you're being hit. If you figure it out, maybe you can live. If not, you can prepare for a funeral at home. Of course, you could also fight back, but if you somehow explode with chakra and kill me, then I can only resign myself to fate." He patted the old man's face with an air of disdain, grinning ominously. It's always the small ones that come to the big ones. What? Do you think our kids have no adults? Or do you think we adults can't wield a knife anymore? Even a fool could tell the other party's intention. It was for the little wild one. They just didn't know what the relationship between that wild kid and old Gio was to actually send High Dog to seek revenge for him. This guy was a brother of the king of Springhouse, capable of fully representing old Ba and old Gio outside. His appearance usually indicated that old Gio was serious. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The latter shook his head repeatedly. In this world where strength is revered, no one wanted to provoke a dragon, especially a mad one. I really didn't know he was a child of the Overlord stronghold. We are willing to turn swords into plowshares with him. In the future, our Zhong family will definitely take good care of this kid. High Dog's face fell, angrily scolding. Isn't this bullying? If you're stronger, you beg for mercy. But ordinary kids have to be bullied by you? At your age, you're half in the grave. Can you have a little backbone? Why don't you dare draw your sword and challenge my brother Gio? Given Brother Gio's temper, he might just kill your whole family and even put up a tombstone for you. The latter was filled with grievances. If he could defeat old Gio, would he be so subservient? He had sought help from many people in recent days, and most hung up the phone in fear upon hearing old Gio's name. Seeing the other party's awkward situation, High Dog had had enough of the games and got back to business. Brother Gio kept you around just to sharpen that little kid. I'm a man who loves peace, so I'll give you a way out. Little kids fighting, adults should just stay out of it. For this period of time, you stay at home and let your son mess around with my kids. If your kid wins, I'll just leave. If my kid wins, haha, without me lifting a finger, he'll personally wipe out your whole family. Remember my words, you cannot leave this door. Otherwise, High Dog leaned close to the other party's ear and whispered ominously, I will break your legs. After saying that, he earnestly encouraged Zhong Xianming, little friend, perform well. Aim to take down my kid in one round. I'm counting on you. This scene left the Zhong family members dumbfounded. They were to help the little wild one and also encourage Zhong Xianming. What does this mean? What do you really want? Zhong Xianming asked, steeling himself. He was unsure whether the other party was speaking ironically or sincerely. Don't be surprised. That's just how my family operates. If even you small families can't handle it, then his life is just like that. The entire spring house consists of tough characters. If the little wild one couldn't handle the Zhong family, then in the eyes of these uncles, he would be seen as useless. Zhong Xuanming's mind raced with a hint of expectation as he continued to ask, what if I kill him? Then I will kill you, little friend. High Dog took out a wine flask from his pocket, took a sip, and laughed. I didn't tell you to kill him, just to have you train him. During this time, you can use any means or methods. I'm waiting for your good news. If possible. High Dog tilted his head back, a strange smile appearing on his face. When you beat him, please shoot a video. I'm really looking forward to seeing him get beaten after he poured chili powder in my underwear. It's a deal. The latter instantly ignited with hope. If the parents didn't intervene, he was confident he wouldn't lose to the little wild one. Xiao Tao, hiding in the living room, also let out a heavy sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, as High Dog reached the door, he suddenly turned around, looking at him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. I heard, your master is the plain robe immortal? Igriagis. My master is the famous plain robe immortal, the pinnacle of the 9 major 8 senses. He initially thought to scare the other party off with his master's name. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Correction, it's the new generation of 8 senses. Do you know why your master uses his left hand for finger techniques? It's common knowledge that the plain robe immortal is left-handed. But very few know that he switched to his left hand because his right hand was crippled. Back then, your master was acting tough and said something he shouldn't have, so I had people sever his tendons. Pass the message to your master if he wants revenge. He can come find me at the dark house anytime. Oh, my tendons are so itchy. I really want someone to sever them. Chapter 44 Revenge begins the next day. In a private hospital, Zhou Xiaobao woke up groggily. After being shot by Xiao Yi and undergoing 10 hours of emergency treatment, he finally returned from the brink of death. This was the second time he had almost been killed by the other side. Once his head was shattered, and another time half of his body was nearly blown apart. The grudges between both sides had deepened to the point where one side had to die for the matter to be settled. The only thing he was grateful for was that Zhong Xianming not only didn't he blame him, but also gave him many benefits. According to the old man Zhong's plan, Zhou Xiaobao was not supposed to stay. But because of the arrival of the crazy dog, both sides had revealed their cards. Since he had completely offended the Chuanfu faction, Zhou Xiaobao no longer needed to take the blame. Now, as long as he could defeat Xiao Yi head-on, all the crises facing the Zhong family would be resolved. Xiaobao, you did well this time, you kid. You've got a good head on your shoulders. By the bedside, Zhong Xianming was peeling fruit with a caring demeanor. Qingqing looked at the pale Zhou Xiaobao with concern. This guy may not have many skills, but his looks certainly won the hearts of girls. In the half-month since entering the city, with his silver tongue, Qingqing had almost completely obeyed him. I'm sorry, young Master Zhou almost killed that guy, but I didn't expect. He didn't dare to push the blame onto the old man Zhou. If the old man's call had been 1 minute late, Xiao Yi would have certainly been dead. It's not your fault. It was the old man who was intimidated by the other side. Zhong Xianming said understandingly with a smile. Rest well, there's a tough battle ahead. He shared the agreement he had with the crazy dog and sincerely said, recover quickly. I need you to strategize for me. Since the conflict between Zhong Xianming and Xiao Yi, he had never gained an advantage. In fact, Zhou Xiaobao had nearly killed the other side, which made Zhong Xianming value him greatly. After listening earnestly, Zhou Xiaobao's eyes turned, and he immediately came up with an idea. Young Master Zhong, may I ask, did the crazy dog say, you can't hire outside help? This question awakened the other party. The crazy dog only forbade the old man from taking action, but didn't he say anything about hiring experts? Xiao Tao was an outside help hire with a hefty sum, and the crazy dog had tacitly approved of his actions. In other words, compared to that wild kid, our greatest advantage is money and connections. In the Black Mansion, everyone has to give some face to the Zhong family. My suggestion, Zhou Xiaobao smiled slyly. A bold idea surged in his mind. Why don't we drag everyone down with us? The news of the crazy dog entering the city should not have spread yet, which means that in the minds of most people, Xiao Yi is still just the crazy dog's nephew. So why not spend a fortune to invite all the major forces in the city to jointly besiege Xiao Yi? The crazy dog has been wreaking havoc outside the city and has long been hated by the heavens and the people. As long as you visit each family and promise benefits, I believe many will be willing to take action. The most ruthless part of this move is dragging all the forces in the Black Mansion into the water. Can the crazy dog slaughter the Zhong family and kill all the big shots in the city? But Zhong Xianming reminded worriedly, the crazy dog is from Lao Jiu's faction. If we really kill him, Lao Jiu might come back. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaobao smiled inscrutably and said, so what? Lao Jiu has appeared for many years. Under heavy rewards, they'll be brave men. Our goal is to use the pretense of driving away the crazy dog to target Xiao Yi in the city. He must enter the city to fight, which is our main battlefield, and the advantage is on our side. A well-known figure like Lao Jiu shouldn't be so petty, right? Generally, Famous big shots don't stoop to quarreling with a few youngsters over such trivial matters. Moreover, their essay prior agreement. Would the crazy dog really go back on his word? A few sentences made Zhong Xianming seem to see the direction clearly through the fog. Although he was ungrateful, under the influence of the old man Zhong, he was very generous to useful people. He slapped his thigh and said, "Let us do as you say. Once you're discharged, I'll promote you to work for the Zhong family immediately. Rest assured, the head of security at the hospital has received my money, and he will be responsible for your safety. Don't worry about the crazy dog. If he dares to cause you trouble, I can bring people to support you in a minute." "Thank you, young Master Zhong." Zhou Xiaobao lay on the bed, even forgetting about the wound on his back, feeling so moved that he wanted to get up, but he was gently pushed back down to the bed by the other party. "Don't move. You're my strategist now, haha. Take care of your health so you can work for me. Once you get through this, there will definitely be a place for you in the Black Mansion." Zhong Xianming didn't forget to paint a big picture before leaving. The two appeared to be a wise ruler and a loyal minister, but in reality, each had their own hidden agenda. As soon as the other party closed the door, Zhou Xiaobao's grateful expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a sinister smile of a petty person who had achieved success. "Black Mansion, I have finally established myself. Wait, Xiao Yi, I will use the wind of the Zhong family to deal with you, and then slowly replace it. What are you laughing about?" Qing Qing, puzzled, cut the fruit into small pieces and fed them into his mouth. "It's nothing, just happy." Zhou Xiaobao looked at her affectionately and whispered, "Sister, thank you. Without you, there would be no me. It's nothing. You're so pitiful. You're the first person who has been so good to me." Zhou Xiaobao said sincerely, "Once I stand firm, I will protect you. Hee, then I'll wait." The latter playfully stuck out her tongue. "I'll go get you water to wash your face." At first, she protected Zhou Xiaobao out of pity, but during this time of contact, the two had developed a somewhat unspoken affection. When the other party left the room, Zhou Xiaobao buried his head in the pillow happily. An unparalleled sense of happiness surged in his heart. With the appreciation of Zhong Xianming and the care of a beautiful girl, he felt that his future was promising. Little did he know, downstairs in the hospital, 5 pairs of terrifying eyes were watching the lights in his room. Zhong Xianming had come out. At the entrance of the hospital, in a van, 10xin looked through the curtain, watching the Zhong family's convoy leave, and said softly, "Xiao Yi Xiao Bai." Huasan and Huasi opened their eyes simultaneously from their meditative state. Looking at the gradually receding convoy, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Why not deal with Zhong Xianming too? Xiao Bai didn't understand what Xiao Yi was thinking. From what he knew of Xiao Yi, he should have ambushed Zhong Xianming as soon as he entered the city. Learn from experience. Xiao Yi calmly shook his head, his eyes flashing with wisdom. "I won't let you encounter danger again. The city is Zhong family territory. If we rashly move against him, we might not be able to leave the city alive. If we don't cut the roots, the spring breeze will blow again. Killing Zhong Xianming, the old man Zhong will definitely not let me go. So, we need to find an opportunity to send both the old and the young away together. Starting with Zhou Xiaobao, this kid is full of tricks. Let us use his life to send a message to Zhong Xianming." After saying that, he took out a black woolen hood from the canvas bag. Huasan frowned. She had always been curious why Xiao Yi resembled Lei Zi so much. Wearing a hood and carrying a canvas bag before doing things was standard for Lei Zi. Xiao Yi didn't explain much. The moment he took out the hood, his entire demeanor changed. He became reckless and mad. "Get to work." With his command, the car door opened. Xiao Yi pulled out a blood-red chainsaw from the canvas bag. The revenge begins. Chapter 45. Assassination. The car door swung open. Xiao Yi wrapped the chainsaw in his clothes and got out first. Next was Xiao Bai, who seemed a bit clumsy compared to Xiao Yi's familiarity. He surprisingly didn't bring any tools to cover his face. Fortunately, he didn't care. With a whistle, Huasan placed 3 fingers in his mouth and blew gently. Several cars in the shadows opened their doors at the same time. 30 fierce-looking figures, the lazy, stepped out in unison. There was no need for much communication. The lazy were already very familiar with this kind of situation. They crossed the road together, heading towards the hospital's main entrance. Inside the hospital lobby, the nurse responsible for receiving patients saw the approaching crowd through the glass door and immediately sensed something was wrong. This was a private hospital, and the people coming in were either rich or influential. But the group outside certainly didn't look like wealthy individuals. "Sir, hello, how can I help you?" The nurse glanced at the crowded lobby and signaled to the nearby security guard while quickly stepping forward to intercept the group. If anything happened in the hospital, the on-duty staff would be in trouble. "We're here to see a friend." Xiaobai grinned and looked around the lobby. The bright lobby was packed with people. No matter the era, hospitals always had thriving business. Cough, cough. "Sir, visiting hours have already passed. Would you like to come back tomorrow?" The nurse noticed the group's unfriendly demeanor and, while signaling to her colleagues, spoke softly to calm him down. The patrolling security personnel noticed the nurse's signal and quickly approached. The leader, an experienced captain, casually revealed his sidearm and coldly asked, "Gentlemen, is there a problem? We're looking for a friend. Could you help me check on someone named Zhou Xiaobao?" Xiaoya smiled politely. "I'm good friends with him." He. The captain furrowed his brow. He had just received money from Zhong Xianming to protect Zhou Xiaobao and was instructed to inform the Zhong family of any issues. Upon hearing they were looking for Zhou Xiaobao, he immediately determined they were trouble and said bluntly, "Brother, let me give you some advice. This hospital belongs to Boss Sua of the Black Court. Don't cause any trouble here." Those responsible for hospital security were tough individuals. Before becoming a hospital officer, the captain was a well-known thug in the Black Court city. He scanned Xiaoya and Xiaobai, noticing their youth, and deliberately threatened by placing his hand on his gun. "We don't have the person you're looking for. Don't cause trouble on my turf. Just consider this a favor. Otherwise, I'll call for backup. And you can find out about me. I'm Lao Ning from the South Gate." Before he could finish, Xiaoya lost patience. He raised his hand. Whoosh! A shotgun was shoved straight into Lao Ning's mouth. A 30-something lazy beside Xiaoya held his gun one-handed, looking impatient and grinning ominously. "What kind of face do you have, Lao Ning? I've never heard of you. You're so tough. Want to take a trip outside the city with me?" Another lazy stepped forward, disdainfully slapping Lao Ning's face and laughing. "I could hang you at the city gate, and no one would dare come out to collect your body. Believe it? Outside the city?" Lao Ning gespupis dilated. He was merely a thug leader, and facing the desperate men from outside the city was like facing a different dimension altogether. "Ninga, right?" Xiaoya pushed the lazy shotgun aside, smiling as he spoke. "I can't give you any face, but how about you ask my uncle for some?" Just as Lao Ning was about to speak, Xiaoya introduced himself. "My uncle is called Mad Dog. Shall I send you out to discuss it with him?" At this, everyone, including the nurse, turned pale. These thugs could bully the defenseless, but challenging the fierce men from outside the city was a different matter. A single phone call would have the city police obediently escorting him out to settle things. Brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Lao Ning immediately backed down, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Xiaobai, take this nurse to check which room my dear friend is in. Shenggu, guard the exit." Shenggu was the leader of the group sent by Longzi. "Huasan, Huasi, Xiao Tan were going upstairs." Xiaoya didn't waste words, pulling a hood from his pocket and putting it on. "Get to work." Shenggu also pulled out a hood, and with a command, dozens of people donned their hoods. Lao Ning's legs went weak. Lazy. Only lazy liked to wear hoods before getting to work. Only lazy dared to act so recklessly in the city. "Brother, do you want face or do you want bullets?" Shenggu pressed the shotgun against Lao Ning's forehead and demanded, "Speak." No, brother, I just want to go home after my shift." Lao Ning said with a mournful face, "I only make 1,000 or so a month. What face do I have?" Xiaoya chuckled coldly, his gaze sweeping over the other security personnel. "What about you? Do you still want face?" No. Everyone shook their heads in unison. "No more face, huh? All right." Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction, his expression suddenly turning serious as he shouted, "Everyone get the hell down." "Ha!" A dozen security personnel quickly knelt down. These thugs who bullied the weak could not enter the eyes of the lazy. Xiaoya rolled his eyes in disdain, took out a cigarette, and ordered, "Shenggu, before I finish my work, don't let anyone in or out." "Understood." Shenggu nodded, leaping onto the reception desk, and fired a shot at the surveillance camera. "Lazy at work, everyone get the hell down and cover your heads." In an instant, everyone crouched down, and no one dared to resist in the large lobby. Just then, Xiaobai shouted, "5th floor, room 5012. Get to work." Tan Xin quickly stepped forward and pressed the elevator button. Xiaoya walked in first, holding the chainsaw without looking away. Hua San and Hua Si coldly carried the tools and headed towards the stairwell. In the patient room, Zhou Xiaobao was happily eating the fruit that Qingqing had fed him. Being cared for by such a beauty made him feel refreshed. He even began to fantasize about how great it would be to marry her. If he could always be with Sister Qingqing, his life would be perfect, right? In a good mood, Zhou Xiaobao secretly glanced at the woman beside him, unconsciously leaning his head towards her. Just as he was still indulging in her scent, a loud bang echoed. The window shattered. 2 dark objects were thrown into the room. Who is it throwing things at night? Do you have any manners? Zhou Xiaobao's beautiful dream was interrupted, and he unhappily leaned out to see the objects rolling on the ground. Not wanting to look was one thing, but once he saw, his hair stood on end. 2 grenades, already pulled, were slowly rolling towards him. Oh my God! The latter exclaimed in fright. Fortunately, Qingqing was quick-witted, turning around and protecting him in her arms. Boom! The room was in disarray. Shrapnel pierced through everything. Qingqing managed to block the blow with her awakened strength. With no time to savor the feeling of being in a beautiful woman's embrace, Zhou Xiaobao decisively shouted, "It must be Mad Dog's men coming. Sister Qingqing, hurry and carry me out." Chapter 46. Zhou Xiaobao's Death Bang. The door to the hospital room was kicked open. Qingqing nervously carried the severely injured Zhou Xiaobao into the corridor. As soon as they exited the room, both of them froze. The originally bright corridor was now pitch black. Only at the end of the corridor, a green emergency light flickered. In the dim light of the emergency lamp, they could vaguely see a figure squatting there. Long hair hung down, head lowered, the cigarette in his mouth flickering on and off. He seemed to be fiddling with something. Suddenly, he yanked something, and a loud chainsaw noise erupted. The deafening sound of the engine sent chills down their spines. At that moment, the figure finally raised his head. It was Xiao Yi. "Go, take the elevator." Zhou Xiaobao was almost driven mad with fear. He knew what would happen if Xiao Yi caught him. Without time to think, he endured the excruciating pain and pressed the elevator button. The next second, the elevator doors slowly opened. The light inside gave them a sense of safety. When the doors fully opened, Zhou Xiaobao was dumbfounded. Xiaobai leaned against the elevator with a long knife, smiling as he waved at them. "Hello? Where are you in such a hurry to go? My little Yi came to find you, and you ran off without even greeting me. Isn't that a bit rude?" Left staircase. Zhou Xiaobao was sweating profusely, too scared to think, surrounded by danger. The safety passage was their last hope. Bang, bang, bang. Xiaoye, wielding the chainsaw, was getting closer. Xiaobai casually tore off the ceiling cloth. The killing intent was evident. "Damn it, Xiaobao, you go first." Qingqing knew that if she took Zhou Xiaobao with her, neither of them would escape. Xiaobai's strength was far beyond her own. Taking a deep breath, she pushed Zhou Xiaobao away and urged, "Go quickly. I'll hold him off." "You." Zhou Xiaobao was anxious and scared. Although this guy was selfish and sinister, he was serious about Qingqing. "Go quickly. My sister is Chun Kei. They won't dare to kill me." Qingqing pushed Zhou Xiaobao away. Sharp cat claws extended. The cold light on the claws was particularly striking in the dark corridor. "Xiao Yi, Xiaobao is like this. Why are you still so relentless?" She shouted at the oncoming Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi did not respond. The two drew closer and closer, moving faster and faster. Finally, when they were about 5 meters apart, Qingqing moved. Her body shot out like a black cat. The sharp claws aimed straight for his throat. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out. A bullet hit her hand precisely. Even an awakened one would feel intense pain from a bullet. Taking advantage of her moment of pain, Xiao Yi suddenly looked at her. His eyes, blood red and filled with rage beneath the mask, resembled a vengeful ghost. "Get lost." The chainsaw swung. "Block." The latter instinctively raised her hand to block. She thought that with the strength of an awakened one, the chainsaw couldn't hurt her. But unexpectedly, the chainsaw easily sliced through her 10-centimeter-long claws, as if they were tofu. Blood sprayed everywhere. Without giving her a chance to resist, Xiaoye's second strike followed. Bang, bang, bang. With a loud roar, the chainsaw struck her shoulder. The iron-like body of the awakened one crumbled like a piece of junk before the chainsaw. How is this possible? Ching looked at the chainsaw in his hand in disbelief. It looked just like the ones in hardware stores. But when the chainsaw cut through her skin, the little remaining energy in her was instantly drained by the chainsaw. Following, that was her life force. In just 2 seconds, she felt dizzy and showed symptoms of blood loss. Her once fair skin turned pale and yellow. The chainsaw was devouring her vitality. Is this an archaic tool? She asked in shock. She knew that archaic tools were ancient objects hundreds of years old, and the conditions for them to mutate were extremely harsh. A modern product like a chainsaw could never become an archaic tool, unless she didn't dare to think further. My sister is Chun-Kei. As her life force rapidly drained away, Ching felt death for the first time up close. As long as Xiao Yi didn't control the chainsaw, its falling momentum could split her body in two. Xiao Yi tilted his head and sneered. I thought you, the saint, would sacrifice yourself. If you kill me, my sister and the boss won't let you go. Ching cried like a wronged child. You scared me. Xiao Yi wasted no words, stepping on her wrist. With a swift motion, he severed her enhanced cat claws. For Ching, this strike completely ended her career as an awakened one. The moment her severed hand left her body, it was exhausted, with no possibility of reattaching. I'm not killing you because I'm afraid of your boss. Xiao Yi looked down at her coldly and said, I repay debts of hatred and kindness. Tell your sister we are even now. If you provoke me again, no one can save you. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the safety passage, chainsaw in hand. Xiaobai mockingly shook his head and smiled. You're really lucky you saved the ambulance fee. Tap, tap, tap. The two left. The last person also emerged from the darkness. It was Tan-Xin. The gunshot just now was fired by him. At that moment, he looked like a merciless hunter, glancing indifferently at the weak Ching. If I see you making a move against Brother Yi again, the bullet will hit your forehead. Top, top, top. In the narrow, safety passage, the ethereal sound of footsteps echoed. Zhou Xiaobao, like a headless fly, struggled to descend the stairs along the handrail. Just as he reached the next floor, he saw Hua San and Hua Si standing expressionlessly in his way. The two did not attack, but their cold gazes scared him into turning and running. Unable to go down, he could only run up. He ran slowly, enduring sharp pain with each step. The strong will to survive prevented him from stopping. Tap, tap, tap. When he inadvertently looked back, his legs went weak, nearly causing him to fall. He saw Xiao Yi, holding a bloody chainsaw, walking leisurely at the same pace as him. Behind him were Xiaobai, Tan-Xin, Hua San, and Hua Si, all with murderous intent in their eyes. None of them made a move, but calmly followed him. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Zhou Xiaobao reached the hospital rooftop, only to find himself at a dead end. There was no way out. Looking at the empty rooftop, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Yay. Xiao Yi, I was wrong. Spare me this once. We are from the same village. I'm not a human. Slap. I'm not a human. Woo woo woo. He didn't want to die. Even at this moment, he didn't want to give up. He slapped his face repeatedly, trying to awaken the sympathy of others. My family has all been killed by you. I know I was wrong. Woo woo woo. Let me go. No one answered. Xiao Yi calmly took out a lighter. Xiao Bai and Tan-Xin leaned in together, lighting their cigarettes. They watched Zhou Xiaobao, who was crying and begging, as if they were watching a dead person. My biggest mistake in this life was not killing you at the city gate. Uncle Gio was right. Killing someone means dismembering them to avoid them coming back to life. I'm not seeking revenge anymore. Please, let me go. Zhou Xiaobao's head repeatedly knocked against the ground. What he received in return was Xiao Ye's indifferent gaze. Xiaobai stretched and rolled his eyes in disbelief. If he lets you go, he wouldn't be a child of the tyrant's stronghold. The grudges between you two. Even Buddha would feel embarrassed to mediate. Down below, apologize properly to my adoptive father. Xiao Yi slowly lifted Zhou Xiaobao by the collar and walked toward the edge of the rooftop. No. Brother Yi, let me go. I finally made it into the city. I really don't want to. No matter how he struggles, it's useless. Hua Wu is dead. Someone has to pay with their life. Don't be afraid. It's like bungee jumping. It'll be quick. Xiao Ye's voice was terrifyingly cold as he exerted force with his arm. Whoosh. Zhou Xiaobao drew an arc in the air, and, in that moment, his brief life flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. A tear fell. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the city. Bang. Someone has been killed. Ah, he is falling. The crowd outside the hospital scattered in fear. Zhou Xiaobao's eyes widened as he looked towards the rooftop, his eyes unable to close in death. This time, no one could save him. Xiao Ye, Xiao Bai, Dan Xin, Hu San, and Hua Si stood side by side at the edge of the rooftop, looking down on the world. Call Zhong Xianming. Xiao Yi calmly took the phone that Tan Xian handed him. Hello, is this Zhong Xianming? The displeased voice came through. Now you want to rely on me? Tan Xian, you're doomed. Zhou Xiaobao is dead. You come collect his body. Xiao Yi exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. Xiao Bai leaned in with a smirk and said, prepare a few coffins, aren't you rich? Buy a funeral home, and get yourself a pure gold furnace in advance. Make your departure a bit more dignified. You dare to come in? Zhong Xianming shouted angrily. If I don't kill you, I'll die in this city. Xiao Yi was amused, and the battle began. Chapter 47. The 5 Great Families of the Black Mansion. Latest news. In a low house somewhere in the red light district, given the many eyes and ears of the Zhong family in the city, Xiao Yi decided to set up in the chaotic red light district. This place not only doesn't belong to the Zhong family's sphere of influence, but Xiao Bai also has a good relationship with the street workers, which can serve as their eyes. Tan Xian cautiously glanced behind her, confirming no one was following, and quickly walked into the dimly lit room. My old man just called me. Zhong Xianming has summoned the heads of the Pang, Zhua, Lan, and Bai families. It looks like he wants to gather the city's forces to take us on. This plan was suggested by Zhou Xiaobao, dragging all the city's big shots down with him. If this goes well, Xiao Yi will find it difficult to move in the city. This is going to be a big deal. Xiao Bai extinguished his cigarette, but revealing a rare hint of anxiety. If there's a problem, we should solve it. Let's first talk about what these 4 families do. Xiao Yi calmly invited Tan Xian to sit down. For him, one enemy is no different from a group of enemies. Since he chose to go to war, he wouldn't retreat just because the opponent was too strong. If you're going to strike, do it decisively. Once you do, it's to the death. That's what his uncle taught him. The Pang, Lan, and Bai families are known as the 5 major powers in the Black Mansion alongside the Zhong family. Tan Xian was most familiar with the city's situation and quietly introduced the others. The Pang family controls 80% of the transportation in the Black Mansion. In this chaotic world, only the tough can run transportation, because the convoy not only needs to traverse the wilderness ravaged by transformers, but also deal with various shady characters outside the city. It's somewhat similar to an ancient escort agency. If you don't have solid skills and connections, it's impossible to suppress the bandits along the way. The Zhua family is the largest legitimate business force in the Black Mansion. At the mention of this family, Tan Xian's expression slightly changed, cautiously looking at Xiao Yi. He is the boss of Chun Ke and Qing Qing. In that case, he has countless connections with Xiao Yi. If it weren't for looking for the token, there wouldn't have been any subsequent events. Tan Xian cleared his throat and introduced with a hint of respect. The Zhua family's business is extensive, covering real estate, commercial streets, food, and even media. A third of the Black Mansion's commerce has a shadow behind it. The hospital from yesterday was also run by the Zhua family. The head of the Zhua family is called Zhua Kai. My dad said, he is a once-in-a-century business genius. In this chaotic world, relying solely on legitimate business to reach the top of the Black Mansion, he is the only one. Most big shots in the Black Mansion have a bit of shady business. Only the Zhua family is the cleanest. This also proves his business talent. The head of the Lan family is the biggest gang in the Black Mansion, the leader of the Lan gang, which is said to have originated from the Hong Kong government. This force monopolizes gambling houses, lending, smuggling, and even some unsightly dealings like organ trafficking. When it comes to manpower, the Lan gang is undoubtedly the strongest among the 5 families. This is a purely violent organization, almost monopolizing the underground world of the Black Mansion. The Bai family has the shadow of a big figure behind them and is said to have intricate connections with the capital. They are also the only external force and the most mysterious among the 5 families. Tan Xian cautiously lowered his voice. The Bai family's business only has one club, yet they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 4 families. Lastly, there's the Zhong family. Their patriarch controls the judiciary in the Black Mansion. They also have the most influence in the council among the 5 families. After introducing the 5 families, both Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai frowned. These 5 families almost control the black market, Z, and commerce of the Black Mansion. If Zhong Xianming truly negotiates with them, it's likely they can't stay in the city for a moment longer. In a real fight, with Uncle Mad Dog's manpower, we have the strength to fight back. Xiao Yi calmly analyzed the situation. However, the city won't allow outside forces to enter. The city defense camp is no joke. That's directly under the military department. If they get really angry, they can send over a couple of divisions in no time to suppress the Zhong family. We have to play by the rules of the city. Xiao Bai nodded in agreement, lighting a cigarette and staring deeply out at the moonlight. His fingers rhythmically tapped the table, and the room fell into a dead silence. Just when they were at a loss, the door was pushed open, and the person who entered surprised everyone. It was actually Tan Xian's father. He looked a bit worn and tired, his meticulously styled hair now a disheveled mess, and the once pristine suit was now wrinkled. It seemed he had fallen for grace. "Dad, why are you here?" Tan Xian asked in confusion. "Just came to see you all and brought some food." Tan's father chuckled lightly, greeting everyone familiarly before sitting down. His gaze was deep, as if he could see through everyone's thoughts. "What time is it? Who has the mood to eat?" Dan Xin Bounli Gom Lai. In front of men, he seemed like a carefree child. The latter had an expression as if he had anticipated this, asking, "Are you feeling a loss?" Yes. The Zhong family is contacting the 4 families, and we're trying to figure out a way. Xiao Yi politely offered him a cigarette. "Uncle, you've been in the city for so long. Can you give us some pointers?" As a senior banker, he was well acquainted with the upper echelons of the Black Mansion. His opinion might be the key to breaking the deadlock. The latter smiled reassuringly. "I can't give pointers, but I suggest you break through from the Bai family." Among the people present, Xiao Yi is a rookie in the wilderness. Xiao Bai is a spoiled rich kid. Tan Xian is a naive fool, knowing nothing. This small group is full of vigor, but slightly lacking in strategy. The man just happens to fill that gap. Being able to sit in his position means he is not a fool. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. "Uncle, please elaborate." The situation in the city is unstable. Cooperation among the 5 families is inevitable, but competition is also unavoidable. From the current situation, the Lan family needs to rely on the Zhong family's protection, so they are definitely on the same side. Many of the Pang family's businesses were introduced by the Zhong family, and their relationship is also good. The Zhou family operates in the open. Their attitude towards you is unimportant because Zhou Kai is not in the city and no one dares to act on his behalf. He paused, his expression serious as he tapped the table, reminding them in a low voice, the Bai family is different. They are an external force and have never been close to the other families. If you were in a Bai family's position, what would you choose at this moment? Tan's father looked earnestly at Xiao Yi. The latter thought for merely 2 seconds before blurting out. If they only seek stability, they will work without exerting effort. If they have ambition, they will use us to disrupt the city structure. Bringing down any one family would be beneficial to the Bai family. If we fail, it won't be too late to kick us when we're down. Although Xiao Yi had never been educated, he had listened to his uncles talk about past events since childhood. He had absorbed some street wisdom and understood it well. Tan's father nodded appreciatively, saying the Bai family's power is unimaginably great. Don't be fooled by the fact that the 5 families are equally renowned. In reality, the Bai family is the most terrifying. You all seem to have overlooked one thing. If they're SA backing, you need to learn to utilize it. With Mad Dog protecting you now, you are qualified to sit at the same table with them. Since Zhong Xianming is looking for reinforcements, so can you. Trust me, your backing is not any less than the Zhong family's. Tan's father acted like a teacher, meticulously guiding them on the key to breaking the deadlock. "Dad, what's up with you today? You seem different." Tan Xian joked carelessly. "What happened? Did you get caught embezzling? You little brat." The latter smiled, stood up, adjusted his collar, and meaningfully told his son, "You little rascal, I advise you to be a rich kid and live off your family. Since you want to fight, I won't stop you. Remember, investment requires not only vision, but also courage. Since you placed your bet, stick with it until the end. All right, you all chat. I'm going home now." Chapter 48. Zhong Xuanming's underhanded tactics. The journey was silent. Tan's father drove home alone. At the moment he pushed open the door, the flat was filled with people. 20 or 30 uniformed individuals were rummaging through the house. The man at the forefront leaned back in his chair, casually flipping through documents, and smiled broadly when he saw the man enter. His appearance bore a resemblance to Zhong Xianming, especially those bright yet menacing eyes. Mr. Tan, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhong Shan from the Anti-Corruption Bureau. The man stood up with a friendly expression and showed his credentials. We received a report that you were suspected of illegal lending and embezzlement. Please come with us for an investigation. Husband. The woman, trembling by the door, looked at her man in horror. She felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Just a moment ago, he was a revered bank executive, and in the next second, he became a prisoner. Tears streamed down her face. Zhong Shan spoke with an air of superiority, his tone contemptuous. It's quite strange. Several bosses who have dealings with you suddenly reported you. We're just following the rules. Please don't take it personally. No need to search. I admit to all the charges you mentioned. Tan's father had long anticipated this situation. He shrugged nonchalantly and extended his hands. This has nothing to do with my wife and children. Not going to defend yourself? Zhong Shan was slightly taken aback, surprised that the other party admitted guilt without a fight. He had seen too many fallen executives, but Tan's father was the calmest among them. However, this was not what he wanted. He quickly stepped forward and whispered with a smile, I know you are innocent. If your son could talk to my family tomorrow, there might be a turning point. Both parties were clever. A single sentence revealed the intention behind his arrest. Zhong Xianming struck back. Arresting Tan Xian's father was both a way to vent anger and to force Tan Xian to make a choice. However, Tan's father had seen through it all. He smiled calmly and shook his head. I admit it, but he changed his tone, refusing to back down, and looked directly at Zhong Shan. Tell your nephew that I will accept a life sentence, but if you want to tarnish my son's reputation, the Zhong family's dealings in the bank will be exposed immediately. After so many years in the bank, I know what I should and shouldn't know. If I were to suddenly die, trust me, many people would go down with me. The clash of intelligent minds was subtle yet clear. Tan's father's words were not fully articulated, but the meaning was evident. Zhong Xianming wanted to vent his anger, and he was willing to take the fall. But if his bottom line was crossed, it would lead to mutual destruction. No one could guess what leverage he held over the Zhong family. Although the Zhong family controlled the judiciary, these pieces of evidence would not take him down, but once the evidence was made public, the Zhong family would not have it easy either. More importantly, the implication of many people going down with him was clear. If Tan's father died, the evidence he had hidden could bring down many people. If the Zhong family dared to go this far, they would lose the support of the people. Did they really intend to go all the way? Zhong Shan slowly approached him, suppressing his anger. Once it's south in court, I can still sentence you to a lifetime in prison even if you are innocent. As the head of the judiciary, it would be easy for Zhong to convict Tan's father. Moreover, with so many eyes on Tan's father, there were plenty of people willing to testify against him. I respect my son's choice. Tan's father forced a smile and looked seriously at Zhong Shan. You can sentence me directly. I'm fine with it. His indifference caught Zhong Shan off guard. With your son's few tricks, he thinks he can challenge the Zhong family? Zhong Shan lost his patience, poking Tan's father in the chest as a threat. Xianming is giving your son a chance. Don't push your luck. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to make your life in prison worse than death. Don't expect anyone to save you. Once the Zhong family wants someone locked up, they'll never get out. The foundations of a Zhong family were fully on display at this moment. The judiciary's counterattack left even this bank executive with no choice but to surrender. Tan's father ignored the threat and meaningfully instructed his wife, Dear, go stay with your family for a couple of months. But I'll hire a lawyer for you, his wife cried with tear-filled eyes. Tan's father, now handcuffed, looked gently at her. Don't worry. If our son wins, I will naturally come out. If he loses, I'll just grow old in prison. Many people will burn incense asking for me not to die in there. Our son wants to secure a future. As parents, we cannot hold him back. Don't cry. Tan's father lovingly wiped away his wife's tears and gently kissed her forehead. This time, you won't win. Zhong Shan flashed a sinister look, displeased. The Black House has been too calm for too long. Who knows? Tan's father smiled confidently. I've invested half my life. I want to be mistaken. In the red light district, Tan Xian trembled as she opened her mouth but couldn't make sound. Tears streamed down her face. The next moment, she picked up a gun and was about to rush out the door. Stop her. Xiao Yi grabbed her collar. Damn it. Zhong Xianming has taken my dad. I'm going to kill him. Dan xin sao that lit scene. Everyone was taken aback, suddenly recalling the earlier scene. It seemed Tan's father had anticipated this outcome. His words sounded more like a farewell. Xiaobai picked up Tan Xian's phone, and a text message caught his eye. To my dear son, Tan Xian, you have grown up, and I am very pleased. When you see this message, I may have already been arrested. Do not panic. Zhong Xianming is trying to force you to show yourselves. Do not fall for it. Do not worry about me. I have my means of self-preservation. Young birds must learn to fly high. My son, your vision surpasses mine, and the rise of the Tan family is imminent. Do not act recklessly. Go to the Bai family quickly. If this succeeds, I will be out of prison soon. If it fails, flee far away. Never return to the Black House in this lifetime. Do not worry. Tan's father used his remaining life to protect Tan Xian. The moment he knew Tan Xian was with Xiao Yi, he guessed there would be this calamity. Perhaps all parents in the world are the same, willingly entering the fray to ensure their children's safety. Yi, help me. I need to save my dad. Tan Xian was in a frenzy, struggling and shouting. I want to confront Zhong Xianming. Okay. Xiao Bai and Hua San were stunned, looking at Xiao Yi in disbelief. He actually agreed. Xiao Yi's expression was serious as he tightly grasped Tan Xian's shoulders. First, go to the Bai family. If you want to pull someone out of prison, you can only rely on the big shots in the city. If the Bai family refuses to help, I'll personally bring 30 men to break him out. Is that okay? Xiao Yi looked sincerely into her eyes. Xiao Bai opened his mouth, exchanging glances with Hua San. Both expressions were filled with helplessness, but also a hint of comfort. Although Xiao Yi was somewhat reckless, he made them feel secure in entrusting their backs to him. For the sake of a little brother's family, he was willing to risk everything to break someone out of prison, whether it was youthful loyalty or something else. At least he treated his brothers sincerely. Tan Xian's eyes turned red as she nodded heavily. Let us go to the Bai family. Chapter 49. The Bai family. This is the Bai family stronghold. The five of them drove to the largest clubhouse outside the Heifu. If you ask where the tallest building in Heifu is, everyone in the city will say it's the Nine Heavens. It's neither a government office building nor a mansion of a prestigious family. Instead, it's the largest and most magnificent clubhouse in Heifu and even in the Northeast. It includes KTV, a casino, leisure, entertainment, and all the gentlemen in Heifu take pride in being able to spend even once inside. Looking at the stunningly beautiful hostess at the entrance, Xiaobai swallowed hard. This is so damn luxurious. I heard it costs at least 10,000 to stay overnight. You've never been inside? Xiao Yi thought someone with such a carefree attitude must have been in. To his surprise, the other party directly pulled a long face and shook his head humbly. My wife stopped giving me pocket money a long time ago. Then do you go to the red light district every day? Where do you get the money? During the day, I carry bags at the transport company. And at night, I go to the ticket, focusing on being young and strong. Xiaobai laughed, shamelessly proud. With his skills, he could easily find a job as an awakener and live comfortably. But he chose the hardest, most exhausting yet cleanest job. Even Hua San looked at him with new respect. This building has 32 floors. A white card holder can only play on the first 5 floors. A gold card holder can go up to the 20th floor, which is said to be like a palace, filled with food and drink. A black card holder can go to the top floor. Cough. I heard that the women serving there are all little celebrities. You can take them back to your room if you fancy one. Do you see the words Nine Heavens? Xiaobai enviously pointed at the golden characters at the entrance of the clubhouse, made of pure gold. How many pounds must that be? Xiao Yi gasped. Should I give Uncle Lang a call? Should we rob him? The Nine Heavens has almost taken luxury to the extreme. The guards at the entrance are all awakened 3 times. Don't fantasize. Nine Heavens is a nationwide chain, and the people behind it are powerful. Let us go in. Xiao Bai led the way, getting out of the car in a white suit that he didn't know where he got it from. After all, he came from a big family, and his air of nobility didn't need to be disguised. As long as he didn't speak, he looked just like a young master. With him leading the way, no one stopped them as they entered. The most eye-catching feature in the lobby is the 3 rows of elevators. Each elevator has a girl with an 8-point appearance standing guard. Sir, hello. Which floor would you like to go to? Xiao Bai looked like a wealthy person, and as soon as he entered, a beautiful maid came to receive him. What's the difference? Xiao Bai cleared his throat and pretentiously said, I just returned from studying abroad, and I'm not too familiar with your rules. Hee hee, young master. Our elevators are divided into steel, silver, and gold doors, corresponding to regular customers, VIPs, and super VIPs. The maid, dressed in a professional short skirt, smiled professionally. Xiao Bai swallowed hard, about to speak when he saw Xiao Yi, who looked like he had never seen the world, touching the golden elevator and exclaiming, It's pure gold? Hee hee, sir, the super VIP elevator is gold-plated. The maid did not show any disgust at Xiao Yi's behavior and gently smiled. If you want to experience it, I can take you up to the 5th floor in the gold elevator. This is service. This is attitude. There's no bullying big customers. Instead, they treat every guest seriously. Even Xiao Yi felt that the other party's attitude was good and couldn't find any faults. No need. We're going to the top floor. Xiao Bai straightened his collar and smiled. If we're going to play, let us play the best. After saying that, he winked at Xiao Yi and whispered, The head of the Bai family is in the top office. Only there can we find him. Got it. Excuse me, sir. The maid respectfully bowed and introduced, The top floor is the super VIP area, if you want to go up. You need to recharge at least 1 million to become our guest. My uncle is out there working hard, risking his life to save up a little over 1 million. And you want 1 million just for a membership? Xiao Yi was completely stunned by the other party's words, exclaiming in surprise, This is much faster than robbing someone. Are you still hiring? You're joking, sir. There's a reason for the high price. I can guarantee, after one visit, you'll definitely feel it's worth the money. What's wrong? Are your girls diamond-studded? Xiao Yi shook his head in pain. 1 million is too expensive. If it were 100,000, he would grit his teeth and pay. But 1 million? How many lazy could that hire? If they don't go up, they want to meet the head of the Bai family. But what if they pay and the negotiation fails? That 1 million would be wasted. This cost made several of them hesitate for a moment. Just then, a harsh voice came. Oh, I thought who it was? Turns out it's just a country bumpkin from outside the city. Xiao Tao. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai turned their heads simultaneously, their eyes filled with murderous intent. It's really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao happened to be coming to find the head of the Bai family as well. In comparison, the Zhong family's display was much grander. A man wearing a manager badge was personally leading the way, followed by a dozen bodyguards. Wow! Xiao Yi shook his sleeve, revealing a dagger in hand. Seeing an enemy made his blood boil. Without needing an invitation, Xiao Bai and the others immediately entered combat mode. Xiao Tao was not to be outdone, fingers together, ready for battle. Zhong Xianming, however, appeared calm and relaxed, chuckling. This is the Bai family's territory. If you fight here, you won't be able to leave. That's right, the manager beside Zhong proudly echoed. Anyone who fights in the 9 heavens, regardless of right or wrong, will have their hands broken first. Saying that, he provocatively pointed at the distant security. There are 4 awakened ones stationed inside. Think carefully before you act, kids. Being a manager at the 9 heavens, the man's gaze was extremely sharp. Just by judging the clothes of Xiao Yi and the others, he could tell that aside from Xiao Bai, none of them were genuine young masters. In comparison, young Master Zhong was a super VIP at 9 heavens. It was obvious who they would help. He deliberately spoke in a sarcastic tone to the maid beside him. What kind of service are you providing? Young Master Zhong is here, yet you don't open the door? Don't let the riffraff block the way of the VIPs. It's so unprofessional. Xiao Bai raised an eyebrow. This was a veiled insult. Excuse me. Zhong Xianming proudly stepped forward and pushed Xiao Bai aside, taking out a black card and smiling. Want to meet President Bai? You need a black card. Oh, I forgot. You're not lazy, right? Why don't you just climb up the outer wall? That won't do. The manager quickly agreed. The security at 9 heavens is no joke. Climbing up will get your legs broken. I see. Xiao Tao teased with a smile. Then please let the riffraff step aside. What is that saying? Good dog, don't block the road, ha! Zhong's group arrogantly walked into the elevator, provocatively glancing at Xiao Yi. At this moment, the frustration of being bullied by the dogs was finally vented. Zhong Xianming laughed unabashedly. What a pity. Your only source of funds has been caught. TSK. I didn't expect Tanchong to look honest and stable, yet secretly embezzling so much money. This statement instantly provoked Tan Xin. Her father's arrest was the doing of Zhong Xianming. Xiao Tao further fueled the fire by asking, "How long will he be sentenced?" "Well, that depends on my mood. Maybe 3 to 5 years, or maybe a lifetime, huh?" The elevator doors slowly closed. "Damn!" Tan Xin angrily kicked the door. This time, Xiao Yi had no hesitation, throwing his backpack in front of the maid. "Get us a card. Take us up." Chapter 50. Lotus Platform Manager Wu. Inside the elevator, Zhong Xianming was in a good mood, pulling out a cigarette. A fawning manager Wu stepped forward respectfully to light it for him. "How many years have you been promoted to manager on the top floor?" 3 years. The smile on the latter's face grew wider as he humbly bowed. "Thanks to your support, young Master Zhong, not only did I open 3 cards, but I also spend so much every year at Jichangshan. Without you, I would still be the lowest level receptionist on the first floor." The manager laughed obsequiously. At Jichangshan, employees need to have performance to get promoted. He was able to rise to the top floor because he had a big client like Zhong Xianming. This is also why the maids on the first floor treated Xiao Bai with such courtesy. They all wanted to move up. A black card could elevate them 3 levels, either to the top floor as a maid or to the 15th floor as a manager. For these girls, either option would be a leap to success. "Good. As long as you remember my kindness, that's enough." Zhong Xianming nonchalantly draped his arm over the manager's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "But I consider you a friend. Do you acknowledge me as one too?" "Of course." The manager secretly glanced at the surveillance, lowering his voice. "Miss Bai's been on the top floor all day and hasn't tea gone out." "Good." The latter squinted his eyes in satisfaction. It seemed this trip wasn't tea in vain. Then his expression turned cold as he continued to give orders. "Those few kids earlier. I don't want them to disturb Miss Bai, understand?" The implication was to prevent Xiaoya and others from seeking out the person in charge at Jichangshan. This was easy for him as a manager. Without a second thought, he nodded and replied, "Don't worry, young Master Zhong, if they dare to climb up, I'll have security throw them out." All right, should I renew my membership later?" "Thank you, young Master Zhong." When Xiaoya and the others took the elevator to the top floor, everything before them genuinely refreshed their perception. In a world with an average temperature below 0, there was actually a place filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. The first thing that caught their eyes was a palace. Yes, a quaint palace. Jichangshan actually built a palace on a rooftop, showcasing its wealth and extravagance. The maids passing by left everyone in awe. "If I'm not mistaken, that woman is a very popular actress recently, right? She's working here as a maid? Part-time?" Xiao Bai's eyes turned green with envy. "If the gentleman likes her, I can arrange a room and have her come to your room tonight." The maid responsible for their reception softly introduced. The reason the top floor made all men linger was because it could fulfill all their wishes. Women, wealth, power. Women are easy to understand. But what about wealth and power? Seeing the confused expressions on several faces, the maid smiled and continued. "Jichangshan is most famous for its intelligence. Black Card VIPs have 3 free opportunities to obtain information every year. Whether it's personnel changes at the top level in the capital or fluctuations in the stock market, Jichangshan can get it for you. Moreover, everyone who comes to the top floor of Jichangshan is a person of high status. In fact, this is a top-tier social circle." This also explained why the Bai family, although an outside force, had established a foothold in such a short time. In a certain sense, Jichangshan was no longer just an entertainment venue. It was more like a huge intelligence trading center. Xiaoya secretly gasped, still in shock. Suddenly, an annoying figure blocked his view. It was Manager Wu. "How did you get up here? Do you know what this place is?" The manager didn't give the group a chance to speak and directly exploded in anger. "The identity of any client on the top floor is confidential. Please leave immediately. Security, security." Before he could finish speaking, Xiaoya pulled out his black card from his pocket. The manager looked as if he had eaten something foul. His words stuck in his throat. "Looking down on others?" Xiaoya sneered, turning to the maid. "Black card clients can do as they please on the top floor, right?" "In theory, yes." The maid nodded seriously. The manager's face changed slightly, an ominous feeling rising in his heart. "As for me, I'm a poor man who suddenly became rich. I'm not interested in women. I just like to hear a few dog barks." Xiaoya maliciously pointed to the ground. "You kneel and bark. You." The manager's face turned ashen. There were indeed quite a few clients with special preferences on the top floor, But Xiaoya was different. He was openly humiliating the other party. Your service attitude is unacceptable. Xiao Bai's face darkened as he complained to the maid. If you can't meet such a simple request, then I demand a refund. Don't go too far. The manager gritted his teeth and said, I'm young Master Zhong's personal service manager. What a coincidence. Zhong Xianming is my sworn enemy. Xiao Bai bit his cigarette, but arrogantly pointing to his pants. Do you know what it means that the customer is king? If I want to screw you, you better smile while taking off your pants. May I ask, can I kill him? Xiaoya asked seriously. In theory, yes. Everything on the top floor belongs to the guests, including lives. The maid respectfully answered. However, it might be seen as contempt for Jichanshan. Then it's no fun? Xiaoya shrugged regretfully. Until they had negotiated with the Bai family. It was not advisable to make things too tense. He then ignored the manager and politely smiled at the maid. Can you take us to meet your person in charge? No. The maid didn't respond, but the manager had already loudly refused. Xiaoya looked at the latter with displeasure. The maid was also new to the top floor and awkwardly glanced at the manager. The latter then gained confidence, puffing out his chest. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Bai does not see outsiders. If you want to exchange information, we have dedicated personnel to serve you. Miss Bai is not part of the service staff. She is not someone you can just meet. He had promised Zhong Xianming not to allow the group to meet the person in charge of the Bai family. Taking advantage of his understanding of the top floor's rules, he casually found an excuse to refuse. What if we insist on meeting? Xiaoya's face darkened. We've already paid $1 million, and we still can't see anyone? If you insist on meeting, fine. The manager revealed a strange smile. Pointing to the back, let us go to the Lotus platform. Mr. Yino, the maid's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Why? The Lotus platform is the biggest rule of Jichanshan. With every step you take, you stab a knife. After 100 steps, Jichanshan will unconditionally agree to any of your requests. But you don't need to do this. I can apply for you to meet Miss Bai. The maid nervously reminded, as she didn't want her guests to die here without reason. What qualifications do you have to apply? A first-floor maid. The manager scolded sternly. You haven't even been promoted yet. Who gave you the courage to seek out Miss Bai? Smack! Before the manager could finish his act, Xiaoya casually grabbed a wine bottle from a passing maid's tray and smashed it over the manager's head. Speak to my people with some respect. I spent $1 million and still can't see anyone. You guys at Jichanshan have some nerve. I don't believe this. The two exchanged knowing glances and headed straight for the depths of the palace. Quick, stop them. These two kids are causing trouble for Miss Bai. The manager shouted angrily. Instantly, he attracted the attention of all the guests on the top floor. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from the back of the palace. Just a few steps out, a flash of white light appeared before them. A man in a floral shirt, smoking a cigarette, in his 30s, blocked their path. Dingy, they're trying to cause trouble for Miss Bai. The manager's heart sank. Biting her teeth, she ran to the man's side and added fuel to the fire, saying, these guys treat Miss Bai as a service staff. I told them Miss Bai doesn't meet strangers. They insisted on barging in. They are clearly here to cause trouble. Just now, they even wanted to lay hands on young Master Zhong. Humph. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure flashed in the man's eyes, and an overwhelming pressure instantly descended on the shoulders of the few people. Dan Xingxinen's salt then, and she directly knelt on the ground. Xiao Bai, Hua San, and Hua Si simultaneously reached out their hands to support Xiaoya's waist, barely allowing her to stand. At the peak of their senses, Xiao Bai cautiously observed the man. The man in the floral shirt looked like a street thug, especially with the 2 shiny ear studs. The 9 heavens do not welcome impolite guests. Give them back their card. The person responsible for hosting them has been dismissed. The man in the floral shirt decisively issued an eviction order. For a moment, all the guests curiously leaned out to look at Xiao Yi and the others, with some showing mockery and disdain. Please, gentlemen, the manager said with a sinister grin, making a gesture to invite them to leave. If Master Ding makes a move, you will be flying out of here. I said I want to see her, and I must see her. Facing the extreme pressure from the other party, Xiao Yi stood straight, her sharp gaze fixed on the man in the floral shirt, stating word by word, I want to walk on the Lotus platform. There's a good show to watch. Another one who isn't afraid of death. Haha. Come on, place your bets. How far do you think this kid can walk? For a moment, All the guests rushed out of their private rooms. The manager couldn't hide his delight. So far, no one has completed 100 steps. Are you sure? The man in the floral shirt retracted his aura and inquired thoughtfully. I just want to see if this Miss Bai is really a golden-edged little wild child. He rolled up his sleeves and nodded. Chapter 51. Walking on the lotus platform 2 in the study deep within the palace. Zhong Xianming sat somewhat awkwardly in front of a woman with a faint, fragrant elegance. The woman was extremely beautiful, resembling a fairy that seemed untouched by the mortal world. With willow-shaped eyebrows, a cherry-like mouth, and skin as delicate as a flower petal, her every movement conveyed an air of aloofness. As she fiddled with the tea set, she calmly asked, "What does young Master Zhong want to know? I want to know, who is behind that kid in the city who has been causing trouble for my family recently?" With a crack, the tea set in the woman's hand shattered. Her delicate brows furrowed, and a trace of unspoken apprehension appeared on her stunning face. After a long hesitation, she gathered her dark hair and slowly shook her head. "I'm sorry, young Master Zhong, but this information from the Nine Heavens, I can't obtain it." Zhong Xianming was taken aback. The Nine Heavens was known as the largest intelligence trading center in the Dragon Kingdom. They had branches across the country, and this vast organization was almost omniscient. He didn't believe that the other party was unaware of who was behind Xiao Yi. He has high go behind him. I just want to know what his relationship with Lao Jiao is. Zhong Xianming pressed on, unwilling to give up. Why doesn't the old man dare to go out? Isn't it because he's afraid of Lao Jiao? The woman continued to shake her head, her bright eyes dimming slightly. Is it that you can't say, or that you dare not say? Xiao Tao asked impatiently. I can't say, nor do I dare to, she replied firmly. The Bai family is only the head of the black branch of the Nine Heavens, but I can reveal one thing to you. His identity in the Nine Heavens is classified as SSS level top secret. Even I do not have the authority to access his information. Her words were quite indirect, but it was also a way to inform them that Xiao Yi was not someone to be taken lightly. Then let me ask a different question. Zhong Xianming took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and asked, "Can you analyze what my chances of winning against that kid are?" "I don't know." The woman answered without thinking. "Why?" Both Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao stood up in unison, completely unable to accept this answer. The Nine Heavens doesn't know anything about the issues involving Xiao Yi. The intelligence analysis capability of the Nine Heavens was second only to Eden in Blue Star. They could predict the direction of national policy a year in advance, yet they couldn't figure out anything about that kid. Miss Bai, the Zhong family has been a strong supporter of the Nine Heavens over the years. If one plan fails, Zhong Xianming shifted his tone to appeal to emotions. He bent down and personally arranged the new tea set for her, showing no sign of superiority, like a junior seeking advice. For the sake of the long-standing relationship between our two families, at least, give me some useful information. Miss Bai's exquisite features quivered slightly, and her fan-like eyelashes fluttered. After a long contemplation, as if she had made a significant decision, she picked up the tea and softly spoke. His surname is Sikong. Sikong? Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao's minds raced, trying to recall if there were any prominent figures with the surname Sikong in the Dragon Kingdom. This surname was too rare. The two pondered for a long time, but couldn't remember anyone notable with that surname. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a heavy bell rang, interrupting their conversation. Miss Bai frowned even more. The bell of the Nine Heavens was not something that could be casually rung. Once it was struck, it either meant a disruption or a significant event was occurring. What happened? She instinctively looked toward the guards outside. Miss, someone is walking on the lotus platform. The lotus platform of the Nine Heavens was known as a path to the heavens. It had a double meaning. It could either be understood as completing 100 steps to report to the King of Hell, or as completing 100 steps as long as one did not die. They could ascend to greatness. Because of the Nine Heavens promise, it was worth its weight in gold. As long as the person who completed the steps spoke, they could even obtain the lottery numbers for the next day. Interesting. A playful smile appeared on Miss Bai's lips, her bright eyes crescent-shaped with two charming dimples. If I remember correctly, only one person has completed the lotus platform in recent years, right? Xiao Tao sneered. Who would be so reckless? Indeed, only one person had completed the lotus platform so far, the one from the Ji family. Speaking of this, A strange, dark expression clouded the woman's beautiful face. "Oh, what does he want?" Zhong Xianming asked with curiosity. "I pay for information." The woman glanced at him, meaningfully putting down her teacup. A man being too curious is not a good thing. His requirement for walking on the lotus platform is to have the most beautiful woman in the 9 heavens accompany him for a night. With that, the curtain on the side of the study was drawn open, revealing the scene in the hall. Through a one-way mirror, the figures of Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai appear before them. "It's them." Zhong Xianming stood up excitedly, disbelief in his eyes. He never expected Xiao Yi would dare to walk on the lotus platform. What they didn't notice was that when Miss Bai saw the two, she accidentally spilled the hot tea in her hand, not even feeling the burn. In the center of the hall, on a 100-meter-long red carpet, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai stood side by side, unafraid. The sides of the carpet were filled with spectators. Some admired with thumbs up, while others excitedly placed bets. It was a lively scene. Manager Wu's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. Fearing they would have second thoughts, he shouted loudly, "Please, go ahead." 10 graceful beauties in Chong Sams walked to their sides, each holding a tray with 10 daggers. "Gentlemen, we wish you good luck." Manager Wu nervously glanced at the glass above the hall, urging, "Take one step at a time. Once you finish this red carpet, any request you make, the 9 heavens will fulfill." "I'll go first." Xiao Bai arrogantly took off his shirt, revealing his solid abs, instantly attracting the attention of several female guests. "Little brother, why not skip the lotus platform? Whatever you want, I can satisfy you. Be my little wolf dog, right? So handsome, what a waste if you die. Those abs. TSK, TSK. The male guests nearby couldn't help but chime in. "Kid, I'll buy you 10 steps. If you finish, I'll collect your body." "Damn, I bought 7 steps, kid. If you finish 7 steps, I'll reward you 500,000. Ha ha ha. Just don't cry for your mom after taking a step." The atmosphere in the hall reached a climax. Everyone fixated on the two. Xiao Bai patted Xiao Yi's shoulder and said playfully, "You haven't recovered yet. Let me show you how it's done." Before he could finish, Xiao Yi seized the opportunity, grabbed a dagger from the tray, and plunged it into his arm. Blood instantly dripped down his arm. "I don't have the habit of letting my brothers block knives." Xiao Yi took a deep breath, showing no fear as he prepared to face the challenge. "I came to find a Bai family for myself. I'll take the lead through fire and water." With that, he tore open his shirt, and the dagger pierced through his arm, the gruesome wound eliciting cheers from the audience. "Teasy, Yige, boss." His companions all knew Xiao Yi's physical condition. He was no different from an ordinary person now. Completing 100 steps would undoubtedly lead to death. Yet he remained unafraid, waving his hand. "My uncle said, in this life, you can die in front of your brothers, but you can't hide behind them. You're my brothers." He slowly turned around, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "I will take the lead." Chapter 52 Brothers Song 3 steps. For steps. 5 steps. With each stab, the atmosphere on site grew more intense. Xiao Yi stood bare-chested, 5 daggers lined up on his left arm. Blood dripped onto the red carpet, making it even more enchanting. Wow! The braid unraveled. Xiao Yi's long hair reached his waist, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes gleamed like those of a thirsty wolf. Wildness, a trait rarely possessed by city dwellers. He was like a trapped beast, battered and bruised, yet instilling fear in Zhong Xianming. He, really ISNT afraid of death? Xiao Tao stared at Xiao Yi in disbelief. Their lineage was full of lunatics. "You still claim you don't know his identity?" Bai Xiaojia said lightly. "I know, but I can't say. If I do, I won't survive an hour, and everyone who knows the information will die." "Bring the wine." A loud shout. Xiao Yi's left arm stained with blood. He roared dominantly. "Get good wine." The exclusive maid respectfully presented exquisite wine and softly advised, "No. You don't need to stab that deep." "Damn, a red carpet from a distance can't trap me?" Xiao Yi boldly lifted the bowl, slowly raising it above his head. Ignoring the mockery and cheers from others, he smiled at his anxious companions behind him. "Teasy, this cup is for you. Being brothers with you is great." "Yige." Tan Xian's eyes were moist. Xiao Bai quickly walked to the wine cabinet, casually grabbed a bottle, smashed the neck, and took a big gulp. "Damn it, 1,000-mile no man's land can't trap you. A heavily guarded Black Mansion city can't trap you. My brother will never fall on a red carpet." Brother, let us move forward. I'll accompany you through life and death. Cheers! Cheers! Both sides laughed heartily, downing their drinks. The boldness of men shone brightly at this moment. With brothers around, what fear is there in death? With brothers around, what fear is there in a 100-step lotus platform? The sixth step, Manager Wu urged displeased, please. Coolme. Xiaoyi gripped the knife with his scarred left arm, arrogantly wiping the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. He looked over the crowd, and no one dared to meet his gaze. Teasy, what is a brother? Xiaoyi asked with a scornful smile, his voice loud. This was the song he sang most often in the no man's land. A brother is a knife. You are the sheath. I am a knife. Puffed. Blood splattered. The sixth knife pierced into his right arm. Step. Take another big step forward. Good, what a man. Awesome. Teasy. Well done. Cheers erupted, regardless of the guests' initial mindset. At this moment, they all felt admiration for this young man who remained unfazed after 6 steps. United against the enemy, the flames of war burn. Xiaoyi shouted loudly, expressing the man's understanding of loyalty. He shouted the preciousness of brotherhood in chaotic times. In this cannibalistic era, how many true brothers are there? How many can accompany Xiao Yi unconditionally to fight the Zhong family like Xiao Bai? How many can step out of the city to fight the awakened ones like Tan Xin? How many can protect Xiao Yi at all costs like the Hua sisters? A brother is the wind. Xiao Ye's eyes turned red. His right fist heavily pounded on his chest, angrily shouting, You roll in the yellow sand, I break the city. The rivers and lakes are mine to roam. Bring the wine. Xiao Yi turned to look, grinning uncontrollably. My uncle was right, with brothers backing me up. I fear no one. Damn, if you weren't here, I'd be stuck in the red light district for life. Xiao Bai laughed as he stepped forward, putting an arm around Xiao Yi's shoulders, shouting arrogantly, Our lives are one. Bring the knife. The 7th stab. Xiao Bai didn't even blink as he stabbed into his own arm. Their blood mingled together, a terrifying red. What is a brother? Xiao Bai grasped Xiao Ye's hand, and they both took another step forward. Manager Wu instinctively took a step back. A brother is a grave. You are the yellow earth, and I am the wine. Together we walk the Naiha Bridge. Ha ha ha. The hall was filled with the laughter of bloodied men. Those guests who initially waited to see a joke retracted their disdainful expressions. Many walked the lotus platform, but only these two did so with such calmness and smiles, as if they were not walking towards death, but towards a bright future. What is a brother? Puffed. Xiao Bai stabbed again, the blade piercing bone, yet he wore a smile. A brother is blood. Top, top, top. A thin figure approached the two. Tan Xin trembled. He was scared, but his gaze was as firm as iron. You splash the sunset, I dye the snow. In the next life, we'll fight again without parting. This stab, I'll do it. At this moment, he was no longer that boy hiding and crying in the stone house. With the knife in hand, there was no hesitation. He plunged it into his thigh. What the hell? Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai were instantly dumbfounded. The latter cried tears of pain, trembling as he asked, Bro, am I awesome? You're freaking awesome. Xiao Bai couldn't help but lift their injured hands. You just stabbed yourself? Tan Xin stabbed into his thigh, looking heroic. But a hand injury doesn't affect walking, but a leg injury. How can he finish this red carpet? Bro, help me, my leg is weak. Tan Xin suddenly fell into Xiao Bai's arms. Damn, you shout and we both got another dad. Xiao Yi laughed as he supported him. The three staggered together, taking another step. Bro, I'm not afraid of pain. I've stabbed my leg. I'll take the next few stabs. Teasy, I'm touched that you think of me this way, but you just stabbed your artery. Xiao Bai was on the verge of tears. He and Xiao Yi had been careful to avoid important areas, but Tan Xin, this fool, exploded his own artery with one stab. Zuntak. Vilidi. The latter's face turned pale, asking dumbly. A brother is a grave, one coffin for 3. You're truly my good brother. Xiao Yi patted his face, sincerely feeling, I don't know whether to be touched or to cry. Come, let my Teasy go for treatment. Xiao Bai called to the maid speechlessly. No. Manager Wu would never let such a good opportunity slip. He jumped out and loudly announced, Walking the lotus platform is 100 stabs. You 3 come up. I'll consider you all walking the lotus platform. One person 100 stabs can't finish. Can't give up? What the hell? The 3 were dumbfounded. Manager Wu secretly laughed. not expecting to easily bring down the three. Once on the Lotus platform, you either die or finish. And the rest no saying about brothers sharing a life. Haha, dumb birds. In the study, Zhong Shiweming and Xiao Tao couldn't help but show a mocking expression. Looks like, without us lifting a finger, he is going to die here. Then one person 100 stabs. Damn it, I accept. Xiao Yi gritted his teeth, pointing at Tan Xin and shouting, "This is my brother. His stabs I'll take for him. We'll each take 150 stabs." Xiao, by puffed out his chest, sent him for treatment. There is no precedent for this. Manager Wu made it clear he wanted to trap them, refusing to relent. His stubbornness instantly ignited the dissatisfaction of other guests. I think these two young brothers are good, not to mention their loyalty. Let him take it. After all, it's 300 stabs. Why can't it be replaced? Exactly, the rules of the 9 heavens need to be changed. Called by Xiao Jiao. We'll talk to her. The guests spoke up one after another, not out of grievance, but simply out of envy for the bond between the three. Chapter 53. Manager Wu's Death. Rules are rules. Manager Wu gritted his teeth, determined to eliminate the three on the Lotus platform. Suddenly, a delicate white hand pressed on his shoulder. The golden ring with mysterious symbols on her index finger made his body tremble. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he slowly turned around, forced a smile, and trembled as he said, "Mississippi, the rules of the 9 heavens. When did you have the final say?" The young lady, dressed in a blue gown, looked like a character from a painting, her flawless face covered with frost. "Miss, I'm sorry they are here to cause trouble." He dared not defy the young lady and turned to slander the three. He thought she would react like the man in the floral shirt, but to his surprise, she chose to selectively ignore him. "I ask you, the rules of the 9 heavens, do you have the final say?" The woman's tone grew heavier. The aura of authority emanating from her was intimidating. "And no, the 9 heavens is decided by you." Manager Wu swallowed hard, his legs trembling. Only internal employees of the 9 heavens knew how terrifying this seemingly weak woman could be. Able to navigate among various powerful factions, her skills surpassed those of some old-timers. What should be the punishment for opening the Lotus platform without a report? The woman glanced displeased at the man in the floral shirt. The latter replied seriously, "Break both legs and expel him from the 9 heavens. Go to the 8th floor and receive your punishment." The woman's voice was not loud, but it was filled with an overwhelming pressure, making anyone dare not have a hint of resistance. Especially the aura of cultivation that she inadvertently revealed, which was not inferior to that of Elder Zhong. Manager Wu instinctively looked towards the study. Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao had not come out, clearly not caring about him. "My word mean nothing?" The woman took a step back. The man in the floral shirt stepped forward, kicking his calf into an L shape. Decisively, without a hint of hesitation. This not only intimidated the subordinates, but also left the guests speechless. "Get down and receive your punishment." "Yes." Manager Wu covered his leg, not even daring to feel anger. He lowered his head in frustration, his eyes filled with hatred toward Xiao Yi and the others. If it weren't for them, he would not have gone from being a bottom-level manager to having nothing. After all, a bottom-level manager's monthly income was thousands of times that of an ordinary family. And now all of that was gone. How could he not hate? But the one he hated was Xiao Yi. The moment he turned to leave, he couldn't help but cast a venomous glance at the other party. This scene happened to be witnessed by Xiao Yi. Manager Wu limped towards the elevator, while Xiao Yi also moved. Without any hesitation, he walked down the red carpet to chase after him. "You!" The man in the floral shirt wanted to stop him, but 2 sharp blades were already pointing at his throat. Hua San and Hua Si, holding crude weapons, expressionlessly interrupted his movement. "My boss wants to kill someone. Don't move, or we will start a war. Do you think the 9 heavens is a place to mess around?" The man in the floral shirt completely disregarded the two, preparing to take action, his hands glowing with an eerie green light. Just as a great battle was about to break out, the young lady suddenly reached out and patted the shoulder of the man in the floral shirt. "Xiao Ding, let him go. They are too arrogant." He pointed at Xiao Yi in defiance. He saw that Xiao Yi had already reached behind Manager Wu. "Damn it, you bastard, just wait. I'll find someone to deal with you when I get out. You made me lose my job and broke my leg. Just wait. I've served many big shots at the bottom. There are plenty of people willing to take me in. If you don't keep me here, I will." Oblivious to the increasingly close Xiao Yi, Manager Wu continued to rant. All the guests present tacitly remained silent. Even Zhong Xianming did not step in to warn him. Xiao Yi casually picked up a bronze decorative tripod beside him, and without any warning, smashed it against the back of Manager Wu's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Manager Wu's vision went black, nearly fainting. The intense pain caused him to fall to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, he saw a young man straddling him, holding the bronze tripod that was larger than his head. Why you dare? Bang! The bronze tripod smashed straight into his face. In an instant, Manager Wu's eyeballs burst, his teeth shattered, his features contorted, and his face completely deformed. Fuck you. Making things difficult for me? Xiao Yi had long realized that the other party was targeting him, and without mercy, he smashed down several more times, splattering white brain matter and red blood all over himself. Coupled with his bruised arms, he looked like a bloodthirsty demon. Stop! Stop hitting, I'm going to die. Manager Wu covered his head with his hands, begging for mercy. Stop hitting, I was wrong. Damn it. You still don't understand why I'm doing this to you until you die. Anyone associated with Zhong Xianming should die. He was not hitting Manager Wu, but Zhong Xianming's face. Since you want to associate with him, then die in front of him. Bang! Bang bang! The dull sounds continued. The young lady furrowed her brows tightly, watching as Xiao Yi completely smashed Manager Wu's head. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. This kid really was brutal. It was as if he was killing him outright. After the incident with Zhou Xiaobao, Xiao Yi had become more ruthless. Damn. After finishing everything, Xiao Yi stood up covered in blood, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He grinned menacingly at the young lady. Motherfucker, I remember. Everything on the top floor belongs to the guests, right? Including his life? Oh, yes. The young lady nodded expressionlessly. Then does this count as provoking the 9 heavens? Not counted. The young lady shook her head meaningfully. He should die. Continue. Miss, this kid is too arrogant. The man in the floral shirt said dissatisfiedly in the young lady's ear. Are we just going to let him go? The young lady gazed complexly at Xiao Ye's back. Do you know why he dares to kill Old Wu? Because Old Wu deserves to die. Because Old Wu must die. The man in the floral shirt disdainfully glanced at the corpse on the ground, waved his hand to signal his subordinates to drag it away. He got too close to Zhong Xianming and forgot who he was. That's one reason. The young lady said with a meaningful smile. This kid has seen through that we dare not kill him. Why? Because he is walking the Lotus platform. If he is killed, how will outsiders view us? They would say we are afraid of guests using tricks after finishing the Lotus platform. Humanity rules. The young lady praised. He has already started learning to use the rules. He is naturally the type to survive on the streets. This kid has a bit of his uncle's shadow. A hint of helplessness appeared in the woman's eyes. She could only hope that he wouldn't be as unscrupulous as his uncle. Since the first day he entered the city, you have had people secretly observe him. Who exactly is this kid? The man in the floral shirt said jealously. I've never seen you care so much about any genius. I said, do you dare to listen? The young lady smiled strangely. Have you lived long enough? Who is so bold as to touch me? The latter asked defiantly. Above, the young lady mysteriously pointed to the ceiling. Chapter 54. I'm afraid the wild young master will misunderstand. Continue. Little Yi proudly returned to the red carpet. His left arm was completely numb, yet he still shouted arrogantly. Bring me a knife. A maid beside him lowered her head, afraid to look at his blood-soaked body, and quickly approached with a knife. Wait a moment. The young lady suddenly spoke up. Miss, no backing out now. That's right, miss. Such an exciting Lotus platform performance. You better not mess it up. Our bet isn't over yet. Let him continue. The guest thought Jiuchong Tian was about to bring out some rules again. But unexpectedly, the young lady stepped forward with dignity, bowed to the guests, and explained, everyone has misunderstood. Manager Wu unilaterally activated the Lotus platform, deliberately targeting these 2 young brothers. And it is my dereliction of duty. Although Old Wu is dead, we at Jiuchong Tian were at fault first. To express my apologies to the 2 of you. The young lady took a deep breath and said loudly, I announce, the 3 of you only need to walk 100 steps together. This is a compensation for you. After saying that, she extended her delicate hand from her wide sleeves. Her soft, almost boneless hand waved at the floral shirt. Bring me my golden knife. Both young brothers had injuries on their hands, and if you don't mind, I can do it for you. How about I stab you? For a moment, The floral shirt, Little Bai, Little Yi, and Zhong Xianming were all stunned. The head of Jiao Chongtian personally wielding the knife? What kind of game is she playing? Just don't stab my balls, or I'll really flip out. Little Bai reminded, worried about retaliation. Haha, I know my limits. The young lady slightly bowed, her every move exuding an air of elegance. Moments latte. The floral shirt approached with a bundle of daggers made of pure gold. This knife was forged from pure gold by my order, extremely sharp. To walk the lotus platform, one must be above 5 senses. Today is an exception. Are you two ready? She smiled gently, but it inexplicably sent a chill down Little Bai's spine. To sit in the position of the Jiao Tian branch leader, she could not possibly be so nice to the two for no reason. Before Little Bai could think it through, she had already made her move. Swish! A flash of gold. Her technique was strange. Although her speed was not fast, it was hard to see how she drew the knife. All the onlookers saw her raise her hand, and the knife had already entered Little Bai's body. What the hell? Little Bai instinctively took half a step back, his eyes filled with shock. The young lady's knife pierced into his body, yet he felt no pain at all. Something is strange about this knife. Clearly, it was a palm-length blade, but once it penetrated his body, it automatically shrank to less than 1/10 of its original length. On the surface, it appeared as though the entire blade had gone into his body, but in reality, the wound was not deep. A cool sensation spread throughout his body from the wound. She actually hid excellent medicine inside the blade. The young lady remained calm, exchanging a meaningful glance with Little Bai. He immediately understood, puffed out his chest, and shouted righteously, "Damn it, Little Bai, can take 100 knives from Tan Xian. With this retractable knife, paired with medicine, I could withstand 200 knives without dying. I only have 100 golden knives." The young lady rolled her eyes in silence, implicitly indicating that the other 100 knives were the real deal. Little Bai immediately backed down, changing his tone. "Then forget it, I'm not stubborn and can listen to advice. If it really comes to it, let Tan Xian take those 100 knives himself." "What do you mean?" Little Yi was confused. The young lady swiftly struck again, another knife entering Little Ye's body. He shuddered, clutching his wound and gasping in pain. "Hey, I'm handsome. You can't treat us differently. Give him a kind of knife, too." Little Bai thought Little Yi had been really stabbed and worriedly supported him. "He is smarter than you," the young lady whispered as she wiped her hands. Half an hour later, 96 steps. The crowd erupted. All the guests recorded this historic moment on their phones. This was the first person in Heifu City to complete the Lotus platform. Only one person in the entire Long Kingdom had done it before, and he was a well-known figure. Little Bai and Little Yi were just youths. This level of endurance and vitality was truly astonishing. Jiao Tian was already under great scrutiny. Completing the Lotus platform on their territory meant that their names would surely spread across the nation. No, that's impossible. Only Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao remained expressionless, their faces pale and their teeth grinding. Not only did they not see Little Yi get stabbed to death, but they also had to witness their legendary moment. Who could bear this? Little Bai was one thing. Perhaps he had some hidden cards from the old lady. But what about Little Yi? Zhong Xianming angrily slammed his fist against the glass. Is his vitality that strong? Xiao Tao furrowed his brow in suspicion. Straw my ass. They look like hedgehogs. Look at their faces. Zhong Xianming wasn't he foolish and quickly noticed the discrepancy. These two were bleeding like it was their time of the month. Yet, their complexion was rosy and full of vitality. Where was the appearance of being seriously injured? Look, that bastard Little Bai is still smiling. The two in the study were on the verge of breaking down. If there was no trick involved, who would believe it? But Jiao Tian would never cheat. Xiao Tao's words were suddenly cut off. The two exchanged glances, and they had an answer in their hearts. There was only one possibility. The young lady was acting with them, betting the reputation of Jiao Tian to help the two cheat. For what? 99 steps. Cheers and celebratory shouts filled Jiao Tian. Everyone was excitedly yelling. This was a historic moment. Bang! Suddenly, a person rushed out and blocked the two. It was Zhong Xianming. He was furious, his face red with rage, as if he wanted to eat the two alive, shouting, "You're cheating." "How do you know?" Little Bai was first startled, then smirked, lowering his voice and using lip reading to ask. "You're at the second level, and he is a useless person. How could you withstand 100 knives?" Xiao Tao pointed out mercilessly, but they overlooked one point. If the referee was involved, then the two wouldn't be considered cheating. Young Master Zhong, speak with evidence. Are you questioning Jiuchong Tian? The young lady's expression turned cold, her collar swaying without wind. An imposing aura sweeping across the entire hall. Crack, crack, crack. The one-way glass above the hall instantly cracked under her terrifying aura. Xiao Tao's expression changed, quickly pulling the furious Zhong shimming back. Be cautious. Did I say something wrong? If you have the guts, pull out the knife now and check the wounds. Zhong shimming shouted. He was sure that little Yi couldn't withstand so many knives. With a shout, other guests also showed some doubt. The two were indeed too young. Not resembling someone who could walk the lotus platform, not daring to pull out, means cheating. Zhong Xinming shouted with righteous indignation. Little Yi and Little Bai exchanged glances, both feeling uneasy. If they pulled out the knife, it would reveal the truth in an instant. After a second of mutual understanding, they looked at the young lady. Cheating was her doing. The shame would also fall on Jiuchong Tian. They felt no burden in tossing the dilemma back to her. The young lady sighed and looked seriously at young Master Zhong. Do you really want to check the wounds? Yes. He nodded confidently. If you want to check the wounds. You are questioning Jiuchong Tian. Bai Wangshu can afford this shame, but Jiuchong Tian cannot. Checking the wounds is fine. If there are no injuries, you can stab yourself with a knife. 100 knives? Will you check? The dilemma was tossed back to him. Zhong Xinming was stunned. A bet? If it's true, even if only 10 knives are real, he'll have a hard time surviving. Not gambling? Then one must admit it's just unreasonable trouble. Zhong Xinming, caught in a dilemma, could only glare unwillingly at Bai Wangshu. Are you going to protect him? Even a fool can see that Miss Bai is shielding the two of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to let Xiao Yi smash manager Wu to death. Otherwise, it would be possible for her to personally wield the knife and use a golden one at that. Don't say it's for an apology. The Nine Heavens has never been a place for reason. Bai Wangshu didn't answer, turning to Xiao Yi. Congratulations on finishing 100 steps. State your demand. I want your Bai family to help me deal with him. Xiao Yi exhaled and shouted loudly. Wow, this kid really has guts. This is a declaration of war against the Zhong family. Awesome. Ha, I like this kid. If you were in our manor, I'd definitely help you. The laughter of the guests made Zhong Xinming's face grow darker. Bai Wangshu, have you thought it through? Can you handle going against the Zhong family? I want to give it a try. Bai Wangshu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke the hardest words in the softest tone. Young Master Zhong. From now on, you should not come to the Nine Heavens. I'm afraid. Young Master Yi might misunderstand. Chapter 55. Little Ye's plan the next day. A shocking piece of news spread throughout the city. Two young men walked through the Nine Heavens and the 100 Steps Lotus platform, declaring war on the Zhong family on behalf of the Bai family. This officially marked the beginning of the internal strife era within the He Mansion. The Bai family's stance added a sense of tension to the city. At the same time, forces from the Pang and Lan families poured into the Bai family's territory. Many unfamiliar faces appeared outside the Nine Heavens. Although there hadn't been an outright confrontation yet, the undercurrents were already stirring. On the top floor, Little Yi and Little Bai, wrapped up like mummies, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the street below. Isn't your Bai family a bit too much? People are blocking the entrance. Little Bai grumbled as he pointed at the small stalls on the street below, adding, and that idiot over there, selling soy milk in this cold, whether while wearing just a single layer. He is not afraid of the cold, but does he think the soy milk won't mind? Downstairs, there were vendors selling breakfast, groceries, and even fortune-telling. All these unfamiliar faces were robust and strong. And that guy with the vegetable cart has appeared downstairs 4 times. Hua Sen added with a cold expression. That blonde guy has gone to the convenience store 5 times, all for condoms. Does he have 8 kidneys or something? All the inconsistencies indicated that the Bai family's stance had angered the Zhong family. The Pang and Lan families were about to take action. The blonde guy is no problem. He's just a pimp around here. Bai Wangshu changed into a white long robe, her long hair tied up high, and floated over to the floor-to-ceiling window with an ethereal aura. With a calm expression, she said, 132 people are keeping watch, and there are at least a few hundred thugs lurking 5 blocks away. It wasn't difficult to spot the watchers, but to accurately state their numbers was quite terrifying. No wonder you're in the intelligence business, little Yi remarked sincerely. Looks like choosing you as an ally was the right decision. Have you figured out how to handle this battle? The whole city is dragged into this now. Peng, Lan, and Zhong families versus Nine Heavens and the Mad Dogs outside the city. The two sides were just one table flip away from confrontation. Bai Wangshu seemed to be testing the two, speaking slowly. Since we're cooperating, I will unconditionally support you, but you need to come up with some guidelines. Cooperation is one thing, but if Little Yi asked Nine Heavens to send people directly to fight, that would definitely not work. The Bai family's advantage was not in brute force. Fight one, kill one, scare one, Little Yi blurted out. Bai Wangshu's eyes lit up with admiration. Coming up with a corresponding strategy in such a short time showed he was far from reckless. Kill the Zhong family, fight the Lan family, scare the Pang family. They dare to side with the Zhong family because old Zhong is a judicial authority. If he, isn't able to hold on, do you think the Pang and Lan families would still dare to fight us to the end? In the end, it was all about interests. The Pang and Lan families chose the Zhong family not because of good feelings, but because it was beneficial to them. They were willing to act against Nine Heavens because if the Bai family fell, the other three families could eat up its power. It was profitable. It was not easy to move against old Zhong in the Hay Mansion. Tianxin reclined back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette and sighing. That old man has been in the judicial system for half a lifetime, with countless former students and officials. Who would risk fighting him for us? If a few young punks could shake the foundation of the Zhong family, old Zhong would have wasted all these years. The heads of the entire Hay Mansion are his old friends. It's hard to make a move from within the system. No one is willing to act against old Zhong for our sake, but when the walls fall, everyone pushes. We just need to pry open a corner of the Zhong family, and many would be willing to help. When old Zhong is strong, everyone in the Hay Mansion is his friend. But what if old Zhong loses power? How many people are eyeing his position? If he doesn't fall, how can others rise? It's not hard to shake old Zhong's position in the judicial system. Bai Wangshu's lips curled up as he and Little Yi said in unison. Public opinion. Since we can't move you in the official realm, we'll crush you with public opinion. Just need to light the fuse. Little Bai looked at Bai Wangshu with a half smile. You must have plenty of explosives in hand, right? No one could say for sure how much information Nine Heavens had. But she surely had evidence of the Zhong family's dark dealings. Why use me? Bai Wangshu's gaze shifted to Tianxin's father's explosives. That's enough to blow up the Zhong family. Tian's father has been in the bank's upper management for so many years. Can the Zhong family's little secrets escape him? That is also why Zhong Xianming hasn't dared to kill him. Now we need to think about how to detonate this bomb. Bai Wangshu clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes sparkling with a smile. As long as we detonate this explosive at the right time and place, public sentiment will surge, and no one will dare protect him. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. As long as the case is big enough and public sentiment is angry enough, if the Hay Mansion doesn't deal with him, the capital will. This is the rule. Little Yi smiled gloomily at Tianxin. Is your dad going to court soon? Yeah. Zhong Xianming wants to pressure me. The trial is in 3 days. 3 days? Bai Wangshu shook his head in disappointment. Zhong Xianming is still too inexperienced, too impatient. With such a big bank executive falling, collecting evidence should take at least a few months, right? Closing the case so quickly, anyone with eyes can tell something is fishy. Then, Little Yi leaned closer to the others and quietly introduced, we can do this. It's feasible. After hearing this, Bai Wangshu's captivating eyes curved into crescent moons as he picked up the teacup on the table, using tea to toast the Zhong family. Splash. Little Yi poured the tea on the ground, a ruthless glint flickering across his face. 3 days later, the Zhong family will fall. In the police station, in the holding room, Tian's father had changed from his usual elite demeanor, curled up on the cement bed, curiously reading a magazine. As a prisoner, he remained as calm as ever. Anyone who didn't know would think he was on vacation. Creak. The iron door was opened. The leading officer, grinning wickedly, shouted at Tian's father, Tian Shuangming, stand up. Recently, there have been many incidents in the Hay Mansion, and other holding rooms can't accommodate so many people. So we're sending you some roommates. After speaking, he menaced, they are suspect in last month's family extermination case. Make sure to get along well. Or else. Heh. Tion's father, being involved in commercial crimes, logically should not be placed with murderers. The reason for this was evident. Looks like my son is doing quite well outside. Tion Shuangming stood up, relinquished his bed, and stood at the corner with a composed demeanor. If Zhong Xianming held the advantage, he probably wouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. After all, he held too many people's secrets, and being sentenced was a foregone conclusion. Now sending someone to deal with him only indicated that Zhong Xianming was struggling outside. Tonight, I'll take the shift. You all can go back. I'll keep an eye on things here. The leading officer meaningfully patted his colleague beside him. Give yourself a little break. When I'm transferred, you'll be the captain. Thank you, Captain. Chapter 56. Schemes from all sides bang. Just as a few guards left, a loud noise erupted from Tan Shuangming's holding cell. The young guard looked back worriedly, but was reassured by his captain, Xiao Miao. Sometimes it's better not to see or hear anything. Captain Zhang, is he going to be okay? He.S. about to go to court. Don't worry, he won't die. Just a bit of suffering. Captain Zhang, with a half smile, pulled out an envelope from his pocket. I heard my little nephew is about to be born. Here, take this and buy some supplements for your wife. Pregnant women need proper nutrition at this time. Thank you, Captain Zhang. Inside the holding cell, Tan Shuangming curled up in the corner, hands clasped around his head. Three fierce-looking prisoners first moved the surveillance camera away, then began kicking him violently. Despite appearing refined and weak, he did not make a sound. They kicked him for a full half hour. Panting, the three prisoners sat on the ground, while Tan Shuangming remained calm, bloodied but unafraid. Are you done? I want to sleep for a while. I have a habit of taking afternoon naps. Still want to sleep. The three prisoners were a loss for words. The lead prisoner couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're something else. If we weren't sent to deal with you, we want to be friends. Brother, listen to my advice. Call home and let your son come see you. We're definitely getting the death penalty and just want to leave some money for our families. If you really refuse to give in, if we lose control, you want to even get a chance to go to court. As they spoke, they moved their muscles and stood up again. Seeing them approaching, Tan Shuangming sighed and continued to hunch down, covering his head. He did not resist or plead for mercy, as if being beaten was as normal as eating and drinking. Damn, I knew this money wouldn't be easy to earn. The lead prisoner raised his foot again, but was interrupted by a sudden rush of footsteps. Captain Zhang, who had been sitting at the end of the corridor, eating sunflower seeds, quickly stood up in alarm. A large group of guards surrounded a man in a white uniform, with his immediate superior following closely behind. Deputy Director, Captain Zhang, saluted loudly. This has nothing to do with you. I'm here to inspect the branch's work and also deliver prisoner. The Deputy Director didn't look at Captain Zhang at all, speaking sternly. This man just assaulted two girls. You're responsible for the registration. Lock him up in holding cell number 3. Captain Zhang's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Cell number 3 was Tan Shuangming's room. Looking at the suspect being escorted by the Deputy Director, wearing a floral shirt and looking disheveled, especially with his flashy earrings, he thought, is there a problem? The Deputy Director turned back with displeasure. No problem. Captain Zhang wasn't foolish. The Deputy Director personally bringing a prisoner to cell number 3 at this time either meant they were going to kill him or save him. Either way, it was beyond his control. One phone call could get him dismissed. Make arrangements. Yes. 5 minutes later, the man in the floral shirt swaggered into holding cell number 3. Seeing Tan Shuangming's battered appearance, he let out a laugh. Brother Ding. The three prisoners recognized him, their expressions changing drastically. The security chief of Juzangshan. How do you end up here? I know you took the money, and I want to make things difficult for you. Go rest over there. I'll take care of this man. The money promised to you will be doubled. Just relax. It's no longer your concern. The man in the floral shirt was indeed a high-ranking aide of Bai Wangshu. Hearing his words, the three fierce-looking prisoners immediately transformed into obedient kids, nodding repeatedly. After all, the reputation of Juzangshan on the ground was not something they, ordinary murderers, could provoke. How did you get in here? Tan Shuangming stood up curiously, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The man in the floral shirt grinned. If I hadn't come tonight, your life wouldn't be guaranteed. The Bai family is in play. It seems the Zhong family is really anxious. Ignoring his joke, The man in the floral shirt magically pulled out a cigarette and a match from his sleeve. Let us talk. The security chief of Jizangshan Wun Ti come just to protect me, right? The deputy director is involved. What do they want? The man in the floral shirt didn't speak and glanced sideways at the three prisoners. They understood and turned to face the wall, kneeling straight with their fingers plugged in their ears. What you have in hand. How much of a stir can it cause? If it goes to the Black House for trial, it Wun Ti threatened the Zhong family. Tan Shuangming frowned, pacing back and forth in the small holding cell. If you want to rely on me to take down the Zhong family, it definitely Wun Ti work. Just tell me how big of a splash it can make. It can definitely cause a quake in the upper echelons of the Black House. Tan Shuangming replied seriously. Agreed. Meanwhile, at a secret villa belonging to the Zhong family, Captain Zhong, who had captured Tan Shuangming, sat with his legs crossed, casually eating peanuts. Outside the villa, guards were stationed every few steps, all loyal to Captain Zhong. Beside him, 5 men in suits sat nervously on the sofa. Don't be so tense. After testifying against Tan Shuangming, he'll only get a year or so at most. Consider a vacation. The Zhong family will compensate you after it's done. The 5 were key witnesses in Tan Shuangming's case. Captain Zhong's ability to quickly convict him relied heavily on these 5. Captain Zhong, old Tan, is meticulous. Without physical evidence, we 5 can't do anything against him. One man, unable to bear seeing his old friend suffer, awkwardly advised, why not just let it go? Let it go. He, once it's south in court. Even if he is innocent, I'll make him guilty. The laws of the Black House are dictated by the Zhong family. You just need to do as I say. The rest is none of your business. Captain Zhong wiped the peanut crumbs off his hands and threatened in an unquestionable tone. If he doesn't go in, you'll take his place and rot in there, understand? Selfishness is the way to survive. Do you want friendship or your lives? The 5 exchanged glances and lowered their heads in despair. When faced with a giant like the Zhong family, what else could they do but submit? Even though they knew Tan Shuangming was innocent, they didn't dare to argue. With a slap, Captain Zhong threw a written testimony on the table. Memorize this. Just say it in court. Don't be nervous. You all understand the principle of dead friends don't affect the living, right? Memorize it well. If you don't, I'll make you spend your whole life reciting regulations in prison. After saying that, he arrogantly clasped his hands behind his back and instructed his subordinates. Keep an eye on them. No funny business before court. Yes, I heard the Bai family is also involved. We need to use Tan Shuangming as a warning. Let the people of the Black House know what happens to those who offend the Zhong family. After giving all the instructions, he arrogantly put on his coat and left the villa in a hurry. Unbeknownst to him, just as he drove away, a voice suddenly rang out from the snowy roadside. Brother Sheng, why not take care of that Captain Zhong? Take care of what? The young master said not to alert the snake. Outside the villa, 20 meters away in the snow, Brother Sheng was burying several people beneath the snow. Wait until dark to take action. Chapter 57. Outside court conflicts 2 days later. A photo quickly spread online. A boy in a school uniform, bruised and battered, knelt on the street holding a white cloth. The cloth had the word injustice written in large letters with blood. His youthful face and determined gaze were broadcast nationwide by the media. Soon, the boy's identity was uncovered. He was the son of a senior executive at a bank in the Black City, whose father was hailed as the cleanest banker in a century. He was one of the top 10 philanthropists in the Black City and was known as the most conscientious banker, with accolades of loving his wife and family more than money piled on him like it was nothing. The person involved didn't even know he had become a model of a good man online. Meanwhile, with some people's instigation, speculation began online about why he was arrested. Ultimately, all the accusations pointed to a certain big shot. In an instant, everyone wondered whose cake he had touched. The conscientious banker was in jail while the unscrupulous capitalists were celebrating. When would the sky of the Black City brighten? Highly inflammatory articles spread wildly online. On the day of Tan Shuangming's court hearing, outside the courtroom, countless media had already set up their cameras, waiting. Hundreds of attention-seeking internet celebrities rushed to take selfies with Tan Xin, who was kneeling at the courtroom entrance. In just 2 days, the incident had skyrocketed to the top of trending topics in the Dragon Country online. As the courtroom doors slowly opened, the confrontation between the Wild White Alliance and the Zhong family officially began. On both sides of the street, 2 rows of luxury business cars opened their doors simultaneously. Xiao Yi, dressed in a black suit with her braided hair flowing in the wind, casually carried a canvas bag. Xiao Bai was in a white suit, wearing sunglasses on his forehead, exuding elegance. Bai Wangshu changed into a black professional outfit, wearing black-framed glasses and high heels, radiating a strong woman vibe. Across the street, Zhong Xianming was the first to get out of the car, followed closely by Xiao Tao. Behind him appeared a nearly 2-meter-tall man who looked like a gorilla standing next to Zhong Xianming. The 2 sides exchanged glances across the street, the tension palpable. "Miss Bai, long time no see, even more beautiful," the gorilla-like man spoke first, his voice booming enough to hurt ears from across the street. "Boss Lon is joking," the latter replied coolly with a nod. "Tan Xin is kneeling over there for show. Aren't you brothers? Why not accompany him while he kneels?" Zhong Xianming provocatively taunted Xiao Yi. "When your dad dies, I'll definitely kneel and bow my head. The dead are the most important," Xiao Bai grinned. "What the hell did you say?" Xiao Tao, as Zhong Xuanming's loyal assistant, was the first to point at Xiao Bai and snap, "Watch your mouth. What's your hurry? Acting like you're the main character." Xiao Yi sneered dismissively. "You, with your level, if you really had a funeral, I wouldn't even bother to attend." Xiao Bai chimed in, mocking him. "Shut the hell up." This hit a nerve with Xiao Tao, and, disregarding the reporters present, he drew his sword and walked toward Xiao Yi. Before the court even opened, both sides clashed. The Bai family's guards pulled out weapons from the trunk, and the Zhong family and Lan gang members brandished their own glaring weapons, following Xiao Tao closely. In an instant, hundreds of people faced off on the street. This scene left even the onlookers at the courtroom entrance bewildered. Why is it already turning into a fight before the court even opens? The 2 sides stood half a meter apart in a line, the atmosphere eerily quiet. Any slight movement could ignite a conflict. "Miss Bai, going against the Lan gang? Do you have enough people?" The gorilla grinned, arrogantly surveying the dozens of Bai family's guards. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Suddenly, from the alleys on both sides of the street, hundreds of people surged out. With reinforcements arriving, Zhong Xuanming's crew outnumbered Xiao Yi's 3-1. "The Lan gang may not have much, but we sure have numbers. Miss Bai, just sell your intelligence well. You can't handle what's happening on the ground." The gorilla crossed his arms, completely disregarding Xiao Yi's group. "Once I'm done judging Tan Xuanming, you'll be next." Zhong Xianming, relying on his numbers, arrogantly pointed at Xiao Yi. "Just wait. At most 3 days, I'll have you inside too. Without the Bai family, you're still a rat hiding in the sewer." Xiao Tao shot back defiantly. Just as tensions were escalating, a car horn interrupted everyone. A long line of large trucks paraded through, aggressively pushing aside vehicles in their path, stopping in front of the 2 opposing sides. "Oh, it's really lively." The lead truck's door opened. Longzi, still sporting his carefree dreadlocks, jumped out and waved at the crowd. "Hello, nephew, getting bullied again?" "Uncle Lang, why are you here?" Xiao Yi asked in disbelief. "Someone's surrounding my kid, so I had to come and back you up. If you get knocked down today, it would be a disgrace to our lineage from the Spring City," Longzi said with a smile. In the next moment, he walked to the back of the truck and pulled off the green tarpaulin. "Everyone from outside the city, get off the trucks." As dozens of trucks simultaneously unveiled their cargo, a full 15 trucks of fierce men from outside the city armed with various weapons stepped down, exuding a murderous aura. The not-so-wide street was completely blocked by them. The Zhong family and Lan gang members wore all-black suits, wielding long knives, while the Bai family's guard donned white attire, holding daggers. The Mad Dogs group was dressed in a hodgepodge of colors, resembling scattered soldiers. Yet, this group had the strongest aura of violence. 2 clumsy fools even brought out 2 Gatling guns and set them in the middle of the street, clearly signaling that they would open fire at the slightest provocation. "Sorry, there aren't many of us today. Taking on a city defense camp would be impossible, but taking you guys on is more than enough." Longzi arrogantly lit a cigarette and smiled at the gorilla. "I rarely come into the city, so let us get to it. The cops are going to come and arrest me soon. I'll count to 3, and we all start shooting. Whoever flinches is a grandson. Okay?" Zhong Xianming and the gorilla exchanged glances and frowned in unison. Once the fight broke out, Longzi could escape to the outside of the city. But the Lan gang and Zhong family would be exposed to the public eye nationwide. Scared? Longzi sneered. Are you afraid to surround my nephew? Clear the way. At his command, 200 to 300 fierce men from outside the city marched forward with knives drawn towards the crowd. The Zhong family's men surrounding Xiao Yi were no match for these seasoned killers. With just a glance, they were intimidated by the opposing group's murderous intent. Do you dare to attack in front of the media? Xiao Tao stood defiantly at the forefront of the group, wanting to act tough. But the next second, dozens of awakened individuals from outside the city seized short axes and swung them at the opponents without a word. Luckily, he was agile enough to dodge quickly. However, his men behind him were not so fortunate. In a single encounter, several of his followers were taken down. Fuck, can't you just dodge? If you have the ability, stand still and see if I don't chop you. Longzi swaggered at the forefront, with Zhong family members stepping aside as he passed. The crowded masses were forcibly split into two by Longzi's men. Xiao Tao and Zhong Xuanming's faces turned pale, yet they dared not make a move. Uncle, uncle, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai smiled warmly. The feeling of being protected by their elders was incredibly comforting. Longzi wrapped one arm around Xiao Yi and the other around Xiao Bai. Smiling as he said, Uncle is a rough man. I can't help you play mind games with them, but if it comes to risking lives, I'll give you mine. If I die, my brother Gongzi will personally lead people into the city to take revenge for you. Our family's kids can endure hardships, but they shouldn't be wronged. Thank you, Uncle Longzi, Xiao Yi said with red eyes and a smile. Although he had only met Longzi a handful of times, this group of elders truly protected him with their lives. What are you thanking me for? Your uncle protects me and Gongzi, and I protect you. This is a tradition. It's the rule of our Chuanfu lineage. Chapter 58, Extreme Reversal. Shimming the crowd parted to make way. A man in uniform, accompanied by armed soldiers, approached Zhong Xianming. This man bore a slight resemblance to the old man Zhong, but had a more ruthless demeanor. The soldiers behind him were all awakened ones. Although few in number, they were enough to intimidate everyone. Fourth uncle. Upon seeing his elder, Zhong Xianming immediately gained confidence. Be careful. This man is the younger brother of old man Zhong and also the trump card of the Zhong family. He is the only one in the Zhong family with military power, currently the director of the Special Incident Handling Office. This department is specifically responsible for handling Transformer incidents. So all of his subordinates are awakened ones. It is also the third largest armed force in the city, besides the city defense camp and the police station. The strength of the Zhong family comes not only from old man Zhong's reputation in the judicial system, but also from the team in fourth uncle's hands. You still dare to enter the city? The man spoke meaningfully, glancing at Longzi, an ordinary person. If it weren't for the mad dog beside you, you have been dead long ago. What gives you the courage to act recklessly in the city? What? Want to arrest me? Longzi replied fearlessly, extending his hands. Go ahead and cuff me. I just entered prison, and a mad dog is coming in to break me out. Whether the Black House is chaotic or not, we decide. Understand? With fourth uncle's arrival, the atmosphere on the scene tensed up again. Longzi's blatant provocation made the other party's palm slightly raise. The personnel from a special incident handling office instantly reached for their weapons, while the Mad Dog's men also stepped forward in unison. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to arrest you? Do you know how many murders you have on your hands? Do you have the authority to enforce the law? Longzi sneered. If you kill me as a transformer, I can blink and you would be the one raising me. Good luck with that. Hearing this, the other party indeed showed signs of fear. They coldly glanced at the reporters nearby, armed with cameras, and silently pulled Zhong Xuanming's arm. The Special Incident Handling Office targets Transformers. If they acted against humans, the public outcry would drown them. Uncle, are we just going to let it go? Send someone to arrest him. Zhong Xianming complained indignantly. Don't cause trouble. We are playing in our own backyard. I want to see. If Tan Xuanming goes to prison, will the Mad Dog dare to break him out? The Mad Dog wouldn't dare, but that dog is unpredictable, Longzi teased meaningfully. Clack. Fourth uncle indeed paused, casting a dark look at Longzi before quickly walking into the courtroom. In the courtroom, the audience seats were distinctly divided between the Wild White Alliance and the Zhong family, one on the left side and the other on the right, both casting disdainful glances at each other. Wait, I want you to watch as Tan Xuanming is sentenced. I want everyone to know the consequences of betraying me. Zhong Xianming glared at Xiao Yi, darkly cursing. The reason he valued this trial so much was to serve as a warning to others. That way, those who were itching to act wouldn't dare to. Bring in the suspect. With the presiding judge's command, the trial began. The filthy and disheveled Tan Shuangming was escorted into the courtroom. Dad! Tan Xian's tears streamed down. His father did not respond, but only smiled and gave a thumbs up to his son. Tan Shuangming, do you plead guilty to the charges of misappropriating public funds, illegal lending, and accepting bribes? The presiding judge glanced at fourth Uncle Zhong, receiving a nod from him before sternly reprimanding. This was a nationally broadcast trial. In an instant, countless cameras focused on a man whose hair was messy, yet whose expression remained calm. I did not plead guilty. In front of the national audience, he calmly stated, I am wronged. The brows of the Zhong uncle and nephew tightened. Didn't Tan Shuangming say he pleaded guilty? Why did he suddenly change his plea? The presiding judge was caught off guard. This was not what his script had indicated. Wronged? With both witnesses and evidence, you still dare to claim innocence? Is the confession letter signed by you? Faced with the barrage of questions, Tan Shuangming calmly took off his shirt. The bruises from being beaten by 3 inmates were clearly visible. These injuries were sustained in the detention room, but to the audience, it didn't appear that way. Clearly coerced into a confession, without signing it. Can I survive? Tan Shuangming chuckled bitterly, his face full of helplessness. His words left the presiding judge speechless. Cough. Cough. Your injuries. Were they caused by fighting with other inmates? Sorry to interrupt. First, I am powerless. Why would I engage with others? Second, why would I, a white-collar criminal, be locked up with vicious murderers? Enough. Before he could speak, the presiding judge hastily interrupted. If you let him guide the public, the authority of the Black House officials will tremble. He quickly changed the topic. We are judging your crimes now. Since you do not plead guilty, I will make you despair. Bring in the witnesses and evidence. The next moment, on the big screen, documents signed by Tan Shuangming were displayed. These are your signatures for illegal lending. What do you have to explain? The handwriting looks very similar. The presiding judge smiled confidently. Zhong Xianming looked proudly at Xiao Yi, thinking, this is the power of the Zhong family. We decide what is black and what is white. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Tan Shuangming pointed at the big screen and said, but this is not my signature. Still trying to quibble? Bring in the witnesses. Then, 5 of Tan Shuangming's former friends, who had long been controlled by the Zhong family, were brought up. The 5 stood in a row, looking dazed and lost, not daring to meet Tan Shuangming's eyes or look at Zhong Xianming. The Zhong family members, who thought victory was assured, raised their heads confidently. As long as the witnesses and evidence were complete, Tan Shuangming would undoubtedly face death. Creak! No one noticed. A rough-looking man in his 30s jogged to Xiao Ye's side and whispered, Young Master Yi, it's done. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Witnesses, Bing Tun, Huang Ning, Tiange, Ning Hong, Wang Jiao. Did you bribe Tan Shuangming? The presiding judge confidently reprimanded. These 5 had long been firmly grasped by Captain Zhong. This was the last straw to crush Tan Shuangming. The 5 exchanged glances nervously. Don't be nervous. Since you reported it, I will consider reducing your sentence. The presiding judge smiled to reassure them. Fourth Uncle Zhong crossed his legs and confidently smiled. The situation is set. After handling Tan Shuangming's case, immediately send someone to arrest Xiao Yi. He injured Olgo severely. I want to sentence him to death. Zhong Xianming decided to pursue the victory. He couldn't outplay the mad dog, but he held the judicial system as a powerful weapon. Wanting to arrest Xiao Yi would be easy. On stage, the 5 looked timidly at Shangge. The latter smiled slyly and took out his phone, waving it in their view. Witnesses, quickly say, did you bribe Tan Shuangming? How much was the bribe? What method did you use to bribe him? Dad! A clear child's voice came from Sheng Ji's phone. Hearing this, the 5 on stage instantly came to their senses. In unison, they shouted, we did not bribe him. We were forced. Please, spare us. Wow, a major reversal. Family members. Tan Shuangming was indeed wronged. A major reversal. Zhong Xianming and his 4th uncle stood up in disbelief, looking at each other. Captain Zhong beside them turned pale with rage and shouted, what are you talking about? It was Captain Zhong. He threatened us. If we didn't slander old Tan, he would arrest us. We just want to do business well. We don't want to get involved in your struggles. Please, let me and my family go. I can't afford to offend anyone. This was directed at the Zhong family and also at Brother Sheng. Unfortunately, most people only saw the Zhong family. How? How did this happen? Longzi asked in confusion. This move was too awesome. A big reversal happened in the opponent's home ground. Now, the Zhong family can't clear their name, even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Yesterday, we sneaked into the Zhong family's secret villa and told them that their family members were kidnapped by us, and Brother Sheng laughed. Longzi's face darkened. The rules set by Jui are that we can't touch children. Are you looking for death? They randomly found a child, put a bag over their head, and shot a video, and they believed it. Brother Sheng rolled his eyes. He could only blame these guys for being too closely monitored by the Zhong family, having no chance to verify the truth. Xiaoyi slightly curled his lips, made a throat-cutting gesture toward Zhong Xianming, and mouthed, "You're done. You're talking nonsense." Zhong Xianming stood up angrily and shouted, "Why would I frame him? Because I found out about the 30 million in dirty money from the Zhong family. Because I discovered that the Zhong family has a listed company and 15 holding companies. Because I found out that your old man is worth over 50 million. The scene erupted instantly. This was definitely a nuclear bomb, a bomb capable of shaking the Black House. Zhong Xianming was stunned in place. Whether what Tan Shuangming said was true or not didn't matter. What mattered was, this was being broadcast live nationwide. The important thing was that he couldn't prove it and didn't dare to prove it. They capsized in the gutter. Cough. Xiaobai accidentally dropped a small knife from his waist in front of Tan Xian. The latter picked it up and lunged at Zhong Xianming. Damn it, I'm fighting these parasites. Xiaoyi seized the opportunity to jump up and shouted. The dozens of brothers behind him instantly engaged in a fight with the Zhong family members. Bai Wanshu looked at Zhong Xianming with sympathy and instructed his subordinates. The Zhong family can't clean this up. Add some fuel to the fire. Send off young Master Zhong. Chapter 59. The Fortress Camp. Without leaving home, the Fortress Camp is the main fighting force guarding the Black Mansion. This unit is not subject to the commands of the Black Mansion and possesses absolute autonomy. With great power, they can go outside the city to eliminate bandits and converters, as well as suppress riots within the city. The reason the big shots outside the city dare not cause trouble is entirely due to the existence of this unit. The chaos inside the city has already begun. However, the camp of the Fortress Camp is eerily quiet. Logically, they should have come out to maintain stability by now. But when the soldiers gathered on the playground, their commander did not show up. In the commander's office, cheerful music was playing. The man who had a brief encounter with Xiaoyi at the city gate was sitting silently at his desk. His sword-like brows were tightly knitted, and his serious expression exuded an intimidating aura. "Commander, the situation in the city has become chaotic," a soldier outside the room anxiously reminded. "Shouldn't we go take a look?" "Everyone, stay put," the man said with a pale face, his voice low and commanding. "Understood." The person outside left. He impatiently glanced at the man on the sofa. The man with the yellow, instant noodle-style hair said, "Hey dog, are you satisfied now?" "Thank you, Ong." Hey dog replied nonchalantly, his legs resting on a coffee table, not lifting his head as he stared at his phone, a faint smile playing on his lips. "My kid is smart as hell." In the phone, the chaos in the tribunal had reached a boiling point. Although the Bai family was not strong in combat, their methods of causing trouble were quite effective. They somehow gathered a group of strong men without weapons, shouting for fairness. "Down with the Zhong family. Let the Black Mansion be just." And other slogans surged into the venue. The scene was already beyond control. The Zhong family is so unpopular, right? Hey Dog joked with the middle-aged commander. All the citizens are out on the streets. The Zhong family had bullied others in the Black Mansion for so many years. It was impossible that the lower classes had no grievances. Usually, when no one took the lead, everyone endured it and moved on. But once someone ignited this fire, it was hard to say how things would develop. "Isn't it your people stirring up trouble behind the scenes?" The commander frowned, his finger pressing hard against the table. "Do you know what consequences this could lead to? The chaos in the city is unacceptable to the higher-ups. If casualties are too high, I can't escape blame." However, Hey Dog sat there, and even if he wanted to go out to suppress the riot, it was impossible. "You think I don't know about the Zhong family's malice? No matter how bad the Zhong family is, at least they haven't caused trouble for the Black Mansion. If you bring them down, countless ambitious people will rise on the corpse of the Zhong family, and that will be real chaos. Can you handle that?" He wanted stability, steady development. Such pests exist in every era. As long as they are useful, turning a blind eye is not out of the question. But Xiaoye flipping the table right from the start predicts that the Black Mansion will be in a state of chaos among various forces for the next few years, even decades. My kid dares to flip the table, so he must have the ability to clean up the mess. Hey Dog was not concerned about how chaotic it was outside. He only cared about Xiaoye. What if he can't handle it? Then it's just your bad luck. Hey Dog shrugged. Anyway, the table has been flipped, and going out now won't save the Zhong family. Exposing the crimes of the Zhong family in front of the entire nation, even if he suppresses the riot. What use is that? The Zhong family still has to fall. The higher-ups can pretend not to see the Zhong family's issues, as long as these troubling matters are not exposed. You definitely won't be able to go out today. Hey Dog leisurely lit a cigarette, casually pocketing the lighter from the coffee table. My kid has work to do, even if he has to break the sky. You have to wait for him to finish before you can fix it. A threat. A blatant threat. The commander's phone was almost crushed in his hand. If it had been any local from the Black Mansion saying this, they would have been dealt with long ago. But the man in front of him, he knew he couldn't provoke or defeat. Hey Dog, the brother of the Spring Mansion King, one of the 5 evildoers among the 1 dragon, 2 phoenixes, 3 immortals, 4 ghosts, and 5 evildoers. He had been famous for a long time and was a super expert. No one knew how strong he was anymore. But, judging by his aura, he was at least at the 7th level of awareness. A master of this level could easily wipe out the Black Mansion alone. Even if the fortress camp was fully deployed, they could only hold him off for half an hour. This is the gap in strength. Commander Lee, be patient. I guarantee the fire won't reach you. Hey Dog lazily stretched, leaning over the desk with a teasing smile. My kid will still need your care in the city. Care? Commander Lee sneered, scolding. He has the mad dog. You and the Bai family protecting him? Isn't that enough? Who would complain about having too many bulletproof vests? I can't always protect him. Hey Dog chuckled, inadvertently slipping a cigarette from the table into his pocket. Be patient. Even if the city turns into a dog's head, it won't implicate you. At most, in half an hour, you'll receive orders from above. Can you reach the heavens? Not really, but your heaven is my buddy. Damn it, kill these pests. The Black Mansion isn't dictated by the Zhong family. If the law can't protect us, then let's talk with guns. Inside the venue, gunfire, sounds of fighting, and roars mixed together. People from the Zhong family, the Blue Gang, and the Bai family were bloodthirsty. Xiaoye stood among the crowd, silently tearing open a canvas bag. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a chainsaw roared. The Crimson Chainsaw, upgraded with human lives, emitted a piercing howl. Send Xianming out first. Team 1, Team 2, send Xianming out first. Call the police station. Urgently dispatch manpower to suppress the riot. Blue Gang leader. Immediately get your people to reinforce. Notify the Pang family. Give me a strong attack on the 9 heavens. Request the fortress camp to deploy troops. The people outside the city have rioted. Commands were issued one after another. The Zhong family's 4th uncle remained as steady as an old dog in such circumstances, calmly mobilizing troops. None of these old guys were easy to deal with. Xianming, hurry up. You are the seed of the Zhong family. You can't fall here. The 4th uncle looked at the dazed Zhong Xianming, filled with regret, grabbing his collar and slapping him across the face. Look at me, look at me. Xianming, losing once is not terrible. We can afford to lose. Your father and I have gone through ups and downs for decades. Haven't we faced peril each time? You're still young. As long as you're alive, you can rise again. Withdraw first. I'll clean up your mess. The 4th uncle's eyes were red as he patted his nephew's face, urgently instructing, our Zhong family can lose, but we can't lose our soul. Hurry up. Leave this to me. At worst, I'll kill everyone and turn myself into Kyoto. Go. Take Xianming away first. The 4th uncle pushed Zhong Xianming into the arms of his subordinate, decisively waving his hand. Uncle, I'm sorry, uncle. The latter's tears streamed down. If it weren't for him, the Zhong family wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. You are my own nephew. Just remember your mistakes and leave the rest to us old guys. Chapter 60. The Mad Dog enters the city. Uncle, I'm sorry, I have learned my lesson. Zhong Xianming cried like a child, still being dragged away from the venue by Xiao Tao and the 4th uncle's subordinates. Longzi didn't care about that. He reached out, and a small brother tossed him a micro-submachine gun. The fire tongue densely shot towards Zhong Xianming. Damn it, all of you muddy-legged bastards, go die. The fourth uncle extended his palm. An invisible force enveloped Zhong Xianming. The bullets instantly froze in midair. The two elders silently locked onto each other. Both wanted to fight for a future for their children. The fourth uncle struck first. His arm transformed into countless vines, piercing straight into Longzi's chest. Wood-type ability, with withered leaves flying. Whoosh, 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 hundreds of leaves shot out from the vines, each sharper than a blade. Although Longzi was fierce, he was still an ordinary person, and could only awkwardly dodge backwards in the face of such an attack. Bang! At that moment, Xiao Bai, Hua San, Hua Si, and Bai Wangshu made their move. The four of them attacked from four directions simultaneously. Ability, Moonlight. Bai Wangshu's figure flashed, blocking in front of Longzi. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, floating in mid-air like a goddess descending. Her long hair danced, and her eyes shone with a white light. As she formed hand seals, countless white lights surged before her, converging into crescent-shaped energy bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed throughout the venue. The moonlight collided with the fourth uncle's leaves. Both were large-scale destructive abilities, and in an instant, the venue was filled with casualties. Mountain-splitting force, flash shadow, venom, heart-piercing spread. Taking advantage of the two fighting, Hua San and Hua Si appeared ghost-like at his side. The wild ones flashed across the opponent's skin like lightning. Xiao Bai raised a giant knife and swept horizontally. Bang! To everyone's surprise, the fourth uncle stood still, unmoved. The three's attacks merely splashed a shower of wood chips against him. Hiss! The next second, the fourth uncle's clothes ripped. Several vines coiled around him like pythons, tightly wrapping his body. The crowd's attacks hit the vines, leaving only faint scratches. Bai Wangshu, at the peak of the fourth awakening, raised her cold face, battle intense surging, and instructed the others, "Leave this to me. You go kill Zhong Xianming." Xiao Bai looked towards the direction of the retreating enemy, frowned, and reminded in a deep voice, "We can't let the Zhong family catch their breath." Xiao Yi showed no hesitation, wielding a chainsaw and swinging it all the way. None of the awakened below the second level dared to approach him. Bai Gu, San Si, Tan Xin, follow me. The five worked in perfect harmony, with Xiao Bai leading the way. Hua San and Hua Si covered the rear. They fiercely protected Xiao Yi. No one is allowed to leave. The fourth uncle's face twisted in rage as he suddenly struck. The vines on his body intertwined into a spear, pointing directly at Xiao Yi's back. Be careful. Bai Wangshu's fingertips glowed with moonlight as she waved it from a distance. The moonlight condensed into a half-meter-long moon blade in the air, cutting only the opponent's vines. Unfortunately, she still underestimated the opponent's strength. Swish! Although the vines were injured, their power remained undiminished as they charged straight for Xiao Yi. Boss! Just as the situation became critical, Hua Xin used his body as a shield, spreading his arms to protect Xiao Yi's back. Hua Si then pushed his boss away. The latter turned back in fear and unwillingness. If Hua San fell too, he would never be able to get past this hurdle in his life, especially after Hua Wu had already died to protect him. Just as Hua San was about to perish, the ceiling suddenly exploded. A burly figure appeared, bare-chested, muscles bursting. He reached out with an empty hand towards the vines. The spear-like vines that were about to stab into Hua San's body suddenly turned and flew towards the sky. The fourth uncle recognized the newcomer, his eyes narrowing with apprehension. You dare enter the city? Boom! The ground cracked as if hit by a cannonball, shattered by the newcomer. The mad dog fiercely shielded Xiao Yi behind him, a crimson aura spreading as he laughed. What city in this world would I dare not enter? Xiao Yi, go to your thing. Take that kid's head off. In this battle today, I'll back you up. No one can stop us. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Yi nodded heavily. The mad dog entered the scene with overwhelming force, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the battlefield. The Bai family side surged with morale. Are you crazy? Are you really going to slaughter the city? The fourth uncle thought to himself that he was not a match for the mad dog, especially with Bai Wangshu watching closely. If I'm not crazy, how can they call me the mad dog? Don't say you're Zhong family. Even the head of the Black Mansion wouldn't work. The Mad Dog declared, "This is my nephew's first battle. Anyone who comes will die. I'm telling you." From outside the city, a loud roar echoed. The fierce bandits from outside the city shouted in unison, "Get ready. Today there are no rules in 10 minutes. I don't want to see any living Jean family members. Damn it. Whoever messes with my kid, go dig up the Jean family's ancestral grave for me." The fourth uncle instantly broke down. The Mad Dog not only disregarded the rules, but also had no sense of decency. Which family starts a war by digging up the enemy's ancestral grave? Poison vines pierced. Hundreds of vines covered in poisonous thorns shot towards the opponent like agile snakes, accompanied by a fierce whistling sound. The latter was undaunted, puffing out his chest and leaping up. In an instant, the Mad Dog's body was pierced all over. Countless vines passed through him. Is it done? The fourth uncle was initially pleased, then shocked, inhaling sharply. The Mad Dog's speed did not decrease, allowing the opponent to pierce his body as he charged forward. His massive fist slammed hard into the opponent's face. "How dare you mess with my nephew? How dare you shout?" After a series of punches, the fourth uncle's eyes lit up with disbelief as he stared at the Mad Dog. This guy lived up to his name. In front of the fourth uncle, he had been stabbed dozens of times and acted as if nothing had happened. Blood dyed him red, yet he laughed even more crazily. What was even more despairing for the fourth uncle was that the Mad Dog's life force was surging. Healing type? The fourth uncle's mouth twitched. The Mad Dog's image didn't look like a healing type at all. How could a caretaker be more reckless than a warrior? It's a rare healing type, damage conversion. The damage inflicted would convert into my vitality. If you can't kill me, you'll definitely die by my hand. The Mad Dog grinned menacingly, raising his right fist provocatively. "I don't have many skills, but I'm just very hard to kill." Damn. Just as the latter was about to retort, the Mad Dog bent down, grabbing his waist and slamming him against the wall. Boom. The side wall of the venue collapsed. There were no flashy martial arts, no strange and unpredictable abilities. The Mad Dog's fighting style was simple and brutal, just hammering away at the fourth uncle. Grappling, throat strikes, headbutts, biting, everything was straight street fighting. Yet this guy had an inexhaustible vitality. One moment he was just stabbed through, and the next he could recover as if nothing had happened. In less than 10 minutes. The fourth uncle was in despair. He couldn't beat him down and couldn't shake him off. "Damn it, don't pull my hair." The fourth uncle lost his cool and threw 2 punches at the Mad Dog's head. The latter countered with a punch to the opponent's private parts. "Damn it. Can't you use abilities? I'm using my damn fists. I'll kill you. You don't care about me." In front of countless cameras, the Mad Dog rode on the opponent's body, gripping his neck tightly. No matter how the fourth uncle attacked, he wouldn't let go. As the counterattacks grew weaker, the fourth uncle's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness and frustration, dying with his eyes open. A peak fourth awakening was strangled to death, leaving people sighing. Chapter 61. The Zhong family on the road. Hurry, drive faster. What happened to the Pang family? Why hasn't anyone entered the venue? In the speeding car, Zhong Xianming dialed the Pang family's number again and again. Outside the window, more and more angry citizens gathered. Usually, they would endure being bullied. But now that someone had taken the lead, those with ulterior motives and opportunists had all come out. "Hello." After trying a dozen times, the call finally connected. A girl answered softly. "I'm looking for General Manager Pang." "I'm sorry, General Manager Pang is in the hospital." The female secretary's tone remained stable as always. Neither servile nor arrogant. "May I ask your surname? I'll have him call you back when he is discharged." In the hospital? Although Zhong Xianming wasn't very skilled, he wasn't foolish either. How could a formidable master of the 5 senses be hospitalized? Moreover, he was using a personal phone. How could she not have saved his number? General Manager Pang. Overworked and went to the hospital. Damn, he ordered 3 girls at the club last night. I saw he was doing just fine. Get him on the phone right now. Didn't you say my number? Can't you recognize my voice? Zhong Xianming didn't expect reality to slap him in the face like this. Just a few days ago, they were united against the Bai family, and now they didn't even know who he was. "I'm sorry, General Manager Pang's phone exploded. His new phone hasn't saved anyone's number." The female secretary said with a soft laugh. Please call back in a few days. Tell old Pang for me. If you don't help him now that he is in trouble, then don't expect me to help when I recover. Zhong Xinming hung up and smashed his phone in frustration. In the past, everyone greeted him with smiles, but when trouble came, they all distanced themselves. On the other end of the line, a burly man with a shaved head and a cigar pulled the woman into his embrace. General Manager Pang. It seems young Master Zhong is angry. The female secretary blushed. Should I explain? Explain what? Explain why I'm in the hospital? Ha! The Zhong family has fallen. I've already shown enough mercy by not striking the final blow. The bald man shrugged. How many times have I taught you? You need to learn to see the big picture. The mad dog has just entered the city, and that group outside has set up machine guns at the entrance of the court. The city defense battalion hasn't even shown up. The bald man thought he understood the situation, took a puff of his cigar, and exhaled slowly. Haven't you figured it out yet? You mean the Bai family has the backing of the city defense battalion? The female secretary's expression changed slightly. The city defense battalion does not participate in city affairs, but that doesn't mean they don't have a stance. If they support the Bai family, there's no chance for a comeback in this battle. People, General Manager Pang said with a smug smile, if you can't see the situation clearly, just follow the strongest. Being a fence-sitter isn't a bad thing. What if the Zhong family recovers? After all, they have so many allies. That one happened. The latter side unbuttoning his collar. When they were doing well, they were close allies. Now that the Zhong family has fallen, these people are probably the ones who want to see the Zhong family dead the most. Those who were close to the Zhong family, whose hands are clean. Right now, they only worry about being implicated by the Zhong family, afraid that the Zhong family will drag out their own troubles. They will become the sharpest knife to kill the Zhong family. Boss Lon, now you're the only one who can help me turn things around. As long as you help the Zhong family through this crisis, I will give you the territories of the Pang, Zhua, and Bai families, plus an additional 50 million. Xiao Tao's pupils trembled slightly. The conditions Zhong Xinming offered were too tempting. However, high profits also represented high risks. Although Boss Lon looked rough and tough, he wasn't too foolish. After thinking for a while, greed finally overcame reason. A dead camel is bigger than a horse. No matter what, the Zhong family has been deeply rooted in the black market for so many years. If they recover, it's not impossible to turn things around. Boss Lon, there's a difference between adding flowers to a brocade and providing timely assistance, Xiao Tao chimed in. Let us take a gamble. The Zhong family has faced troubles before, but they have always made it through, haven't they? The last sentence completely moved Boss Lon. He was different from others. He was purely a street fighter. People like him were born gamblers. Moreover, among the families, his ties to the Zhong family were the deepest. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, let us start with a 10 million deposit. No problem. All right, let us go to my base first. In half an hour, I'll gather people to fight back. Boss Lon took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and started calling for reinforcements. At this moment, it was all about who had more people. In this regard, the Lon gang definitely had the advantage. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the car's tire burst. The driver was caught off guard and crashed into a roadside power pole. They're coming. Damn it, they're relentless. From behind, a taxi sped over. In the front passenger seat, a teenager held a fancy double-barreled gun, maintaining a shooting stance. It was Tan Xin. Damn, are you feeling brave? How dare you come to my territory to cause trouble? Boss Lan's expression changed, and he kicked open the car door. He shouted at the crowd on the street. All members of the Lon gang, get the hell out here. My bar street. Even the police don't dare to come in. You all have some nerve. In an instant, the alleys on both sides echoed with the sound of hurried footsteps. Within a few breaths, dozens of armed men rushed out from various bars. Stop! The taxi slammed on the brakes. The driver, pale-faced, cried out to Xiao Bai, Bro, didn't you say we're going to catch someone cheating? You didn't say there would be so many people on the other side. Xiao Bai nonchalantly pulled out a stack of cash and tossed it into the car. Wrong target. It's fine, you can leave now. Xiao Yi, wielding a chainsaw, was the first to jump out of the car. Zhong Xinming, it's time we settle our accounts. Facing dozens of fierce-looking thugs, the five stood side by side, silently pulling out their weapons. Damn it, it's all your fault for causing trouble. Kill him. Zhong Xianming had no time to tangle with Xiao Yi and decisively ordered. The Lan Gang's men didn't team move an inch. They only listened to their boss. Boss Lan raised his hand with a smug expression and coldly ordered, "Kill them." Dozens of men rushed forward recklessly towards the five, while reinforcements continued to pour out from the side alleys. Just then, honking filled the air as several trucks barreled through, smashing their way into the scene. Longzi stood atop a truck, shouting loudly, "Kill them all." On the two leading trucks, Gatling guns unleashed a torrent of fire. A large number of Lan Gang members fell instantly. "Push forward. I want to see bodies." "Damn it, shove the gun barrels into these dogs' mouths." "Protect Xiao Yi and push forward." Two heavy trucks moved side by side, pinning Xiao Yi in the middle, protecting the five as they pushed forward. "Damn, you go first." Watching his men being slaughtered, Boss Lan pushed Zhong Xianming away and then clasped his hands together. Ability tightened strength. With a roar, Boss Lan's already large body visibly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant. His clothes burst open as he picked up a small car by the roadside and smashed it into the trucks blocking the path. Chapter 62. Chaos and Final Battle Die. "You bastard." Bang! Big Boss Lan's massive body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Xiao Yi. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, 30 figures swept over everyone's heads. Sheng Ge brought his brothers into the fray. Without wasting any words, they dove straight into the chaos. Although Big Boss Lan was already at the 5th level of perception, Shang Ji's gang coordinated seamlessly, fighting fiercely and fearlessly, momentarily entangling him. "Yi Xiao, you handle your business. We'll take care of this." "Damn it, Zhong Xianming, come and fight." Xiao Yi nodded seriously. This time, there was no way to stop them. The five dashed forward, charging straight at Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao. The two sides had long-standing grievances, and there was no room for idle chatter. Xiao Bai leaped up, tearing through the red cloth. "Please, knife." The weapon Wenshou flew out from the giant blade, its cold light like frost, illuminating the ground as if it were covered in snow. Mountain river blade technique. Raging tide breaks the city. Boom! A flash of white light erupted. Thousands of blade energies churned and shattered the ground along their path. Wherever they passed, the underlings were like being shredded by 1,000 blades, wounds covering their bodies. TZ finished off the miscellaneous enemies in front of him. Xiao Bai bent his body. Swish! Xiao Yi used the force to step on his back, soaring over the heads of the crowd, wielding a chainsaw towards Zhong Xianming. The two worked together with a synergy that didn't seem possible for brothers who had only known each other for half a month. Wenshou unsheathed. Although Xiao Tao wasn't much, he didn't give up on Zhong Xianming at a critical moment. He protected him with his body, and the crimson Wenshou transformed into a red light, encircling him, landing in Xiao Tao's hands. "Who gave you this useless courage?" Xiao Tao blocked with his sword. Roar! The chainsaw spun rapidly, emitting a dragon's roar. When Wenshou and the chainsaw clashed, there were no sparks as expected. The crimson longsword broke without warning, and the chainsaw followed through, striking Xiao Tao on the shoulder. Xiao Ye's face twisted in a terrifying manner, resembling a ghost, as he leaned close and roared, "Are you still so arrogant? Su Yi is here today, and you will kneel." "How? Is this possible?" The latter and Zhong Xianming exchanged glances. Wenshou was a rare tool, personally sought out by Su Yi for him. Could it not even last a single round against Xiao Ye's chainsaw? "Do you know how many people this chainsaw has killed?" "Kneel." Xiao Yi pressed down with the chainsaw. Roar! A red demon dragon phantom burst out from the chainsaw, letting out a deafening roar at Xiao Tao. Bang, bang, bang. All the glass on the street shattered. Xiao Tao felt his blood boil, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The chainsaw seemed to possess immense power, almost tearing him in half. Even Xiao Bai didn't expect that his brother's seemingly unremarkable chainsaw was this fierce. Before this, there had been almost no precedent for rare tools being destroyed. The third on the rare tools list, Old Gio's unnamed chainsaw, Big Boss Lan was drawn in by the demon dragon's roar, and when he turned around, his eyes nearly bulged out. "Damn it! How do you have Old Gio's weapon?" All rare tools draw their power from the blood moon. Only Old Gio's chainsaw was forged through killing, turning it into a rare tool. It was rumored that this chainsaw had slaughtered at least tens of thousands of people. Su Yi's finger broken river. Xiao Tao was momentarily stunned, snapping back from his shock. His right hand's 2 fingers came together, stabbing out like lightning. The martial skills of an 8th-level expert were terrifying. With a single finger, half the street's air was instantly sucked away. Swish! An invisible energy pierced through Xiao Ye's chest. A small hole appeared in the front, while a bowl-sized hole appeared in the back. Boss! Yigo! Xiao Yi was sent flying backward from the surprise attack. The energy from Su Yi's finger surged upward, ripping a hole in the clouds. Now, Zhong Xianming seized the opportunity, flashing out from behind Xiao Tao like lightning. His left hand opened slightly, revealing an ancient bronze mirror in his hand. Take advantage of his illness. Take his life. Su Yi's finger, cold star point. Xiao Tao's second finger struck out. Countless starlights gathered at his fingertips. At the same time, Xiao Bai leaped forward, his long knife dancing in a blur. Aimed directly at Zhong Xianming's fingers. Left with no choice, Xiao Tao had to retreat. But Zhong Xianming showed no fear. The mirror in his hand gleamed. Superpower, Xianming mirror, soul suppression. A milky white beam shot out from the bronze mirror. In an instant, Xiao Bai's movements slowed down by more than 10 times. The mirror's reflection even slowed the falling snow in the sky. With a successful strike, Zhong Xianming smiled proudly. The old man was right. Hiding your superpower can yield extraordinary results. Saying this, he held the mirror in one hand and reached out with the other. His hand became like a knife, glinting with metallic cold light, heading straight for Xiao Bai's face. The latter, unable to avoid it due to his slowed speed, was about to suffer serious injury. Hua San and Hua Si appeared behind Xiao Yi, joining forces to slap him on the back. Xiao Yi used the momentum to flip in midair, causing the chainsaw to slip from his grip. Unexpectedly, the Xianming mirror couldn't limit the chainsaw's speed. Having witnessed its terror, Xiao Yi dared not take it head-on. He lightly tapped his toes, retreating a few steps. This kid is so strong? Xiao Bai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. If Xiao Yi hadn't thrown the chainsaw as a hidden weapon, he would have been hit. Even Xiao Tao didn't expect Zhong Xianming to have such a trump card. Without the chainsaw, you will surely lose. Zhong Xianming casually waved his hand, sending the chainsaw flying dozens of meters away. Without this trump card, Xiao Yi could no longer contend with the two. With the assistance of the Xianming mirror and Xiao Tao's Su Yi finger, one was domineering, the other mysterious. Xiao Bai felt quite troubled. Let's end this. Before the few could react, Zhong Xianming formed seals with both hands. Xuanming's limit. The bronze mirror in his hand shone with an eerie white light, slowly rising into the sky, resembling a small sun. The white light covered half the street. In an instant, the chaos on both sides turned into slow motion. Field skill? Shungu was taken aback. Such a wide-range, slowing ability in a team battle was simply a divine skill. Xiao Tao, take action. After restraining everyone, Zhong Xianming roared excitedly. Don't give them a chance. It's here. Xiao Tao slightly spread his legs, steadying his stance. The drifting snow slowly gathered around him, condensing into short swords of wind and snow in front of him. The wind and snow grew stronger, and the number of short swords made of snowflakes increased. This move is my master's ultimate technique, called Su Yi Wuqing. With this point, there were no living beings for 100 meters in front of him. Thousands of wind and snow short swords whistled, as if they would tear the five apart. Yi Xiao Dai. Boss, be careful. Xiao Yi, Tizi, the Hua sisters, Xiao Bai, and Longzi turned pale with fright. In contrast, Xiao Yi spread his hands, protecting Xiao Bai and the Hua sisters behind him, shouting, "Get the hell behind me." A kilometer away, the men in the city defense camp crossed their arms, standing side by side with Haigo. Both gazes were fixed intently on Xiao Yi. It seems, you're going to lose. Do you really think he is at this level? Haigo's mouth curled into a smile. I know my cub. This kid has so many hidden cards that even he can't count them. Besides having a demon dragon uncle, he has an even fiercer father. Chapter 60. The mysterious old man, Su Yi's finger strength is renowned for its ferocity and dominance. Even at the peak of the second awakening, he can inflict damage comparable to that of the third awakening and above. Commander Li of the City Defense Battalion smiled with a hint of malicious amusement in his eyes, harboring a sense of revenge against the High Dog. If High Dog doesn't intervene, Xiao Yi might barely manage to hold on. However, once High Dog steps in, the outcome becomes irrelevant. If a big shot shows up in a children's fight, it would be equivalent to admitting that Xiao Yi is inferior to Zhong Xianming. Do you know about the demon ancestor? High Dog had no intention of intervening. Instead, he inexplicably asked a question. The demon ancestor refers to the 9 awakening transformation beast, the pinnacle of existence in Blue Star, capable of going toe-to-toe with legendary gods. Xiao Yi had previously displayed the bloodline of a demon in battle, but how he acquired that bloodline remains a mystery to all. We, this group of uncles, are not afraid of his mediocrity. At least a mediocre child is safe. What we fear is his death, so... High Dog grinned wickedly and gestured for the others to look. Suddenly, a torrent of wind and snow surged forth like a flood. Countless snowflakes swirled as Xiao Tao pointed, engulfing half a street. In an instant, the bar street was covered in a curtain of snow. Vaguely, one could see thousands of icy swords rushing toward Xiao Yi. The latter's eyes turned crimson, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Unfortunately, with the Xianming mirror present, there was no way for him to evade. TZ, your body hasn't recovered. You can't withstand this. Boss, get out of the way. Bro, everyone stay still. Xiao Yi lowered his head and shouted in an unquestionable tone. I can do it. If I can't even protect my brothers, what am I even doing? Trust me. Xiao Yi's eyes were filled with determination. I have the bloodline of a demon. Only I can withstand this. Cool me. He shielded his head with his hands, leaning forward in a defensive posture. Behind him were his brothers, and there was no retreat for him. If he had to choose between witnessing his brothers die tragically or perishing himself, he would choose the latter. My uncle once said that in this life, one must protect 3 things: the women one has slept with, the brothers one has sworn to protect, and the elders. Xiao Yi took a deep breath, his gaze growing even more resolute. I refuse to believe that my cunning uncle didn't leave me something to survive. He understood the other's character too well. Though he seemed carefree and often teased him, he was actually meticulous. He was betting that Lao Jio had left him a trump card. Otherwise, given the other's personality, he wouldn't easily let him venture out. Whoosh! A sharp sound of tearing through the air whistled past. In an instant, Xiao Yi was pierced by hundreds of strikes. Blood splattered on his Xiao Bai's face, causing the latter's body to tremble. This was the second time Xiao Yi risked his life to protect him. Don't you dare hold on. I'll bear it. Xiao Bai's tears shimmered. Don't move. I can handle it. Xiao Yi's skin was being torn inch by inch, resembling a bloodied figure. At this moment, even a gust of wind could knock him down. Ha ha! A bunch of trash. I'm invincible below the 3rd awakening. Do you know what that means? I want you to taste the agony of 1,000 cuts. Seeing that the opponent was already at the end of their strength, Xiao Tao's face twisted in rage, filled with violence. He had waited too long for this moment. Zhong Xianming displayed a look of relief. Having been led around by Xiao Yi, he had had enough. Watching Xiao Yi's body being torn apart inch by inch, both of their expressions grew increasingly manic. With such dense attacks, even a transformation beast would be torn to shreds. Aren't you going to intervene? Commander Li finally lost his composure. Don't let this unfortunate thing die in my city. High Dog's eyes glinted with ferocity as he slowly shook his head. The one who will intervene has arrived. Ding! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. Xiao Yi's braid was torn apart by the opponent's energy. His long black hair flew in the wind, and the stone ring that adorned the end of the braid fell heavily to the ground. The moment the stone ring shattered, the wind and snow surged back into the sky. Xiao Tao's rain of swords was blown apart in disarray. Whoa! Thick dark clouds obscured the sunlight. The entire Black Mansion seemed to plunge into darkness. The sun and moon were reversed. Dark clouds pressed against the city, threatening to crush it. Commander Li slowly raised his head, his expression grave. What kind of person can summon such a celestial phenomenon? In the snow curtain, a slightly hunched figure appeared behind Xiao Yi. With a slight hunch, both hands were clasped behind his back. His movements were slow and gentle. With each step he took toward Xiao Yi, the wind and snow intensified. At the same time, the wind and snow swirling around the bar street began to spin around him. Even the hundreds of wind and snow swords that Xiao Tao had conjured were swept away by the furious winds, losing control. People on the street felt as if snowflakes formed an insurmountable barrier around Xiaoyi. But the two people 1,000 meters away could see clearly. This was no barrier. It was clearly the phantom of a giant turtle, a colossal creature over 100 meters tall. Are you insane? Commander Lee instinctively took a step back. His face pale. Are you out of your mind? In a children's fight, are you really going to drop a nuclear bomb? Staring at the super giant turtle, which was as large as half a street block, Commander Lee felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He finally understood why High Dog remained so calm. It turned out Xiao Yi was carrying such a devastating weapon. Just a wisp of divine soul. Don't get too excited. High Dog grinned. This must be the demon ancestor's divine soul. Commander Lee's face turned ashen, his tone softening. Should I intervene? Put away the divine power. If this thing really gets into action, the Black Mansion will become history. The demon ancestor's divine soul. A wisp of divine soul is enough to destroy the world. It was hidden within the stone ring that bound Xiao Ye's hair, and even he himself was unaware of it. Injured and bloodied, Xiao Yi struggled to open his eyes. Surrounded by white, the snow curtain grew thicker, obscuring everyone's vision. A wrinkled hand slowly rested on his shoulder. At the position of his index finger was a ring identical to the one on Xiao Ye's hair. Who? Xiao Yi instinctively turned to look. An elderly man with white hair appeared, resembling an old man playing chess in the park. He had kind eyes and a somewhat gaunt appearance, with a slight hunch. You are. Xiao Yi stared blankly at the newcomer, feeling a strange sense of familiarity despite not recognizing him. Little brat, I used to hold you when you were a child. The old man stroked his beard and smiled like an elder. The mark on your bottom is from when I flicked ashes on you. For some reason, even though Xiao Yi had never met him, he felt an inexplicable warmth toward the old man. When asked, his cheeks flushed, and he awkwardly smiled. If I had come a moment later, you would have been minced meat, and you're still smiling. The old man gently pinched his little face. Your demon bloodline has also been damaged. Your mother will scold your father again if she finds out. Xiao Yi, like a child caught doing something wrong, sheepishly scratched his head. Old man, are you? My elder? Just a tenant of your family, entrusted by your father to leave a wisp of divine soul in the stone ring. I will appear when the ring breaks. Seeing Xiao Yi covered in injuries, the old man said no more. A surge of green light flowed into his body. His pierced body and torn muscles were instantly restored to their original state. As that warm current flowed throughout him, the after effects of forcibly awakening the demon bloodline were also healed. It should be noted that the after effects of the demon bloodline are irreversible, and aside from awakening, there are hardly any other means to resolve them. Yet the old man simply raised his hand to fix it all. Tizi, Xiao Bai, crouching behind Xiao Yi, stared blankly at his rapidly healing body. Who is this old man? By seniority, he should call me great-grandfather. The little old man smiled slightly, his gaze shifting to Xiao Tao and Zhong Xinming not far away. I almost forgot to handle the important matters. I promised your father to protect you once. I am getting old and can no longer tell who is a good person and who is an enemy. So, let's just raise the city. Since this city can't keep you safe, it has no reason to exist. Chapter 61. The tortoise ancestor bestows divine powers. The giant tortoise, occupying half the street, slowly raised its hand. Its enormous palm blocked out the sun. Xiao Tao and the others looked up in confusion, their fear making them forget to flee. With this one strike, there would probably be no survivors left. The strongest among them, Big Blue, was filled with dread. Where did this transformation beast come from? Stop it! Director Lee's feet exploded as he forced himself to flee. As the city defense commander, he had to ensure the safety of Black Mansion City. Unexpectedly, the giant tortoise's phantom merely turned its head slightly, scoffing in disdain. The next second, the tortoise swept its tail like a long snake. In an instant, the ground shook and the entire Black Mansion City felt like it was experiencing an earthquake. Bang! Director Lee, at the peak of his senses, was swept hundreds of meters away like a piece of paper. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, his bones shattered. Can you please talk some sense into him? Ignoring his injuries, he looked pleadingly at High Dog. Do you really want to destroy the city? You could report him to the authorities and have him arrested. High Dog smirked and shrugged. Just cuff him and lock him up for a few thousand years. I've never liked that old skin disease. What do you want? Director Lee compromised. Compared to the lives at stake in the Zhong family, he was more worried about the safety of Black Mansion City. My kid is tough and could take a beating, but he can't be wronged. Since everyone likes to bully him, I can only use my own methods to tell the world. The kid I raised is not to be messed with. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the giant tortoise's sharp claws swept across. Buildings within a radius of several kilometers collapsed in an instant. The raging winds blew everything off the ground and small houses away. The bar street instantly turned into ruins. It's over. Director Lee's heart turned to ashes, with the demon ancestor making a move. There would be no survivors in Black Mansion City. Don't worry, Xiaoyi knows his limits. Hai Dog pointed to a small patch of land in front of the giant tortoise. Xiao Tao, Zhong Xianming, and those fighting were all unharmed. The demon ancestor did not attack them. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoyi excitedly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The feeling of restoring his full strength was exhilarating. These trash, I could drown them with just a spit. The old man looked displeased. If Xiaoyi hadn't stopped him earlier with a casual strike, he could have killed everyone on this street. How about, I kill everyone in the city who could beat you? The old man advised with concern, my spirit can only be used once. This is your father's life-saving card. If you encounter something like this again, I can't protect you. Xiao Bai and the others twitched their lips, leaving such an impressive trump card. How strong was Xiao Ye's father? No need. The latter stubbornly shook his head. I want to settle the score with him myself. He had already restored his bodily functions. And with the second awakening of the demon bloodline, he was completely unafraid of the opponent. My uncle said that revenge must be taken personally. Hua Wu died at their hands. I must do it myself. Xiao Yi stubbornly shook his head. Everyone has their own principles. The old man no longer insisted, but curiously observed the young ones. Although they were considered good among their peers, they were still unimpressive in his eyes. When your father was your age, no one dared to provoke him. You are too weak. After some thought, the old man sighed. Well, since you don't want me to intervene, I'll pass on a set of my body cultivation martial arts to you. Again, with the body cultivation techniques. Everyone present had witnessed Xiao Yi's body cultivation fist. That thing was ancient martial arts. If practiced well, it could strengthen the body and prolong life. Your father is too carefree, letting you venture out without teaching you anything. That kid over there, I find his finger techniques clumsy. You almost got forced into a dead end by him. With that, the old man's fingertips glowed with a mysterious light and gently pointed at Xiao Yi's forehead. You have the demon bloodline within you, which makes you somewhat of the same lineage as me. This set of divine powers suits you very well. Divine powers, a secret technique above ancient martial arts. Those who mastered such things were generally powerful in the world. In a sense, divine powers were no longer just martial arts, but secret methods. This set of 9 shells, Xian turtle technique. Your father begged me for 3 days and nights before I taught it to him. Once you have a slight mastery, no one at your level can break your defense. This technique is known for its defense. I'm not bragging, but in the world, there are not more than 3 people who can kill me. Even your 9th uncle. I don't want to die. He can't kill me. The old man proudly raised his head. Opposite, Xiao Tao and Zhong Xianming had already lost their fighting spirit. However, facing the demon ancestor, they didn't even have the courage to move their legs. 9 shells, Xian turtle technique. Xiao Bai thought for a moment and suddenly widened his eyes. Old man, you can't be a turtle. The 4 great demon ancestors of the world, Sword Crane, Fox Demon, Twin-Headed Flood Dragon, and Tortoise Ancestor. Sword Crane cultivates the heavenly path. It is said that it can circle around the blue star in an hour. The Fox Demon guards one of the 4 great families, the Ma family, and is the most mysterious. The Twin-Headed Flood Dragon is ferocious. The Black Flood Dragon specializes in physical attacks, while the White Flood Dragon specializes in techniques. The Tortoise Ancestor focuses on defense, rumored to possess nearly infinite life. Although in terms of strength, the Tortoise Ancestor is at the bottom, but it is, after all, a legitimate demon ancestor. Compared to human 9-sense powerhouses, such existence is untouchable by anyone in the world. Indeed, that is me. The old man stroked his beard, smiling at Xiao Bai. Kid, you're quite astute. It's a pity. You're not from my turtle clan, otherwise, I would teach you a trick or two. The old man enjoyed the admiration in Xiao Bai's gaze and pretended to be cool. How about I send you to reincarnate now? In your next life, be a little turtle. I'll protect you. Cough. That's really not necessary. The latter shrank his neck. My father knows the demon ancestor? Xiaoyu became more curious about his father, whom he had never met. With a mad dog as a little brother, he could even summon a demon ancestor to assist. Your father. In this world, half of the strong are his friends, and half have been beaten by him. The tortoise ancestor thought for a moment and smiled euphemistically. I can't say more. Knowing too much isn't good for you. Cough, my time is up. The tortoise ancestor glanced at Xiao Tao, then turned to look at High Dog from afar. Changing the subject, when you can stand on your own, your father will naturally come to find you. I'm leaving now. You kids practice well. In the future, we will meet again. As he spoke, his spirit gradually faded. Xiao Tao and Zhong Xianming breathed a sigh of relief, secretly delighted. With the demon ancestor disappearing, their advantage returned. Unexpectedly, just before his spirit dissipated, the old man suddenly remembered something. He took out a piece of tortoise shell from his pocket. Almost forgot. You're the younger generation. I still have to give you a gift. Otherwise, your uncle will come looking for me. Take this. It's just a toy. It's useless anyway. Below 8 senses, no one can break it. The tortoise shell was small, just right as a shield. It was engraved with ancient symbols, and a powerful aura was faintly surging. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoyu took the shield with one hand, while simultaneously taking out a glass tube from his pocket. He broke it and directly poured it into his mouth. Demon Bloodline, Second Awakening. Chapter 62. Zhong Xuanming's death, turtle ancestor disperses. Xiaoya's black hair turns red. The red hair dances wildly, and fangs grow from his mouth. That familiar wild and murderous aura has returned. Especially that turtle shell, like a shield, floats autonomously in the air, protecting his left side. Zhong Xianming, come again. Feeling the complete disappearance of the demon ancestor's aura, the two regained their confidence. Without further ado, Zhong Xianming raised the Xianming mirror again, using the same trick. Xiao Tao formed hand seals with both hands, fingers overlapping, and sneered, You're too arrogant. If that strong one makes a move, maybe you'll win. The two could not guess the identity of the turtle ancestor. After all, no one would believe that Xiaoya carried the soul of a demon ancestor. If he really had this nuclear bomb by his side, everyone in the Black Mansion City would have to bow their heads and call him Young Master Yi. Quick battle, quick resolution. Xiao Tao whispered to Zhong Xianming. That old man's aura is even stronger than my master's. Kill him. Sui Poyin Tit, Sui Yuchen. To avoid prolonged dreams, Xiao Tao struck with his ultimate move. This time both fingers shot out. The snowstorm in the sky swirled like a small tornado, crashing towards Xiaoya and the others. The raging tornado seemed to want to tear them apart. Xiao Tao even let out a flamboyant laugh. Without that old guy, you can still. Before he finished speaking, he saw Xiaoya not dodge at all, with red eyes and a wicked smile. Red scales emerged from his arms, fingers like knives. Bang! A loud collision sounded. The ruined bar street kicked up dust over 10 meters high. The two sides engaged in a melee instinctively paused, only to see the dust slowly disperse, revealing Xiaoya's tall figure. In front of him, the turtle shell remained motionless, completely absorbing the opponent's attack. The old man's shell is quite useful. Xiaoya smiled playfully. You finished your 3 moves now? It's our turn, right? Xiaobai. A furious roar. Xiaoya bent down. The unyielding cold light burst forth, and blades of air rushed towards them. Attack. Hua San and Hua Si attacked Zhong Xianming from the left and right. His support is the hardest to deal with. Xianming mirror, eternal stasis. The latter quickly raised the Xianming mirror and rapidly retreated. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he suddenly heard Xiao Tao exclaim, Get back. What? Before he could react, he found Xiaoya's figure had already vanished. How is that possible? What is impossible? Xiaoya's voice rang out from behind him. He saw the ghost-like boy peek out from behind him, grinning fiercely. Isn't it strange? The Xianming mirror is ineffective against you? Zhong Xianming felt as if struck by lightning. His body stiffened. His trump card was actually useless against the enemy. This hit him hard. The turtle ancestor's shell can even defend against abilities. Xiaoya laughed coldly, reached out with a virtual hand. Boom! The red electric saw seemed to hear the call, roaring violently, flying back into Xiaoya's hand. Damn it! Zhong Xianming was shocked. He knew the power of the electric saw, and without caring for Xiao Tao, he turned to flee. But he overlooked one thing. As he turned, the light from the Xianming mirror could no longer shine on Xiao Bai and the others. Sure enough, the moment he turned to run, Hua San's figure flickered on the ground several times. In an instant, he was behind him, while Xiao Bai and Xiao Tao clashed again. After barely running a few steps, Zhong Xianming felt a sharp pain in his thigh and stumbled to the ground. It was Hua San's knife. The mother-son sword pierced through his leg. My sister's revenge. You must. Before Hua San could finish, Zhong Xianming suddenly turned around. A terrifying beam erupted from the Xianming mirror. The latter was caught off guard and was blasted back several meters. Ha, didn't expect that? My Xianming mirror isn't just for support. Grabbing the opportunity, Zhong Xianming struggled to rise. Seeing no way out, he decided to fight back. Today, let you know why I am one of the top 5 geniuses of the Black Mansion. My Xianming mirror, besides support, also possesses attack power, no less than enhancement abilities. Xianming mirror, activate, power of the sun. As the Xianming mirror spun rapidly, a scorching beam pierced through the clouds, reflecting on the mirror surface. The beam grew brighter and brighter, like a giant laser cannon. Xiaoya, you lost. Boom. The scorching light beam was unimaginably fast. Xiaoya didn't even have time to summon the turtle shell. Whoosh. The powerful impact sent him flying dozens of meters, leaving deep scratches on the ground. Your turtle shell may be tough, but without speed. Before he could feel pleased, he saw Xiaoya come to a steady stop after sliding dozens of meters. The light beam struck his chest scales, sizzling. You don't think these scales are just for show, do you? The corrosive liquid from a 3-star converter can't do anything to his scales. Step, step, step. In the next second, Zhong Xianming's face turned pale. He saw Xiaoya walking towards him step by step, bracing against his light beam. No, no, impossible. My Xianming mirror can penetrate any awakened being below 3 senses. Damn it, damn it. He couldn't understand why his trump card was completely ineffective against Xiaoya. Speed restriction ineffective. Now, even the laser couldn't harm him. He couldn't fathom how a kid from a no-man's land could have more trump cards than he did. With every step Xiaoya took, Zhong Xianming's heart raced. Fear deepened, and the distance to death shrank. Zzz. Xiaoya's long hair flew, his posture tall, like a vengeful demon returned from hell. A sinister smile hung on his lips. Coupled with the roar of the electric saw in his hand, it drove people to the brink of madness. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Boss Lon save. He wanted to call Boss Lon for help, but realized the other party had slipped away the moment the turtle ancestor appeared. 30 meters. 20 meters. The distance between the two shrank. Zhong Xianming wanted to escape, but his thigh was already injured. 10 meters. He could even feel the sharp killing intent from the other side. 5 meters. Zhong Xianming despaired. 2 meters. Zhong Xianming used all his strength to unleash the light beam from the Xianming mirror to its maximum. The blinding light temporarily blinded everyone present. Crack! Xiaoya's front scales finally shattered, but he also struck back. The electric saw hit the opponent's trump card precisely. Whoosh! A cold wind blew. The light beam was split in two. Then it dissipated. Zhong Xianming looked at Xiaoya incredulously, filled with unwillingness. It shouldn't be. You should die at my hands. Whoosh! The Xianming mirror shattered into pieces. Xiaoya slowly raised the electric saw. If you want to blame my ancestors for being more impressive than yours. Hua Wu, look from above. This knife is for your revenge. No, let me tell you. A flash of red light passed. Zhong Xianming's body trembled. His arms holding the mirror were severed. At the same time, Hua San and Hua sees gloomy figures appear behind him. Their knives pierced directly through his body. The most promising genius of the Black Mansion. The lofty young Master Zhong. He died at the hands of the outsiders he looked down upon the most. This world shouldn't be like this. Zhong Xianming closed his eyes in rage. Young Master Zhong, Xiao Tao, who was fighting fiercely with Xiao Bai, had red eyes, forced Xiao Bai back with a finger, unable to believe what he was witnessing. After being dazed for a long time, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. You haven't paid me the rest of the money yet. Chapter 63 Defeated. In the Zhong family villa, Old Zhong sat in the rocking chair in the center of the courtyard. His murky eyes were filled with tears. The television in the living room was still broadcasting the chaotic scene live. The incident happened too suddenly. Even he, the head of the judiciary, couldn't react in time. Perhaps it was the bond between family. Perhaps it was blood that ran thicker than water. The moment Zhong Xianming fell, old Zhong's heart twisted in pain. The master, the master. The door was kicked open. Captain Zhong, drenched in sweat and with a face full of terror, reported Xianming. Xianming is gone. Slap. The teacup in his hand shattered instantly. The tea spilled on his shoes, but he was completely unaware. Just like the elder of Xiao Yi protecting his own, wasn't he doing the same? He promised not to interfere and let the younger generation fight, because he believed in his son. He believed that the children he raised wouldn't lose in terms of means, cultivation, or connections to Xiao Yi. But unexpectedly, from the start of the trial to Zhong Xuanming's tragic death, everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that while he was still considering how to quell public opinion and minimize losses, Zhong Xianming was already gone. But this was his favorite son, the future heir of the Zhong family. Master, what should we do? The whole city is denouncing us. How about asking the police department to help suppress this group of bandits outside the city? Listening to the slogans and footsteps getting closer outside the courtyard, Captain Zhong's heart was filled with mixed emotions. How did a family that was once the top in the black government become a rat in the street so quickly? The feeling of falling from grace made him feel like he was dreaming. The police department? Ha! After being beaten like this, do you see them taking action? Old Zhong had been in the judicial system for half his life and understood these people's psychology too well. I just called. Director Chun said there are too many parade groups in the city and they dare not use force. They are currently calming the public. Ha! Captain Zhong's words were not finished when old Zhong sneered contemptuously. Trying to scare children, old Chun is too shrewd to confuse priorities. If the police really wanted to protect the Zhong family, they would have sent people to capture that pack of mad dogs long ago. They've beaten us to a pulp. And he goes to calm the public? Isn't that nonsense? Well, it's fine. You are respected and esteemed. With a wave of your hand, someone will surely help us. Once the storm passes, the Zhong family will still be the Zhong family. Captain Zhong comforted softly, I will go bring Xianming back. In his heart, as long as the old man was still around, the Zhong family would not fall. Whoosh! This time, old Zhong did not respond. He slowly got up and walked towards the door. He walked very slowly, as if every step exhausted all his strength. Master, you can't go out. Captain Zhong's face changed slightly. Stepping out of this door meant declaring war on the mad dogs. Without turning back, the latter bitterly smiled. Zhong Ting, while there's still time, run. The Zhong family can't get over this hurdle. Don't trust anyone in the city. Those who used to be honored guests now want us dead more than anyone else. If the Zhong family is wiped out, our matters will not implicate them. Old Zhong's steps were slow but extremely firm. At this moment, nothing mattered to him. Not the mad dogs, not the old nine. As long as you're still here, the Zhong family won't fall. Master, stay calm. Captain Zhong shouted unwillingly. Only you can stabilize the Zhong family now. Once he stepped out of this door, the Zhong family would be completely finished. This elderly man, who had been through ups and downs in his life, walked unsteadily without looking back. In the past, he could calmly face any problem and turn the tide. But this time, it wasn't that he couldn't, but that he didn't want any more. The Zhong family? Haha, my son is gone. Is the Zhong family still important? The old man's figure froze at the door, slowly turning back. At that moment, the wrinkles on his face were terrifyingly deep. His murky eyes were filled with killing intent. As long as Xianming is here, the Zhong family has a future. If he is gone, who do I leave this family business to? Now, the old man trembled as he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. There was no longer the head of the judiciary, only an old man, seeking revenge for his son. Perhaps all fathers in the world are like this. He could compromise for the family, but without his son, what was the family worth? Going out is death. Mad dogs are outside. Captain Zhong gritted his teeth and stepped forward, blocking the old man in front of him, pleading desperately, Master, don't be impulsive. In the past, whatever happened, as long as you were here, everyone felt secure. Unexpectedly, these words seemed to touch a nerve in him. Suddenly, he turned around, his eyes bloodshot as he roared. Is it wrong for me to go collect my son's body? If it comes to it, I'll die with Xianming. If the mad dogs want to stop me, let them come and kill me. My son is gone. Living has no meaning. Now, I just want to collect Xuanming's body and take revenge for him. You leave the city, get out of the black government. The money we scraped together over the years is enough for you to live the rest of your life. After being scolded by the other party, Captain Zhong's body trembled. He lowered his head in despair. He could no longer see the ambition of a ruler in the other SIs. Zhong Xuanming's death had completely extinguished his hope. Xianming, Dad is coming. On the bar street, Xiaobai stood opposite Xiao Tao. The feud between the two began with a battle outside the city. Both were from prestigious families. Both were geniuses. In this battle, only one would survive. Xiao Tao ignored Xiao Bai's murderous gaze, furiously sweeping over Zhong Xuanming's corpse, feeling a pang of pain. He came to the black government because they promised him a large sum of money. Growing up as a beggar, he had an unparalleled obsession with money. Yet the final payment hadn't been received, and the financier had been killed. This guy is mine. Xiao Bai arrogantly waved his hand, signaling others not to interfere. Xiao Tao transformed his pain into anger, glaring fiercely at Xiao Bai. Do you know how much I lost? I don't know. If you can kill me and take my head to the four houses, find my second brother, he should be very willing to give you money. Xiao Bai sneered, tinged with bitterness. Let's kill him together? Xiao Yi brandished a chainsaw, eager to try. In his world, he would never fight alone if he could gang up on someone. As long as the enemy was dead, the means didn't matter. But Xiao Bai resolutely shook his head. The fight outside the city isn't over if we don't kill him. Outsiders will say my family's matriarch is not as good as Kou Island. I can lose, but my family's matriarch's reputation cannot be tarnished. Kou Island was the new generation powerhouse. The matriarch of the four houses was one of the few remaining old generation powerhouses. Although she was a woman, she commanded respect from tens of thousands in the four houses. Once a top red stick in the four houses, holding the mountain river order, she could mobilize over 10,000 people with a single word. Whether the central plains were chaotic or not, it was the matriarch who decided. As their descendants, neither Xiao Bai nor Xiao Tao could allow their elders to be shamed. Who? The two took a deep breath simultaneously. Xiao Bai was the first to take a stance. Mountain River, four houses, Tianyi Hall, Xiao Bai challenge. After Su Wei Tao, Xiao Tao slightly cupped his fists, his fingers shimmering with brilliance. Chapter 64. Life and Death Showdown. The teacher once said that among all sword techniques, the Tianyi Hall is the most respected. Xiao Tao licked his lips. Let me see what it's all about today. Xiao Bai slowly gripped the blade, the knife glinting coldly in the sunlight. As his palm brushed across it, blood stained the blade. Blood to open the blade, not dead, not sheathing the knife. The two locked eyes, their fierce auras clashing together. Sui finger, let me learn from you. 10 meters apart, the murderous intent in the air solidified. No more words. With a loud shout, Xiao Bai's figure shot out. The long knife cut through the air, creating a piercing sound. The mountain and river sword technique, mountain collapse. The knife's momentum was like a mountain falling, heavy and powerful. The patterns on the Bu Chun blade gradually lit up. Xiao Tao brought his fingers together, facing Bu Chun, the pinnacle of sword techniques, advancing rather than retreating. The cold energy gathered at his fingertips erupted instantly, clashing head-on with the blade's edge. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal was deafening. Both retreated a few steps. The patterns on Bu Chun glowed even brighter. Not bad, the sword technique is decent, but... Xiao Tao moved his numb fingers and provocatively smiled. The one wielding the knife is a bit lacking. He resisted Xiao Bai's Bu Chun with his fingers. This display of finger strength even made Xiao Yi frown. Xiao Tao was tougher than expected. Xiao Bai didn't respond, exerting force under his feet and charging out again. The mountain and river sword technique, river break. The blade light was like the Milky Way hanging upside down, sweeping towards him. The momentum of breaking rivers and opening seas, one strike unleashed. Countless blade energies swept away. The full form of Bu Chun, combined with the mountain and river sword technique, was not only as fast as lightning, but also heavy and powerful, almost encompassing all the advantages of sword techniques. Xiao Tao's expression turned serious, and he formed seals with both hands. Sui finger immaculate. In an instant, countless finger shadows filled the sky, each containing a domineering finger strength. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of continuous collisions rang out as the two figures darted around the ruins. The fierce blade, energy, and domineering finger strength clashed constantly, leaving only the remnants of the two in the scene. The fight drew the attention of Officer Lee and Hai-Go from distance, who watched in amazement. Guess who will win? Hai-Go playfully pulled out $5, betting with a 1 to 10,000 odds. Who asked the 10,000? The latter leaned back on the ground, lit a cigarette, and rolled his eyes in annoyance. If I win, you give me 50,000. If I lose, I give you 5. Hai-Go said nonchalantly. The latter was already used to his shameless behavior. Shrugging, he observed the two in the arena. Xiao Bai's mountain and river sword technique is considered top tier among ancient martial arts. It is said to have a history of 1,000 years. In her youth, the old lady single-handedly slaughtered an entire army on Kou Island in one night with just one knife. It is rumored that the mountain and river sword technique has 18 strikes, 9 for killing humans and 9 for slaughtering gods. But he hesitated. Xiao Bai's sword technique was trading blows with his opponent. If he were an ordinary person, he would certainly regard him with newfound respect. But Xiao Bai is the descendant of the old lady. If he can't crush his opponent with a single sword, it shows he is of mediocre talent. Although the Sui finger is strong, theoretically, it shouldn't be able to suppress the mountain and river sword technique. This kid has been soaking in the red light district all day. His body has long been drained, and his sword technique has deteriorated significantly. Hai-Go could see Xiao Bai's background at a glance. Despite being at the same second awakening level, he was only at the mid-level, while a beggar surpassed him in 2 years. I estimate if the old lady were here, she would be furious enough to start her period. In terms of family background, Xiao Bai could outshine his opponent by 10 streets. Yet, he could only barely match his opponent. This kid has been soaking in the medicinal barrel since childhood. Those with comparable backgrounds were all above the third awakening. Hai-Go shook his head in disappointment. This kid has put all his skills into women. He has wasted such a good foundation. Who are you betting on to win? Officer Lee asked with a teasing smile. Still him. The latter smirked. I don't believe the old lady hasn't left some hidden cards on him. Sure enough, Xiao Bai and Xiao Tao had exchanged dozens of moves. And for a moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Meanwhile, the patterns on Bu Chen's blade finally changed. Mysterious ancient characters burst into red light, dyeing the blade red. Let's decide it with one move. Xiao Bai smiled mysteriously. Bu Chen had its fill. What do you mean? The latter was puzzled, but instinctively felt a terrifying aura. The characters on Bu Chen seemed to carry some special power. Wisps of semi-transparent threads, as if alive, emerged from the characters, slowly piercing into Xiao Bai's arm. Bu Chen, assist me. Boom. Strange energies flowed into Xiao Bai's body along the threads. In an instant, Xiao Bai's hair stood on end, his clothes rustling in the wind. His eyes sparkled with golden light, and his aura changed. The killing intent surged. Come on. Mountain and river sword technique, 10th strike. Mountain and river shine together. With a loud shout, crimson light obscured the sunlight, dyeing the entire ruins red. The god-slaying blade. Officer Lee gasped in shock. The old lady even taught him this? Xiao Bai raised his long knife, his aura suddenly surging. This strike was as heavy as a mountain, yet as agile as flowing water. In the distance, a vague red divine shadow stood proudly behind him. A figure over 10 meters tall, maintaining the same posture as Xiao Bai. The violent killing aura was unleashed recklessly. Damn it, he is really going to tear down my city. Officer Lee's expression changed, and he decisively took out his phone, shouting, "Get in. One tortoise ancestor is enough for me to handle. Now, there's a god-slaying blade too. What sin have I committed? 2 living fathers." Xiao Tao felt the threat of this strike and did not dare to be careless. Crossing his fingers, he mobilized all the energy within him. He summoned his strongest finger, shouting loudly, "Su Iwu Chan." The finger's strength transformed into millions of white rays, rushing toward Xiao Bai. Boom! The knife fell. The armored shadow swung down its long knife, carrying a world-destroying momentum. The ground was cleaved open with cracks stretching 100 meters. A massive explosion sounded, and dust flew everywhere. As the dust settled, both sides of the chaotic battle, including Xiao Yi and others, unconsciously held their breath. This battle was truly a peak battle between geniuses. Xiao Bai's long knife was planted in the ground, with a finger hole in his chest slowly oozing blood. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, but wore a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. Your finger technique. I would call it Kato Eagle's finger. It almost made me climax. You bastard. Xiao Tao's legs went weak, kneeling on the ground. At his chest, a very thin red line grew deeper. Blood flowed out like a menstrual period. You've lost. Xiao Bai pulled out the long knife, laughing mockingly. If you want to make money to go to the club with this finger technique, which woman can last 5 minutes? Xiao Tao covered his wound, his face pale. Several times he tried to retort, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood spewed out. The mountain and river sword technique indeed lived up to its reputation. Xiao Tao swallowed the blood, forcing himself to whisper, but losing to you isn't because the Sui finger is inadequate. It's because I am of mediocre talent. I lost. It's not the Sui finger that lost. Lost is lost. What does the Sui finger have to do with it? Xiao Bai raised the long knife, laughing heartily. If I kneel today, it will be because my old lady's sword technique is useless. Chapter 65. Xiao Tao's death. Alright, I lost. You guys won. Xiao Tao forced a bitter smile and glanced at Zhong Xuanming's corpse. I don't want a final payment anymore. You can have fun with it. After speaking, he struggled to get up and prepare to leave. This scene left Xiao Bai dumbfounded. Is he not thinking clearly? Xiao Yi stepped in front of Xiao Tao, expressionless, and raised a chainsaw. Do you think this is a fighting game? You lose and just walk away? This is a death match. It's life or death. Do you think it's child's play? Xiao Bai was so angry he almost laughed. Zhong Xianming was dead, and at least 100 bodies lay on the street. After all this, he still thought he could leave. Xiao Tao laughed as if it were natural. Do you dare to kill me? My master is not some small character like the Zhong family. Do you think you can make enemies with him? I lost, so I won't help the Zhong family anymore. Aren't you satisfied? This battle is just a game, a task, a way to make money for me. Xiao Tao rolled his eyes and reached out to push Xiao Yi away, saying, You should be grateful I don't want to help the Zhong family. With my master around, Longhua is my playground, got it? He pushed Xiao Yi twice, but the other party didn't budge. What about Wawu's death? What does that count for? Xiao Yi tilted his head, his face darkening as he asked. Just bad luck for her. She had no background. Xiao Tao shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Aren't you the same? If it weren't for Hai Go stepping in, do you think you could defeat the Zhong family? Old Zhong could crush you with just one finger. In Xiao Tao's eyes, Xiao Yi was just like him. Backed by powerful figures, he could do whatever he wanted. Moreover, I didn't plan to kill you. Xiao Tao shrugged seriously, saying, My only goal with Zhong Xianming was to knock you down. And as for your subordinates, their lives or deaths are none of my concern, nor should they be yours. I 1T hold Zhong Xianming's death against you, and we probably 1T cross paths again, so let's leave it at that. Saying this, he covered his wound and tried to walk around Xiao Yi to leave. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed his clothing. It was Xiao Yi. His face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. You really want to kill me? Can you escape my master's pursuit? Although he knew Xiao Yi had someone backing him, he felt that even Hai Go wouldn't want to provoke his master easily. Hai Go said he personally chose Su Yixian's tendons. Xiao Tao didn't believe it. In his heart, Su Yixian was an invincible existence. Xiao Yi was no longer in the mood to talk nonsense. He released a chainsaw and punched Xiao Tao, sending him flying several meters. Before he could get up, Xiao Yi stomped on his head. After a series of kicks, he forced half of Xiao Tao's body into the ground. Life is not a game. You didn't just kill my subordinate. You killed my brother, my friend, my protector, lazy. Xiao Yi indeed viewed human life as grass, but he valued the people close to him deeply. Xiao Tao's indifferent attitude completely triggered his fury. He launched a fierce attack on Xiao Tao. Aren't you afraid of my master chasing you down? Xiao Tao could only weakly defend himself, cradling his head. The only thing he could threaten the other with was his master. In the past, as long as he mentioned Su Yixian's name, even if he killed the other's son, the other party had to endure it. But this time, he encountered a fool. Xiao Yi lifted him up, bringing him close, and coldly said, Call your master. You want to use me to threaten my master? Slap. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yi slapped him, knocking out 2 of his teeth. I told you to call him. Facing Xiao Yi's predatory gaze, Xiao Tao gulped in fear. He truly believed the other party would dare to kill him. His eyes didn't lie. Faced with real death, he felt fear. Trembling, he dialed the number. Not forgetting to remind, my master has a bad temper. If you kill me, there won't be a place for you in the world. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang 3 times. Hello, Xiao Tao. A gentle voice came through. It sounded like a middle-aged man speaking slowly. Master. As soon as Xiao Tao opened his mouth, he was pressed to the ground by the other party. What's wrong? Is the Black Mansion fun? If you're done playing, come back. Your senior brothers miss you. Su Ishian spoke like a kind elder, with a hint of indulgence. Xiao Yi's face was cold as he calmly replied into the phone. Won't be coming back. The voice on the other end paused for a moment. Suddenly, the tone turned icy. Many people will die. He had already guessed that his disciple was captured and threatened darkly. While I haven't moved yet, let him go or else. Let go. Xiao Yi found it amusing. You allow your disciple to kill, but not others to kill him? What will you do then? Su Ishian remained silent for a moment, and then said unhappily, I know my disciple. He wouldn't kill innocents. Since he attacked you, it must be your problem. This self-righteous attitude was almost identical to Xiao Tao's. Both were so self-assured. Then I have nothing to say. Xiao Yi shook his head in disappointment. A dignified powerhouse from Longhua was actually like this. He was no better than his group of wanted criminal uncles. Kid, let me go or you'll suffer. Hearing Su Ishian's voice gave Xiao Tao confidence, and he pointed to Xiao Yi, laughing. Let me go now, and I can let slide. Dan Xin. The latter didn't respond and turned to call out to Tan-Xin. She understood and threw the double-barrel gun she was holding to Xiao Yi. Bang! After catching the gun, the barrel was directly pressed against Xiao Yi's finger. I hate it when others point at me. Bang! The gun fired. Xiao Tao's finger was almost lodged in the barrel. At such close range, and without any energy protecting him, his finger instantly exploded. The latter clutched his finger in pain, rolling on the ground. Looking at Xiao Yi's murderous gaze, he became frightened and kept retreating. Su Ishian could no longer threaten the other party. He had lost his greatest trump card. You deserve to die. Su Ishian's cold voice came. I will find out who you are. No need to investigate. I'm Zhong Xianming, waiting for you. Xiao Yi said without hesitation, revealing the name of the corpse on the ground. Xiao Bai and the others' faces twitched. You say he's smart. He dares to kill Su Ishian's disciple. You say he's reckless. He even knows to give a false name. Song Xuaming Fine. I'll wait for you. Su Ishian suppressed his anger, sneering. We will meet soon. I dare to kill him, so I'm not afraid of your revenge. After saying this, he threw the phone to Xiao Bai, stepping on Xiao Tao's shoulders and wrapping his legs around his head. No. Master. Don't kill me. I was wrong. The boy who relied on Su Ishian's unchecked power finally encountered a fool. In this moment, he realized there were indeed people who weren't afraid of his master. Don't struggle. It will end soon. Deep breath. Hiss. Blood splattered. Xiao Tao maintained a look of terror, mouth agape. His head was violently torn off. After finishing everything, Xiao Yi arrogantly held up the head while wiping the blood from his face. He took the phone Xiao Bai handed him and shouted loudly, Your disciple is gone. If you're not convinced, come slaughter the Zhong family. Who the hell is Su Ishian trying to scare? I buried this idiot's head outside the city. If you love him so much, come dig it up inch by inch. Chapter 66. The battle ends well. Incredible. Hang up the phone. Xiao Bai and Tan-Xin gave a thumbs up in admiration. He actually twisted off Xiao Tao's head. If it were me, I would really have to think for a few minutes before daring to kill him. Xiao Bai laughed and lit a cigarette. Offending Baju is no joke. He doesn't even know who I am. Xiao Yi disdainfully curled his lip. By the time he finds out who I am, I would have already run away. Since the moment he killed Xiao Tao, he had already thought about how to escape. He couldn't stay in the Black Mansion anymore. He might as well hide in the uninhabited area for a year or two. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yi made up his mind. After all, the uninhabited area was the place he was most familiar with, and it was vast. Even if Baju wanted to find someone, it would be impossible. Let us go to the 4 mansions of mountains and rivers. My old lady can't just watch me get killed. Xiao Bai sheathed the sword of unruly, stretched lazily, and said confidently, "Don't worry, in the territory of Tianyi Hall, even if Baju comes, he won't have a good time." That works too. Tan Xian grinned cunningly. "Anyway, I'm following you guys. Don't think about leaving me behind. Wherever the boss goes, we go." Hua San and Hua Si nodded seriously. Xiao Yi smiled knowingly. This trip to the Black Mansion wasn't in vain. He had made true friends. No matter where we go, we're together. Who cares about Su Isian? Let him look for us. The hands of several people tightly clasped together. In life, having good friends and good wine is enough. The sky is high and the sea is wide. Let us roam. As for Su Isian, let him search. The hands of several people were tightly clasped together. Stop. Everyone, stop immediately. Hands on your head. Crouch down. Crouch down. At the moment Xiao Tao fell, a large number of officers and soldiers in camouflage uniforms from the city defense camp surged out onto the street. This group of people exuded a colorful aura. All of them were awakeners. The special operations team of the police department all crouched down. The city defense camp assault team, all hands on head. In a single encounter, the Blue Gang's lackeys were overwhelmed by the overwhelming elemental abilities. The smart ones waved their hands, signaling their people to crouch down. The newcomers didn't attack those outside the city. That was already giving the mad dog some face. Everyone crouched down. A man in a white police uniform, covered in medals, rushed to Xiao Bai's side. He glanced at the bodies of Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao and slapped his thigh in anguish. Damn it. The transformed beast just killed young Master Zhong. He was my good nephew, oh no. Xianming called me uncle for so many years. I must avenge him. Issue a citywide wanted notice for that big turtle. The wanted notices should be posted all over the city, but don't post them outside the city. He sternly instructed his subordinates. A captain-level awakener believed him and jogged to his side, pointing at the headless corpse on the ground. Report, Deputy Director, that seems to be the head of the corpse on the ground. Wow. Xiao Bai and Xiao Yi simultaneously raised their killing intent. Hua San and Hua Si tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to act at the slightest movement. Unexpectedly, the Deputy Director's expression changed, and he replaced it with a friendly smile as he asked the reporting subordinate, "Which team are you from?" "Special Operations, Deputy Chief." The latter was named and thought he was being recognized, instantly becoming spirited. "What good eyesight. We need talents like you." The people outside the city are making too much trouble. It's simply lawless. Tomorrow, you personally take a team outside the city to wipe out the Mad Dog's lair. No. The deputy chief's mouth twitched, and his face instantly turned green. Go outside the city to hunt the Mad Dog. Are you kidding? This guy can summon thousands of people with a single call outside the city. Don't be fooled by how few people Longzi brought this time. That was just giving face to the big shots in the city. If we go outside to find trouble, before we even reach the enemy's lair, we will probably be dead. Deputy Chief, shouldn't we consider it? The deputy chief was almost in tears. Unfortunately, the latter completely ignored him, instead smiling and stepping forward quickly, shaking Xiao Yi's hand. This kind-hearted citizen is even helping to clean up the corpses? Thank you. Who's this old guy? Xiao Yi was confused. Why isn't he arresting him, but shaking his hand instead? Cough. A friend of the Bai family, Xiao Bai introduced modestly. The guy in the floral shirt who went into the detention room was arranged by him. There is no doubt this person is very close to Bai Wangshu. The Zhong family has fallen, and the Black Mansion is about to undergo a major reshuffle. The deputy chief successfully took a stand this time and was in a good mood. He waved his hand and smiled. This is no longer your business. Wait. The next second, the leader of the city defense camp stepped forward quickly. This time the transformed beast is rampant. Our city defense camp must investigate thoroughly. Come with us for a while. Hey dog, the sly one looked at Officer Lee beside him with a half smile. You want to catch my kid? I'm protecting him. The latter scolded unhappily. Now, with the enemy and us unclear in the city, who knows how many death warriors from the Zhong family are hiding? If they end up killing this kid, what about my city? You should think about how to deal with Su Isian instead. Xiao Yi has offended the peak of Baju. Even if he has high talent, it's impossible for him to fight against someone of this level. Moreover, the sly one can't follow him forever. Until this problem is solved, Xiao Yi will remain in danger. After all, no one knows when Su Yixian will suddenly come for revenge. The city is about to change. If he wants to develop in the city, just leave him here with me. Officer Li sighed meaningfully. The city is not like the outside. Killing doesn't change anything. I'll teach them. You should go to Huibei Mountain now and persuade Su Yixian. I can't afford the mess he will make in my small city. Is this an exchange? The sly one smiled intriguingly. Officer Li wants to protect the Black Mansion. Either drive Xiao Yi away or persuade Su Yixian. Driving him away would offend the sly ones, and the best way is to let him deal with Su Yixian himself. Don't worry, if he doesn't come to trouble the kid, there will still be people looking for him. Huibei Mountain, the famous place where Su Yixian cultivates. It is rumored that this was once the dojo of a certain immortal, and now it has become famous again due to Su Yixian and his disciples practicing here. Upon receiving the news of Xiao Tao's death, a furious roar echoed through the mountains. The rage of Ba Ju changed the colors of heaven and earth. Flocks of birds flew away in terror. A blue figure cut through the sky, leading 7 disciples with a murderous aura flying towards the foot of the mountain. However, as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, an invisible force pulled the 7 disciples down to the ground. Bang! Su Yixian, dressed in green, fell with a grim face and angrily shouted, "Who dares to be reckless on my Huibei Mountain?" The next second, his expression stiffened. On a large stone at the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man was leisurely trimming his nails with a cigarette in his mouth. His bangs were dyed white, and a faint, mischievous smile hung on his face as he hummed a tune off-key. Lao Du! Su Yixian frowned warily, protecting his disciples behind him, instinctively touching his right wrist. "What are you doing here? I heard that dog had cut your tendons?" Lao Jio's eyes flashed with an eerie red light as he smiled ambiguously. "The people below are ignorant. I came to apologize to you." "No need. What has passed is past. I have other matters to attend to, so I can't entertain you." Su Yixian didn't want to tangle with Lao Jio. After all, this person is notoriously capricious and petty. After saying that, he was about to leave with his disciples. Boom! After taking just a few steps, several disciples suddenly felt a tremendous force pressing down on them, instantly forcing them to their knees. The fairy in plain clothes was both surprised and angry, and she turned around abruptly. Old Gio wore a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "What do you mean? I'm here to apologize, and this is your attitude? Do you look down on me, Old Gio? Do you understand manners? I'm here to apologize, and you should sincerely say to me, 'It's okay. You deserve this.' Does that mean you still hate me? Well then, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a fight. If you win, I'll let you choose my tendons. If you lose, I'll choose yours. Forget it. If you lose, I might just beat you to death. Come on." Chapter 67. A Whale Falls, and All Beings Thrive. Hifu news yesterday at noon. A beast transformation attack occurred in the city. The attack resulted in multiple fatalities, including our renowned genius Zhong, Xianming, and Wei Tao. The Hifu Police Department reminds citizens to stay indoors unless necessary, and to report any sightings of transformation beasts immediately. Hifu News yesterday. Hifu launched a special anti-corruption campaign, conducting surprise inspections on several officials reported by citizens. It is reported that former Minister of Justice Zhong Shan has been reported by multiple individuals, and the anti-corruption department conducted a raid on the Zhong residence last night but found no trace of him. A reward of 100,000 is offered for any whistleblowers. Each brief news item carries endless murderous intent. The upper echelons of Hifu all know what this means. It means that Hifu is undergoing a change. It means the downfall of the Zhong family. It means that a silent massacre is about to begin. For a time, everyone in Hifu City related to the Zhong family is filled with anxiety. Opportunists are already stirring in the shadows. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this lies leisurely in the top floor of the 9 heavens, enjoying the service. Latest news: Su Yixian will not trouble you for a short time. Bai Wangshu hurried into the room. Since yesterday, she has been overwhelmed with work. On one hand, she has to deal with the aftermath of the riots, and on the other, she has to begin devouring the Zhong family's inheritance. What's going on? I was ready to pack up and run away. Xiao Yi lay on the sofa leisurely, stretching comfortably. You're not trying to scare me, are you? Yesterday, the gray sad mountain was flattened, and Su Yixian was seriously injured. Just a few words made everyone present gasp. That was an entire mountain range. The peak of the eight senses was seriously injured? An invasion by other races? Or was it the ancestor taking action? Seeing everyone looking at her, Bai Wangshu pouted, "Don't look at me. I don't know and I don't dare to say anything. Anyway, you are safe now, and I've also fulfilled my promise to you." With the Zhong family's downfall, the Nine Heavens has completed its task. The implication is that the cooperative relationship between both parties should come to an end. Xiaobai had long anticipated this. After all, the Nine Heavens is not a charitable organization. They cannot support them indefinitely. Unexpectedly, Bai Wangshu changed the subject. What are your plans next? With Zhong Ximing dead and the Zhong family fallen, theoretically, Xiao, you should be able to attend school in peace. Bai Wangshu's question clearly had ulterior motives. What do you mean? Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes, half smiling, and asked, "Are you trying to drive us away, Miss Bai?" "Don't misunderstand." The latter closed the door, took a cigar from the cabinet, lit it with a serious expression, and handed it to the two, saying, "Have you heard of a whale falls and all beings thrive? With the Zhong family's downfall, many people will die, and at the same time, many positions will open up. Those who are deeply tied to the Zhong family will definitely be wiped out one by one. Those who rise to power by stepping on the Zhong family will not allow them to make a comeback." Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai exchanged glances. They too wanted to share in the spoils, but neither of them had a foundation in the city. While the mad dog could take care of them, they couldn't always rely on bringing people in from outside the city, could they? They were powerless. Xiao Yi sighed. "What is your purpose for coming to the city?" Seeing that the other party was not following her line of thought, Bai Wangshu asked stiffly. "To become stronger, to find my father, and to kill all his enemies." The latter replied without hesitation. His uncles said that as long as he had the ability to help his father, they would let them meet. But they didn't specify how strong that ability needed to be. Becoming stronger? The road to becoming stronger is a road of burning money. You need various potions, martial skills, and to collect various trump cards. If you are poor students, you will only reach the 5 senses in your lifetime. Bai Wangshu did not make it clear, but her words left several people deep in thought. The path of cultivation is arduous and requires strong resource support. Wanting to become stronger is inseparable from wealth. Xiao Yi frowned. He is currently relying on Tan Xin for support. The key is that Tan Shuangming has been targeted this time, and there is little wealth left. For the first time, he felt lost about the future. Seeing that the timing was right, Bai Wangshu slowly spoke. "This collaboration to bring down the Zhong family has made my boss very satisfied. So, are you interested in the next step of cooperation?" The two of them became vigilant in unison. In their minds, all these major forces are the same. They cannot be good to others without reason. They must have ulterior motives. The Bai family and the Zhong family situations are actually quite similar. Bai Wangshu sat down on the sofa, crossed her legs, and with a hint of cunning in her gaze said, "The Zhong family is official. They can't do many businesses themselves. We deal in intelligence. If we dabble in other businesses, it would make many people think we have big ambitions, and thus they would no longer trust the Nine Heavens. However, since we brought down the Zhong family, if we don't reap some benefits, I wouldn't be satisfied." So, she didn't make it clear, but her meaning was already obvious. Xiao Bai and Xiao Yi are both naturally suited to the underworld, and they almost instantly understood each other's intentions. "Damn, we use you to take down the Zhong family. And you want to recruit us as your white gloves in return? Since the Nine Heavens cannot dabble in other businesses, why not support a ground force? Many big shots would support some ground forces to do their dirty work. For example, the Blue Gang is a glove of the Zhong family. Not exactly a white glove. It's a stake, an angel investment." Bai Wangshu smiled mysteriously. Every smile and frown of hers is captivating. It made the two feel no affection, as she exuded a sense of danger. "I will personally invest 3 million in you, whether it's for recruiting troops or acquiring businesses under the Zhong family. I won't interfere. If you make a profit, I take 20%. If you lose, it's on me. Are you trying to sleep with me? Or are you trying to sleep with my buddies? Or do you want to sleep with all of us?" Xiao Bai's expression darkened. Having grown up in a large family, he had seen many tricks. Bai Wangshu's terms could basically be said to be giving money to the two without any conditions or constraints. And she didn't force them to do anything. This was not an investment. It was clearly keeping them. Why choose us? Xiao Yi shifted his but a bit, moving slightly away from her. The Nine Heavens has plenty of people queuing up to offer their services if they want gloves. There are countless ground forces wanting to rise to power. What they lack is just the investment from a big boss. In contrast, the two of them are young, without a foundation, and not particularly strong, posing no advantage. The Nine Heavens had no reason to choose them. Bai Wangshu seemed to have anticipated that they would say this. She picked up a nearby glass of red wine, took a sip, and with a teasing smile said, "Don't underestimate yourselves. The children of the Tyrant Village and the children of the Four River families are two titles that the Nine Heavens has a hard time reaching. Since I chose to invest in you, I must have done my homework." She seriously took out a document. This time selecting you is not just the opinion of the Nine Heavens alone. In terms of reputation, you killed Zhong Xianming and Su Yixian's disciple. This matter has already spread among the high echelons of Heifu. In terms of background, Xiao Bai carries the name of the Four River families, and the entire Northeast must give him some face. In terms of strength, the Mad Dog's entrance into the city this time has thoroughly given Xiao Yi a platform. In the future, anyone who wants to touch you must weigh his methods. Chapter 68. One Life Association reputation, manpower, and background are all in place. Now you are qualified to sit at the table and participate in this grand feast. And this is not my decision. It is the decision of my boss and other big shots in Black Mansion City. The biggest beneficiaries of sharing the Zhong family will undoubtedly be the Pang family, the Zhou family, and us. To be honest, the Bai family is at a disadvantage in direct competition. So, I found some friends, and in the end, everyone unanimously decided to let you in. At this point, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai naturally understood what it meant. The Bai family did not want to step forward, fearing it would affect the reputation of Jichangshan. After all, if Jichangshan took a stance and had ambitions, it would be questionable whether its intelligence could still be trusted. The friends Bai Wangshu found should be official people. That's why they needed Xiao Yi to step up and take the lead. You don't have to worry about the funding. I will take care of that. As for the manpower, I believe you can handle it. If you agree, I will invite the other shareholders to come in and talk. Bai Wangshu did not disclose the identities of the others, which shows her caution. Xiao Bai looked thoughtfully at Xiao Yi, momentarily unsure. Although this small group had just been formed, everyone instinctively looked to Xiao Yi for guidance. After hesitating for a few seconds, Xiao Yi nodded decisively. Are you not going to think it over? You've already spoon-fed me this meal. Even if it's poison, I have to chew on it. Xiao Yi smiled broadly. I'm all alone. If I really mess it up, I can just take them and run. That's the benefit of being alone. I can afford to gamble. The worst outcome is dying in the city. However, Xiao Yi changed the subject. You still need to help me with one thing. His eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. The child raised by Lei Zi has never been a fool. Help me get Uncle Tan out. Since we want to seize territory, I at least need a reliable finance person. The little fox by Wangshu smiled meaningfully. Xiao Yi's casual mention of finance actually indicated that he valued the other person's intellect. Their small group was too inexperienced and needed a mature and steady person to stabilize the situation. Tan Shuangming was undoubtedly the best choice. On the public side, his skills were evident. On the private side, he was Tan Xian's father, so he could be trusted. Moreover, he had been in Black Mansion for so many years and knew the ins and outs. All right, I'll bring him out tonight. Bai Wangshu nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and extended her soft, boneless hand. Then let's wish us a pleasant cooperation again. Pleasant. After sending Bai Wangshu off, the small group gathered again. Tan Xian, with tears in her eyes, grasped Xiao Yi's hand and said gratefully, "Thank you, Yigo, for remembering my dad." If Xiao Yi hadn't taken the initiative to mention this, who knows when Tan Shuangming would be able to get out. The latter waved his hand lightly. Your dad went in because of me. Besides, I don't have confidence playing mind games with Bai Wangshu. It's better for your dad to take care of that. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai lacked experience. If the other party had done something sneaky in the contract, they wouldn't be able to tell. With Tan Shuangming, this old hand, there was no need to worry about being tricked. Speaking of which, Xiao Bai leaned back in the position where Bai Wangshu had sat, and said with a playful smile, since we want to grow big and strong, shouldn't we come up with a flashy name? How about One Life Association? It's just one character different from Tian Yi Tang, And in the future, when we do bad things, we can do it under the name of my grandma. With this name and my living signboard, 90 of people will think we are a branch of Tiani Tang. Let's see who dares to mess with us. His suggestion brightened a few eyes. No wonder this guy got kicked out of the foremansion by the old lady. He showed no mercy when digging a hole for his own family. However, Xiao Yi quickly dismissed this suggestion. We don't know if others dare to mess with us. If Tiani Tang finds out, I estimate the first thing they would do is tip our little boat over. Which big power would let others ride on their name? The relationship between Shui Bai and Lei Bai? By then, the old lady could send someone to smash their stall at will. Then let's call it Brotherhood, Tan Xine excitedly suggested. This name fits our relationship well. We listen to the boss. Hua San and Hua Si had no independent thoughts. For the two girls, Xiao Ye's words were like a decree. My uncle said, when you mix in this world, you share blessings and hardships together. All brothers share one life to achieve something. Then let's call it One Life Association. We brothers, one heart, one life. Xiao Yi slowly stood up, his face serious as he extended his hand. If we die together. If we shine together. Xiao Bai grinned and placed his hand on Xiao Ye's hand. We are brothers, sharing enemies and sharing life. If you die, I will accompany you. Dan Xin Fun Lao sweet. Her eyes filled with gratitude. If she had still been following Zhong Xianming, even if Xiao Yi hadn't taken him down, she would have just been a dog by the other side. Xiao Yi was genuinely using his life to make friends. This sincerity might never be encountered again. Our lives belong to the boss. Whatever the boss says goes. Hua San and Hua Si extended their hands. The 5 founding elders of the One Life Association shook hands with each other. This handshake was for a lifetime. Next, we will recruit troops and expand our ambitions. Tan Kin Ikjite de Wavit had feast. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. Sitting back on the sofa, recruiting troops and expanding sounded easy, but whether the people hired temporarily were reliable was another matter. If there were a few spies from other forces hidden among them, it would be interesting to grab food from those big shots. This group not only needed to be strong, but also had to be united with Xiao Yi. Otherwise, they would have no way to cope with the upcoming chaos in Black Mansion. So many people were eagerly waiting for the Zhong family to fall, all for a bite to eat. If Xiao Yi led a bunch of scattered soldiers to charge in, it wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Why did Lang Zi dare to charge into the bar street with only a few people against the Blue Gang? After all, the Blue Gang members were just working for money, while the Mad Dogs were genuinely willing to risk their lives for Lang Zi. With equal numbers, the Blue Gang couldn't hold their ground for even 10 minutes. If they could gather a group of Mad Dogs in Black Mansion City, not to mention anything else, the Pang family and the Zhou family wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. How about we invite Lei Zi? Xiao Bai suggested. Back in the day, the Spring Mansion King had tens of thousands of Lei Zi under him. No major forces in Long Country didn't fear him. Half of those forces in Kyoto had been beaten up by him, and no one dared to say a word. Recalling this famous king, Xiao Bai felt a sense of longing. Looking out at the sky, he murmured, if I had tens of thousands of Lei Zi, I would go straight back to the foremansion, and the old lady would have to personally come out to welcome me. Just thinking about it made Xiao Yi roll his eyes. 3 million seems like a lot, but you can't hire many Lei Zi. They do life-risking work, getting paid once for each job. Not to mention the price is high. It's not a lifelong deal. If Xiao Yi hadn't touched Hua San and Hua Si's hearts, just hiring these 2 women would have made Tan Xine's family hurt for a while. If Lei Zi were cheap, those big shots would have already moved to snatch people. At a loss, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 69. Tiger Chio, the moment the door swung open. Xiao Yi displayed an expression of disbelief. Mad Dog and Longzi both had dried and solidified bloodstains on their clothes. They looked utterly exhausted, especially Longzi, whose left arm, right chest, lower abdomen, and thigh were all injured. If it weren't for Mad Dog's timely treatment, he probably wouldn't have made it. Even so, he still wore a cheerful expression, smiling brightly at his junior. Little brat, you've really made a name for yourself, huh? You even took down Zhong Xianming. Longzi joyfully stepped forward to hug Xiao Yi. Damn it, you have your father's style. If your dad had carried the demon ancestor's spirit with him back in the day, he would have sunk Kou Island long ago. Mad Dog cursed under his breath, but couldn't help but show a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Just like all elders who were clearly happy for their junior's accomplishments, but felt shy to admit it. Uncle Longzi, Uncle Gongzi, how did you get up here? Xiao Yi looked bewildered at the two uncles. You absolutely couldn't get to the top floor of Jichangshan without a black card. Could it be that by Wang Shu's so-called shareholders were Mad Dog? Take the elevator. Mad Dog rolled his eyes. Some idiot in a floral shirt even tried to stop me. I almost nailed him to the wall. Cough, cough. Xiao Bai and the others quickly stood up to make way. Tan Xen hurriedly ran to buy Wang Shu's collection cabinet and picked out the most expensive-looking bottle of wine. Xiao Yi respectfully poured drink for the two. In this battle, if it weren't for Longzi bringing people for support, and if it weren't for Mad Dog stubbornly confronting the Zhong family's top combatants, the outcome would have been uncertain. It's no exaggeration to say that both of them almost risked their lives for Xiao Yi. Keep in mind that Mad Dog still had a bounty on him. He would be arrested as soon as he entered the city. Longzi was just an ordinary person, yet he stood up against awakened ones for him. The only reason for this was that Xiao Yi was their junior. The two had taken their protective instincts to the extreme. Let's not sit. Longzi cheerfully picked up the wine glass used by Wang Shu and downed the drink in one go. The cops in the city are looking for you, Uncle Gongzi. What if I call by Wang Shu? Xiao Bai said nonchalantly. The deputy director is one of her people. Helping Mad Dog out of the city wouldn't be difficult. Forget it. Mad Dog dismissively waved his hand and sarcastically cursed. With their skills, they'd catch me. If you go outside and shout, Mad Dog is here, do you think anyone would dare to come look for trouble? They really think the cops in the city are blind? They know my movements clearly. He boldly walked to the sofa and sat down with his legs propped up on the coffee table, arrogantly rubbing his nose. I heard Jichangshan has good service. Nephew, can you arrange a full service for me? After being outside for so long, I forgot what fine dining is like. I'm not bragging. Your uncle once had a special connection with the emperor's daughter-in-law. Mad Dog's eyes sparkled as he gave a knowing look. How about I give you a demon dragon? Do you want it? Longzi rolled his eyes in annoyance. How little sense. Once the job is done, leave. Do you believe I could call the cops right now and say you're a wanted man? Cough, cough. Xiao Yi awkwardly touched his nose. The girls on the top floor only serve black card clients. These two really did fight, and they also truly had no clue about it. Mad Dog laughed upon hearing this. Isn't that a coincidence? I'm an unregistered resident. Can I get a discount? That's enough. Remember when you took Sangge to find a girl, and Jiogong hung you up and beat you? Longzi speechlessly walked to the door and shouted toward the elevator. Tiger Chio, come here. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce killing intent surged into the room. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai instinctively reached for their weapons at their waists. This killing intent was strange. It wasn't aimed at any specific person, but was pure killing intent. Suddenly, a young man walked into the room, looking only a few years older than Xiao Yi, in his early 20s. He had slightly curly long hair and wore a short-sleeved shirt in the dead of winter. His arms were wrapped in circles of chains, with the ends connected to two eerie steel spikes. He looked handsome, but his innate killing intent made him somewhat unapproachable. Uncle, the newcomer entered the room, first surveying the surroundings before his gaze landed on Xiao Yi. Cough, cough. This is Tiger Chio, based on our relationship. You should call him brother. Mad Dog stroked his chin and took some time to organize his words before explaining. This is, my distant relative's son. This kid has been fighting outside the city all the time, almost becoming a savage. His father plans to send him into the city to cool off. I thought, you want to develop in the city, right? You can keep each other company. Although Tiger Chio didn't talk much, he had good strength and could protect you. Xiao Yi curiously looked at the newcomer. His presence seemed to lower the room's temperature by several degrees, especially his eyes, which were filled with violence and restraint. Uncle. Xiao Yi had seen killing intent before. His uncles had strong killing intent, one more intense than the other. But it was rare to encounter someone like Tiger Chio, who exuded killing intent towards everyone. Get used to it. Mad Dog introduced nonchalantly. He means no harm. He just naturally carries killing intent. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai exchanged glances. Killing intent can be innate. Has he been killing since he was in the womb? Hello, little brother. Unsurprisingly, Tiger Chio was the first to extend his hand in goodwill. Hello, Brother Chio. The latter quickly shook his hand, fearing that he might get upset and beat him up. Longzi discreetly pulled Xiao Yi aside. Take good care of him. Tiger Chio has a close relationship with you. He can be trusted. With him around, ordinary awakened ones won't be able to hurt you. Of course, it won't be for free. Mad Dog smiled mysteriously. He walked to the window and pointed to the street below. There, at the foot of Jichangshan, a dozen trucks similar to Longzi's were blocking the road. In front of the vehicles stood over 100 men, all in black clothes and pants, holding long knives. The common feature of these people was their intense, killing intent. Even Mad Dog's crew seemed like small fries in front of them. As if sensing someone was peeping, the men in black below simultaneously looked up at the top floor. Xiao Yi felt his heart tighten inexplicably, as if he had been targeted by death itself. This was the kind of gaze that only seasoned veterans possessed, hidden yet deadly. As for your brother Chio, his family has some wealth, and I heard he wants to come to the city. His grandfather arranged for some people to accompany him. This group is now under your command. Use them well. What Pang family, what's with family, it's all nonsense. Besides, the group that came with me into the city is also yours. The city is different from outside. If something happens, no one will truly help you. In the end, you'll have to rely on us mud-legged folks. Get along well with your brother. He is not a bad person, but Mad Dog cautiously glanced at Tiger Chio. Try not to let him kill. This kid goes crazy at the sight of blood. Outside the city, in front of a dilapidated truck, High Dog still wore a trench coat, smiling as he looked at the few people here to bid farewell. Director Li by Wang Shu, and a refined middle-aged man with white hair. Everyone, thank you for taking care of him. I just ask that you don't come to the Black Mansion again. Director Li's face was dark, looking helpless. If you come 2 more times, my city will be ruined. If the kid doesn't get into trouble, I definitely won't come. But if he does, High Dog's expression darkened, and he meaningfully swept his gaze over the 3. Naturally, someone will come to you for an explanation. You brought all the people from the Tyrant's Nest to act as bodyguards for that kid. How could he possibly get into trouble? Chapter 70. Shareholders the next day. On the top floor of the 9 heavens. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai deliberately changed into brand new suits, walking into the conference room under the protection of Hua San and Hua Si. According to Bai Wang Shu's instructions, they were to meet with other shareholders today. Pushing the door open, 3 big shots were seated around a round table. Bai Wang Shu smiled and introduced the 2 to the others. These 2 are the young heroes who have walked through the 9 Heavens Lotus platform and single-handedly brought down the Zhong family. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. A spirited young man. The man to Bai Wang Shu's left was someone they both recognized, the deputy chief of the police station, who was in plain clothes and nodded in satisfaction. Let me introduce this one, Chief Zhang, who is temporarily in charge of public security in the city. If nothing goes wrong, he will be the chief of the police station in a few years. The alliance that Bai Wang Shu chose was perfect, as everyone could complement one another. We've met before. Chief Zhang greeted the 2 amiably. Bai Wang Shu pointed to the other side of the round table, where a burly, unsmiling man sat. Xiao Yi recognized this man from the city gate. He was from the City Defense Battalion. Li Shangxiu, Xiafli, head of the Black Mansion City Defense Battalion, responsible for the public security at the city gates. The City Defense Battalion doesn't handle internal matters, but they cannot be ignored. The latter slowly stood up, took off his gloves, and extended his hand. We meet again. You left a deep impression on me last time at the city gate. You took down the Zhong family as soon as you entered the city. Not bad. Hello. Xiao Yi approached and shook hands with him without being overly humble or arrogant. The other man's palm was calloused, revealing that he was a master of bare-handed combat. It seems Miss Bai has quite an ambition, Xiao Bai observed, looking at the 3 big shots. Their power was enough to shake any faction within the Black Mansion. With the Deputy Chief of Public Security and the Protector of the Black Mansion, combined with the resources and information from the 9 heavens, it would be a disservice to their identities not to make a significant move. What you need to do next is to swallow the Zhong family's assets as much as possible. As far as I know, the Pang family has already taken a lead. The heads of several casinos and nightclubs under the Blue Gang have been in contact with the Pang family. Get ahead of them and take down these heads. Bai Wang Shu efficiently placed a stack of documents on the table. Xiao Bai curiously opened it, revealing neatly organized information about over 100 assets, including the mistresses and hidden residences of the responsible parties, showcasing the intelligence capabilities of the 9 heavens. From now on, I will handle intelligence and money, and you will handle the action. Chief Zhang and Chief Li will provide us with protection if necessary. Excuse me, may I ask? Xiao Yi pulled out a chair and sat down, his sharp gaze sweeping over the three. As far as I know, the City Defense Battalion has never participated in internal conflicts, and the police station has always maintained a neutral stance, right? As the two strongest departments in the Black Mansion, either of these two had enough power to confront Old Zhong. If they chose sides, the balance of power in the city would shift from 5 factions to a 3-way standoff between Zhong, Zhang, and Li. Xiao Yi didn't understand why these two suddenly changed their minds to join this chaotic battle. Chief Zhang smiled gently and looked at Chief Li. The latter frowned and said seriously, "It's not that we want to choose sides, but we have no choice. The impact caused by the Zhong family is too severe, causing many citizens to lose trust in us. If we allow various factions in the city to fight over the Zhong family's assets, the Black Mansion will no longer have peace." Chief Zhang silently lit a cigarette and glanced at Xiao Yi meaningfully, saying kindly, "We are responsible for public security in the city, and prolonged chaos is unacceptable for us. Better to end the pain quickly. Let us appoint one person to take over all of the Zhong family's assets and suppress the speculators." A swift resolution. Chief Li's eyes were fierce as he sternly reminded, "If it drags on too long, it will be detrimental to the development of the Black Mansion. We must cut through the mess quickly and swallow the assets left by the Zhong family like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves." Chief Zhang rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, examining the two, and calmly said, "Once the cake is gone, the flies will naturally disperse. Can you do it?" Xiao Bai leaned against the table, expressionless as he lit 2 cigarettes, handing one to Xiao Yi. After silently smoking a whole stick, Xiao Yi slowly spoke. "To end this chaotic battle, we must use extraordinary methods. It will be chaotic in a short time. Can you accept that? Cunning little fox." Bai Wangshu smiled slightly. Xiao Yi was asking the 3 big shots for assurances. Ground-level fighting isn't just talk. It involves real weapons and clashes. "I'll give you 1 month. During this month, feel free to make a fuss. After 1 month, I will initiate a major overhaul of public security. If by then you haven't resolved the situation, then you will exit with that group of flies. Good tactics." Xiao Yi stood up with a smile that was neither completely genuine nor completely false, feeling a heavy sigh of relief. "I told you, you and TB, so kind to support us." Xiao Bai seemed to have also set down a heavy stone in his heart. In this world, one fears someone being kind for no reason. There is no such thing as a free lunch. After hearing the two, Xiao Yi felt more relaxed. If they could resolve the situation within a month, everyone would be happy. Chief Zhang would gain a controllable life. If Xiao Yi failed, then he and Chief Li could use the chaos created during this month as an excuse to clear everyone out of the Black Mansion. No matter how it's calculated, it wouldn't be a loss. What they wanted was long-term stability in the Black Mansion, and their goal would definitely be achieved. "It's settled then." Xiao Yi put away the documents, slightly bowing to the 3. "We will check the results in a month. Don't let us down." Bai Wangshu smiled gently. "The Zhong family has already knelt. How much of a storm can those little flies stir up?" Xiao Bai shrugged indifferently, following Xiao Yi out in style. As soon as the 2 boys left, the expressions of the 3 immediately turned serious. "Is what we're doing really okay?" Chief Zhang exhaled a breath of stale air. "Are we really supporting a second Zhong family? Otherwise?" Bai Wangshu sighed helplessly. "If we don't do this, how do we send that plague god away? Lord 9 has set the Black Mansion as a starting point. We have no choice. Choosing Xiao Yi. With some luck, he might be the next Zhang Yang. If we go against the Spring Mansion, with that lord's temper, we wouldn't last a month." Bai Wangshu rubbed his aching temples, murmuring, "Xiao Yi is a hot potato, but we have no choice but to take it. I actually think supporting this kid is a good choice." Chief Li shrugged, rarely showing a hint of a smile. "The kids from the Spring Mansion are loyal. Betting on him won't be a loss. Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai are both good materials. We can slowly refine them. We don't seek to cultivate another 8th or 9th lord, at least. We can lead them down the right path. It has to be this way." Chief Zhang smiled bitterly. The Overlord stronghold has entered the scene. This kid's background is not simple. Chapter 71. Tan Shuangming joins the team back at Xiao Bai's rental apartment. Tan Shuangming had been waiting. He looked quite haggard, with bruises on his face, resembling a weathered middle-aged man. Upon seeing Xiao Yi return, he managed a strained smile. Thank you without you. I might not have gotten out for a while. No need to thank him, Xiaobai said, carelessly pouring himself a bowl of water and gulping it down, jokingly adding, rescuing you is just so he can make you work for him. Old uncle. We young lads can't achieve much. Xiao Yi smiled as he took out a cigarette and offered it to Tan Shuangming. You could be our anchor. Dad, you often say that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Since Yi Gu rescued you, shouldn't you devote yourself to him? Tan Xin happily brushed off the dust from his father's clothes. The two of them interacted like buddies. The older man looked at the spirited youths before him with a complex expression. Both Xiao Bai's nonsensical attitude and Xiao Ye's rebellious nature were things he never possessed. This is youth, filled with confidence for the future. Uncle, you are an investment expert. Why not take a look? How far can our broken ship go? Xiao Yi thoughtfully moved a stool over for Tan Shuangming to sit down. Or whether we are worth your investment. Of course you are worth it. Tan Xin was like a kid on a sugar rush. The Nine Heavens just gave us 3 million. Plus we have Zhang Shu and director Li Strong support. His unfiltered words made Tan Shuangming frown. He pulled his son's sleeve with displeasure and whispered, "Don't talk about the trump cards. Just because those 3 support you doesn't mean you can act under their banner. Especially those 2 with special identities. Be careful, walls have ears." With that, he turned serious and looked at Xiao Yi. "What is your goal?" "The king of the Black House." Xiao Yi answered without hesitation. Xiao Bai, Hua San, and Hua Si all straightened their chests in unison. They had full confidence in Xiao Ye's words. Back in the day, Bai could lead 12 brothers from Hong San Street to become kings in Chuanfu. We could do it too. Tan Xin excitedly raised his fist. We can definitely do it. To outsiders, this might seem like a youthful joke, but Tan Shuangming took it very seriously. He knew the power behind these youths and understood. This might be his last gamble. If he won, he would become the next king of Mianbong. Xiao Yi handed the check and documents from his bag to Tan Shuangming, sincerely saying, "This is 3 million and our next target. If you think we have no hope, I won't force you. You are still my uncle. But if you think we young lads are worth your investment, then please postpone your retirement for a few years. Join us for an adventure. Maybe we can forge a good future." The check and documents in his hand suddenly felt heavy. This was Xiao Ye's expectation of him. The 2 locked eyes, and the middle-aged man, accustomed to deceit, saw a burning flame in the younger man's eyes. This time, Tan Shuangming did not refuse. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly asked, "What are your thoughts?" Xiao Bai, Hua San, Hua Si, and Tan Xin all gathered around. They were equally curious about Xiao Ye's ideas. Where exactly would they take such a large piece of cake from? Take down the Pang family. With one sentence, the room fell silent. They had anticipated that Xiao Yi would think outside the box. But they didn't expect him to be so bold, targeting the Pang family right after taking down the Zhong family. There are too many flies to swat. If you're going to fight, go for the tiger. Take down the big one, and the small ones will naturally behave. Xiao Bai clicked his tongue. Tan Xin also recoiled slightly. Fighting the Zhong family was for self-preservation, but provoking the Pang family seemed irrational. Just as he was about to persuade, Tan Shuangming held up his hand to stop him and gestured for Xiao Yi to continue. The properties left by the Zhong family are all controlled by their disciples on the surface. We don't need to grab this part. Let Bai Wangshu handle it. It's pointless to seize these surface companies. Do they really think the laws of Longhua are a joke? What we truly need to take is the territory of the Blue Gang. Xiao Yi's target was clear. The Zhong family's dirty business was all done in cooperation with the Blue Gang. Now that old Master Lon had run away, various forces were stirring in the shadows. I heard that the heads of the Blue Gang's establishments have started contacting the Pang family. "Uncle, could you please take a trip? I don't expect a deal. Just raise the price. You want to stir the pot?" Tan Shuangming instantly understood what Xiao Yi meant. It wouldn't make sense to attack the Pang family without reason. The people behind the scenes would think Xiao Yi was too aggressive and hard to control. So, they would force the Pang family to act first. The heads of these establishments from the Blue Gang seeking the Pang family were merely looking to sell for a good price. Since that was the case, let Tan Shuangming create some chaos, raise the acquisition price, and increase the Pang family's cost of entry. It would be best to make those heads wait for a better offer. Ideally, they would force the Pang family to use force, putting a knife to the throats of these heads, making them sell their properties at a low price. Tan Shuangming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he smiled sinisterly. By then, we won't even need to act. Those heads will come looking for us. Since they were going to swallow the Zhong family, they needed a territory. Xiao Yi thought for a moment, and his gaze fell on the bar street. Although half of it had been destroyed, it was enough to temporarily settle this group of people outside the city. The key was that the Blue Gang's underlings were either running or dead, and no one would notice them. Then I'll register a company. This will make things easier, Tan Shuangming said. He was steady in his actions, perfectly complementing Xiao Ye's youthful enthusiasm. The heads of the 8 major casinos under the Blue Gang have business dealings with me. I'll go talk to them. Deal. Then I'll trouble you. During this time, you can make any decisions you see fit. I'll introduce Brother Chiu to you later. If the Pang family comes looking for trouble, just let them handle it. Tan Shuangming's eyes brightened, and he smiled meaningfully. You're so trusting in me? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with the money? Xiao Yi had almost completely delegated authority to him. The 4 words make your own decisions carried absolute trust. But they were not familiar with each other at all. This boldness made Tan Shuangming look at him with new respect. My uncle said, trust those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt. You, or my brother's father, I have no reason not to trust you. If you really ran off with the money, then it's my poor judgment, and I can't blame anyone else. Xiao Yi spoke with deep sincerity. The father and son from the Tan family nodded, moved. All the big shots in the city are wary of their subordinates, fearing betrayal. Xiao Ye's genuine heart exchanged for genuine trust deeply touched Tan Shuangming. What should we do now? Xiao Bai yawned and smiled a bit embarrassedly. Start a company. None of us know how to do that. Fighting. There are no battles to fight now. You guys have to accompany me back to school, Xiao Yi said with a pained expression. After fighting with Zhong Xianming for so long, he almost forgot that the awakening ceremony was about to begin. I need to attend the awakening ceremony. Only then can I become stronger faster. Wow. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten. Tan Xian slapped his forehead. Then let's split up. Uncle, you talk to the Blue Gang people for me. But there's one thing, Xiao Yi said seriously, frowning. We could take over the Blue Gang's territory and properties. But not a single person. Chapter 72. Jianglang, 3 days later. Only 3 days left until the awakening ceremony. Xiao Yi finally returned to his student status. When the luxury cars of the 9 heavens appeared, the once lively school gate instantly fell silent. The previously bustling luxury cars now looked a bit desolate. Xiao Yi got out of the car in his school uniform, and the students standing at the school gate seemed to see a ghost, turning around and rushing into the school. Only a few honest-looking students remained. What? Do I look scary? Xiao Yi asked Xiao Bai in confusion. Why are they running away? When I was fighting against Zhong Xianming, the other students weren't this afraid of me. They won, yet they still isolated me? Xiao Yi angrily lit a cigarette and cursed. I'm going to report this. It's bullying, it's cold violence. All right, let's arrest them all. If they don't want to be friends with you, let us take them to the wilderness to mine, okay? Xiao Bai laughed and patted Xiao Yi's shoulder to comfort him. Based on my years of experience in the red light district, I can tell you, if customers avoid a shop, either the girls are ugly or they have diseases. Are you saying, "Em Magli"? Xiao Yi asked in confusion. No. I mean, you have a problem. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. You've spread the story of tearing off Zhong Xuanming's head all over the city. Which good person would dare to approach you? If it weren't for knowing you, I would doubt you were crazy. Xiao Bai put his arm around Xiao Yi's shoulder and laughed as they walked. Isn't this great? No need to queue wherever you go. It seemed that Brother Yi was unlikely to fall in love early. Tan Xian joked, you've lost the best memories of high school. Superficial. Xiao Bai proudly took a puff of his cigarette. Speaking from experience, what is the foundation of love? It's money. So, hiring a girl is the ultimate solution. You give money, she loves you. You don't give money, she loves someone else. No need for responsibility, no need for sweet talk. Perhaps it was returning to school, or perhaps it was the absence of Zhong Xuanming's harassment. The group was in great spirits, teasing each other as they walked into the school. Back in the classroom, the familiar feeling finally returned. A large group of students excitedly approached and surrounded them. Through the crowd's chatter, Xiao Yi and the others finally understood the situation at the school. Since Zhong Xianming and Xiao Tao died, the princelings in the school panicked. No one dared to guarantee whether Xiao Yi would come back to take revenge. After all, given his past behavior, it was very likely that he would kill everyone who had offended him. So, all those privileged students who were close to Zhong Xianming transferred schools. This was also why there were so few luxury cars at the school gate. Killing Zhong Xianming equated to offending the entire second-generation circle of the Black House. Overnight, the school transformed from a private institution into a public school. Jiang Lang, you're slacking off again. Hurry up and sweep. If you don't clean the playground today, you can get lost. Suddenly, a loud voice came from downstairs. Sitting by the window, Xiao Yi curiously tilted his head to look. He saw Jiang Lang and his buddy Ling Tong holding brooms with a look of grievance. In a vast playground, their backs appeared so lonely. What's going on? Xiao Yi asked his classmate beside him. These two were among the best in the school. In any secondary school, awakeners were the treasures of the school leaders. Their performance was largely measured by how many students they awakened. Logically, even if Zhong Xianming was dead, Jiang Lang shouldn't be in such a predicament. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of them, who had a big belly and a look of disdain, pointing at them, if you don't want to work. Get lost. Tan Xion's loyal little brother explained obsequiously, Zhong Xianming is dead. The Zhong family has fallen, and now no one wants to be associated with the Zhong surname. I heard that there's a strict investigation on the Zhong family. The school leaders are afraid of getting into trouble and want to drive away Jiang Lang and these loyal dogs of the Zhong family. People leave, and tea cools. Xiao Yi remained silent. How glorious was Jiang Lang when Zhong Xianming was around. It had only been a few days. At this moment, he was even more determined that he could not let his brothers suffer such a fate. Why doesn't he transfer schools? Awakeners are desirable at any school. Tan Xan sneered coldly. No school dares to take them in now. Any connection to the Zhong family will make them the target of everyone. Jiang Lang had promised his mother that he would definitely get into an awakening university, so he dare not drop out or transfer. Tan Xion's words reminded Xiao Yi of the night Jiang Lang was injured. He took nothing with him, except for a photo of his mother. If Xiao Yi and Ti cleaned the photo, Jiang Lang wouldn't have revealed the plan about Zhou Xiaobao as kidnapping. In a sense, he was at least a filial son, but without Zhong Xuanming's support, he now looked disheveled and downtrodden, dressed in shabby clothes. He didn't dare to retort when ordinary people pointed fingers at him. Deserved it. Tan Xian spat a thick phlegm at the figure in front of him. Bro, how about we just leave? Ling Tong said, his eyes red with grievance, gritting his teeth as he swept the snow on the ground. The cold wind seeped through his thin clothes into his body, making him shiver unconsciously. No, I must get into an Awakener university. I promised my mom. Jiang Lang lowered his head, trying to hide his embarrassment from others. Just endure it. Graduation will be fine. If you can't hold on, then you should drop out first. Forget it. Ling Tong helplessly raised his head and exhaled a puff of white breath. If I leave, it'll be even harder for you. Zhong Xuanming's other lackeys at least had decent family backgrounds. They could still find connections to get the school to reluctantly take them in. At worst, they could continue studying at another house. Only they, without Zhong Xuanming's support, were almost left on the streets. Still pretty loyal. A harsh mockery came from behind the two. Jiang Lang instinctively turned around, his expression changing instantly. Xiao Yi stuffed his hands in his pockets, squinting his eyes and remaining silent. Tan Xian, leading a group of little brothers, looked at the two mockingly, filled with disdain and contempt. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. A hint of fear flickered in the eyes of the two. Xiao Yi was back. If they sought revenge, it would only be worse than death for them. Jiang Lang took a deep breath, stepped forward to shield Ling Tong, and trembled as he said, Xiao, it was our fault in the past. Zhong Xiao is dead. If you want revenge, come at me. Ling Tong never laid a hand on you. What if I want to deal with him? Xiao Yi grinned. Hua San and Hua Si silently drew their weapons. The two turned ashen. Jiang Lang gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and didn't dare to look into Xiao Ye's eyes. Come at me. I'll take it for him. Damn, I'm not afraid of you. It's just revenge, right? Come on, let us fight. Ling Tong rolled up his sleeves and stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Lang. The latter no longer had the previous arrogance. He looked like a middle-aged man whose edges had been worn down by society. His eyes lacked luster without fear. After stopping his companion, his tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed, and he deeply bowed to Xiao Yi. "It's my fault. Please, spare my friend." Jiang Lang's body trembled as he closed his eyes. Time passed second by second. The punches and kicks he awaited did not come. When he opened his eyes, Xiao Yi's face bore no mockery, no contempt. "Our feud ended the moment Zhong Xiaming died. You helped me once. Without you, I couldn't have saved my godmother. I acknowledge this debt." Xiao Yi slowly took off his jacket and handed it to Jiang Lang, who was wearing only a single shirt. "I still prefer the spirited you. Zhong Xiaming wasn't a wise ruler. Are you interested in playing with me? At least. Next time you lose a fight, I won't kick you out, but will stand up for you instead." He said this sincerely. The sudden kindness left the two who had been wronged during this time stunned. "Why?" Jiang Lang couldn't believe his ears. "Because in the end, you didn't betray Zhong Xiaming. Because you're still protecting him now. I like loyal people. At least I don't have to worry about being stabbed in the back by you. Come with me. I have no dogs around me. Only brothers." Chapter 73. Delivering martial arts. For now, let's stay here, in the villa prepared by Tan Shuangming. Considering that Xiao Ye's identity is different now, he specifically rented this villa near the school. The three-story building is just enough to accommodate the core members of the Yiming society: Xiao Bai, Xiao Yi, Tan Xen, Hua San, Hua Si, Hu Qiu, and the newly joined Jiang Lang and Ling Tong. Standing outside the spacious room, Jiang Lang was stunned. Xiao Yi had specially set up an altar inside the room to place the spirit tablets. This feeling made his heart feel mixed emotions. Zhong Xiaming treated him like a tool and never looked at his mother's tablet with respect. Xiao Yi was different. He genuinely cared for both of them. To help them integrate into the team, he even arranged for them to live next door to him. If Jiang Lang had ulterior motives, he could assassinate them at any time during the night. Trust. This was something he had never felt with Zhong Xiaming. "Why is he so good to us?" Jiang Lang turned to look at Xiao Yi and the others who were helping to move things. With Xiao Yi's current reputation, many people would come to him seeking to recruit skilled individuals. The two of them were just students, and their strength was even inferior to Hua San and Hua Si. Once they joined, they became brothers. Xiao Yi, holding a cigarette and carrying a box, asked with confusion, "Isn't it supposed to be this way?" "My uncle said, when looking for brothers, don't ask about the past. If you follow me but still have ulterior motives, then I haven't done well enough." Jiang Lang opened his mouth, unable to refute. He found it hard to understand the young man before him. When they were enemies, Xiao Yi had dealt with them ruthlessly. Now, it seemed he had forgotten past grievances. "Don't overthink it." Xiao Bai, who was friendly, took out cigarettes and handed them to the two, explaining, "Xiao Yi is someone you should take your time to get to know. He has his own principles. He shows no mercy to enemies, but is loyal and open-hearted to friends. If he doesn't accept you, then he won't treat you as outsiders once he does." After saying this, he meaningfully patted the shoulders of the two. "Don't think of us as just passing acquaintances like Zhong Xiaming. Our Yiming society prioritizes loyalty. You would rather suffer hardship to fulfill your mother's wishes. That's filial piety. In the end, you didn't betray Zhong Xiaming. That's loyalty. Protecting your brothers is righteousness. Only when loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness are all present will Xiao Yi treat you differently." Jiang Lang and Ling Tong were taken aback. These virtues were things Zhong Xiaming had never acknowledged. He often said he would use talent regardless of background, as long as they had the ability. He overlooked the loyalty that mattered most to Xiao Yi and his group. This also caused his subordinates to scatter immediately after he lost power. "Not everyone can integrate into our small group," Tan Xin said, sticking out her tongue happily. "I'm still an ordinary person, yet Brother Yi treats me as a sister. Come on, let us eat." After a busy night, Tan Shuangming brought the food into the villa. Once the food was laid out, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai took the main seats while the others settled down. It was still hot pot, but this time Jiang Lang was no longer anxious. This small group had now taken shape. Most of the members were young, which made it lively. "Everyone, today is our Yiming Society's first gathering." Xiao Bai kicked Xiao Yi, signaling him to say a few words. Xiao Yi, not shy, stood up confidently, raised his glass, and said, "The first toast is for our new brothers, Hu Qiu and Jiang Lang, Ling Tong. We didn't know each other before, but from now on, we are brothers for life. I grew up in a no man's land, so I won't say sweet words. From now on, we'll see each other in action." The two brothers stood up awkwardly. They had experienced Zhong Xiuming's abandonment, ridicule, and exclusion. Now, being accepted again filled their hearts with gratitude toward Xiao Yi. My dad doesn't let me drink. Hu Qiu, still looking stern, raised a soda from the table. I'll use soda instead of wine. Why? Xiao Bai, who could chat with anyone, playfully put his arm around Hu Qiu's shoulder and smirked. Is it because you can't hold your liquor? When I drink, I want to kill people. My grandpa said I have too much of a demon nature and can't drink. Hu Qiu was serious yet sincere. As if afraid others wouldn't believe him, he raised both arms. The chains on his arms were engraved with Buddhist calming spells. This is ancient Sanskrit, carved by my seventh uncle. It can temporarily suppress the inner demons. If my chains break, you all run immediately and don't look back. The chains were both a weapon and a restraint for him. If someone else said such mystical words, Xiao Bai would definitely scoff. But with Hu Qiu, who exuded an aura of killing intent, it didn't seem fake. This is a Buddhist technique. Jiang Lang examined the chains carefully, frowning deeply. But wasn't the Buddhist tradition lost? Before the Great Catastrophe, Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and the Western Church were all vying for power. After the apocalypse, both the Taoist and Buddhist sects opened their doors to protect the people, only to suffer catastrophic invasions. Now, only the church still existed on Blue Star. Hu Qiu shrugged indifferently. Anyway, my seventh uncle said that if the chains break, just throw me onto the Isle of Kou. Cough, whatever. With brother Hu Qiu joining, our team's combat power has definitely improved a level. 10xin flattered lightly. Compliments are harmless. The others no longer dwelled on his chains. But Xiaoye's expression suddenly turned serious as he said, it's still not enough. Not enough? What is not enough? Combat power is not enough. Xiaoye took a deep breath. This time we can win thanks to Uncle Gongzi and Bai Wangshu. Our strength is too weak. Xiao Bai was at the second awakening mid-level. Hua San and Hua Si were at the second awakening peak. Tan Xin was an ordinary person. Xiaoye's demon bloodline backlash was significant. Currently, the only one worth noting among this group was Hu Qiu. According to Feng Go's introduction, he could be used as a fourth awakening. Jiang Lang and Ling Tong were at the peak of the first awakening. Among their peers, they were indeed considered top tier. But the Yiming society is going up against the Pang family, not just playing house at school. Cultivation has to be improved step by step. You all have done well. Tan Shuangming pushed up his glasses to comfort them. You can't get fat in one bite. Practice slowly. Not enough, Xiao Yi repeated. His brow furrowed. After pondering for a long time, it seemed he had made a certain decision. He walked into the room and took out a handwritten thin book. This is my uncle's health-preserving fist. Tan Shuangming spat out a mouthful of wine, his old face turning red. He knew Xiao Yi was generous and would casually give away rare items. But this martial art, Jiang Lang was also stunned in place. He had been by Zhong Xiuming's side for so long and had never received martial arts from him, only receiving guidance from the old man. Even so, he was grateful. He understood the power of this health-preserving fist very well. This was an ancient boxing technique. Zhong Xiuming had once said that this set of martial arts was even more powerful than the family martial arts of the Zhong family. Xiao Yi just casually gave it away. In 100 years since the apocalypse, all martial arts were passed down from father to son. Even masters wouldn't teach all their martial arts to their apprentices. In a sense, this was the foundation for a master to stand strong. To expose it to others was to reveal one's weakness. Xiao Ye's generosity made everyone at the table hesitate to touch that book. Chapter 74, Zupduing Jiang Lang, Nourishing Fist. Originating from the battlefield, the fist technique is extremely fierce and powerful, with punches sounding like cannon fire. Each punch releases force like a cannonball. My uncle said it can reach up to 18 sounds. Currently, I can produce 3 sounds, each punch unleashing 3 waves of force, with each wave being twice as powerful as the one before. As long as I can produce 6 sounds, no one below the 4th level can withstand it. 9 sounds can kill the 5th level. 18 sounds can kill the 9th level. The atmosphere in the room froze. Xiao Bai's mouth fell open, and the meat on his chopsticks fell into the pot. Jiang Lang's face twitched. I understand every word you said, but when they come together, I just don't get it. Xiao Bai swallowed hard. Killing the 9th level? Do you know what the 9th level means? Demigods. the pinnacle of human cultivation. A single person capable of destroying a nation. There are only a few ninth-level beings in the world today. To kill a demigod with a mortal body? What is the difference from telling a myth? If you really can produce 18 sounds to kill a ninth level, then this set of fist techniques is at least a top-tier martial art on par with the mountain and river blade technique. Should we just kill him? He has so many treasures on him. Xiao Bai jokingly wrapped his arm around Tan Xian's shoulder. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the dining table exploded. The chains on Hu Qiu's body shot toward Xiao Bai like a spirit snake. In an instant, the entire room was bathed in his murderous aura, turning red. The intense killing intent was suffocating. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Fortunately, the latter was agile and leaped several meters into the air with a stomp. Ninefold kill, heart-shattering spear. Hu Qiu's right arm curled into a fist, and the chains intertwined to form a spear. The killing aura instantly shredding the furniture in the room. The latter, frightened, quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Brother, misunderstanding, I was just joking. Ki Yi. Don't act recklessly. Damn it, brother, I was just messing around." Tan Xian and Xiao Yi quickly hugged each other's waists. If he continued to attack, they would have to move again tonight. Ki Yi, don't heat. Xiao Yi finally understood why Hu Qiu's father repeatedly warned him not to see blood. This guy completely loses all recognition when he makes a move. Fortunately, he still recognized Xiao Yi, and seeing him blocking in front, the red killing intent in his eyes subsided. "Do I not need to kill him?" Hu Qiu glanced at Xiao Bai with reluctance. He said he wanted to rob you. Cough, cough. No need to rob. This was originally a gift for you. Sit down, sit down. Xiao Yi, fearing that this elder brother would continue to act, hugged his arms and explained, "Xiao Bai is my best brother and also your younger brother in the future. Don't act against them. My father said you're my biological younger brother and told me to protect you well." Hu Qiu wasn't too stupid, just too straightforward. After the explanation, he immediately put away the chains. Xiao Bai felt like he had received a great pardon. He sighed heavily and walked back to the table with a wry smile. "Brother, I swear I will never talk back again. In the future, don't make such jokes." Hu Qiu rarely took out a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the other, trying to ease the awkwardness. "My father said, anyone who harms my brother must die. It's fine, it's fine." Xiao Yi chuckled, feeling both touched and helpless. The scene was a mess. Everyone looked at each other. Just now, Hu Qiu's attack displayed power close to the 5th level. That terrifying sense of oppression had only been seen in those old guys. Jiang Lang and Ling Tong, who had just joined, were sweating profusely. The opponent was only a few years older than them, but the gap in strength was too great. After calling everyone to sit down, Xiao Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead. He continued to introduce this set of fist techniques. All of you need to practice it to enhance your combat power. Everyone looked at each other, including Xiao Bai, who didn't dare to nod. It's too precious. This thing is definitely a family heirloom. Xiao Yi giving it away. I don't need it. Hu Qiu shook his head while coiling the chains. I know the Thunder Cannon fist, but my grandfather said the fist techniques I practice are stronger. You all can practice. He didn't mind Xiao Yi sharing the martial technique with others. He only cared about his younger brother's safety. Thunder Cannon fist? This was the first time Xiao Yi heard the name of this fist technique. Yes, it comes from the white robe. Oh, damn it. Then I dare not practice it even more. This thing is too precious. It's better not to mention the white robe. Once the white robe is mentioned, no one dares to covet this set of fist techniques anymore. The White Robe King, the previous generation's 9th level in Longhua. One person suppressing the world. The true guardian deity of Longhua. The number one in the hearts of all awakened beings. He was said to have suppressed an era by himself. During his decades in the world, global masters had to act cautiously. Unfortunately, he failed to ascend and died. The martial techniques left behind by such a godlike figure, one can imagine how powerful they are. We don't dare to practice the martial techniques of the White Robe King. Jiang Lang rubbed his hands, lowering his head and not daring to look at the manual. He feared he couldn't control his greed. If this martial technique were to be exposed in the Black Mansion, all the powerful would come a fight for it. Martial techniques are lifeless, but people are alive. If you don't practice, how can you keep up with my pace? Xiao Yi picked up the martial technique and handed it to Xiao Bai, saying they agreed to dominate the Black Mansion together. Be careful, I might leave you behind once I awaken. My uncle said, between brothers, everything can be shared except for wives. You are the brothers I personally chose, and you are meant to follow me to the top of the world. My enemies are very powerful. If you want to help me, then don't refuse. Xiao Yi scanned everyone seriously. I don't want any of you to fall behind. I don't want when I reunite with my father. You all are gone. Everyone fell into deep thought. Greed and rationality tugged at their hearts repeatedly. Tan Shuangming observed everything like a bystander, a slight smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Yi is completely unreserved with his brothers. That's loyalty. The brothers are still thinking of Xiao Yi despite such a great temptation. That's also loyalty. This team has potential. He smiled appreciatively and walked out of the villa, ready to procure a new dining table. Aren't you afraid we'll practice and run away? Ling Tong, the most straightforward among them, looked at Xiao Yi with a frown. What if we spread your martial techniques? You want to have any trump cards left? My trump card is you all. Xiao Yi looked at everyone with utmost seriousness. The brothers I chose want to betray me. If one day you really want to leave, it must be because I didn't do well. You can't blame yourselves. Practice it. In the end, Xiao Bai made the final decision. His face was no longer frivolous, but he sincerely picked up the martial technique and solemnly said to the others, "This is a gift from my brother. We can practice it. However, I'll say this up front, practicing the nourishing fist means taking on Xiao Yi's favor. He has a big heart, but I have a small mind. If anyone teaches this martial technique to outsiders, I'll kill one if they practice it. If anyone uses the martial technique to ally with others, I, Xiao Bai, swear, even if I have to drag the mountain and river 4 mansions down with me, I will ensure the traitor has no place to be buried. No matter what kind of enemies Xiao Yi faces in the future, if you dare to back down, I will kill you." This is not just a martial technique. It is the bond between brothers. Xiao Yi entrusted them with a pure heart, and they cannot let each other down. Everyone, including Jiang Lang and Ling Tong, became serious. To the golden platform of the emperor. I'll carry the jade dragon to die for you. Jiang Lang slowly knelt on the ground, his right hand covering his left chest. I, Jiang Lang, don't want to be abandoned anymore. As long as you, Xiao Yi, don't let me go, my life is yours. Wow. Everyone knelt down on the ground. You have promised me with great honor, and I shall open up a new world for you. Xiao Bai patted his chest, saying, I don't care who your future enemies are, if it comes to it. I will commit suicide in front of you. I am an ordinary person, but if Brother Yi needs it, I dare to take up arms and declare war on anyone. Brothers share their hearts. And Xiao Yi comforted everyone as he helped them up. It's not about weighing pros and cons. Let's fight passionately, so we don't waste our time in this world. Agreed. Good. The young men exchanged smiles. Chapter 75. 9 Armor Xian Turtle Technique 2 days later. 1 day remains until the awakening ceremony. The Black House is celebrating the festival, second only to New Year's. The television is filled with news about this year's leap over the Dragon Gate. The streets are adorned with encouraging slogans. Armed forces from the police department and city defense battalion are out in full force to maintain order. Since the apocalypse, the awakening ceremony has always been the most important holiday. On this day, the entire nation rejoices. Countless heads of families flock to the top scholar's well in the city, just to scoop a ladle of water for good luck. In the face of such an important awakening ceremony, Xiao Yi remains calmly tucked away in his room, sitting cross-legged. The turtle shell beside him emits a faint green light. With each breath, an indistinct flow of energy circulates. It is worth noting that this energy can only be harnessed by awakened ones. The 9 Armor Xian Turtle Technique. First stage, Xian Turtle guards life. In Xiao Yi's mind, the turtle ancestor is also sitting cross-legged, kindly teaching. This set of divine powers is known as the world's #1 defensive technique. When practiced to the highest level, no one can break your defense. Even if you only have a head, you could be reborn. Even the gods cannot kill you. Now, follow my breath to circulate your energy. This technique cultivates the inner, not the outer. By following my energy flow, you possess my Xian turtle shell, making your cultivation twice as effective. The turtle ancestor gently encourages Xiao Yi to sit down, placing a hand on his shoulder. The next moment, a vast energy rushes into Xiao Yi's body, causing him to furrow his brow and almost cry out. He feels as if all his bones are being crushed, and his meridians are like a pump, crazily inflating with energy. His blood flows at a speed 100 times faster than normal. Crack, crack, crack. Even though Xiao Yi has a tough character, he is tortured by this extreme pain to the point of wanting to give up. It is as if his bones, meridians, and flesh are all being crushed and then reshaped. Do you know why ordinary people cannot cultivate? The turtle ancestor asks and answers himself with a smile. Because their physical strength cannot withstand the awakening power. My technique is meant to reshape your physical body. Shin Turtle guards life, cultivates the body. Once you enter the door, you will possess a physique on par with awakened ones. Ordinary bullets cannot penetrate, and cannons cannot destroy. Moreover, this technique has an unexpected effect. The turtle ancestor smiles mysteriously and cheekily says, "Do you know the principle of awakening?" The awakening ceremony gathers the solar power from the dome above the Black House City. It washes over the bodies of the students with the power of the blazing sun, stimulating potential under extreme heat and pain, while also using solar energy to expand the meridians, helping students store energy. Xiao Yi nods seriously. The principle of awakening is a required course for students. Although he hasn't attended school for long, he knows a bit. If I cultivate your divine powers, do I not need to awaken? Xiao Yi grits his teeth, enduring the pain, and asks. Not quite. The awakening probability is 1%. The reason it is so low is that most people give up before they reach the moment of awakening or their bodies collapse. The turtle ancestor proudly laughs. And my 9 armor Shin turtle technique just happens to solve this problem. The longer you are washed by solar power, the higher the probability of awakening. So you need to possess a body far beyond ordinary people and an incredibly resilient will. Xiao Yi feels his blood vessels burning, as if the turtle ancestor's energy is a train speeding at full throttle, gradually expanding his meridians. Is the pain of awakening less than practicing the 9 armor Shin turtle technique? Xiao Yi is drenched in sweat, the intense pain causing him to tremble. Being forcibly reshaped by the turtle ancestor is the most painful experience he has ever felt. Unexpectedly, the latter squeezes out a smirk like a little white rabbit. Can endure such pain? The solar power condensed in your father's river sunset is at least 10,000 times stronger than the beam of the awakening ceremony. My father? Who exactly is my father? Xiao Yi instantly becomes alert. Having never seen his father since childhood, his obsession is to find a father he has never met. The once proud expression of the turtle ancestor darkens, shaking his head. Kid, don't think you can pry information from me. My spirit will dissipate once I finish teaching you the 9 armor Shin turtle technique. I cannot tell you who your father is. However, his strength is such that even the new generation of 8 awakened masters together cannot force him to use his hands. Don't seek him out. His enemies are equally powerful, and you have no ability to protect yourself. So seeking him out would only be a burden. Sui Xian is already the strongest person Xiao Yi knows. But does the turtle ancestor mean that his father is even stronger than these people? How strong must that be? Grandpa, is my father as strong as you? Xiao Yi asks timidly. I can't even defeat your 9th uncle, let alone compare to your father. A trace of heartache flashes in the turtle ancestor's kind eyes. This child has grown up in a wilderness without a father or mother. No one knows how much he longs to see his parents. Don't blame your father. He has no choice. The turtle ancestor sighs. You already understand the operation of the first stage of the 9 armor Shin turtle technique. Today, I will use my energy to reshape your flesh and blood. Tomorrow, if all goes well during the awakening ceremony, you will definitely awaken. Remember, the longer you persist, the more terrifying the abilities you will awaken. All right, the reshaping is complete. The turtle ancestor does not want to linger on Xiao Yi's family matters and hurriedly withdraws his energy. Xiao Yi joyfully checks his body. He finds that patterns resembling turtle shells have appeared on his skin, and his energy and blood are boiling, as if he possesses endless power. Previously, his physical strength was only close to that of an awakened one. Only by unlocking the demon bloodline could he have a physique comparable to that of a 3 awakened. After being reshaped by the turtle ancestor, he is astonished to discover that his physical body has already reached the state of the first level of the demon bloodline. He is not an awakened one, yet possesses a physical quality stronger than that of a single awakened. Shin Turtle Guard's life can passively enhance your vitality and defense, and can also be actively released. The turtle ancestor's voice echoes in his mind. When you suffer a fatal blow, activate the guarding state, and you can enter a state of false death and dormancy. In this state, as long as there are no external disturbances, all injuries can heal within an hour. However, be cautious. If the person attacking you is far stronger than you, it won't be effective. Thank you, Grandpa. Xiaoyi breathes a heavy sigh of relief. The 9-armor Shin Turtle technique comes at just the right time. This way, his chances of awakening will be greatly enhanced. No need. I've lived in your house for so long. I should pay some rent. The latter's voice fades away. Xiaoyi feels a slight stirring in his heart. The turtle ancestor is like a kind elder. This gentle care is something his uncles have never given him. Grandpa, how strong do I need to be to meet my father? At least the 9th awakening. The latter's voice is faint, perhaps sensing Xiaoyi's feeling of helplessness. The old man finally adds, tomorrow's awakening ceremony. You need to report your full name. Your surname is Sikong. Sikongye. The young man clenches his fists tightly, his eyes slightly moist. He finally knows what his father's surname is. Chapter 76. Awakening Ceremony 1 the next day. Awakening Day. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, the snow outside glimmered like gold. Xiaoyi stood in front of the mirror, his eyes burning with an unusual brilliance. Only by awakening could he qualify to approach his father. Today's leap over the Dragon Gate was crucial for him. Hua San and Hua Si respectfully brought over a coat and gently draped it over him. The black sportswear, along with his tall figure and sharp, chiseled features, made him look less wild and more composed. He resembled a sword that hadn't been drawn from its sheath, hidden yet formidable. Creak! The door was pushed open. Xiao Bai, Jiang Lang, Ling Tong, Tan Xian, and Hu Qiu had been waiting for a long time. They crowded at the door, smiling at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, are you ready? Xiao Bai lit 2 cigarettes and tossed one at Xiaoyi. The latter, with a serious expression, caught it and casually accepted the canvas bag handed over by Hua San, saying calmly, Sikong Yi. My father's surname is Sikong. There was a hint of pride in his words. With a surname, he was no longer an unwanted child. How did you know? Tan Xian asked, chewing on his words. Xiao Bai and Jiang Lang exchanged speechless glances. This guy really knows how to hit the nail on the head. Grandpa Gui told me. My dad's surname is Sikong, and he really awesome. The awesome Sikong surname. Xiao Bai frowned, thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Is your dad the king of the Southwest? I don't know, but once I get stronger, I'll go find him. Xiaoyi took a serious, deep breath. I must awaken today. If I can't get past this hurdle, perhaps my father's son fate will be lost. You can definitely do it. Everyone believed that Xiaoyi would surely awaken. If such a prodigy couldn't awaken, then no one could become an awakened one. Today you will leap over the Dragon Gate. We brothers will accompany you. Xiao Bai slowly moved aside half his body. A mere Dragon Gate cannot stop you. Jiang Lang nodded firmly. No matter if you leap over the Dragon Gate or not, you are still our boss. Hua San and Hua Si resolutely followed behind him. Let us go. The leap over the Dragon Gate is a colloquial term for the awakening ceremony, as it is a rare opportunity for ordinary people to transcend social classes. Some break free from poverty by leaping over the Dragon Gate. Some become awakened ones, allowing their parents to hold their heads high. Some, after years of mediocrity, leap over the Dragon Gate in one day and soar to success. For ordinary people, it is the only chance to change their fate. Today is destined to see many new stars emerge, but also many students returning in disappointment. The awakening venue is also called the Transforming Dragon Pool. Outside the Transforming Dragon Pool in Heifu City, it was already crowded with parents coming to send their children off. Some wore kipayos, symbolizing their children's victory. Some held their children, sobbing softly, having studied hard for a decade just for this moment. Some knelt on the ground, praying silently. Everyone unconsciously looked towards the gigantic screen outside, which would live broadcast the entire awakening ceremony. Inside the Transforming Dragon Pool, all the second-year students from the school gathered, lined up according to their classes. A unique spirit radiated from everyone's eyes, like warriors about to go to battle. On the high platform in front of the students, The top figures from Hei-Fu gathered. Commander Li, Director Zhang, and the heads of various departments in Hei-Fu were all present. With the sound of 12 bells, the host excitedly stepped forward and announced in a loud voice, "The annual leap over the Dragon Gate is about to begin. Students, the hidden dragon does not emerge from the abyss, but when it does, it shakes the heavens. After being anonymous for over a decade, today is your glorious moment. Become awakened ones. Become heroes guarding the Dragon Kingdom. Become warriors resisting the Transformers. Your families are proud of you. Your alma mater is proud of you. Hei-Fu is proud of you. Today, the Leap Over the Dragon Gate ceremony has specially invited mentors from the top 10 prestigious schools in the Dragon Kingdom to witness this event. Those who perform excellently will be recommended to prestigious schools." The scene instantly became lively. Over the years, it was rare for mentors from prestigious schools to lower themselves to recruit students at the awakening ceremony. On the high platform, 10 extraordinary experts rose simultaneously. Each exuded a powerful aura, their eyes like torches, and just a glance at the students below made most of them too intimidated to raise their heads. The mentors from the Awakening University were at least of the third awakening level, while the top 10 prestigious schools had nurtured countless heroes, with some teachers reaching the fourth awakening level. This ceremony had many good seeds. The elder, sitting in the central position with an air of immortality, stroked his beard and smiled. "Our Dragon Kingdom truly has an abundance of talent. Hei-Fu is a place of outstanding people and rich land. I'm sure it won't disappoint everyone." Commander Li nodded with a smile, watching the eager students below, feeling emotional. "I remember last year, your city produced a mythical type ability user, right? It seems his name was Zhong Xianming." The elder smiled with satisfaction. "I only regret that I was tied up with matters last year and didn't timely grant him a recommendation. I wonder, does he have a school he desires this year?" Upon hearing this, the other mentors from different schools revealed strange expressions. They had come to Hei-Fu to select talents. Zhong Xianming's Xianming Mirror was an extremely rare ability, naturally one they wanted to recruit. "I'm afraid this will disappoint old Su," a male mentor beside him said with a half-smile, glancing at Commander Li, whose expression had changed slightly. "Zhong Xianming has already been killed, and the one who killed him was a little punk outside the city." "What?" The other mentors immediately lost their composure, especially the elder sitting in the center. His eyes widened as he sternly questioned, "Commander Li, what is going on? I remember your city defense battalion is responsible for guarding Hei-Fu. How could the pride of the Dragon Kingdom die at the hands of bandits outside the city?" The elder held a very high position in the education sector. Even Commander Li didn't dare to offend him easily, so he could only brace himself and say, "The one who killed Zhong Xianming is the bandit leader Crazy Dog Zhang outside the city. I have already reported it to the capital, and he will be eliminated soon." "That doesn't seem right, does it?" The male teacher grinned sarcastically. "I heard the person who killed him is named Xiaoyi. Seems he is also a student from your Hei-Fu." Bai Wangshu, the special guest, turned cold at this. It was the first time Xiaoyi was mentioned by chance. That he twice linked Zhong Xianming's death to Xiaoyi. "In 3 minutes, I want all his information." She calmly turned to Hua Qinshan and instructed. The next moment, her phone displayed the information about the male mentor. Mentor Li Hua from the top 10 universities, peak level of the Third Awakening, originally from Hei-Fu. Ability, Enhancement System, Rending Wind Leg. He has served as a mentor at Star Academy for 5 years, having completed his studies with the help of a benefactor in his impoverished childhood. The last part of the information prominently stated benefactor, Zhongshan. Bai Wangshu took a deep breath and secretly handed her phone to Director Zhang. The latter frowned. It seemed that kid was in for a rough day. Chapter 77 Awakening Ceremony 2 Director Li, you must give me an explanation. Su Lao frowned and sternly reprimanded. My lifelong ambition is for the talents of Longhua to thrive, to protect Longhua, and to enhance our national prestige. Such a good seedling has just disappeared. If the suspect does not surrender within 3 days, I will personally go to the capital to file a complaint. Director Li smiled on the surface, but a killing intent had already risen in his heart. Li Hua was clearly trying to use the situation to eliminate someone. Su Lao was upright and authoritative. If he truly wanted to intervene, it would be trouble for Xiaoyi. In the education sector, this old man was notorious for being difficult to deal with. While they say he is dedicated to education, in reality, he is just stubborn. Cough, cough. What Su Lao doesn't he know is that Zhong Shan has been investigated for corruption and bribery. Zhang Shu was worried that Director Li might say something inappropriate due to his straightforward nature, so he quickly tried to remedy the situation. Unexpectedly, Li Hua simply squeezed in next to Su Lao and, with a half-smile, provoked, "What? Are you going to punish the entire family? What does Zhong Shan's crime have to do with Zhong Xiaming? He is still a child. Does he have the ability to influence Zhong Shan's actions?" The atmosphere instantly became tense. Director Li's face darkened. Su Lao's brows were tightly furrowed, while a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Hua's eyes. What kind of expression is this from Director Li? Did I say something wrong? We are here to educate, not to be your soldiers. Surely I can't be arrested just for speaking a few fair words? Li Hua was from the education system and had no worries about retaliation from Director Li. The key was Su Lao. He had students all over the place, and Director Li had to be wary of him. As expected, after being provoked by Li Hua, Su Lao's dissatisfaction had reached its peak. His previous smile had completely vanished, and in front of the cameras, he no longer showed any good face to the high-ranking officials of the Black Mansion. The visitors are not friendly. Zhang Shu took a deep breath and returned to his seat. Bai Wangshu, pondering, tucked her hair behind her ear and quietly asked, "I can understand that Li Hua wants to take revenge for the Zhong family. But shouldn't he target Xiaoyi? Why is he going after Director Li? It was better not to mention it." Once they did, both felt a pair of eyes watching them in the dark. He knew that Xiaoyi was backed by old Li, who told him, "Investigate it." The two shrank into the corner, their expressions gradually turning cold. Meanwhile, Director Li was still being tormented, and Su Lao wished he could eat him alive. Fortunately, the host noticed his embarrassment and quickly spoke up. "Now, we will begin the first item of the ceremony. Please have the student representative come to the stage to speak." In the past, the representatives who spoke were always from the first private high school, as it had the strongest faculty and the most awakened students each time. Sorry to interrupt. Li Hua took the opportunity, standing up to stop the representative from the first high school with his gaze. Striding confidently to the front of the stage, he took the host's microphone and smiled, asking, "As far as I know, all the awakened students from the first high school transferred overnight. The famous genius youth met a tragic end in the streets. May I ask, do you really have the qualifications to represent the Black Mansion Academy? A school that cannot retain talent, I believe, does not deserve to speak on stage." In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. No one expected Li Hua would dare to slap the first high school in the face publicly. His identity as a mentor from the Star Academy gave his words significant weight. The principal of the first high school turned red with embarrassment, and the other students clenched their fists, glaring angrily at the person on stage. What is an alma mater? An alma mater is one that can be scolded 1,000 times by its own, but does not allow anyone else to criticize it. Li Hua was not just insulting the principal, but also them. "I heard that the first high school is now left with a bunch of delinquents. Do they deserve to be called students? Then do you deserve to be called a mentor?" A loud shout rang out. All the teachers and students turned to look at the entrance. The cameras on site also shifted to the speaker. Bai Wangshu and Zhang Shu instinctively stood up. The principal of the first high school was almost in tears. Finally, someone was standing up for him. At the entrance, several young people stood side by side. "Yige, yige, yige." The students from the first high school participating in the awakening ceremony suddenly found their backbone. They erupted in excitement. They had been humiliated by Li Hua in front of everyone, and this grievance completely exploded the moment they saw Xiaoyi. Wow! The students from the first high school tacitly made way. Thud, thud, thud. Xiaoyi, hands in his pockets with a fierce gaze, was the first to walk towards the high platform. Xiao Bai, carrying the non-submissive, followed closely behind with a playful expression, next to Tan Xin. Jiang Lang and Ling Tong guarded their sides and rear. Hua San and Hua Si, each holding a sheath, leisurely brought up the rear. Their positions were clear. Xiaoyi led the charge. Xiao Bai and Tan Xin provided support. Jiang Lang and Ling Tong defended the sides and rear, while Hua San and Hua Si were ready to launch surprise attacks at any moment. This coordinated stance caught the attention of the high school mentors on the stage. The strength of one person can be faked, but one's gaze cannot deceive. Xiao Ye's eyes were filled with defiance, showing no fear of the higher-ups, completely disregarding the hostile glances from other schools. Yige, boss. As Xiao Yi and his group moved through the crowd, students on both sides spontaneously bowed in respect. Su Lao, look, what are the students of the first high school doing? You are students, not members of club. Li Hua shouted angrily. The ones you should be bowing to are the teachers, the mentors who cultivated you. Su Lao's gaze was fixed on Xiao Yi. After a long time, he suddenly asked directly, "Who is he?" "He is the one who killed Zhong Xianming." Li Hua answered quickly, "Did you see me kill someone?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yi brought his group onto the high platform. The guards on both sides attempted to intervene, but Zhang Lang and Ling Tong had already rushed out, weapons drawn and blocking the way. "Don't move. I ask you, did you see me kill someone?" Xiao Yi strode swiftly to Li Hua's front. He was not much shorter than the other, leaning in aggressively and asking in a loud voice, "Speak. Which I saw me kill someone." "You. The whole city is saying you killed Zhong Xianming." Li Hua's expression changed slightly. After all, the official narrative stated that Zhong Xianming was killed by a transformed beast. If he wanted to say that Xiao Yi killed someone, he had to provide evidence. "The whole city is also saying your mother is working in a red light district." Xiao Bai smirked, digging in his ears. What a statement from the whole city. "Are you questioning the credibility of Longwa's police system?" "I didn't T. The latter was not Su Lao. He didn't have the guts to go against the entire police system. Questioning the Black Mansion police station is equivalent to questioning the entire Longwa law enforcement. You should know that the Black Mansion police station is under the Security Bureau, which is a prominent department in Longwa. What do you have to say?" Xiao Yi stepped forward, aggressively stating, "This is our Black Mansion's awakening ceremony. You come up here pointing fingers? Do you think you're the protagonist? If you want to speak up for Zhong Xianming, go to the capital. We, the people of Black Mansion, have bad tempers. When friends come, there's good wine. But when enemies come..." Bang! A gunshot rang out. Li Hua's feet kicked up a shower of gravel. Tan Xian stuck out her tongue, pointed her double-barreled gun, and laughed. "Sorry, it went off accidentally." Chapter 78. Strongly retaliating look at you. Do you look like a student? Have you ever learned to respect teachers and value education? Li Hua finally realized his own loss of composure. He indeed wanted to take revenge for Zhong Xianming, but he had just gotten carried away. He forgot that this was the awakening ceremony of the Black House. He ran to the front of the stage, gesturing wildly, which was clearly overstepping his bounds. Looking at Director Li and the senior officials of the Black House, there was no sign that they intended to intervene on his behalf. Even the other mentors accompanying him pretended not to see. They were here to recruit, not to make enemies with the entire Black House. It was fine to provoke Director Li, but he couldn't publicly criticize the first high school in front of the entire house, let alone insult its students. Respecting teachers and valuing education? Some teachers deserve our respect, but some, do they even qualify? Xiao Yi stood tall in front of the cameras of the entire house, unafraid of the opponent's status, and questioned, "I ask you, do you qualify?" I qualify. You qualify my ass." Xiao Bai cursed from behind Xiao Yi. The students from First High School also began to shout angrily, "Get lost. What top 10 prestigious schools? With a teacher like this, even if I awaken, I won't go." The insults directed at First High School earlier came back to haunt Li Hua. He was instantly put on the hot seat. He should never have made enemies with the students during the house's live broadcast. Students at this age are full of vigor and won't care who you are. Xiao Yi slowly raised his head. The noisy crowd fell silent in an instant. Do you understand the students of the Black House? Do you understand First High School? Can you name any of them? Xiao Yi didn't give the opponent a chance to breathe, continuing to press, "You know nothing? So why do you say they're not capable? Why do you say First High School is unworthy to represent the Black House? We are unworthy to represent the Black House. Then you ask who is worthy?" Xiao Yi turned around fiercely, glaring at all the students present. "Who is worthy?" Boom! The red cloth of the non-submissive faction burst apart, and the long knife slammed heavily onto the stage. Xiao Bai stood on the giant blade, scanning the audience with a threatening gaze. Hua San and Hua Si stepped forward simultaneously, protecting Xiao Yi from behind. As long as Li Hua dared to act, they would dare to strike. For a moment, the entire venue was silent. Other schools wanted to surpass First High School, but who would dare to step onto the stage at this critical moment? Xiao Bai's knife was right there. Which student from their school could match Xiao Yi? Although Xiao Yi wouldn't admit it, the whole city knew that Zhong Xianming was killed by him. Come on, point out. Who is worthy? Xiao Yi coldly pointed at the audience. The other students, waiting for their awakening, all lowered their heads. Cough, cough. Li Hua, caught between a rock and a hard place, could only look to Elder Su for help. But the latter was targeting Director Li because he hadn't protected the genius well, not because he had a good relationship with Li Hua. The other party's actions had already stirred public outrage. He didn't want to tarnish his own school's reputation. What are you looking at? Xiao Yi pushed him aside and walked straight to the center of the stage. With fiery eyes and a murderous aura, he looked at everyone below. Now, I represent First High School to speak. Is there anyone who opposes? All the students tacitly remained silent. The leaders of other schools wanted to oppose, but as long as they intervened, it would mean siding with outsiders against the Black House. In this situation, who would dare to jump in? Is there anyone? Xiao Yi shouted Lude. No one. Brother Yi is awesome. Brother Yi can represent us. The students of First High School excitedly cheered. The principal at the front of the line stood proudly, gaining confidence from how impressive his students were. Xiao Yi, you come to represent First High School. The principal instructed, cupping his hands like a megaphone. Don't embarrass our school. Huh. Xiao Bai provocatively looked at Li Hua. This unknown teacher. Do you want to replace my Xiao Yi to speak? Do you know what it means to be a student representative? Just learning abilities without taking any cultural classes? Do you even look like a student? Xiao Bai's words were like 1,000 needles, piercing Li Hua's heart. Li Hua's face turned dark, feeling like he had socially died today. He doesn't look like a teacher, Tan Xian timidly added. Why didn't I notice before? Xiao Bai's tongue is so sharp. Tan Xian thought the same, playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. Bai Wang Shu and Zhang Shu felt secretly pleased. Even Director Li couldn't help but show a smile. This teacher, your desire for performance is too strong. You love to show off so much that if someone didn't know, they'd think you have a performance department at your Star Academy. Xiao Yi picked up the microphone irritably, opened his mouth, and suddenly stopped. The thousands of students below widened their eyes, wanted to hear what he had to say. The big shots on stage were equally eager, hoping this outspoken kid would say something inspiring. But Xiao Yi stood there frozen for a full 10 seconds, then turned off the microphone. He softly asked Xiao Bai for help. I can't speak. Originally, he was even supposed to represent the students. If it weren't for Li Hua's trouble, he wouldn't plan to go on stage at all. Now he was caught in a dilemma. Damn it. Isn't there a script by the microphone? Xiao Bai anxiously stomped her feet. The latter's face flushed. My uncle, can't read. Great. Tan Kin Slapit had fortihat. The high, cold, and proud persona they had worked hard to create was about to collapse. Xiao Bai was dumbfounded. You can't read? I can't read at all. Xiao Yi nervously wiped the sweat on his pants. Feeling so embarrassed, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Then why were you so awesome just now? Xiao Bai rolled her eyes. Now the whole city's attention was on him. If he messed up, he would lose face big time. What is wrong with this kid? Zhang Shu curiously looked at Xiao Ye's back. On stage, one could see him continuously wiping the sweat from his palms on his pants. Why isn't Xiao Yi speaking? The principal of First High School was also anxious, constantly reminding him that the script was on the podium. Cough, cough. His family is traditionally illiterate, Bai Wangshu said with annoyance, lowering her head. Just thinking about this scene was embarrassing. Only Elder Su showed a hint of an amused smile. Did this kid really kill Zhong Xianming? His tone was straightforward, as if interrogating a criminal. Self-defense. After a long time, Director Li answered stubbornly. An ordinary person kills an awakened one. Are you sure? Elder Su's words instantly energized the other mentors. If it's true, Xiaoya's future might be limitless. They knew very well that what truly determines a person's height is their mentality, means, and tenacious character. A rare awakened one who is lazy, afraid of death, or timid in battle will never achieve greatness in their lifetime. Xiao Yi, as an ordinary person, killed Zhong Xianming, at least proving his means and mentality are top-notch. Such a person is more likely to survive in this chaotic world than a rare awakened one. Xiao Yi's earlier performance has already confirmed that he is unafraid of the strong, bold as a bull, and has a hardened will. Once such a student awakens, They have far more prospects than a dead rare awakened one. One-on-one. Zhong Xianming was beheaded by him. Director Li nodded solemnly. Interesting. In an instant, all the mentors' eyes turned to Xiao Yi. What is that kid stalling for? Elder Su asked curiously. Cough, cough. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yi finally spoke. I hope everyone can awaken, especially the students of First High School. Don't listen to that fool-s nonsense from just now. He doesn't understand anything. Everyone, awaken your awesome abilities and slap some faces. Also, Xiao Yi suddenly turned around and gave Li Hua a strange smile. Warning. Our Hifu road is slippery. Some should be careful walking at night. Finally, I wish all the students who jumped the Dragon Gate this time become awesome. After saying that, the group walked off the stage with their heads held high as if they had won a victory. Bai Wangshu covered his face, not daring to look at the camera. Officer Li's mouth twitched uncontrollably. If I had known, it would have been better to let Li Hua find someone else to speak on stage. Principal of the First High School looked at Xiao Yi, both moved and distressed. Why can't I be happy? TZ, your speech was really impressive. It's a pity you're not doing multi-level marketing. Xiao Bai proudly gave a thumbs up. Great eloquence. Chapter 79. The Awakener of Firearms. Cough, cough. On the podium, the host looked helplessly at the group of big shots. After receiving a nod from Commander Li, he awkwardly stepped forward. Next, we will proceed with the awakening ceremony. I ask all students to orderly head to the dragon transformation stage. Here, I want to remind all students to hold on as much as possible. Even holding on for one more second can help you surpass countless others. The longer you persist, the easier it is to awaken. Please, everyone, grit your teeth. Finally, I wish you all good luck in leaping over the Dragon Gate and successfully transforming. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. Begin. Wow. The scene instantly became lively. The earlier little incident was forgotten. The entire city held its breath instinctively. The big shots on stage widened their eyes. The number of awakeners directly related to their political achievements. If a certain faction saw a significant increase in awakeners, the head of that faction would likely be promoted to the capital. So this was not only a leap for the students, but also a leap for the high-ranking officials in the city. Everyone was excited, except for Li Hua. His face was grim, his gaze fixed on Xiao Yi. Just wait until you step onto the dragon transformation stage. I will make you shatter under the power of the sun. The awakening ceremony began. All students orderly ascended the designated dragon transformation stage according to their drawn numbers. At the command, the first batch of students anxiously stepped onto the platform. As the dome gradually lit up with orange light, cannon-shaped laser ports slowly illuminated with the power of the sun. The temperature in the venue soared rapidly. Boom! Waves of scorching light fell down. In an instant, the venue was so bright that it was blinding. The concentrated power of the sun gathered into beams of light, heavily striking the students. Almost half of the first batch of students jumped out of the dragon transformation pool, in pain the moment they came into contact with the power of the sun. Those who persisted were also instantly forced to kneel on the stage. Everyone's faces were contorted, their features twisted. Some weaker students were even bleeding from their 7 orifices. The medical staff nearby nervously assessed the students' physical conditions. Even so, many students still died from awakening every year. Xiao Yi drew number 72, which was on the 3rd platform, the closest to the big shots. Didn't they say the Black Mansion has heroes and spiritual energy? More than half the students couldn't even last a second. Huh, Li Hua said with a grim face, deliberately provoking. Having just suffered a setback from Xiao Yi, he vented all his frustrations on the students. If I remember correctly, you also seem to be from the Black Mansion, right? Commander Li darkened his face and reminded him inappropriately. As soon as these words came out, other mentors, including Elder Su, cast contemptuous looks at him. This kind of behavior, eating from the bowl and then cursing the bowl, is despised by everyone. I am not. Not from the Black Mansion, the latter retorted, his face flushed. All he received in return was disdainful looks from the crowd. Cough, cough, in my opinion. None of the first batch of students will awaken. Truly, one generation is worse than the last. Last year, there was a Zhong Xianming, but I'm afraid this year, not a single one from the Black Mansion will last 5 minutes. Li Hua's words reflected the concerns of the big shots present. If the situation of the Awakeners from the Black Mansion was not ideal, they would be held accountable. What a pity. Zhong Xianming was killed. An out-of-place voice sounded. Bai Wangshu slowly stood up and casually smiled. I think the kid who killed Zhong Xianming might surprise us. Gulmundeli, Didak Dozan. And the big shots from the Black Mansion all looked toward Xiao Yi. Their positions were different, but at this moment, they surprisingly all wanted Xiao Yi to save face for the Black Mansion. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to Xiao Yi. He was squatting by the dragon transformation pool 50 meters ahead of them, surrounded by Xiao Bai, Jiang Lang, Ling Tong, Hua San, and Hua Si, all forming a circle. With a cigarette in his mouth, he squatted on the ground, shaking, a true little rascal. The flickering hope that the big shots had just ignited was suddenly extinguished. Letting this kid represent the Black Mansion. It would be better if they all failed this time. The Spring Mansion truly passes down the lineage. Bai Wangshu and Director Zhang exchanged glances, revealing a look of helplessness. Xiao Yi's rascal demeanor was just like that man. Could someone like this awaken? Huh. Li Hua's face was grim as his eyes secretly glanced at the staff passage. An old man wearing a mask and cleaning clothes slightly nodded at him. The two exchanged a tacit glance, and a flash of killing intent flickered in Li Hua's eyes. Awakened. The first awakener from the Black Mansion has been born. The host's powerful shout echoed. All eyes in the venue turned to the dragon transformation pool, which was bursting with golden light. The first to awaken was actually Tan Xian. Amidst the scorching light beams, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to half-kneel on the ground. A mysterious firearm rune was burned into his chest by the power of the sun. His white hair danced in the wind, and his eyes shone with brilliance. Wow! Xiao Yi and the others were overjoyed and quickly surrounded him. Tan Xian, bathed in the power of the sun, was surrounded by mysterious golden light. Looking proudly towards the stage, Li Hua frowned. The other was deliberately provoking him. Who would dare say that my Black Mansion has no good seedlings? His voice was as loud as a bell, and he grabbed his chest with his right hand, golden rays bursting forth from the rune. Countless golden strands slowly gathered in his palm. Moments later, a pure golden double-barreled gun appeared in his hand. A firearms awakener. He is a firearms awakener. The big shots and mentors on stage showed joy on their faces. Firearms awakeners belong to the summoning branch. Although modern firearms cause limited damage to ability users, firearms awakeners use energy as ammunition. The stronger their cultivation, the greater their lethality. This compensates for the limited damage of firearms while inheriting their long-range attack capabilities. A powerful firearms awakener can easily take someone's head from a kilometer away. It is not a rare ability, but its practicality far exceeds that of most rare abilities. The captain of a Shadow Ghost team, who is on par with Su Yi, is a firearms awakener. It is said that he can kill invisibly from several kilometers away. He once gained fame by shooting the head of a peak 7 perception alien in one shot. I said the Black Mansion has heroes and spiritual energy. Haha, I like this kid. Everyone, this child, I must have him at the Longhu Academy. A burly man with a strong face stood up excitedly and smiled at the others. Firearms awakeners are born for the battlefield. Everyone, please give face. Hee. Our Academy's firearms department is not bad either. We had previously agreed that the choice of a good seedling depends on his own preference. My Songwei Academy is willing to offer a scholarship of 100,000 every year, as long as this kid can come to our school. Is that more than money? My Changha Academy in Magic City has never feared anyone. I'll offer 500,000 every year. The mentors on stage saw the double-barreled gun in Tan Xian's hand, their eyes shining brightly. Although there are many branches of abilities, firearms awakeners have always been regarded as one of the highest damage abilities. All the universities began to plot, but only Li Hua was absent-mindedly looking towards the passage. The masked old man had already disappeared. Chapter 80 Awakener of Firearms 2 Awakener of Firearms. Bai Wangshu looked meaningfully at Tan Xian, who was embracing Xiao Yi and others, and murmured, as long as he is trained well. Xiao Yi's team will have another general. Damn it. Who would dare to question my brother Yi? First, ask about my gun. Tan Xian raised the golden double-barreled gun in his hand with a powerful demeanor. A flash of golden light flickered, and the double-barreled gun emitted a mechanical whirling sound. In the next second, It actually split in two, transforming into two super long revolvers. It can transform? The mentors on stage gasped. They could no longer remain calm. The disadvantage of the awakener of firearms is close combat. This kid, tan-xin, can even turn into revolvers, which means he also has self-defense capability in melee combat. This is definitely a treasure. For a moment, even old Sue looked at tan-xin with new eyes. As for the crude behavior of the few people earlier, that was no longer important. This kid, I find him quite likable. Young man, would you like to come to my Kyoto Academy? We have professional mentors for awakener of firearms for one-on-one guidance. Old man, no rules. Despicable. Damn it, this old guy is trying to pull a fast one. The other mentors cast scornful glances. Unable to ignore the other's identity, they mentally cursed his ancestors. Old Sue simply took shamelessness to the extreme, leaning on his age and smiling at the others. I can't help but want this good seedling. Sorry, everyone, this kid. I want him. Kid. As long as you are willing to come to my Kyoto Academy. Before he could finish speaking, tan-xin proudly walked behind Xiao Yi and said loudly, I'm not going anywhere. I'm Brother Ye's brother, and I will follow him for life. The mentors exchanged glances. Is he still talking about Brotherhood at this time? This is a chance to change fate. How many friends have gone their separate ways because one became an awakener? Yet tan-xin showed no hesitation, still standing behind Xiao Yi as before. Brother, you didn't abandon me before I awakened. And now that I have awakened, I won't leave him either. My dad said, I'm not very bright. And if I want to stand out, I shouldn't mess around. I just need to follow Brother Yi wholeheartedly. tan-xin's words brought a knowing smile to Xiao Ye's face. He didn't become complacent because he was now an awakener. Knowing his position clearly is very important. What kind of charm does this kid have? An ordinary person can make a group of awakeners devoted to him? Old Sue became increasingly curious about Xiao Yi. Xiao Bai, Jiang Lang, and Ling Tong are among the strongest students. Yet they are all loyal to Xiao Yi. If he were a child from a big family, it would be understandable. But Xiao Yi is a kid from a no-man's land, with no background and no financial resources. What are these people following him for? If he hadn't awakened, would you have been willing to come to our school? One mentor asked unwillingly. If Brother Yi hasn't awakened, I'm his gun. Wherever he points, I shoot. tan-xin shook his head firmly. What exactly do you all want? Just for Brotherhood, just for Brother Yi treating us like brothers. 3 hours later, most students gradually completed the ceremony. The huge screen above the dragon transformation pool fixed the number at 183. This time, a total of 183 awakeners were born. The big shots of the scene were all smiling. The host beside them introduced excitedly this awakening ceremony. Our awakening rate is nearly 3%, an increase of 2 percentage points. These 2 percentage points are enough to prove the quality of this batch of students. Converted into Z scores, it's incredible. Li Hua, who was slapped in the face, remained silent, feeling a bit anxious. This awakening result from the Black Mansion would surely make headlines. And he had offended the entire Black Mansion students. If they couldn't recruit a single student from their school, his mentoring career would be over. Now, the last batch of students, please come to the stage. With the host's excited shout, the mentor's eyes unanimously turned to Xiao Yi. This boy has brought them too many surprises. An ordinary person can kill awakeners, lead a group of students as an ordinary person, and make a group of awakeners obey him. What kind of secret is hidden in him? Go for it, Teasy. Brother Yi, you can do it. Brother Yi, let us go. The brothers gathered around the dragon transformation platform, their eyes burning as they watched Xiao Yi walk up to the high platform. Gradually, the students from the first high school also gathered around. Crack! Bai Wangshu unconsciously crushed the armrest of the chair, her beautiful big eyes filled with anticipation. You seem very nervous? Zhang Shu asked curiously. Not nervous, just excited. I'm very curious. What kind of abilities that person's child will awaken? Boom! Just as the words fell, the power of the sun surged like a flood, rushing down. The students and big shots who had not left the venue all held their breath. What kind of abilities would this most eye-catching boy awaken? Boom! The dragon transformation platform trembled. Wow! The 10 mentors didn't care about their image and hurried to the edge of the high platform, their eyes wide open. They saw Xiao Yi supporting himself on his knees, struggling to lift his head. The ground of the dragon transformation platform was being shattered inch by inch under Xiao Ye's feet. Is he the first one today not to kneel under the power of the sun? Can an ordinary person withstand the power of the sun with such a strong physique? Nonsense. What ordinary person can crack a marble floor? I remember. The awakening rate for those who can persist for 5 minutes in the power of the sun is 72%. This kid might break the record and last for 10 minutes. Old Su stroked his beard, and his gaze towards Xiao Yu was no longer hostile. Instead, it was filled with joy and fondness for a good seedling. The last person to persist for 10 minutes in the power of the sun was Old Guan, right? This kid probably can't compare with Old Guan. The mentors whispered to each other, completely unaware that Li Hua had quietly stepped away from the crowd, walking alone toward the control panel of the dome. 3 minutes later, Xiao Ye's shirt was burned away by the scorching heat, and the terrifying power of the sun rampaged violently within him. If it weren't for his body being modified by the tortoise ancestor in advance, he might be struggling by now. 3 minutes is already the limit for an ordinary person. Zhang Shu took a deep breath and couldn't help but become anxious. If this kid dies in the dragon transformation pool, it would be a disaster. Boom! Another loud sound. Xiao Yi stomped his right foot hard on the ground, and his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. What does he want to do? Has he gone mad? Where did he get the strength? If this kid awakens, even if it's the most ordinary ability, his future would be limitless. Old Su stared intently at Xiao Ye's figure. He saw him slowly standing upright under the overwhelming pillar of sunlight. The dragon transformation platform couldn't withstand his power, crumbling inch by inch. His braided hair spread out, moving without wind. Xiao Ye's expression was serious, his eyes filled with aggression. His chest heaved violently as he slowly opened his arms. Chapter 81. Mutation. This child will surely become a great figure in the future. Old Su took a deep breath. At such a young age, having such a firm was truly rare. Everyone watched as the young man stood proudly atop the light column, surrounded by golden rays, resembling a war god. 5 minutes. Bai Wangshu raised his hand to check his watch and softly reminded hiss. The mentors gasped in shock. He had already surpassed Zhong Xianming. Last year's Zhong Xianming was carried off the stage after 5 minutes, right? Zhang Shu asked inappropriately. Although Zhong Xianming had held on for 5 minutes, he was already disoriented when he got off the stage, and it took him a full 2 weeks in the hospital before he could walk again. It was said that he had 13 broken bones. In contrast, the young man remained steady, standing still. Although his expression grew increasingly ferocious, he showed no signs of wanting to withdraw. It should be noted that in the power of the sun, every extra second endured increases the pain. This requires not only a strong physique, but also a resolute will. In my years of practice, this is the first time I have seen someone still standing after 5 minutes. Old Su's eyes were filled with admiration. This little old man, although stubborn, has never changed his love for talent. He has remained true to his original intention. Brother Yi, are you okay? Tan Xian gasped in amazement. He could only hold on for 3 minutes. The latter did not speak, but silently gave an okay gesture. Unexpectedly, the next second, boom, the sun power emitter in the dome erupted with a tremendous noise, and an even more majestic sun power descended. The originally orange sun power light column instantly turned a deep red. A massive shock wave instantly sent all the students near the dragon transformation pool flying, and the scene was in disarray. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp alarm rang out, leaving the people on the podium bewildered. What's going on? Report. A security personnel rushed up to the high platform, his face filled with terror as he shouted, "The control room. All the staff in the control room have been killed. The dome control device has been deliberately damaged. The current dome is 10 times the sun power." Beep, beep, beep. The alarm continued, and Zhang Shu felt his scalp tingle as he shouted, "Contact the maintenance personnel immediately." Yes, yes. Looking back at the dragon transformation platform where the young man stood, the 2-meter-high platform was shattered to pieces. The dome was no longer an awakening machine, but a killing weapon. Brother Yi, little Yi, Xiao Bai, covered in dirt, scrambled up from the ground and rushed towards the young man without thinking. The others did the same. Everyone stay back. The young man shouted in pain beneath the crimson light column. His skin cracked inch by inch, and blood dripped onto the ground, instantly evaporating under the terrifying pressure. His bones made cracking sounds, and blood began to ooze from his 7 orifices. At first glance, he resembled a bloodied figure. He could feel that this red sun power was at least 10 times stronger than the orange one. If Xiao Bai and the others recklessly approached, they would likely meet the same fate as the high platform. Beep, beep, beep. The venue was filled with the dome's overload alarm, and amid the increasingly urgent alarm sounds, a cold and triumphant voice came from the broadcast. Young man, so you have today? Zhongshan. The faces of Zhang Shu, Commander Li, and Bai Wangshu changed dramatically. After he left the Zhong family, Haigo had secretly investigated the Black House and found no trace of him. Everyone thought this old man had fled, but unexpectedly, he had returned. You bastard, harming the talents of my dragon country. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. To their surprise, Old Su was the first to explode in fury. His mission was to cultivate talent for the dragon country, and as long as someone was a genius, they could earn his favor. The young man enduring the sun power for so long was enough to prove his potential. Deserve to die 1,000 deaths? Ha ha ha. I've long ceased to care about living. My son is dead, whether his name is forever stained or he is shattered to pieces. I only want him to accompany my son in death. Buzz. In an instant, all the emitters above the dragon transformation platform turned simultaneously and aimed at the position where the young man stood. There were hundreds of dragon transformation platforms in the dragon transformation pool, which meant that hundreds of tenfold sun powers would simultaneously fall on the young man. One tenfold sun power had nearly crushed him. With hundreds of them, there was no doubt he would die. Ha ha! Zhongshan's frenzied laughter echoed through the venue. As hundreds of sun powers were about to fall whoosh, a figure landed heavily in front of the young man. Xiao Bai, holding a knife with both hands crossed in front of his chest, shouted fearlessly, I'm not dead yet. You want to touch him? Bang! The next second, a red light column slanted down and heavily struck the ground where the two stood. The entire venue shook violently, and the onlookers who had come to watch screamed and ran towards the exit. Only the reporters remained in place, live-streaming everything that happened in the venue. This scene unconsciously gripped the hearts of everyone in the Black House. This was the genius of the Black House. If he fell, it would be a loss for the entire house. When the smoke cleared, Xiao Bai's figure appeared before everyone. Not only was his dance impenetrable, but his clothes were completely torn and blood faintly flowed from his 7 orifices. Yet he still stood tall in front of the young man. If you want to touch my brother, do you even deserve it? Old man, come out and fight me one-on-one. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more sounds echoed, and Hua San and Hua Si appeared on the right side of the young man. At the moment the red light column fell, the two looked at the young man with resolute expressions. Boss, don't be afraid, we'll protect you. Boom, whoosh. The next second, Jiang Lang appeared firmly behind the young man, arms protecting his head, leaning forward to shield the person behind him with his body. Boss, leave the back. To me. Amid the painful roars, Jiang Lang's sleeves visibly burned away, followed by his skin cracking inch by inch, but he did not move an inch. Damn it. Zhongshan, I will eventually kill you. As his companions fell into the erosion of the sun power, the young man roared in fury. Finally, 2 slender figures appeared directly in front of him. Tan Xin and Ling Tong exchanged glances, mimicking Jiang Lang's stance to protect their faces with their hands. Brother Yi, you used to protect me. Today, I'll give my life to protect you. Boom! Hundreds of sun powers crashed down. The hundreds of dragon transformation platforms in the venue were reduced to rubble, and a massive pit over 10 meters deep appeared at the young man's location. The enormous energy made the entire Black House tremble as if an earthquake had struck, and a fissure over 1,000 meters long tore through the venue. Ha ha ha, young man. I don't care whose son you are. You must die. Others may fear your spring house, but I do not. Ha ha ha. Amid the mad laughter, the citizens of the city instinctively closed their eyes. Under such overwhelming energy, a few students had no chance of survival. Even Zhongshan believed a few of them were undoubtedly dead. Bai Wangshu, I just disdain to fight with you juniors. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhongshan's voice halted as he noticed that the big shots in the venue had all disappeared. Then he shouted in panic, Where are you people? As the dust in the deep pit settled, colorful, translucent energy shields were revealed. Bai Wangshu floated in the air, his gaze carrying a hint of murderous intent. You will die. You all. Zhongshan roared in disbelief. Why are you intervening? This is our Black House's business. What Black House business? You harm the talents of my dragon country. That's not allowed. No one can harm the pillars of the dragon country in front of me. Elder Su stood proudly in midair, while below him, Zhang Shu, Director Li, and Bai Wangshu took defensive stances. Finally, the 8 mentors protected Xiao Yi and the others in the very center. Chapter 82, that man are you? Are you guys okay? Xiao Yi lay on the ground, forcing himself to lift his head. His companions remained silent, only blood dripping onto the ground. Jiang Long, Ling Tong. The others were brothers who had been together day and night, so Xiao Yi was not surprised by their actions. But the newly joined Jiang Lang and the others were willing to protect him with their lives, which truly moved him. Boss! Jiang Lang maintained his posture with his arms protecting his face, his skin charred and blackened, and he spoke softly. We don't want to be abandoned anymore. Trust me, you can always rely on me. I am useful. The word boss made Xiao Ye's eyes well up with tears. With that one word, he had given his life to Xiao Yi. Drip, drip. The smell of his brother's blood was so pungent. Xiao Yi seemed to forget his own injuries, his eyes gradually reddening. You hurt me. I don't blame you, but you shouldn't hurt my brothers. Crack, crack. The harsh sound of bones grinding together echoed. Xiao Yi stumbled to get up, his hair falling over his face, obscuring it. He looked disheveled, but those scarlet eyes were particularly terrifying. Boss, don't move. Yiga, don't move. Cough, we can hold on. Teasy, don't get excited. Xiao Bai slowly turned his head. Blood was smeared around his orifices. He was smiling, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Not dead, but useless. Your awakening ceremony has been interrupted. Zhongshan's arrogant voice rang out from the loudspeaker. You will never become an awakened one in this life. Everyone's faces darkened, especially Xiao Yi, who was stunned for a moment. Becoming an awakened one was his dream. It was the first step to finding his father. He never expected